gotta read the summary. Baby, I'm a boss, come with me, I need company. For a couple hours, maybe a day, we'll be okay if I lead the way. We'll be okay if I lead the way. We'll be okay if I lead the way. If I lead the way, if I lead the way, if I lead the way, if I lead the way. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I got that. You want that? 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 You want that? Turn it to the max. Haters gon' hate, dollars gon' stack. Throwing them hips, how you do it like that? You looking like a snack and I only speak facts. Let's relax. Maybe a day, we'll be okay if I lead the way. We'll be okay if I lead the way. We'll be okay if I lead the way. If I lead the way, if I lead the way, if I lead the way. We'll be okay if I lead the way. If I lead the way, if I lead the way, if I lead the way. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I'm the only option. I got that. You want that? 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 You want that? You want that? I got that. I got that.
fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. Personne ne pourra me stopper, on ne connaît pas la peur. Dans les moments durs on est grave posé, parce qu'on bosse pendant des heures. Y'a des larmes, de la sueur, le caractère est bien trop trempé. La douleur est dans le labeur, le plus important c'est pas trop penser. J'avoue avoir quelques faiblesses, mais c'est très utile pour me renforcer. Face au challenge gros je suis à l'aise, toutes mes actions sont concrètes et sensées. Je n'ai pas besoin d'un plan B, bien trop conscient pour pouvoir me planter. La pression va jamais me faire flancher, mes rêves me chuchotent de tout tenter. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. On est dans le game time, j'ai la combine, je fais gaffe aux détails. Leader du bétail, celui qui me teste va finir par se faire craindre. Détermination, ambitieux, je veux voir briller la nation. De toutes les façons, je suis le seul qui peut porter le blason. J'ai de la colère en grande quantité. Ma rage de vaincre est mon identité. Le navire peut couler, je vais jamais le quitter. Gronde comme le tonnerre, j'ai des grandes idées. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, plus fort, on y va. c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. J'ai plus de limite, mes frérots comptent sur moi pour taire mes ennemis. Mon gars tu m'imites, mais franchement mon talent connaît zéro limite. Barreau dans la ville sur ma route, y'a personne qui pourrait me tester. Je canalise ma colère sur ma vie, je suis déter, je sais que je vais le faire. Yes. T'as peu de chance de me voir venir en catimini. Je suis le seul concurrent qui vient défier le dojo du maître Shaolin. Midi minuit, le charbon est le même, il faut juste que je brille. Peu importe la panoplie, y'a personne ici qui me copie. Yes. Le seul feu qu'on me formule c'est d'être sur le podium. Ok, j'ai prévu mon coup, j'arrêterai pas de taffer pour le podium. Ok, en pleine vitesse, impossible d'agir avec maladresse. Si le job est là, donne-moi l'adresse, fais-moi confiance, on est les bestes. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. J'ai mis un pied dans l'arène, tout d'un coup tout le monde sort de la zone. Zéro limite, zéro règle, j'ai pas peur de devenir une icône. Impossible d'avoir la flemme, mon frérot m'a dit que c'est dead. Jamais, jamais j'arrêterai, non jamais, jamais j'arrêterai. Et on va viser le top pendant que la concurrence va encore flop. Le chemin est rempli d'obstacles, mais quand t'es une star, y'a rien qui te bloque. Rendre fier les miens est la finalité, la tienne est d'être sous le choc. Y'a personne qui pourra rivaliser avec tout ce que j'ai en stock. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer. Ok c'est parti, je suis là pour les choquer. Zéro limite, on est là pour les choquer.
Jamais la vie, jamais sous ton charme. Non, j'ai pas envie, mon cœur est sous chaille. J'avoue tes mimi, j'pourrais bien tomber là. Mais jamais la vie, non. J'ai fait tout ce qu'il fallait, j'ai même bloqué ton fan. Mes terres, mes soins. J'écoute ma tête tourne, j'ai pas. On se fait, faut qu'on s'éloigne. J'ai pas. Je reviens, pourquoi? J'ai pas. On se fait, faut qu'on s'éloigne. J'ai pas. J'écoute ma tête tourne, j'écoute ma tête tourne, si on s'attache ça empire. Tous les jours toi tu me testes tellement. Je veux pas que les regrets s'empilent. Si je vois que je t'aime je t'évite. Au final tu me détestes moi. Autant qu'on s'arrêtait vite. J'ai vu tout ce qu'il fallait. J'ai même bloqué ton fan. Les terres, les soirs. Je vois mes notifs, je voudrais que ce soit toi. Et si je me laisse aller, j'écoute ma tête tourne, j'ai pas. On se fait, faut qu'on s'éloigne. J'ai pas. Je reviens, pourquoi? J'ai pas. On se fait, faut qu'on s'éloigne. J'ai pas. J'écoute ma tête tourne, j'écoute ma tête tourne, j'écoute ma tête tourne, je crois que je suis piqué, oui c'est trop tard. Je suis piqué, oui c'est trop tard. Je suis piqué, oui c'est trop tard. Je crois que je suis piqué, oui c'est trop tard. Je suis piqué, oui c'est trop tard.
Yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. Le soleil se lève. Qu'est-ce que je vais faire de ma journée? Aller voir une belle 250 sur l'allée. Dans ma tête c'est le brouillard. Pas gangster, juste des brouillards. Des liasses de toutes les couleurs me font oublier la douleur. En ce moment faut que je prenne l'air. J'ai l'impression de faire des erreurs. Lunettes posées sur le nez, on sifflote encore le même air. En ce moment faut que je prenne l'air. J'ai l'impression de faire des erreurs. Lunettes posées sur le nez, on sifflote encore le même air.
Dans ma tête plein d'énigmes et je suis fou de toi. Je sors ce soir, je fais le sourd et j'oublie sur le toit. J'aime ta vibe quand t'es sûr de toi. J'ai la vibe pour que tu te souviennes de moi. Dans ma tête plein d'énigmes et je suis fou de toi. Je sors ce soir, je fais le sourd et j'oublie sur le toit. J'aime ta vibe quand t'es sûr de toi. J'ai la vibe pour que tu te souviennes de moi. Bébé, prison la classe, tu me parles, le temps s'arrête. Moi je suis dingue, ouais je suis dingue de toi, c'est fou que ça puisse paraître. Et puis on se connaît bien, trop ice, la flamme s'éteint. Je me souviens de ce que c'était quand Princesse se collait bien. Je veux finir sur une île, non je ne veux pas d'une autre. T'es qu'un mirage, donc je retourne faire ses 1000. Tu sais que je mange pas les miettes, je crois pas au miracle. T'es qu'une coquette fille, une coquette de plus. Oh non non non, plus je calcule ton fils, plus je sais que tu me mens. Non, non.
En ce moment faut que je prenne l'air. J'ai l'impression de faire des erreurs. Lunettes posées sur le nez, on sifflote encore le même air. En ce moment faut que je prenne l'air. J'ai l'impression de faire des erreurs. Lunettes posées sur le nez, on sifflote encore le même air.
Dans ma tête plein d'énigmes et je suis fou de toi. Je sors ce soir, je fais le sourd et j'oublie sur le toit. J'aime ta vibe quand t'es sûr de toi. J'ai la vibe pour que tu te souviennes de moi. Dans ma tête plein d'énigmes et je suis fou de toi. Je sors ce soir, je fais le sourd et j'oublie sur le toit. J'aime ta vibe quand t'es sûr de toi. J'ai la vibe pour que tu te souviennes de moi.
Le soleil se lève, le soleil se lève. Qu'est-ce que je fais à ma journée? Aller voir une belle, Marco
The next ultimate challenge for the world's best tacticians is waiting. Precision, dominance, unrivaled consistency.
And it's one shot at this glorious trophy.
我觉得这个 MVP 属于我们 WBE 的所有人。
It's time to play for ultimate glory.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in. And down goes Light.
Hey, hey. Blessé, 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 blessé. Je vais les blesser, blessé, je vais les blesser. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Je vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Dépose dans le débit d'Anta. Fais péter d'entrée, t'as l'écran, on t'est dans ta. On a dépassé les limites, on s'en d'abat quand tu imites. Tu sais pas rapper tes nations, nous fatigue avec tes gimmicks. Donc hey, laisse place, laisse faire. Regardez la piste, on déplace les sphères. Quand t'achètes, on le vend, on les laisse sur le ventre. Le plus dur c'est pas le faire, le plus dur c'est le vendre. Donc hey. Minuit, télo, appel masqué, visu très beau. L'histoire est belle, la fin est moche. Des darons, la fin est proche. Minuit, télo, appel masqué, visu très beau. L'histoire est belle, la fin est moche. Des darons, la fin est proche. Blessé, 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 je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Blessé, 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 je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. On vient en équipe dans le centre, je baigne dans l'or quand tu baignes dans le sang. Y'a des gens pour dépanner, on est venu pour les panner. On n'est pas net, on travaille dur pour être sur le haut du palier. Donc pression zéro, pas de dérapage, parents héros. Dans la foule, du coup ne fais pas la folle. Quand on file, a fini, filez-moi la fiole. Hey, wow. Minuit, télo, appel masqué, visu très beau. L'histoire est belle, la fin est moche. Des darons, la fin est proche. Minuit, télo, appel masqué, visu très beau. L'histoire est belle, la fin est moche. Des darons, la fin est proche. Blessé, 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 je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Blessé, 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 je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Blessé, je vais les blesser. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca. Vida loca, vida loca, vida loca.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Paris Open. It's been an absolute pleasure, and as you can see from our 360 cam, we've been having a lot of fun here. It's a gigantic convention type vibe, and we've been enjoying it. My name is Mix, and I'm joined by Mortdog, Gangly, and Impetuous Panda on this wonderful Saturday. Thank you all for tuning in, and I mean, Panda, let's get straight into it. EMEA's doing well.
EMEA's doing well. We're on home ground. There's no excuses. We have all our biases lined up, but the day 2 lobbies look absolutely insane, even for this first heat that's happening now. So no promises for what the top 8 will look like.
The flip side, though, even though the lobbies, we have things that the cutoff, instead of being the top 2 advance we had yesterday, right now it's top 4 advance. You only play 3 games. It does change the way you have to approach the games. Yesterday, you had to look for the high roll and get the maximum amount of points in those few games that you had. Right now, you can play a little bit more risk averse. You can play maybe more of those B or C tier competitions. Get your points, get out. It's all about being consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Of course, some of the games already happened in this morning. The convention has been going on for quite some time. We're about to get our second round, so that is going to be interesting. But let's talk a little bit about yesterday, Mort. So I know you're always incredibly busy at these events. If you see Mort, there's always a queue around him. There's always a huddle. But how's it been for you that last day?
It's been good. There's a lot going on. The energy is really positive. Everyone's talking about how they love TFT. They love the set. Things have been good. Yep, here's the mastermind game where Robin beat me. Barely, I was doing, come on. I was doing so good. If I had won that fight, I won the game. It was that close. But things have been good. There have been a lot of show matches, the dev panels. And again, I think really there's just been the love of TFT, and it brings a smile to your face. And so even though the days are a bit exhausting, it's fun.
It absolutely is. It's been great, and as you can see, a lot of the players, the competitors are enjoying themselves. We had the battle for France at the very end of the day, and of course, we have a lot of action coming your way today as well. We'll be covering that round 3, our top 64 later today as well. Before we get there, we have some more fun action for you, but let's take a look at our lobby leaderboard thus far and kind of take stock of how competition has been unfolding up until now. So here you see the lobbies from day 2, how they're standing right now, and we were actually pretty surprised by the names that made it in there.
And for context, this is 2 games in. There's still 1 last game waited to be added, and that will be the end of this first heat today. So a lot can still happen. We're expecting the cutoff to be around 13 to 14 points in that top 4 advancing, maybe a bit higher in some lobbies if they're more lopsided.
Yeah, we've seen players of all ranges kind of make it into today, right? We saw yesterday Lyris and Dank Memes popping off in the tournament, being some of the highest point scorers, and it goes to show you the level of elite play that we have represented here at let's say Vegas Open. I'm getting excited for next year. The Paris Open. It's not just the big stars, though they have done well. It's players of all ranges that are kind of breaking out here in this event.
Absolutely is. A lot going on, like you're mentioning. We have been watching very, very actively and trying to follow the storylines of who is where and how everybody is doing. We have a couple of field reporters out there, and we're going to hear from Clement, who's been watching one of our lobbies of death. Clement, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. We're here on the floor in the Paris Open, keeping track of all the champions. I'm at Station 15, where previous Macau Open champion Sichu unfortunately was just knocked out of the tournament. He was contested in the final 2 games and wasn't able to make it through. Elsewhere, our previous TAC Crown winner in Without You should be fairly comfortable making it through. 14 points after game 2. And I do want to give a special shout out to one of our most dominant players so far that we've seen. It is Marcel P. He hasn't finished his game just yet, but at least he's going to have 20 points, and that should be much, much more than enough. So those are all the kind of highlights and which players to expect. Otherwise else, I think Tidal and Horo X from Station 15 are also going to be moving on. So some cool names to look forward in the rest of the tournament. Now let's hear more from Necra.
Thank you so much, Clement. I've been roaming around stations 1 through 8, and as you can see, some of these lobbies are completely done. They have played out their 3 games, and we know some of the players that are moving forward to the next round of competition. Following mostly station number 6, which featured Double 61, Ironbog, and YBY1, that was a super barn burner of a lobby. Double 61 was off to a bit of a rough start there, going 6th in his very first game, but brought it back with a 2nd place in game number 2, and then finished out the lobby with a 1st place, so he will be moving forward to the next round of competition. Ironbog, not great of a start with 2 bot 4s back-to-back and only having 5 points heading into that final game. But he got second in that third game, so maybe there's still some hope there for Ironbog to be able to make it through. But for YBY1, starting with a first and a third, I think that YBY1 has also made it, but we'll have to see those points tallied up. There are a couple of other stations that played out there. Kade at Station 3 got a first and first. Station number 7, Yatsuhashi made it through, and we would be looking at tiebreakers to see whether K Bao or Volteriux will make it as the final player to move forward in the top 4. And then station number 5, Sapo, Tardaman, and T-Lides all are moving forward to the next stage of competition. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Nekra. That has been so good. Absolutely great news, I think, for the fans all across the regions. You know, Os on top, we love to see that. But also, I saw you kind of like fist pumping the air, Sapo making it through there.
Especially after the loss of DSG yesterday, I thought that mental boom might have come in, but no, he locked in for day 2 as well.
Thank God Saikuno was not in that lobby. That's all I can say.
Gara is what I'm more scared of was INF3 yesterday.
Well, guys, let's talk a little bit about some of the notable players of day 1 that we saw yesterday. And I think 2 of the names that are all on the forefront of our minds are Lires and Dank Memes. Can you give a little bit more context for viewers on how these players are standing and how they've been doing yesterday?
Lires was an OG French player who really hit the next level the last 2 or 3 sets. He made it to attack run as well for the first time recently, and he had 31 points in 4 games yesterday, so really did smash it out of the park to start things off here in Paris, I mean, on his home ground.
On the flip side, we had Dank Memes, who was in this crazy lobby. KC Double also sitting in that same lobby as Dank Memes, and a lot of people, you know, he might have had a quieter set. Last set did not make it into the set 15 TPC, had to play through tier 2, but if you aren't paying attention, Dank Memes made 2 back-to-back Tactician's crowns in previous sets, has clearly shown that when he's playing on top of his game, he's among the most elite of the Americas, and having a great day yesterday, it clearly shows that he has the capacity to do that. From what I've heard, I don't want to spoil it, I did hear that his day 2 did not start off as hot, though.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye out for both of them, of course, but something that's kind of the bigger picture here that we've all been noticing, specifically this Open, is how much study groups and boot camps have affected this tournament, because of a lot of the players that have come in that have participated in strong prep groups and in strong boot camps are doing incredibly well, and a great example of that is actually our bootcamp from the DACH region, so the German-speaking countries that had 6 players there, 4 of which are at Paris, and all 4 of them have moved on to round 2. So Lusher, Broken, Coinit, as well as Kevin Parker, who I'm sure you all remember from the Vegas Open, have been making it into round 2. Now, I don't know, I'm not very good at face reading, but they're all very locked in, is what I'm seeing from these pictures here, and I just hope that you're going to continue to do well. I saw some of the Polish players actually hate watching Coinit yesterday, saying he's just high rolling, but it can't be all that.
Hey, watching Coinit is you know, a national pastime in EMEA. He's a great player, but I think going to your point makes study groups matter so much, especially in a tournament like the Opens, because it's the rare time in TFT where we have a tournament 1 week into the launch of a set. There is so much to learn and optimize and min-max, and when you can work with 6, 7, 8 like-minded people that are also at the top of their game, it's just such a benefit, I think, going forward. And we're seeing so many of the players who were boot camping, Vitality as a whole moved on to day 2 as well, reaping those rewards as well.
Well, we're going to be hearing from another player that has been doing really well and is, of course, a historical powerhouse of a player. Let's hear from Setsuko.
Hi, what's up, everyone? I'm here with top America's player, Setsuko, one of the best players in the entire world, and it's so exciting to see you here at the Paris Open. How's it been so far?
It's been great. I got here on Monday, and we've been, like me and the other Vitality members have been hanging out in like their facility and practicing. It's pretty nice. Like, I like the city. It's good environment. Yeah.
What have you done so far in Paris that you've really enjoyed?
We haven't really done much besides practice, I guess, and then yesterday was like media day, so we're taking photos. But we've been like walking around. The city seems nice. The people seem nice. The food is good. Yeah.
Well, that's great. It's good to see you here as well. You were at Vegas and Macau, so how has being at the Paris Open been different than the first 2 experiences?
Honestly, it's pretty similar, I guess. Like the venue is really nice. It reminds me of Macau last year. It's like the first thing I thought when I got here. I mean, like overall, it's just fun. I mean, like all Opens are fun, so. just seeing everyone, it's pretty nice.
Well, you made it through from your round 1 into round 2. So can you tell us a little bit about how your first games went?
So it was kind of weird. Like, my lobby had 2 people that like didn't show up for the first 2 games. So it was like 6 people, and then my first game, my 2-1 augment was Survivor, and I think it like I thought it works. Like including those people, like the augment works. Like if 3 people die, you get 100 gold, and then like 2 people just DC'd. So I only needed 1 person to die. So that was a really fun game. And then the next game I won as well. Like I was playing Yordles full streak, and then I just fast end and then won out. And then the next 2 games I played pretty bad, but I still went 4th. So still yeah, made it.
Well, that means you get to make it to the next round. How has it been competing in set 16? What have you liked about Lore and Legend so far?
I like the set a lot more than the previous sets. Like it seems more flexible. There's way more units, which is nice. It like makes each game like refreshing. It's like never like just the same units over and over. I really like the set mechanic as well, the unlocking thing. I think it's like a lot more fun than the previous few. Like overall, I just like the set a lot. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on making it through to your second round, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you later.
Thank you so much, Setsuko, as well as Nekra, for those insights. I think the general opinion from players has definitely been that Set 16 has been great fun to compete on. Mort, you got a taste of that yesterday as we put you up there against Robin on Mastermind. Care to share some insight on how that's been gone for you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Set 16 has 100 champions, and when you're trying to manage that on 4 different boards all at the same time, turns out it's a lot. And, you know, even for someone like me who's pretty familiar with the set, I would get into these times where it's like, oh, I'm focusing on my Freljord board, and I missed 2 of my 4-2 augments, and I had to run around and hope I didn't get messed up by those. Deal with the choices I got. Like, one got me the Giant's Belt Prismatic, so I had to slam those real quick. It's just a lot, you know, and I was trying to like show how Nidalee could work and things like that. And Robin, I think, had a better grasp of like a final endgame board. His 2 boards were really strong. He had the Baron board and the Aatrox board, but he didn't have as much health. I was playing a lot more tempo, so I was able to, he actually had to beat his own Baron board. So it got pretty close and it got down to it. I felt like I did okay, but couldn't secure the win. Yeah, and so it'll be interesting, I think, with today's match. We've got 2 players who I think are less familiar with the set, and that's going to be really interesting to watch, and I think we'll get some good laughs out of it.
I think so as well. Quick note, Alan has moved on to round 2 despite the haters not believing in him doing so. So we've replaced him for our show match in Mastermind. Leffen is actually going to play with his duo, so that, or against his duo. That is going to be interesting. Supernoon will be going up there. We'll be watching later. But let's talk a little bit more about the meta and how it's shaken out, because of course we all know the opens, you know, there's always that kind of hint in the air of who has found the new tech, who has found the hidden stuff. Moit, anything you've seen that surprised you yet?
Yeah, so far it hasn't been a lot of surprises. The way the format worked the first day is you really needed that strong finish. You need a lot of points. And we know the comps that can be put together and do really well are the Baron, right, the Fast 9 around some of the legendaries. And so I think we saw a lot of that for this. But I think with day 2, there's going to be a lot more opportunity to tempo, like Gangly was mentioning earlier, and I think that's going to cause some changes. Now, we did see a few things, like Freljord, Ashe was able to do well, a lot of Ryze comps as well. So overall, still a lot of options. But again, I kind of expect the meta to shift a little bit as we hit that day 2. And then it's funny, it's going to shift back as we go into the checkmate format for the top 64. So definitely some interesting things to see there.
It is funny to think about how the format actually does encourage you not only to approach your games different way, but to actually prepare different lines. I think yesterday, if you think about it, apart from maybe Freljord, there's almost 0 reason to ever play reroll, because normally reroll is something you want to play when you're trying to guarantee a 6th or higher. You want to get your points. Eventually, you're planning on losing out. When only top 2 advance, there's almost 0 reason. At that point, going 6th, going 8th, it's the same. You might as well play for the higher cap, play for something that you know can outcap the rest of the field. Today, though, just top 4, I'm expecting way more people to open up uncontested lines that are going to cap lower, but are guaranteeing you those 5ths or those 6ths to just get 3 or 4 points on the board.
think also on day one, you're incentivized to maybe play a little bit safer, not cook as much, because you don't want to go out on day one by 1 or 2 points. By playing a line you had not played really much in the set, we're 1 week into the set, right? You can't have played every single line already. So I think we see more players going for Void, going more for Bilgewater, but today I expect a little bit more cooking, especially in these first 2 heats.
Yeah, I mean, cooking is going to be happening on our stage for sure because we are getting ready for Mastermind. Like we mentioned, Alan unfortunately not going to be there, but instead Leffen is going to go up against his duo partner. They're both fighting game, well, heroes, I would say. So we're going to be hearing from them shortly with Blore on our stage. Let's see what they have to say for Mastermind.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Necroid, reporting from the glorious TFT Open.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonjour Paris et bienvenue au TFT Paris Open!
Let's get started. The global gauntlet to kick off the TFT Paris Open. That's going to give another saving grace here, but that's the last hope.
The set. This is what I'm talking about, the set. The set.
Wait a minute. From the top.
Congratulations to EMEA.
Here this time around is going to be a 4v4.
All the Unaras.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations to DSG, the upset.
We're here to celebrate the game. We're here to celebrate the community as well.
And we're witnessing a special moment here at the TV home.
All right, hey, I'm the host here. You press the button. I call it a score.
Tell me about the carousel phase, especially.
Wait, what? I don't know what's going on right now.
It is going to be a battle for France between 4 French teams that you know well.
A million units we're seeing like Teryx and Unaras on the board.
And it is going to be Carmine Corp that wins.
Hello tout le monde, bonjour, ravi de vous retrouver pour cette deuxième journée du TFT Paris Open, merci beaucoup. Comment ça va? Ouais. Est-ce que vous êtes là depuis longtemps ou pas? Qui est arrivé tôt ce matin? Tôt, ok, ça a déjà commencé hyper tôt, les joueurs sont prêts, les joueurs sont chauds, les joueurs français s'en sortent bien pour l'instant. Et je suis ravie de vous retrouver une fois de plus sur scène pour le premier show match de la journée. I hope you're all doing well, I hope you had a good night and you're ready for all the action that we have ready today for the main stage. Vous l'avez vu hier, on a plein de show matchs ici, ça va être un 1v1, une fois de plus. 4 boards chacun pour une partie de Mastermind. You guys saw it yesterday. One animation that we had on stage was 1v1, 4 boards each for a game of Mastermind. We're gonna do that again. If you saw it yesterday between Robin and Mort, it was pretty hectic and I expect nothing less for the duos that we have today. Introducing the first contestant, you may know him. He is a Melee legend, an EVO champion, a 2x KO enjoyer, a gold player in League. So we're not gonna talk about this, it's Leffen! And on the other side of the board, his best friend but enemy opponent today on the Rift. He made his TFT debut yesterday. He almost won the first 2x KO championship. It is Supernoon! Guys, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I'm a little
Pretty
nervous,
good?
I can't lie.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to go.
Did you guys see the game yesterday?
I've watched this format before, but I did not catch it yesterday.
There was a lot of running. There was a lot of chaos. What is your strategy going into today's game? How do you think you can handle 4 boards?
Honestly, I haven't thought about it much. I was just going to wing it.
All right.
I think that's kind of like that'll be the funniest thing.
Now, Leffen, you're
I have a theory.
All right.
I don't think the theory is going to work. So, like, I have
yeah.
We're going to have to adjust on the fly.
Don't give it away for now. We'll talk about this a bit later. One question for both of you, because you're usually teammates, you're best friends, you know each other so well. What makes you think you're going to be better than him today?
I think I'm just better at TFT, but I don't know if I'm better at running around and playing TFT.
All right, how are you going to get the best of him then?
I got nothing to lose, so he's way more nervous than me.
That's a scary opponent right there, guys. Please get to your stations. Best of luck with this one. A round of applause for Leffen and Supernoon, guys. We are ready to go.
Yeah, and we're back here as well. You can see our competitors just checking out, making sure they know which of these monitors are their own. It can be very quickly very confusing to just hop around this giant board. And of course, a big aspect of Mastermind is that physical component, needing to run augment choices, carousels, roll downs. There's a lot you have to manage.
We saw a meta forming yesterday, both Mortdog and Robin taking the top 8 shuffle. That's what you want to call it. This little sideways gallop around the stage, and it's all about form. Yeah, the little bunny hops. I really want to see that coming through from Leffen and Supernoon. You cannot afford to waste time on turning your body full tilt and running to each computer. You need to optimize the hops.
I don't think they know about it though, because Leffen just said he hasn't even studied the Mastermind from yesterday to optimize all these different little strategies. So we'll see. Maybe a new meta forming today.
Maybe.
Oh, I like this. Adjusting the monitor.
Oh,
new already.
Better?
Yes.
Good tack.
That's what happens when you're a Swedish Titan standing at 6 feet 7 inches or whatever he is.
Nice. Yeah, one of the things I know when I was playing this mode is that the augments, like, you don't even have time to re-roll them. It's like, look at the 3 options, take one that was solid, that fits your play style, pick it and move on. For me, that was a lot of like tempo augments. Like one of my boards, I took Epoch, so I could just quickly roll 3 times, get barred, and play around with that. Another board, I took Stars Are Born. That was ended up being the Freljord board that ended up being really strong. But each of those boards, I just didn't even re-roll. It was just like, make a pick, go, make a pick, go. Because, man, you do not have a lot of time per board if you're going to try to make some solid boards.
I think a lot of the strategy is not necessarily trying to play the best game of TFT on each of the 4 PCs. Instead, just trying to simplify as much as possible to try and make a good enough game of TFT in each PC, thinking little, picking augments that you know what they do quickly. You can see the icon and just go for it. And maybe have some more default, straightforward paths like Shadow Isles or something that just you play into very easily.
The other thing that actually messed me up a little bit was like, I know when I play on ladder, I can play really aggressive and very tempo, and that gets me my win streak. So I started doing that on multiple boards, and then they'd fight each other. I was like, wait, I can't do this. So I had to adjust again. I'm like, oh crap, I don't really know how to play from this, and that was a lot harder for me.
There's also something to be said about just having the ability to read quickly, right? Because I'm imagining, I don't think Supernoon and Leffen are as in tune with the game as you and Robin are, which means that they're probably going to encounter augments that they've never seen before. They're probably going to have unit unlocks that they're not comfortable with. And on some level, like we saw you and Robin not able to keep up with all the things that you're juggling in the air. We're probably going to see that multiply tenfold here.
Oh yeah, we were talking about how memorizing the augment pictures is incredibly valuable, just to like, okay, yep, that one, so looks like we're about to get started here. 3, 2, 1, and this is going to be entertaining for sure. We're going to have to see how they do.
Yeah, the crowd has formed as well. Of course, a bunch of people are also watching at the co-streamer seats. A bunch of people are standing behind the stations following their favorite player, but we're going to be moving in here.
I think a positive start here with gold augments all around. I think gold are probably the more familiar augments that you see more often for most players, so it's going to be a little bit easier. And less warping as well, some prismatics. If you make the wrong pick, it can really warp your game plan.
That was actually one of the things Robin talked to me about afterwards, is that the fact that he got growth mindset allowed him to scale his boards, and he even said he kind of got bailed out a little bit. So yeah, gold augments will definitely keep things a little more in check. And yeah, you can kind of see what's going on here, right? Like Leffen 3, clearly not the station he's at right now, and so one of the things you have to be really careful of is you don't open up the orbs. You can actually lose a PvE round And I want to see if somebody ends up losing a PvE round here, because that can be one of the most costly mistakes in the early game.
Brings me back to the old days. Remember if you got a Ziggs with a cloak off the carousel and it went to a specific hex, you could lose on 1-1, or I guess 1-2, whatever, the first PvE round.
I'm pretty sure I think Jarvan is one of the few units that can actually win PvE by himself. So maybe that's a check, a skill check. If you see Jarvan by himself, you can just leave that PC by itself.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is he picked up the orb anyway, so it'll auto-place. It's really just if any of them don't pick up their orb and forget that, if we see. So overall, it does get a Jarvan too, though, and getting a free 2-star is always nice. Hasn't really repositioned, not that he needs to yet.
Right.
But you can see on the camera, it's like poor Leffen 3 just not there right now. He's running around. Oh, here he comes back.
Do you see this walk? This is a pathetic walk. They just, they're not serious. They don't want to win.
No. So I think this is about power resource management. Because right now you don't need to be speedy, right? You just need to make sure you get your first couple of orbs. You need to make sure you have a little bit of an idea of what board has what units. And then for the augments, you can lock in and hop real fast. Because if you start immediately to just jump from board to board, you're not going to make that full game. But augments are here.
See, I actually found the early game to be the most stressful, trying to get at least some direction for your augment picks. And then once you get to like 2-2, 2-3, everything stabilized, it was like, okay, we can chill for a bit. But the early game was actually really tough because you want to have a good start, get those items slammed. And again, we'll have to look at the augments on the left right now. The fact Leffen just got his second one in here. Goes with aura farming. Aura farming is a pretty safe choice here. But Super Dude going with no scout, no pivot.
Oh, no.
I hope you're ready for that. Like,
that's awesome.
There's sometimes very obvious foreshadowing in TFT. This is one of those cases. There will be chaos on that board in the future.
I mean, he is definitely not scouting or pivoting this game, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Maybe he just... Is there any world where he doesn't quite understand what it does?
I mean, if you look, like, Leffen's got 4 augments. Super Noon finally gets him in and didn't get his last augment choice. That was one that happened automatically here. Now, this is probably overthinking it, but one thing Leffen could do here is he has the late game scaling and the aura farming. Let those boards be weak so that his Spoils of War board can actually get more cash going and play that to be the tempo board. But again, what I'll tell you from experience is in the moment, you can't think like, there's no way to think like this.
This is essentially very similar in strategy at the high level to 4v4, which has this extra layer of complexity added on top. I don't think we'll reach that layer in this show match or in any show match, considering how hard it is to pilot all 4 boards at once, but it is true. Well, that's a great point.
Yeah, and you can even see there he sold a bunch of units trying to get that going. We're getting a look at one of Super Noon's boards here, and yeah, still has some orbs, hasn't picked up. This is the board that I think the augment got auto-picked.
Yep, that's the one.
So definitely the board that kind of getting neglected right now. And
so,
yeah.
Question, would it be viable to just, because you were up there, we were talking about this, would it be viable to just sack one board and focus on 3? Because that saves you a little bit of running, saves you a little bit of mental capacity. Just say, I don't care about this board at all, I'll focus on 3 instead.
The big thing with that is that means you're giving up 8th place, which means you need to get a first, so that's a big risk. It actually ended up backfiring on me pretty hard because my Shadow Isles board wore off and I took 8th, and that cost me the game. So that kind of thing can be really risky, but if you're a player that's good like Robin who can do Baron, I think that actually could have worked for him. So it could be a strategy with the right person.
Is anyone listening to these comms, by the way?
I just hear, oh no, in different variations.
I am not here trying to lose my own job security, but this is like the one show match that I'm kind of down to just give us their mics in full volume. Yesterday, it was actually just huffing, though, from you and Robin.
Yeah, there was a lot of panting.
Heavy breathing for 20 minutes.
The dialogue was more internal, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we're going to send Lore out there as our super secret agent to spread a little bit of chaos eventually, and I'm sure we're going to be hearing a little bit more on what they're thinking. I really like when she went in that first carousel, and she walked up to Robin, and Robin just went, no!
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to you!
Oh, so that's the no scout, no pivot board.
We see Shen here cosplaying as a Yordle, not quite activating the trade, but maybe the Poppy will come in next round.
There's a spat coming, don't worry.
I mean, at least later with Kobuko, you could get 2 Bruiser. I mean,
and then you get 1 Ionia for the Kennen as well, and then you go set. Wait a second, the line is here!
2 different thoughts with Lulu as a champion. Saikuno going for Lulu 3. In this case, Lulu being a tank on that board, trying to buy some time.
Truly showing the flexibility of set 16.
Listen, Lulu can be whatever she wants.
That's right.
We're not going to judge.
No.
the attack speed Lulu going crazy there.
It was funny, you weren't on the couch yesterday when we were talking about it, but Sykkuno was playing Lulu 3, and I was saying how that's the second time that day that I saw him playing Lulu 3, and I was saying, all I remember is the video Mort made where he's talking about set 16, and he says, don't 3-star Lulu.
The one takeaway from this entire rundown, do not 3-star Lulu.
I love this camera, by the way, where it's like, where's Leffen? What's he doing?
That's a great
I love it. You see, that's really good. Oh,
Shout
I love
out
that.
production, yeah. But this carousel, so carousels are one of the crux points, I would say, where you really need to make sure you somehow grab something on your boards, but you also want to manage certain boards.
He said flex.
The big thing I'll tell you when I was doing carousel was forgetting the order you'd pick, right? Because like at one point I was like, okay, here we go. I'm sitting on Mort Dog 4. And that was actually the one that had the highest health. And I was like, oh, crap, I got to move, you know.
Yeah, one of you was one behind the entire carousel.
That
might have
Mort.
been you.
Yeah, exactly. And so definitely, yeah, it's another thing to keep track of. And that's what I was saying. In this mode, you have so much to keep track of here.
I think you can also optimize kind of the physics on carousel where you just launch your character in a trajectory to pick up an item and you move on. That might be like too high level, but it would be cool to see.
I like it.
The one-way ticket.
Supernoon's board here. He has an orb still has to pick up, but the Sona 2 with 2 items slammed is actually a pretty strong start given what he's up against. I wouldn't necessarily call it a strong start in a normal lobby, but like this is not bad. And so Demacia in particular also really hard to take down.
He does have GP2 in his shot.
Yeah, what the heck?
There's chooses to ignore it.
Huh?
I mean,
well, I don't think he saw it.
But I mean, even with that, you have the JG slammed. You're probably not playing.
He does have Spear's Will, though, getting the extra AD from the augment itself.
True, true.
IE, JG, no diff. All the same. Right, Mort?
Yeah, who needs 35% more damage?
I probably had the most Jace 3s with JG slammed in all of NA last set.
I'm not surprised by that fact.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at our 2 win streak boards here right now, and I think Leffen taking a page out of Robin's book here has that void, you know, hopefully going to be able to, since everyone in the lobby is going to be kind of weak since it's Mastermind, should be able to take that to fast 10. And on the other side, Supermoon kind of playing more my style, that tempo Demacia, 2 items slammed. I imagine if they face, the Demacia should win since it's only a Kog'Maw 1, but...
Are there any level 5 boards, by the way? Is everything level 4?
I think everything's level 4 right now.
Level 4.
Yeah, I think right now they're mostly focused on econing, which will make Stage 4 really interesting when they finally have to spend all that gold and run around, and those turns are rough.
Well, I'm really curious to see how Supernoon 3 is doing, because that's the no scout, no pivot Yordle board, which is
With
not
Shen.
necessarily
Oh, no.
following that pattern. Yeah, there's a Shen in there.
Hold on, it might be the
I don't know.
goat.
That Shen's just going to chill there.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we can tell.
So Supernoon he's got the sandwich going, though. He's got the 5 win and the 5 loss. Which is his 5 loss? I can't even remember which board that is.
Well, so here's another thing. Again, we talk about PvE rounds. This is, you know, the Krugs can be the one you mess up if you stay level 4 and you're in the wrong position. So I'm just going to be watching to see if we see any PvE round losses. Like this board, one of the things this positioning, it could have wrapped.
Oh,
Thankfully,
I'm so
it didn't.
slow. What's going on over here? I don't know what this one is doing.
All I hear is doom and despair.
Yeah.
They seem...
Need some positivity from Lore.
See, look, here we go.
Oh,
look at this.
No.
I don't think Lulu wins this.
Lulu!
I don't think Lulu wins this.
It was prophesied.
Oh.
Don't itemize Lulu.
Oh.
Wait.
Here's
He's going to lose
another
2. He's going to lose 2.
No. Cog's got this. Cog's got this.
Watch. Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
He's stacked
Right.
up.
Oh, that
calculated.
Close one.
See, at least I didn't lose any of my PvE fights. I was able to figure that out. So
I think Leffen also lost 1 fight, too, because I think I saw Leffen 2 drop below Leffen 1.
Possible, yeah. With this one, I don't think anything's out of the question just yet. But well, we can start to see some of the boards at least reach that level 5 that we were talking about.
So, you know,
problem here.
we've got a JG Shojin with an even shroud.
Yeah, man, it's fine.
Moon magic is magical to me, so I think it's the right itemization. Intuitively, it makes sense.
Yep. Going up against the
what am I
Ginsu Lulu
doing?
that was unable to beat Krugs.
He gave her one last chance. He's like, if you don't win this fight, I'm selling you.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a
Fell
speedy
you.
double kill out of this Lulu, so
No.
might
I'm
not get
so
that
dizzy.
40 gold.
Supernoon on his way to a speedy double death instead.
Well, that's at least a double something.
True.
Now there's
is also holding on to that win streak, though. I think that's really important. I'm waiting for them to meet. You know, that will be the big factor here between our 200 streakers, but they're building out Econ
All right,
really nicely.
let's check in with the players and see
Lord.
how they're doing right now. Noon, I'm listening to you backstage. All I'm hearing is, I'm super lost. I'm dizzy. What's going on? I don't get it.
I'm so lost, but I think we're gonna make it work.
Yeah?
I
mean, you're in a pretty good position right now if I forget what happened against the Crump earlier.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't even see that. I heard them talking about it. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Probably not great, but it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to let you focus. You got this. Leffen, how is this going?
I am also very, very dizzy.
Yeah? Do you think you're having it under control for now?
It's better than expected, I think.
Okay, better than expected. We take it from here. I'll check in with you guys later. Good luck.
I have
By the way, we get to see a celebrity here gain 21 gold.
Oh,
the
yes.
Augment, what does that augment do again, Gangly?
It's like 20-something gold. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something.
you don't need to know. Yeah.
For now.
Also, I love how Lore comes in
At
at the
augment round.
augment round.
So evil.
Yeah.
So evil.
Did you see Super Noon just continued on the board he was on? He completely
stun-locked,
forgot
of course.
that there were more boards with augments to choose.
You look at some of these augment choices too.
Well, they're not hand-picked. They're auto-picked.
Yep. Oh, these are definitely some fun boards here. And, you know, hey, we might have a game that I could beat Leffen at, so I'm pretty happy with that.
That's true.
Would you like to go up next?
Well, knowing him, he'd want to play me at like Melee or something. And, you know. The other thing to note here is like some of these weaker boards that just never win can get knocked out pretty early. Like we're already seeing some health down in like the 50s and the 60s here. The no scout, no pivot Yordle board losing again. Unfortunately, it goes up against this Vayne. By the way, Vayne's been a champion that's been rising really well.
Yeah, very stable in the early game. I think there's some strategy around open forwarding, but not just forgetting about the PC the entire game. Instead, open forwarding and playing into reroll on 3-2 and kind of switching to prio and go, like really prioritizing that computer on 3-2 specifically. But we don't see that here. I think it could be a line in future Mastermind competitions.
Yeah, the big thing's going to be when Super Noon 4 and Leffen 4 finally face off here, right? Because both those boards right now are win streaking. They're going to have a lot of resources. Another fun thing, by the way, is if you look on the right, you can see how much gold each board has. And right now, everyone's sitting at 40 or more. There's a couple 60s. So definitely some resources that need to be spent, or it's going to be a really rough stage 4.
Did you hear that? He just walked up and goes, how is this board winning? What's going on?
What is actually?
That's the Demacia one. So that's his 100, and it's going up against Leffen. So this could be a really big win if he's able to take down that Void board.
This is really scary tech, the double Sunfire.
I was about to say double Sunfire. This is where we find out all this time I've been lying and burns actually stack.
Whoa.
Triple Sunfire's been the real tech.
You heard it here first.
Exponential burn.
I do love that, like you pointed out, he said, how is this board winning? And then proceeds to win the win streak.
Yep. Like, oh, that's how.
Yeah, I mean, the power of early Demacia was able to beat the Bel'Veth there.
Two Demacia champions could be on high priority here on this carousel, Garen and Lux.
Yeah, Super Noon's got to pick it up and then use the little item thing. Wait, you can't even send stuff in double up anymore, right? I don't even think you can send.
You can with the cannon.
The cannon,
No, but you can't send items, right?
You can trade items with the
trade
cannon.
items with the
You have
cannon.
to trade, though.
Okay,
You can't just
sorry,
send
sorry.
by yourself.
Somebody hasn't been playing double up.
My bad. Every time I've played double up, the person I play with griefs me. I've never had a positive experience with
It's very
with a
easy.
partner.
We just need more double up competition so Gangly will know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I mean,
it would make us very happy.
Before the show started, I talked to Clement, and he said he had never played a game of double up. And
That's messed up.
I looked at him disappointed. I said, by next year, if you haven't, I'm just never speaking to you again.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, you tell him.
That's very Clement coded, I will say.
Yes.
I'll play double up.
Oh, of course.
All right, let's check in with Leffen 4. That's his Void board. So he's been just slowly building out that one. I think that's kind of the one he wants to try and win on. I don't have much notes on the other 3 Leffen boards. I have a lot of notes on the Super Noon boards.
So this is a board that has clearly been neglected. The one thing it does have is it has Know Your Enemy, so he'll know who he's facing. But considering we're level 5 and we have an IE on 1 unit and a Scion 2, like, this is a board that I think
this
being
is the
sacked.
no scout, no pivot. Yes, so he doesn't have a lot of choices here. We're now playing Shen and Scion into Yordles.
Yeah, I think this is no scout, no pivot, no win.
I think Super Noon might think that if you actually don't scout, you get more gold or more rewards.
Right.
Like, yeah, this is a great strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if that was true, Know Your Enemy would be a great choice.
Yep.
It just unfortunately isn't.
It's interesting because we have a tale of two stories right now. Is that 3 of his boards right now are in shambles, right? 48, 43, 33. But one board's on a 9 win streak.
Are we just going to pretend like we didn't see a Fishbone's Rageblade Lulu in the background there?
The next layer is that the item bench had an IE and Last Whisper built, and there were only 2 AP 1-cost carries on his board at that moment. So.
Yeah, there's a lot happening. You know, Supernoon is trying his best. We're taking a look at his best board, and that has been upgraded from the Sona to the Lux. Items are definitely stacking on this board. Not necessarily in the game, though.
This gives me an augment idea where it's like, instead of double trouble, it's like double item trouble. You get extra benefits for putting 2 of the same item.
That's genius.
I like it.
Because he's got the double jeweled gauntlet, double sunfire. That'd just be a high roll.
Yep.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not an augment, and he didn't pick it.
Well, unfortunately, this particular competition, we don't make an augment for the winner. Otherwise, that would be a great
Thank you, Mort. Thank God.
Also,
well,
this Lux
need
is
to win first.
pumping, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Double JG
This board is
Lux.
crazy.
For the big number enjoyers, you know, double it's something.
I actually think double IE, double JG is underrated. That's my hot take.
It's not the worst.
It's not. It's not.
And what I'll also say is Lux is the kind of champion that right now I think a lot of people look down on because she falls off after like 4-5, 5-1. But an early Lux like this actually does some pretty big work, and even at like the competitive level, if you can get an early Lux, you can play around that.
So just to give you a little bit of a reminder on how this works, the total points that each of the boards of our competitor scores will be added up, and then whoever has the most point wins. Which for Supernoon, this doesn't look too great right now with 3 boards in the lower 4 and 1 prone to maybe be the first one that is going to get knocked out. That's that Supernoon 2 board that we were talking about a little bit, looking kind of weak.
I love this view because it's like, here's Leffen 3 and Leffen 4. He's not here right now, but if you leave your name, number, and the time you call, he'll get back to these boards as soon as possible. I love it. Yeah, these orbs are just chilling.
He's taking a lot of time, too.
I will say that the scary thing here is it feels like the one board that could really win for him is the Void board, and he's not really on it right now, so.
Very econ-oriented for both those boards, so he can probably try and make both of those roll downs on 4-2 potentially. Leveling to A would be big to unlock Kaisa.
I think econ-oriented is a really pretty way of saying that they're overwhelmed and confused.
See, and this is where when I was playing, one of the strategies was when I got to a board on a key turn, it was like spend everything, get it settled for a while so that I could move on to the next board and not have to worry about like wasted resources and wasted health. Like, now, granted, you could say it didn't work out since I didn't win, but...
I'm pretty sure you need to have...
the double gunblade.
Double gunblade.
Do they know something we don't?
The double trouble is
I
here.
can't.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure you need to have at least one board at 0 gold on 4-1 in this format. You need to like roll down on 4-1, on 4-2, on 4-3, kind of spread it out and do it that way.
Yeah, ideally, I think so too. But 4-2 makes that harder with that last augment choice rolling around as well. So I will say, Gangly, I was trying to give them some grace in the earlier stages, saying, you know, they're not really like spending a lot of that energy. I would like to see them run by now. I feel maybe we can get Lore up there to just, you know, light some fire. Be like, can you run faster?
Them the shuffle.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't believe they actually were using augment rerolls. Like we saw Leffen there using the augment rerolls. I was like, you don't have time for this. Move on.
I think Leffen has one strategy locked in, which is if he sees econ, he just clicks it right away. He knows that I think it's hard to mess that one up. You just keep leveling.
Yep.
Less actions that you have to take as well to make use of that.
The explosive growth coming through.
Leffen ends up with 2 healing orbs. I think auto-picked a little bit here. So definitely in trouble here. Now, Supernoon's board is on an 11 win streak. And it's funny because he might not win the battle or the war, but he might win the battle.
And I think he might have found a way to save his itemization. Picked up salvage bin on 2.
No.
Understanding that maybe he made a few mistakes with the double item.
I don't love that you think he's going to be able to do that. That's amazing credit.
I'm with Mort. There is 0% chance that this is helpful.
Oh no, that win streak is going to get broken.
The double gunblade coming through. Leffen's found the tech.
I think Leffen scouted his board and said, wait, he's building double items? Is this the thing in TFT? I'm going to copy it.
Oh.
Good news for Leffen 4 if he sees it.
Oh no, please, Leffen.
It's the reinforcement. Surely he knows.
If he takes this, this actually will be the board that'll do well. This is perfect for him. He's clearly itemizing it. He's running around
Run,
to it.
Leffen, shuffle.
He's not there yet, but
Yeah,
he's on his way. Here he comes.
There we go, there we go, there we go. He's found it.
Gets the Kaisa.
Nice. Yeah.
There we go. That's going to be a big hit for him. And on the other side, though, I mean, Super Noon's about to lose his first board.
Items. Voidball, I think, would be too much. Items at least, but no, we don't make it either. Next round, though, we got this.
Well, we need to lock in for Super Noon 1. This could be the 8th place coming around if Leffen 2 is strong enough.
Now, I'm curious your guys' opinion. Kog'Maw 1 on 4-3.
I'm more worried about exiles and getting a value on only that Kog'Maw 1.
I was going to say, I think there's a couple of things we could be talking about here, 2 of which you both mentioned. There's also unslammed items on the left-hand side that we haven't utilized.
I can't read Twitch chat right now, but I imagine they're having a field day with this. But
I just want to say Makes presented the strategy yesterday saying, what if you sack one and just play 3 computers? Maybe that's what Super Noon was doing. He already knew.
De retour sur scène,
This
on
could
va
be the
aller
start.
checker ce qui se passe du côté des joueurs Noon. What happened? You lost one board. About to
did.
lose the second one. Are you confident that the one you have led standing at the top is going to be the one bringing you the victory here?
Honestly, no.
No?
But we're going to try our best. That's the best looking one.
Try your best. Leffen. On your side. Okay, I'm going to have to run up to you here. It's fine. It's looking pretty good now. I mean, he's not confident. Are you worried about his board at the top here?
Right now, I'm trying to make sure that this board can't lose to anyone.
Okay.
I'm trying to secure the win, I think.
Yeah, everything is stable for now, but if he gets the win with the first board, he wins the game. If you manage to pull one win, you win the game.
Okay.
With this one. So trust yourself if you can. The boards, the boards look funny.
They're
at
funny.
least. Focus on that.
That's all we need.
All right, good luck.
The boards look funny. I mean, that's a great point. They do look quite funny. Kog'Maw 1, no exiles, no item slams. We're having fun. I hope you're having fun, chat.
I like this no scout, no pivot board that has 3 Arcanist, 3 Yordle, 2
And frontline Lulu.
I wish we would catch the moment in time.
She can do anything she puts her mind to.
If Super Noon tried to somehow pivot this board and then he couldn't sell the units, 'cause I think that did happen somewhere in this game.
Wait.
Well?
Wait, he can beat himself. He found the one board he can beat. It's Super Noon 2.
So, I want to catch up on something that Laura said here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if he places with 3 boards in the bottom 4, that first place won't be enough,
Yeah,
right?
that's
He
right.
also
4v4
needs
rules.
one of those boards to be top 4.
But we're getting him hope.
Okay, we're getting him hope. I'm hearing from our production that we're just making him hopeful.
I mean, you know, look, even if you do go 1, 6, 7, 8, you have that pride of going 1. That was actually something I was going into it. I actually thought Robin was going to get the first place board. My hope was to beat him with like the 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of thing. Didn't pan out that way, but I knew he'd be better at building like a 1 optimized board. And so at least if Super Noon does that, he can be like, oh, I kind of beat you, you know? So I can see it.
This could be a double kill, right? Technically 15, like, it's possible. It's
15 on stage 4 is pretty hard.
Yeah, yeah. But it could be. It
That's
could
a
be.
lot of units.
That is a lot of units.
Well-
Holy.
Well, we got one.
We got one.
Let's do the other
No
one.
scout, no
Super Noon
pivot,
2.
no top 4, unfortunately, for Super Noon 3.
Yeah, so by actual traditional rules here, because he went 7-8, he would need to go 1-2 to win. And
But
with
if
that
he
no-
wins, he wins. We just make that up.
You know.
Super Noon is keeping his boards alive by beating the only boards left in the game that he can beat, which is his other board left in the game.
Checking in with Leffen 3. That's our Demacia board from Leffen. We saw that one do pretty well early on. He also has that Void board.
Whoa.
That
The Silas.
sitting
This
on
is
third
something we
place
might
right
have not
now, but
expected. A Silas unlock in Mastermind. That's impressive.
A Silas unlock on 4-7.
Yeah,
That's
this is
pretty
actually
early. So Leffen kind of putting on a show here, a little practiced.
I think this board was kind of the favorite child, though, this game. It was the board that he put most of the time into coming into it.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, which is interesting that both of the boards were being played around Demacia here. You know, has the gun blades here that aren't necessarily too good, but if he can ever hit Silas too, that's going to be a big boon. Unfortunately, he doesn't have as much econ to get to 9 to find that Silas, but then again, he is up against, you know, 7 Yordle, and maybe it'll be okay.
Leffen now also has that benefit of just saying, I'll focus on my top 2 boards, and I don't really care much on where the other 2 place because 7-8 has been taken out, so he can just kind of focus on the Demacia and the Void.
Is it just me, or have Supernoon's boards morphed more and more into Yordle boards as the game went on?
That too. They all look the same except for this one.
And I will say, from a set design standpoint, we did expect Yordle to be the trait that like a lot of newer players would gravitate towards, right? It's like you get to buy the cute little Yordles, it adjusts your shop, and gives you those units to help you build that board. So that was always kind of the intent. And so seeing a player who's maybe less familiar with the set go towards Yordle was matching our intentions.
Leffen 3 guy
Also,
might be
Leffen is very close to Bane 3 as well. Going to be able to play maybe some sort of 5 Demacia Silas sort of thing.
We talked about tech being learned, by the way. Bane is one of those champions that as people have figured out items,
what the hell's
they've
going on?
really understood that she's a lot better. So for example, Ginsu's on Bane is actually pretty terrible. Most of the players have realized if you go away from that and go Kraken or even double Kraken, Deathblade and Gunblade are actually making Vayne an incredible champion in the mid game. So that's a cool champion that I think a lot of people slept on early.
This board is starting to get a little bit scary. We're on our way to level 10. The other board from Supernoon is currently first place. Is there a chance where he can go 1 and 2?
Are we seeing the augment list 10 Yordle incoming?
I love that he put the Fishbones on the Ziggs. Unfortunately, Fishbones is budgeted around AD and attack speed, so it's not going to make the Ziggs do a lot of damage.
Well, it's better than having it on somebody else that doesn't have any items. You at least get some extra value of the combination. But if it's good enough is the question. Leffen here might be taking his first board down.
Is Leffen playing 2 Demacia boards?
Yep, he is.
Yes.
He has Vayne
So
2 and then 6 Vaynes on the other one. He is griefing himself.
I was going to say, tip for those at home, don't contest yourself in Mastermind.
Well, the good thing is he's out now.
Test himself on a 3-cost reroll.
So he got eliminated. Unfortunately, Supernoon is eliminated as well. So now it's all about the bragging rights and the glory of that first place. Supernoon 4 still in that first place. But Leffen catching up.
Down to just say that if Supernoon wins, he just wins. He wins
we'll
for
change
real,
the rules,
right?
but golden goal in football, the same thing.
Yep.
Now, that being said, going up against the Baron, I'm not sure even Supernoon's board, which was playing around Lux 1, is really in a great spot here.
Really, not even that one.
Yeah. Leffen did a good job here and got that Baron on 5-3. That's pretty early. Like you said, kind of just slamming any augment that would get him extra gold, get him there quicker. And the fact that he was able to reinforce off the Kaisa 2 was also pretty strong.
That was really smart. It's 5 seconds for this board, and you immediately get a huge power spike by having the Kaisa 2 in your shop.
Guys, anyone else seeing that we only need 498 turns left to hit level 11? We're so close.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, this Baron's going to be pretty strong. One of the things you see a lot of the times on some of the less experienced players on ladder is they get that Baron but don't put items on it right away, or it takes a while to transition because an itemless Baron's not that strong.
All right, Carousel 4 boards are alive. 3 of them belong to Leffen. That makes the story a little bit easier for Supernoon. He doesn't need to move anymore. Leffen still does, but Supernoon last pick here. What is he going to be grabbing? It's going to be adaptive.
Also, Leffen 3 able to deny Lux picked up for Supernoon, so Supernoon's still going to be on the Lux 1.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he denied it from Leffen 2.
He might have.
Yeah, so definitely able to get that Annie going. So this is, you know, he doesn't have the Silas, but he has 2 good matching items.
He evolved from, wait, this is what he was planning for all along. He was trying to do 2 pairs of matching builds.
Magic set.
He's missing 1 more Bramble and 1 more QSS on the Swain.
They're twins. They're dressed the same.
By the way, he did actually take Salvage Bin, but hasn't like broken down his IE or his Ginsu's, you know, so.
It's basically like a little grab bag, basically.
Yep. Going up against a Tibbers 2 on the other side here with that Vayne. And so, like I said, I think Supernoon might have the weakest board in the lobby right now.
And it's also his last board, so that is not good news for the outcome of this show match.
I like that he keeps saying wait. He's like, wait.
This Lux 1, Annie 1, they're pumping.
Yeah, they can't get through the 3-item Tibbers, and this is what we've seen a lot of people talk about.
The laser!
No, she wins!
Oh, he just couldn't bear it.
What was his second augment? Supernoon's second augment.
The Sunfire one?
It's like you
gain Omnivamp.
You get 12% Omnivamp.
Yeah.
Omnivamp, okay.
Omnivamp off burning targets.
Yeah, okay.
And everyone was burning on that board.
Yep.
Yep. Looking at this board, we have a Fiddle 2, which is fine, but no items on it. Renekton's been a champion that you don't see a lot of people talking about because you can't really force it. But I think a lot of challenger players have figured out he's pretty insane.
Yep.
And can get to the back line very quickly.
I think if you put him right in the middle on A4, he can go into the back line on second cast. I believe I saw from Legion.
I was watching a game yesterday where someone had Belveth 2, Aatrox 2 on their board, but the Renekton 2 with 2 items was out DPSing everything.
Yeah. And that was kind of the intent when we made him, because like you have to get him through a 5 cost and then go back to 4 cost. So he gets to be a little extra strong. And he has no traits, which means he gets to be just an inherently very powerful unit. So having him on your board, if you can afford him, is very, very good.
Yeah, Supernoon just taking loss after loss here, now down into 3rd place. Saving Grace, Leffen 3 might die first.
It technically is saving grace, I suppose. It is not going 4, 5, 7, 8. Unfortunately, not enough to win you the match, even in our eyes.
Silas 2 on offer here for Leffen 3, so very impressive to make it this far.
It's a good board.
A lot of APM required to make it a Silas 2.
Yeah, and so Leffen, you know, I know he doesn't have like the TFT knowledge of some of our pros, but actually putting on a pretty good show here and able to control a lot of boards. And I think showing just that APM of a fighting game pro, you know.
And he has done pretty well in TFT, right? I think he's hit Masters before.
Yeah, I think so.
He definitely is good on the foundationals, you know. He does have that understanding, and he played at Vegas as well and got decently far, if I remember correctly.
I think he went 8-8-8 when he played in Vegas, actually.
All right,
but
then maybe I'm remembering Macau.
I think it was Macau where
he did
still
better.
went out, I think, in the first round, but he had a good enough showing for his caliber of player.
Yeah, and a lot of the boards that he's playing right now are those boards I think we see a lot of players who are like learning the game really kind of gravitate towards, those known really good things, and that's fine, right? Like that's what they're there for, which is great. His Baron items on the other side, by the way, this Baron is going to do a lot of damage. As long as it can stay alive, you just don't want it to get bursted down. So if it ever hits Baron 2, that'll be very strong.
We got double IE, double JG, double Adaptive Helm, double Shojin coming through.
I have a theory. Are there a lot of crits in fighting games? Because they seem to be really valuing the stat in TFT.
Yep.
The funny thing is, no. Typically, fighting games do not have crits. So
it's like the shiny new feature. That's what it is. What?
Maybe that's why they're indexing on the stat. They miss the fact that it's not in a fighting game.
Okay, so he's got the Annie 2 here, and I think he needs to buy it. He's going to have to maybe play down a unit.
Who does he sacrifice?
I think you sack the Sona.
Yeah, just go down to 4 Demacia.
Yeah, I think you have to do it. But on the other side, by the way, notice the Baron 2. We did see Leffen 4 hit Baron 2. So I don't know, like, the fact that this is a basic Demacia Annie board up against Baron and Silas, there's just no way.
He's trusting in being able to beat that board. That's going to roll around.
I got
it. I don't think
this might be the end of Supernoon.
All of these units have gotten him this far. Really? He is not about to sacrifice one of them just to find Annie.
Man, that Sona got him through the whole early game.
Wait, it actually looks pretty good. It's looking good. Wait, hold on, look. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
gunplay on the watch, I think.
About that.
Nice try. Nice try. And wait, did he play it out? He plays it out, right?
Nah.
I was so lost.
It's so hard.
It's so hard.
I had aura farming on this one, and so I forgot about it, and I just never put the unit in.
I don't even know what like 2 of my augments were. I didn't see it half the time.
I got lucky because I got indecision on one of them, so I could like postpone that one.
Yeah, my brain was so fried. I was like, okay, I'm playing Void on one of these. Yeah. And I was just buying it on all the wrong ones, except the one I needed.
Yeah. I did that for Carousel. That was the hardest thing.
Yeah.
I got Silas.
Welcome back to the stage after this one, guys. Please join me. That was a stomp. I'm gonna be honest. That was a real stomp. Yeah, please come here. I was hearing you guys chats before I came onto the stage. What happened here? I'm gonna come to you first, Noon. What the hell was this?
I'm not good at TFT. I was trying my best. It was pretty funny though. I had a lot of fun. Yeah. So I hope you guys had some laughs because I don't know what I was doing. I was just so lost the whole time.
I was listening to you. I was in pain for you because he was like, you weren't sure what board was doing what.
Yeah,
You lost track at some point.
I was just so lost.
I appreciate that you kept on having fun with it. Leffen, on the other side, pretty much in control. You even had one board that you just like left aside completely. What happened?
Yeah, I thought in my head that I was gonna have like a sacrifice board.
Yeah.
But the surprising thing that was like the last one. That one made it to second. Like I don't know how, but like it just kept winning. So eventually I gave up on one of the boards.
All right.
I like bought aura farming and forgot about it.
What was tricky playing like this? Is it choosing the augments? Is it remembering which board you have, what units you have on which board? What was the struggling part for you?
I think for me, it was just, keeping track of everything going on. Like, just remembering, for me, remembering what's going on my own one board when I'm playing normally is hard enough. But then you multiply it times 4, and I'm just lost. I have no idea.
Well, it was really fun to watch, honestly, guys. Thank you so much. The run is over for you, I think, at TFT on the other side. What's the plan for you guys for the rest of the weekend at the venue?
Just have fun, watch the games, play some 2xKO in between, and it's
all right. So if people want to find you, they find you over there at the 2xKO.
Yeah, 2xKO. We'll be around.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you on stage. We're going to send it back to the couch. That's all for us here. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you so much to Leffen and Supernoon. It might have not been the most elaborate game of TFT competitive, but it was surely entertaining, and we had a ton of fun. We hope you did as well. So a nice little game of Mastermind. I'm hoping we can bring that back to the next Open.
And I think it's a nice case study in terms of what's more intuitive in TFT, what makes more sense. You know, automatically you see the right augment, you go for that strategy. It was very, very fun. I think maybe a little bit lower level than the one we saw yesterday between Mort and Robin for obvious reasons, but still super cool to see players adapting on the fly and trying to make things work, and just seeing some very odd, boards and units and itemization.
Pretty evil to have the first highlight shown be somebody
Lore,
losing
run after her.
Lulu.
And Lord just chasing Leffen to try it.
Yeah, a lot of good boards, though, that Leffen was able to put together. A Baron board, a solid Demacia into a Silas board, which was really cool. And so Leffen honestly did really, really well for somebody who's not as familiar with TFT. And so I was generally pretty impressed. But again, playing 4 boards of TFT is just hard for anybody, you know, and so.
Especially because it's the beginning of the set, right?
Oh,
If this was 3 months from now, this is a completely different story. And obviously, we said this before, you and Robin have been exposed to this set significantly more than the average player.
Yeah.
For someone like Leffen, like Supernoon to come in, have to be on stage under the light.
Yeah.
Everyone's watching at you. Everyone's laughing at you. Like, you know that's happening.
Laura is chasing you down
Laura
as well.
is chasing you down.
On 3-2 augment round.
And it is impressive that you're there and you finish the game regardless of how it goes. It's just how it is.
My biggest fear when I did it was that I was going to like trip and fall. You know? I just didn't want to embarrass myself.
Well, at least that didn't happen. You did lose stuff.
I thought it went pretty well, and so honestly, I think both of them should be really happy with how they played as well. You know, it's tough. 4 boards is hard, and honestly, if you can somehow set it up with like iPads or something, try it out yourself. It's pretty wild.
When will we see Mastermind entering the esports circuit as an official?
Yep,
I'm down.
Tactician's crown. That's why we're bringing everyone to Alicante now. It's so that we can start doing Mastermind live.
Well, if you want to play some games in style, you can, because we do have, of course, in our in-game shop, the Artist Chunk as well as the Pengu join our terrace. So we have those little Paris little legends that are amazing. We have the mascots running around. I'm sure you've seen them in social media posts. So check them out in our in-game shop. We're going to be taking a very small break, and they'll be right back here. You're watching the TFT Paris Open. Stay tuned.
The next ultimate challenge for the world's best tacticians is waiting. Precision, dominance, unrivaled consistency.
And it's one shot at this glorious trophy.
我觉得这个 MVP 属于我们 WBE 的所有人。
It's time to play for ultimate glory.
以其他人形容的话，可能是过分冷静的选手。比如说之前搜主揪过来的时候，就会开玩笑，就是说我在你这个 spy 已经开始发疯了，已经会开始压平了，但就是还是很冷静，就说啊没办法，那就找一下是不是有打不好的地方。但我觉得因为已经从 S1 玩到现在了，所以各种high roll low roll 的 spy 都有看过，那就不太会再因为运气去做起伏。那可能这个特质的话，会在比赛上有很大的优势。我是爵士拿铁，然后今年32岁，然后我是从 S1 开始玩到现在的老玩家。我在赛场上应该算是一个比较慢热的选手，就很常都是比较逆风的开局。那如果只要找到机会，能够吃下鸡的话，那我的后续表现就会持续的一直走高，所以就很需要一个状态，进到一个可能像心流 flow 那种的状态。这一季的话还是比较期待的，因为就是大家都知道，公开赛季就是比较通常会是比较好玩的赛季。那很难想象，就是 TFT 在经过这么多赛季，15、16个赛季以后，然后还能有一个这么独创的一个机制。那我觉得这个机制是蛮好玩的。然后玩到现在，我觉得这个赛季有很多可以练的地方。那当然这一次练习的时间还不够，不过往后面的比赛的话，会觉得很有挑战性，然后也很有趣。
Welcome back here to our desk after that short break. And of course, a really interesting interview we had with Just Latte. I hear, unfortunately, it's not going too well, Clement.
Yeah, those slow starts really have hit him hard. As he said in the video, he really needs to build up momentum. That's always been the case for him. Wasn't able to get that peak early enough.
Especially compared to this first heat where it's only 3 games, you don't have that chance to come back into it in game 4, 5, and 6. Compared to usual TFT, it's just much harder to start slow.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how that goes, of course. Clement, you've been out there, you've been watching a lot of games. Is there anything new you've seen from those first 2 rounds?
Well, it's mainly been about tempo. These lobbies are getting harder and harder, so you can't get by on these, not really well-constructed boards. And one of the interesting things that we've seen a lot of players come back from losing positions is actually going Bard early into Blue Streak Diana to kind of stabilize at the early start of stage 4. That actually was the game plan that saved AQ1H. He was able to advance on a tiebreaker with that open fort start.
Would this be only with reroll augments, which is the way we've seen Bard played usually, or just straight open rolling on stage 2?
So if you get a reroll augment early, it's something like Epoch. It definitely helps your game plan a little bit easier. So you can get your Bard early, start stacking up a lot of those free rerolls, open fort, and then try to save your game plan. It's not recommended, but it is a way to play Blue Streak.
All right, we're going to be taking some notes. In the meantime, if you just watch that Mastermind segment and you're feeling like, man, I would love to try that one day, no worries, you don't need to buy 4 PCs as well as a friend that also has 4 of them. You can just come to one of the opens because once day 2 rolls around, we're letting a bunch of our spectators as well as the competitors that have been knocked out play Mastermind themselves. But here are day 2 lobby leaderboards thus far.
There are a couple standouts here. Unfortunately, Sichu did go out. The most dominant player was Marcel P that I saw in the lobbies here. Very surprising performances from a lot of them.
I only guessed tech when I talked to Marcel P yesterday, and he had some interesting strategies around optimizing Bilgewater as a trait and how to interact with the Bilgewater shops. I wonder if that's part of his game plan today as well.
So we are actually having more field reporters out there. Clement, I know you've been out there, but Laura is actually one of the people that got a chance to walk around with her little selfie cam, you know. She's been checking out a lot of what TFT has to offer. We're kind of trying to pull her over to her side. But let's hear from her as she was talking to Chance.
Hey guys, we're back here for live day 2 of the TFT Paris Open. And I just want to take a second to say hi to one of our co-streamers, Chance. How are you doing?
Hello.
So
in English or in French?
It's in English. It's in English.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you.
Well, what is your highlight for you yesterday from the live?
Oh, I think it's like with Aegis, we invited some community members, and the 2 of us managed to qualify through round 1.
I saw
so
that.
yeah, so we have like our pro players, but also community,
Awesome.
and we can follow them through stream.
What are you excited the most for today?
Oh, maybe Singed appearing once in a game. Because and we have this right now.
Well, I'm gonna let you cast. Sorry for interrupting you. Have a lot of fun today. And that's everything you see here at the TFT Paris Open. As you can see, day 2 is on. The community is back. The co-streamers are back to doing what they do best. And that's what we like the most about this convention. It's not only about the players playing TFT. It's not only about the artists. It's about the whole community gathering together and celebrating the game together.
I love that Laura just walked up to the co-streamers and scooched in and was like, Sean, how are you doing?
There's optimization in TFT, but also in reporting, we have now a spatula serving as the mic to try and get around and do things right.
There were 2 hot points on the floor. Number 1 was definitely Froden's co-streaming. Everyone was there. Soju was going in there. Sometimes he had Dish there. And the second big hot point was definitely that double YBY Ironbog lobby. There were so many people crowded around that one space.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. You want to see your heroes play. Players like Double, who are very well known, but don't often turn their streams on. There's been a couple of seasons where we didn't see anything from him, so it's really cool to be able to just follow their moves, see how they're playing, what they're doing out there. And the same happened with Tidal, of course, who many people are watching. So I expect more of that to happen until, of course, we'll bring them on the big stage, which is going to be happening later today.
And after this, he will have only 64 players left. Fingers crossed, most of the big hitters, most of the big narrative points in TFT are making it that far, because that's where it gets really exciting. It would be only 1 player advancing from each lobby to make it to that day 3, so I'm just so ready to get to that point. It's going to be so cool to see players like Tidal and Double fighting it out.
Yeah, I've kind of talked to the players, and they thought that this format is just so challenging. Usually you only play Checkmate at the very end, but today we're playing it to get into Checkmate itself. So there could be a lot more random outcomes. I expect like the 1st or 8th players to maybe get out a little bit more.
I'm actually really curious. I was talking to you, Panda, this morning when we were walking to the venue. So we do have 8 lobbies. All of them will be playing Checkmate with a maximum of 6 games. That's our last round for today. We'll be covering that in detail here on the broadcast as well. Clement, what's your take? Do you think we're going to go the full 6 games, or do you think there's a chance that all 8 lobbies might end in 5 or closer?
Ooh, it really depends on the lobby complexion, but I actually want to go to 6 games, because if it does, then it's just the points, right? Yeah. And I feel like it's less hype, but I feel like it's more fair.
It could be a little bit different. Most Checkmates ended maximum of 8 games, so it's really rare to even make it that far, but 7 is likely. We might have players now who don't really think of it only as Checkmate. They think maybe it goes to 6 and just points and consistency matters more. So I'm really curious to see what happens. I think it's the first time in TFT that we'll have something like this.
Yeah, it's the first time we're doing that. Usually Checkmate was reserved for that top 8 lobby. This time we're testing the waters a little bit and seeing how the qualification goes there. So just keep in mind, out of the 8 lobbies that are playing Checkmate, only the first place will move on into our top 8. That's a crazy cutthroat cutoff that players will need to manage. But then that also means everybody that has made it into that final lobby has won a Checkmate before. And they're, of course, getting that nice little pin as well for doing so.
I can't imagine the mental fortitude you need to maybe, you know, in your best and highest hoping dreams, you're a tier 2-ish player, you make it to top 64, you look at your lobby and you see names like Weijin, Dish Soap, Double 61, Tidal, and you think there's only one person from this lobby making it out. Is it going to be me? We'll have to see, but I mean, it just must be so taxing mentally to get to that point.
I think so as well. But while we kind of think about how that's going to go, let me tell you a little bit about what we have in store next, because I'm sure you all remember the Mordock Twitter classic where he would ask people who would win on crazy boards that were only able to be made with the in-game engine that most regular people didn't have an access to. Well, we turned it into a game show. We're going to ask our devs, who will win? Nekra is out there on the stage, and she's going to be playing that game with her developers. I'm super excited to hear from her.
Hello everyone and welcome to Who Would Win Live from the TFT Paris Open. We are so excited to bring you this game show where in this game we put our lovely developers' knowledge to the test to see if they and you can correctly guess in these upcoming boards who would win. So our contestants today are Aniko, Mortdog, and Tim. And if you would all be so kind to introduce yourselves to anyone who may be seeing you for the first time.
Hi everybody, I'm Riot Aniko. I help develop future sets for TFT.
I'm Riot Kent. I like Lilia. No, I'm kidding. I'm Riot Mort. I am the gameplay director, and I help with anything that happens in the game.
And my name is Tim, and I'm the live balance lead for set 16.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please give them a round of applause. So how this is going to work today is we are going to show you 5 different boards with fights between Chonk and Pengu. And audience, if you could please look for your paddles, you can participate along with us and see if you can correctly guess as well who will win. Show me Chonk if you think Chonk will win, and show me Pengu if you believe that Pengu is going to be the one that will win. Pengu will be on the bottom, and Chonk will be on the top of your screens. On preview devs, I want you to think for a couple of seconds about who you think would win. And then at the count of 3, we will all together show your answers, and you will have to defend them and give your reasoning as to why you think Chonk or Pengu will win. Sound fun, everyone? All right, let's go ahead and get it started with round number 1. Who would win? Pengu's Bruisers or Chonk's Vanquishers? Ooh. Think for a couple seconds. All right, get your answers ready. You good to lock it in? All right, on the count of 3, show your answer. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty split, actually. Actually, no, okay. We got a lot of Pengus on this side of the room and a lot more Chonks in the middle. All right, Aniko, you start. Why do you think Pengu will win?
I think there's a lot of HP to chew through on Pengu's board, and I think this Volibear is going to take over really hard. I'm pretty sure if he gets to his transform cast, he's going to just kill everybody.
Okay. Mort?
Yeah, I think it's really, really close. I think Aniko has some good points here, but the amount of healing on the Vanquisher board, I think they might be able to get through. And I think a lot of the bruisers on the left are actually just kind of warm bodies. It's really going to come down to if they can target the Volibear or not. And I think what'll happen is like the Shen will die, they'll switch to the Volibear and be able to take it down fast.
Okay.
But more, there's 3 red buffs against all the Hodges.
That's true.
I'm a Fiddlesticks believer. But it'll come down to Fiddle, Volley, 1v1 maybe? And then whoever wins that wins.
Wow, you're going down to the specifics of the Fiddle and the Volley going at each other.
Yeah, sure.
Well, what about the Zillion with the blue buffs? Do you think that makes a difference here?
I don't think the fight will last that long for Zillion to do much.
Rek'Sai might eat him alive as well. There's a possibility.
Yeah, there's a backline access, right? Maybe Rek'Sai can jump back there and get the jump on the Zillion. So there's a lot of handed justices, but what about the Warmogs on the Bruisers? Isn't that kind of overkill?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, that's a lot of health, but there's not many defenses. There's no armor and MR, and typically you're going to want that to mitigate the damage. And the Vanquishers are going to get 100% crits here. And the fact that they have 5 Vanquisher, those crits are going to hit really hard. And that's why I think it's going to chew through that really quick.
Okay, so let me figure out, Aniko and Mort, you both said Pengu will win.
Mort said Chonk, I said Pengu.
Mort said Chonk, and Tim said Chonk. And you said Pengu. Oh, wow, we're split.
I'm a Volibear believer.
Audience, show me one more time who would win. Did your answers change at all based on what the dev said? No, I've got some really resounding no's. You're very confident. Okay, well, there's only one way to find out, and that is, say it with me, who would win? Roll the clip.
All right, so Volibear is already starting to pop off a little bit here, and we're getting through the back line. So like I said, now it's going to be, can they get on that Volibear? He does his jump to the back, and see, he's already gone.
He's out of it.
That's what I was talking about. That target swap matters, but the Zillion has been casting bombs. We're hitting that 18-second mark.
Oh, is Zillion the MVP?
Mundo!
The 18-second mark, and there it is. Oh, the heal! Oh, the heal was...
Can Kalista do it? Oh. All right, everyone who guessed Pengu correct, you get a point. And of course, we're going to put our devs on the spot as well and tally it all up and go ahead and show the scoreboard of how you have done so far. Congratulations, Nico. You're the only one that got that one right for this first round.
Yeah, backstage, we actually wagered the role of gameplay director on this, so I had to lock in. You know?
Okay, all right. Well, Mort, Tim, what happened in that fight that maybe didn't go the way you thought it might?
I mean, I feel like I predicted the fight outcome right. Like I said, the Volibear getting targeted. I think it just really underestimated the Zilean damage with the triple blue buff and how much he could cast, and that was the deciding factor. We didn't really talk about it much.
So
it was just crit variance.
If you just unlucky might not come right, there would be a circle next to your name instead of an X. Just saying. Sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
You're not wrong.
It was just unlucky.
Unlucky. Okay,
It's just crit variance.
GG go next. I like that. Wait, was there anything that you think the Vanquishers board could have done positioning-wise to maybe do better?
I think Fiddle on the other side can kill the Zilean. So
maybe same side then.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Fiddle and maybe Ambessa also to get back there, because once Zilean's dead, the bombs stop working, so yeah.
I agree with that also, yeah.
All right.
Zilean was a key component that I actually underestimated too, but you know, he pulled through.
Yeah, he
Nico
really
thought
did.
triple red buff Volibear was really going to carry that fight. Let's not.
He's kind of cool though. It's a lot of damage amp, right?
He did look, he was punching pretty fast, you know? We like the big bear. All right, game, round number 2. We'll hopefully get Mortdog and Tim back into this one. But for round number 2, let's take a look at Pengu's Targon with the Zilean and the Santa-Lucian versus Chonks, Skarner, and Friends. Take a look for a couple seconds. Think about your answer. In the count of 3, I'm going to ask you to reveal who you think would win. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Wow. It's so split. Actually, okay, a lot of the audience is saying Chonk has this one. And you all have Pengu. Wait a minute. All right, explain.
This one actually looks pretty tough to me. I'm just rooting for Pengu Sweep personally. I think that Leona 3 Radiant Warmogs looks pretty tanky, and the other team is a little bit slow to ramp up. The Lissandra does decent damage up front, but Graves and MF kind of have to ramp to get their damage out, and I think it's possible that the Shred from Zoe and Aphelios will help a lot here.
All right, so the utility of the Targon may be playing a role.
Yeah. I think one of the key things here is the anti-heal from Leona will do a lot of work here, and that true damage is what's going to get through the front line. And I'm a Zoe 3 believer. I think this Zoe 3 is going to like start hitting the back line really hard. It's going to kill the Skarner very quick and then start one-shotting the back line. Whereas on the other side, I don't see as much that feels as threatening.
Okay.
So Zilean won the first fight, so I'm just going to vote for Zilean again.
Yeah, even a Zilean won?
Yes.
All right.
No, these emblems are all really good. The Invoker emblem is ramping AP every time Zoe casts, so she's going to get a lot of time. And then the Aphelios is flat Shred with his already percent Sunder. Wait, Shred, Sunder? One of those.
All right.
So I think that it'll ramp.
So we've got some ramp. You are all very confident that Pengu is going to take this. What if, let me propose something to all of you. What if at all does your mind change if Zoe is going to target the Taric and Aphelios' attack damage is going to target the Bramble Vests on the Skarner?
Yeah, I like to say, I do think that slows it down, but the fact that Zoe shoots 2 bubbles, one of those bubbles is going to hit that Skarner, and that's going to help get through that, and that to me was the key decider.
And you don't think Graves 3 is going to change it? Audience, what do you think? Are our devs right? Do you really think Pengu's going to win? All right, but what about our Chonk believers over there? Yeah, give some cheers. Show your Chonks.
That's a lot of chunks.
That's actually a lot of Chonks. All right, so I guess we just have to find out. Say it with me. Who would win?
All right, looking at it, there's the first bubble. Skarner at about half. Oh, the Skarner pull just deletes most of the backline. Skarner just now dying. Leona at about half health here. Now we're getting through the Taric. Here come the Zoe bubbles that are starting to matter here. Doesn't do enough, and This is not looking particularly close, although there's the ramp. Oh, and uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Something happened.
That was a Skarner MVP moment for sure.
Okay, but why?
Pulling in the backline and kind of just erasing the threat of the Zillion in the center right away. Like, that's just -2 units on the board immediately.
I think the misfortune
when those 2 fodder units instantly die, then suddenly MF gets to go backline, and then there's a timer on the fight. So, Skarner diff.
Are you thinking about anything for the future now after seeing Skarner do such good things?
No, I mean, I'm happy to see Skarner do some cool things. I think Skarner's an underplayed unit right now, so.
Excellent. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the scores now. There will not be any updates here. Nico is still in the lead with 1 point. And Tim and Mort, you get yourselves on the board.
This is not going well.
Hey, these fights are hard.
I'm just going to wait and look at what they have, so I'll vote the same as them the whole time.
Oh, okay. So
can't lose.
You actually can't lose if that's the case. That's true. But, Nico, you're actually going to have to close your eyes for this one because we can't let you cheat. Yeah. Audience, I think I got to give you all a point for that one, too, for getting mostly Chonk. Yes, very good.
So does that mean with our bet that the audience is going to become gameplay director?
Some may want that, actually.
All right, well, let's go ahead and go to round number 3. For this round, we are going to take a look at Pengu's Silas versus Chonk's Demacians. Take a look, make some guesses. Silas is pretty strong. You guys are laughing. So we definitely need to get your reactions on this one. But on the count of 3.
Wait, can we get a Galio item check at all? Is that possible?
No, make your own best educated guess.
Galio, I mean, he has a Dragon Claw at least, so we know there's a Dragon Claw. But other than that, it's hard to tell.
All right, okay, if you are ready, on the count of 3, show me your answers. 3, 2, 1. What do we wait? Actually, I can't tell. What? Okay, we've got 2 Pengus and Tim goes Chonk. All right, Tim, you first. Why do you think Chonk will win?
Because I thought these guys were going to pick Pengu, and there's no way I can win. So I picked Chonk.
All right, okay.
But I believe in Silas here, but maybe the power of friendship will help the Demacians. And I can't tell what the Galio items are, so.
Maybe they're OP.
They're 3 Radiant items, no one knows.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Silas, and the fact that he has the Radiant Titans and the Radiant BT, once he gets going, he's going to be hard to stop, and I don't think there's enough burst on the other side, but I could be wrong.
I think even though Chonk has best in slot Garen, it's probably gonna have to go to Silas for me. I'm too scarred from losing to Silas on ladder, so I have to put my trust in him.
Okay, audience, one more time. Show me, who did you have winning? Oh, it's mostly Pengu. Okay, all right, you're with our devs, majority of our devs right now. Mort and Nico, both for Pengu, and Tim for Chonk. Let's find out who would win.
All right, big thing here is, like I said, focus on the Silas. He's at 10 stacks right now. Nico's locking things down with the chill. Here comes the Galio. That's a triple Dragon Claw Galio, so it turns out it was 3 of them. Silas is getting quite low, though. There's a big heal from the Bloodthirster. And now it's going to come down to, can the Silas keep that cast going? Big Lux heals him back to full. And now we talked about, like I said, not enough damage. Garen's going to be big here. Galio, Silas very low. And here come the Galio hits. It's not looking good. Oh, that heal was... Oh, the shield just enough. Here come the Galio hits, and I am not looking like I'm going to be keeping my job, apparently.
Oh, but the audience got it right. Yeah, all right. Some of you in the audience did get that one right. It was a small majority, but we got to give this one win to Tim.
I always knew it was going to be Demacia. I had so much faith.
Yes, but like, what happened in that fight that you feel like really did swing it?
I feel like the fact that the Galio had 3 Dragon Claws instead of 1 made a pretty big difference, and that would have been nice information to have.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good tip for all the TFT players. Build shred.
Yeah, there actually was no shred. That's good, but that's a good note. I'm impressed that you all actually saw the Galio on the bench, because when we did this in rehearsal, our guinea pigs did not. And they felt like they really got the answer scammed from them. But I guess the extra items might have helped. But even with 1 Dragon's Claw, you didn't think that was enough to swing the fight?
No, I think one Dragon Claw, the Sylas would have gotten through eventually and been able to get to the back line, but that Galio was just too tanky with 3 Dragon Claws.
The important thing to know too is Dragon Claw increases Galio's damage a lot too, so helped a lot in bursting through Sylas's heal with the Radiant Bloodthirster.
All right, well, that is 1 point for Nico, 1 point for Tim, 0 for Mortog. So we will need to see if you can get a couple more points in round number 4. Let's go ahead and take a look. Is it going to be Pengu's Arcane Army, or will it be Chonk's 3-star Ambessa? What is ridiculous about this board to you that you are laughing?
I mean, it's just trying to evaluate, like, it's like, right, you think about how we do our job on a day-to-day basis. I tell you, these are not fights we're simming.
Wait, I saw this on
fights we're
yesterday.
thinking about.
I don't know what he's talking about. This is like an average top 2 scenario, to be honest.
I mean, we saw a lot of 3-star forecasts in like our show matches.
You sell
too.
your board for Ambessa 3?
Yeah, of course. Right?
Triple war mods?
All right, think about your answer. Are you ready to lock in?
I think we're ready.
Okay, on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, show your answers.
No, come on.
Oh, you all have Chonk.
Oh.
And the audience all has
That's a lot of
mostly
Pengus in the
Pengu.
audience.
Woohoo!
Man, we're going to look real bad if we get this
All
wrong.
right, so why, Chonk, why do you think the 3-star Ambesso is enough?
So I'll go first on this one. I think 3-star Ambessa has that reset, and nothing on the enemy team looks too difficult to get through, and so a couple of these resets she'll pop off, and the Death's Defiance is going to make her really hard to take down.
Yeah, I think the fact that she's 3-star plus the itemization, and also she's looking for revenge after Arcane. No spoilers or anything, but you know.
The lore buff, yes.
Yeah, I think a 3-star unit with a Radiant Sterex is a lot of HP to get through, and there's not that much CC that can ever stop Ambessa before the Titan stacks, so hopefully she mows through all these HP bars.
No, I see it. I see the vision. You know, Ambessa gets the backline access. She gets to cast in straight lines. If you can line them up properly, then maybe it's Chonk that gets the win. Okay, so all of our developers say Chonk. Most of our audience says Pengu. So it's really you against them at this point. So
With my job on the line, apparently. So
let's find out, everybody. Who would win? Right, Ambessa's doing pretty good. I mean, she gets kind of like to the back of the tanks. Warwick's almost down.
Here come the resets. There's the first reset. There's the second one. Big resets on the Jinx, but the Jinx is popping through. There's the big. Oh no! Oh, come on.
Wait, we didn't watch Arcane. That's what happened.
That's a Caitlyn 3 diff for you.
I'm 0 for 4. I get paid to do this.
Okay, but what was the power of Caitlyn in that last fight that you felt like was the final?
The power of Caitlyn was she didn't get damaged and got to cast one time.
I think the Edge of Night there bought a lot of crucial time.
Yeah, also the Zon DR, pretty underrated component of that fight as well. It let Warwick tank like 3 or something spellcast from Ambessa, so it slowed down her resets quite a bit.
Ooh, that's a good shout. I actually didn't notice that Zon was active. So that's actually like half a point, I think, for you.
Yeah, I agree.
No, just kidding. I got told that I can't do that. But, you know, when you think about the Ambessa being able to kind of swipe and dash and leap between targets, I felt like she did have it. I was kind of with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there was a cool pop-off moment there where when she hit the Jinx and almost killed it right there. Like, that would have been the fight. But again, the Zon DR making a big difference and just wasn't quite enough.
Oh. Audience, so it feels pretty good. You all got that one right. Why? Someone shout really loud for me. Why did you think that Pengu would win? Good guys always win. Oh. Kent from the audience is, you know, gonna heckle all of you here. Who else? Who else? Say that one more time.
Never trust
Yeah, it's true.
Mortog.
Oh, true. Okay.
I mean, based on my score, he's right.
Oh,
so.
wow. You know. Okay, let's show the scoreboard one more time. Unfortunately, I think we should. Nico and Tim, you both have 1 point on the board. Mort, you are still big goose egg.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Well,
is it winnable, Mort?
I mean, if you two vote the same, I'm certainly voting the other way. Three-way tie? Come on.
All right, well, this last one is really, really fun. Now, before we show it, I gotta preface this one and say there is almost certainly never a scenario where you will ever see this, but who would win? Pengu's 1,000 Malzahars or Chonk's single Brock? It's actually not 1,000 Malzahars, it's 28. But you know, for the joke, right?
And this is worth 6 points, right?
What do you think, production? Should we give bonus points for this one?
What are these items?
Like, they leave you out to this one. That item, if I can give you information here, that is Shadow Puppet on 14 of the Malzahars. And for Brock, that is a Radiant Bloodthirster, a Horizons Focus, and a Gargoyle Stoneplate.
I mean, again, these are definitely fights we look at every day when we're on the job.
Yes, very serious fights.
I'm going to say my logic, because at this point, get them all wrong, but the designer who worked on these, Victor, I think he's trying to mess with our expectations. I think Brock is not going to have enough damage to kill all the Malzahars, and then his autos will be too slow. Plus, I love Malzahar, so I'm going to vote for Malzahar.
Wait, I was going to say Malzahar too, because he just hasn't been bad in the past couple sets, because he's Mort's favorite champion, clearly.
It's pretty suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah, clearly.
It is very suspicious. Nico, what do you think? Do you agree?
I mean, I look at it and everything is telling me to vote Brock, but like Mort said, I have a feeling the guy who made this is messing with us pretty hard. And it makes me want to vote Malz.
Can you vote Brock so that at least
I'll vote Brock.
Yes.
I'll give you a chance. Yeah.
All right, audience, what do you think? Who's going to win? Is it going to be Pengu's?
That's a lot of chunks.
Oh,
wow.
You guys all think Brock is going to win.
Everyone's voting against me.
is Tim
That's the
abstaining?
logic, right?
Oh, at least Tim's on my side.
Okay, two Pengus, Tim and Mortdog. You think Pengu will win with the Malzahars? And then Nico is the people's champion there with all of the Brock enjoyers. Some of the audience did vote for Pengu. So let's find out, shall we, for the final time. Say it with me. Who would win?
All right, so again, the first cast is going to lower everyone's health by 30% once we see that come through here.
Brock's
That's a lot of minions.
Slam down.
Boom. But again, 30% is flat. The rocks are going to run out, and now he's just got auto attacks.
Look at all the
That is
blades.
so many minions. And they're trying. Brock is at half health. The shield procs on the Bloodthirster. Here come the minions. He's trying one by second cast, though. The rocks are doing a lot of work.
Oh, there's two Malzahars left.
Yes! My boy did it.
Wow, that was so close. I really thought that maybe Brock could take that one, but audience, unfortunately, actually was the Malzahars, and fortunately for you too, Nico did not quite go that way. But let me propose this. What if the Brock was in a different spot?
I don't know if that would matter too much. Maybe on the left side so that his auto attacks have a cleave on them. And so if he was able to cleave through, maybe. The fact that he had to go right and then left might have made a big difference there.
I think... Oh, were you going? Oh, sorry. I think Brock's a big guy, and if he just stretched his arms for his last auto, he definitely could have taken it. It was like one auto off.
So he needs stretchy arms.
He's just being lazy. He's just being lazy.
That's like an April Fool's patch, right? You got to bring back Brock, but like he gets to be like Zac-like, and he gets to bounce around the board. Yeah, that sounds fun.
I'll write that down.
All right, well, at the end of it, Tim, you are our winner. Congratulations for winning Who Would Win Live. Very proud of you for getting a point on the board. Woohoo! Yeah, give it up! And then Nico, you started off really strong there, but you were, of course, the people's champion at the very end for the Brock choice. But audience, I think you all are actually our true winners. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for participating and for being a part of the Who Would Win Live game show here at the TFT Paris Open. Any final thoughts from you developers before we say goodbye?
Started off strong, couldn't quite keep up. You know, it happens. I'll be back next round. But The audience definitely swept us. There's no doubt about it.
I do think the audience actually beat you all, yes.
I mean, if I have to lose my job, I couldn't have lost it to a nicer person. So Tim, congrats on, gameplay director.
I always knew I was going to win, so it's okay.
I liked a lot of your answers. The power of friendship for the Damasians, the lore buff for Ambessa. You're a very, simple and to the point. I like that.
You can't overthink these.
I agree. Yeah, see? And I think the audience was with you. But yes, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. And we will see you for more action here at the TFT Paris Open.
Thank you so much, Nekra, for that beautiful panel, and thank you to our devs and audience who participated in it and did such a good job. Now, of course, we're back here. We were watching. You guys would have gotten all of the points, of course.
The audience swept them, but we also swept them. No disrespect to our devs, of course. Clement with 4 points, Mastermind, and I had only 3. I think there was some sneaky stuff, though. The triple decal on the Galio, that's a little bit unfair.
That's the only one I got wrong, and I'm kind of pissed about it. But I also will say that I feel like Brock would have won the Malzahar one. He just kind of positioned to the side where there were fewer Malzahar, so he couldn't get the BT to proc.
If his arms were just a little bit longer.
Filled with Malzahar. What do you mean there were fewer?
It was so close. I forgot about the Voidling interaction where the damage would start stacking up. There's only one target. There's very little downtime as well. So those are fun, though. Those were fun little experiments.
Yeah, I like them as well. I love that the audience got to play, and that was a nice little tidbit. In the meantime, of course, our games have been going on. There's a lot of action, and if you want to get in on the action, you can visit our in-game shop and check out the fencing foilist Pengu. He will steal hearts and your enemy's HP. I love those kind of city-specific, region-specific little legends that we're doing now. The Pufflet for Macau. I wonder what the Vegas one is going to be.
And I have to imagine these are fairly limited edition. There's only a specific time window while this is happening that it will be available. So don't wait until the last moment. Just get in there now and get it while you can.
Absolutely. We're going to be taking a short little break, and then we'll be back with more action of TFT and hopefully our top 64. So stay tuned here at the TFT Paris Open.
The next ultimate challenge for the world's best tacticians is waiting. Precision, dominance, unrivaled consistency.
And it's one shot at this glorious trophy.
我觉得这个 MVP 属于我们 WBE 的所有人。
It's time to play for ultimate glory.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Paris Open. We're in day 2, heat number 2 for the day, and slowly creeping towards that top 64, which will switch the format over to checkmate and make things very exciting with only one of those players from each lobby making it to day 3. But we first have to find out, Gangly, which of the players in this heat will make it through to that cusp of greatness, that very end of this day.
I was watching a handful of matches being played off stream, and something I noticed is you can just kind of feel the energy of the players who go first or go second. 3-game sample size is all that you get before you have to cut top 4 advancing into the checkmate format. And so you can feel it. You get one first. I saw Philip in one of the heats off right next to us go first in game number 1, and immediately there's this breath of fresh air. You know that you don't need to play for your shoot for top placements. All you need to do is protect your lead for the next 2 games. And we were kind of talking a little bit about this earlier with Mortdog about how when the format shifts, it opens up certain lines that maybe they don't cap as high, but they're really good at allowing you to get those 6th, those 5ths, those minimum placements to just guarantee a handful of points on the leaderboard.
And it is only 3 games, but we have half the field advancing on each of these rounds, so there is a bit more leeway. You can go 8th in your very first game and still qualify if you perform at a high level the next 2 games. I think it's a little bit less daunting even than yesterday, where because it was only the top 2 guaranteed to make it through. If you went 8th in that 4-game field, it could still be incredibly difficult, not impossible, to make it through. So I think players at least have that chance of, hey, I start off on the wrong foot, I know what I'm doing, I know my game plan, I can still bounce back.
Yeah, it's actually ironic in a way, right? Because day 1 for a lot of these players is way more stressful than day 2.
Listen, there's a saying in TFT that day 1 of trials, which is the entry-level tournaments, is actually the hardest tournament day in TFT throughout the entire circuit, and I believe in this as someone who has suffered through many trials eliminations on day 1.
We're going to be able to hop on board with one of those matches that's going on off-stream. But you see Double 61, one of the world's favorites, has just died. And we've got 5 other players left in this lobby, though. Kade, Rabanov, I'm not familiar with that name, but AQ1H we've seen on the global stage. Haudroof, and then Jose Paulo, another international name. We love seeing this clash. We so rarely get to see the clash of the regions all together, right? Common for us to see Double 61. It's common for us to see Jose Paulo. We never get to see them together.
Very cool Melboard here alongside. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite lines in this set of TFT, which is Slayer Flex eventually moving into Disruptors with Mel and the Azir, and opening up that line into a bit of a Shurima shuffle as well. If you're able to unlock Nasus and Renekton, you have a lot of flex slots. There's many different shells you can play alongside the Slayers, so really cool board here. It really benefits from something like the Infinity Protection Augment because you get so many beefy, strong, reliable frontliners who also have this max HP shield to help them with survivability. Looking at Shyvana too as well, you can actually go down and sell off this GP and this Briar eventually, and really cap out with things like Fiddle added on as well.
Such classic Jose Paulo play to be someone who's known for going fast 9, really punishing the players who play a bit too slow. And even now, doing it on the international stage where the competition is harder, he shows it's not just a solo Q tech, it's the way he wants to play the game.
Diana is here as well, which is always a scary prospect. Thankfully, Mel is better in a central position, so we'll dodge that first mark. Does get marked there. We'll see if this Diana can clutch that 1v9. Will be quite difficult considering how beefy the board is here for Jose Paulo, and Kade's on his last life, so he needs to win this to stay alive. Can Diana do it? It's a 1v3 now.
It doesn't look like there's a lot of boards that Diana can pull off that 1v9, specifically the ones that aren't able to kind of match this bruisery feeling. But when you're up against Slayers, that's the way they want to play the game. Diana's forced to be in the game with them.
Wow.
Whoa!
Well, I ran all the way here, and I can't believe my eyes that I've come back to a Bard and a Philios Scion reroll that has made it into the top 3 of this game.
This was a PBE favorite for a lot of people, but since launch, I think as people kind of figured out Fast 9 and everyone really playing that style, it's a little bit harder to consistently play around the Bard and the Scion, but obviously it's working out here.
I think the spot to play into it narrowed down quite a bit, but it is still playable from the right positions, especially with something like the competition, the bruiser-centric augment onto one that really enables these bruisers to shine in a big way.
Yeah, and the fact you can itemize all 3 of those champions, I'm sure helps out a lot. I feel like I'm coming back at the right moment, though, to see Jose Paulo in the lead. Somebody that, Gangly, I'm sure you've been talking up a lot in this particular competition, and it's a really familiar face, I think, for a lot of old heads that have started watching TFT a long time ago. So
Rabanev going down here. Rabanev was a player who's on Fnatic for EWC with the Mia last set. A player who had also a really, he was one of the best players playing the Fast 9 AMP strategy, which was, qualifying to EWC last set, for example.
We did see Howdrauf lose to the ghost of Rabanov there in that last round, so Jose Paulo looking primed to be able to take the first game. I think, if I remember correctly, when we saw the leaderboards, Jose took a bot 2 in the first game. So, again, 3-game sample size, being able to find a top 1, top 2 at the very least, suddenly put yourself in a very reasonable position to be able to go for a 4th, maybe even a 5th, and advance into the checkmate format.
Wow, I mean, this was a ultra stacked lobby, holy.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's round 2, though.
Yeah, Rainplosion, double, Kade. I mean, Kade literally took a first in round 256. So, of course, makes a lot of sense that they did make it here from that. And I remember watching some of those games and thinking, wow, it's very impressive to just be able to see players, especially of this caliber all together, being able to actually take those back-to-back firsts. But we do have a bit of an upset in the equilibrium here as Jose Paulo takes a loss in that last round with maybe one more item on the carousel. Do you think this makes a huge difference?
Jose was going straight for that Azir to upgrade to find the Azir 2, but Howdrauf heads up play, able to deny that to make sure that he's not able to get an Azir 2 into the hands of his opponent.
And both players playing around Shurima is a surprising thing for me. I think Shurima was very oppressive in PBE before the set launched because of the timings around unlocking Xerath and reaching for Shurima as a prismatic vertical, let's say, was a bit too easy to get to. Then it got toned down a little bit. It makes it much harder, especially in a format as this where you're feeling so much high tempo in stage 4 and 5. You can't really, navigate the, win here, lose here, win here, because you're going to be out. But at least 3 Shurima also looking very strong, with Nasus and Renekton essentially being similar to Targon as the threat units, where they are stronger on average despite not having traits activated for them.
Keep your eyes on this Renekton on the left-hand side to see if he's able to find his way into the back line. At some point in time, he's going to get targeted, though. He's found his way there. He's on the Vayne now, onto the Azir. This could be the difference maker. In the last fight, that Azir had so much damage output, and Jose is going to be able to close it out there. Jose bouncing back after game 1 to find a very strong first place here.
I am a Slayer Flex believer, so I love this is the exact game we tune into, because I think this is one of the augments alongside the Dark Invo augments that really enable Slayer as a line. It is a hard one to navigate because there's 5 other side quests aside from playing TFT that you have to accomplish, in terms of unlocking Aatrox by having enough Omnivamp for him, in terms of having him best to die with an item to unlock Mel as well. So it is a little bit difficult, but someone like Jose Paulo, I think he knows what he's doing.
I was just kind of checking in on what station that was. That was station 3, I believe, that we saw that really big crowd gathering. And that includes Marist, Just Pause, Koala Esbelto, Wajan Iverson, also a part of this lobby. I mean, that is a crazy group of individuals to have at just one station, and you can kind of see why that crowd was really gathering there. They must be in the final parts of their first game.
Yeah, I think everybody at this point in time in the round of 128 is going to be in at least game 2 or probably approaching game 3, right? Yeah. But the thing is, you're listing these names, you're like, man, what a crazy stacked lobby. The reality, though, Necro, is every lobby in the 128 feels like that, right? It's all of the superstars from every single region have advanced. Of course, we've had upsets. We've had people who we expected to do well who fell out early, but most of the field remaining are the players that we consider elite to our native regions.
And it's only going to get worse or better depending if you're a player or a viewer watching these lobbies, because top 64 will be incredibly stacked, and with only one player moving on from that top 64 lobby to that day 3, it's just a crazy thing to even think about mentally as a competitor, thinking, I look at the field, these names are absolutely insane. How am I going to be the one to make it out?
Yeah, it's hard, especially when top 64 turns into the checkmate format. So not only do you need the top 4 placements, but then you need to figure out a way to turn on the Jets and actually get a first place. So just taking stock of where those stations are right now, as you can see the crowd shots here for stations 3 and 4. They are in their final game of top 128.
Yeah.
Right now in station number 3, it's going to be Yin that is leading right now with a first and a 5th place with 12 points. But Weijian Iverson and Yvonne are both tied at 10, sitting in the top 4. First station number 4, we've got T-Lides that's actually in the win right now, in the lead with 13 points. Then we've got Motive right behind him, and then 3 players tied for 9 to make it into that top 4. Jiugua, and then Fin Tao, and Panda from ROC.
Whoa,
let's go Panda.
Yeah,
Get it, the better Panda.
So there are 3 pandas in the venue today. ROC Panda from Korea. There's TFT Panda, who plays a lot on the US ladder as well. And myself, unfortunately, not allowed to play. But if I were...
How many Ganglies do you think there are?
Definitely only one.
Thankfully and hopefully just one.
It is interesting with the 3-game sample size, this idea of like, oh, 3 players tied at 9 points. That stuff kind of happens, right? With so few games, you have multiple players kind of just trading their placements across the 2 games that you played before, and then suddenly you're in this 3rd game that, yes, it's not checkmate, but it kind of does feel like checkmate because you don't have enough games to really reduce that variance back to its center. At the end of the day, you have to treat that final game as if everything is on the line.
There's Fin Tao on that top right area. He's a really cool player because he's one of the players that made the tier list, which is the reroll tier list from the German community, and he updates that every set. So he's a known reroller. Unfortunately, this set, I think, pressing D, maybe not the most extravagant strategy coming into this day too.
It is hard, but we did just see, you know, Sion do well with the Aphelios and the Bard. So, you know, I think that would definitely be nice. But before we get into our next round of our competition, round of 64, we do have another panel. It's lore check with Necrit, and that is going to be so fun. So please watch.
The champions that I like, so I don't know their lore that well.
It's okay, I play this game a lot and I don't even...
Welcome back to
these
the
characters.
stage for the second, I don't want to say show match, but game that we're going to have today. We're going to be playing lore check with Necrit. Necrit isn't here, I know, he will join us a bit later. But we're going to test your knowledge and their knowledge, especially of the TFT and Runeterra universe. But first things first, I want to introduce our contestants to the stage, starting with our lady here to the left. Who are you? Where do you come from? What do you do?
So, hi, I'm Paper. I really like Dango. I'm part of the TFT community. I've been a cosplayer for 10 years, and I'm from Germany.
You did the absolutely amazing, cute, smolder that we saw at the venue. If you haven't already, please go and check it. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Paris. Moving up next, who are you? Where do you come from?
I'm Saint Fishes, and I'm from Los Angeles, and I was a League of Legends pro, and now I play TFT on stream.
Lovely having you here. Thank you so much. How confident do you feel? You were looking at the boards, saying that it looks really hard, not knowing what we're going to play, of course.
Well, I mean, the pictures are kind of, I don't know. You guys picked some of the weird champions, so...
Hopefully you're going to have fun. Or not. We will. And the third one here. Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you doing here?
I'm Sonny. I play Legends of Runeterra. And that's about it, really.
Are you excited to be here? That's great.
Yeah.
Don't
more than
understand
enough.
yourself like this. That's amazing. Are you excited to be on stage?
Absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. You're already ready to welcome our game master here because he is the master of lore of Runeterra and the keeper of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Necrit! Woo!
Well, who is here to get lore checked? Because that's what we are here for, after all. If we are all not lore nerds after this set, I don't know what we are, really.
You look amazing.
Thank you. I feel like a royalty.
Yeah.
Inspired, of course, by the royalty of Kamavor, the great kingdom that all of us know about, of course.
I love the stuff, especially.
This is, I cannot believe that I'm holding the canonically accurate staff of the character Necrit in the Runeterra universe myself.
Absolutely matching. Here. I was asking them a few questions before we get into everything.
Of course.
How much are you going to be cooking them with what we have prepared today?
Like, look, we are here to have fun.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the primary goal. It's
We,
like,
not them. But no, them as
but
well.
no, I'm gonna have fun as I'm gonna be like laughing at like what's happening, right?
All right. We're going to have 3 trials here. We'll introduce one at a time, but the first one we're going to be playing, as you see here on the board, we see some champions behind you. you also have this, some arts and crafts that you're going to be using. The goal here is going to be to find the lore connections between these champions and illustrate this with what you have in front of you here. On the clock, you're going to have 90 seconds.
Oh.
So good thing you got a time to check everything before we went. Do you want to have a last look at the board before we go?
Yeah, that's smart, I think.
Yeah, maybe looking at what we have.
I think I'm missing one. I don't
You
know
are-
the sound
You are missing one.
You are
yeah.
indeed missing one.
Well.
You are indeed missing one.
Like that, it's fine. Yeah.
It's fine, bonus points.
I think our production needs to get lore checked now.
Yeah, we'll come back to them later. Are you guys ready? Necrit, are you ready?
I am very much
Do
ready.
you want to start the game? In 3?
3.
Okay,
2.
never mind. We're trying to find a replacement, apparently.
Oh, okay. You know what? In the meantime, we can just chill, right?
Yeah, we can just chill. And actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in the audience and I want to...
Sure.
Okay, you guys are going to give me a champion and he's going to give you the weirdest fact he knows about this champion. Who wants to go?
Sure, that is
Raise
what I
your
signed
hands.
up for, yeah.
Okay, first row. Let's start here. Français, English?
All right.
Which champion?
What about Singed?
Ooh, Singed! Ah, coming with the Arcane, I see. Ah, well, see, now I have to think about the canonical Singed, because, like, in theory, you know what, let's bring it back to what's happening in TFT with Singed. Singed is all about the fact that you unlock him after you take damage, of course, which, of course, is a reference to the fact that canonically before, Singed experimented on his own body a lot, which means he drank poison because he was like, yeah, I can handle it, I can evolve from that. So taking damage in the game in TFT is technically a reference to the fact that Singed was a creepy guy experimenting on himself.
Yeah.
Did you know this?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a true
We're
Singed
starting
fan.
easy here. Okay, who wants to
Very
go?
nice.
I see. Oh my god, it's gonna take me ages to come there, but I'm committed now. French, English? All right, French. Quel champion?
Ramus.
Ramus.
Ah, so did you know that Ramus actually canonically eats the Voidborn as snacks? He actually roams around Shurima and he just eats whatever is made out of the Void because he just likes the taste.
That's messed up. That's actually super messed up. We'll come back to you guys later. Of course, we're gonna have a lot of time. I think we have a champion that has been replaced on the board. We're gonna roll with that.
Good, good.
All right, let's go to the first one. Do you want to give me 3, 2, 1, go?
Sure,
For
let's all
them?
go.
All right, 90 seconds on the clock. Necrit.
And 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, I can see that our contestants are, well, some people are making cosplays, so they probably have an advantage.
Yeah.
Other people only ever hold their phones, which means they've never held scissors.
I know some people have been practicing here and rehearsing.
Do we have like the scissors that are like for children so they don't cut themselves?
No, we have the
Oh,
adult
no,
ones. We
that's
have the
sharp.
adult
That's sharp.
ones. Yeah,
Do we
it's
have
really
medics?
sharp.
Do we have like medics on standby?
Please don't cut yourself.
Yeah.
Let's have a medic on standby.
If
You're
you tape
right.
yourself, that's fine.
All right, I'm gonna go check what we have here with them. I have the solution, so I'm cheating here a bit, but okay. I like what I'm seeing here. What's your reasoning? What's this
so
one?
these are lovers, as far as I remember.
Illaoi,
So-
Gangplank, lovers. Okay, got it.
And I think I remember Illaoi fighting this guy in the Ruination.
Okay.
And then...
Wait, how much time do we have left? Okay, we have 25 seconds
Oh,
left.
Lord.
guys.
25 seconds left.
No
all right.
pressure, of course.
No
What do we have
pressure.
here?
What you get is what you get.
It's not pretty, but it makes sense.
It's there.
It's getting there.
I don't know any of the other ones. I'm dead.
Okay,
Baron's a girl, isn't it? No, it's not.
Baron's a girl.
We'll just put
You know, well,
have a
there is
chance.
technically lore
All
behind
right,
Baron,
in
yeah.
3, 2, 1, drop everything.
All right, hands up.
Hands up.
After you stick last thing, sure. All right.
What the hell happened here?
So yeah, let's talk about
It's actually not bad.
the
You have a
situation.
triangle. Okay, you want to talk about what we
Yeah,
have?
sure. So let's see the justification. So what do we have here?
Well, I know that Illaoi, Braum, and Gangplank have kind of like a love triangle thing going on, I think. Illaoi smashed Gangplank, but she wants to smash
That
Braum.
is. You know what? You have your priorities right. I appreciate that.
First thing I had to do, yeah.
All right, what do we have here? How do you feel about this?
bad. I don't know. They're both from Prolord, and then they're the smashing thing they talked about. I don't even know what I did here. This is Baron and Ornn, and they're older.
I mean, to be fair, you already know more than an average ranked player, so like, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, what do we have here?
I panicked.
Wow.
Well, no, no. That's my official judgment. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
You
of
did
course,
what you could with the time you had.
So of course, we do have the official answer to our little puzzle that I will very dramatically reveal without anything falling down. And so, without further ado, huzzah! So of course, if you have a look at the comparisons, there are some things that actually match. I do have my answers in my hand. Of course, we do have a little connection. Let's start with the simpler ones. For example, that Illaoi and Braum being together, you're right. You did have your priorities correct.
I got something.
At the same time, that's right. So in case you don't know, let me explain the big ones, like Illaoi and Gangplank, who are indeed former lovers, okay? Then they broke up because Gangplank, well, is Gangplank. And then Illaoi almost... Braum and Illaoi almost happened. It almost happened. They were on a ship and Braum was seasick, so he started vomiting all over the place. And it didn't happen in the end, but hey, there was an attempt. Outside of that, among the weird ones, we have something like, Ornn actually... The lore has always hinted at the fact that Ornn has crafted the trident that Fizz is running around with, sure. Except for Ornn, it was just a fork that he was using to eat stuff. Lissandra, of course, is fighting the Void, so, it makes sense for Baron to be a big enemy against Lissandra. Other than that, you were correct in our little, ruination thing happening there with Viego and Illaoi, of course, and Braum. Braum was also there doing the Druid King. I mean, it happens. So overall, I am surprised. I am surprised that there were hits among the Chaos.
Happily surprised?
I am...
surprised.
I'm surprised. I am surprised.
Let's leave it there. Before we move on to round 2, I have something that I would like to offer, not you guys, but the master of the game. Do you want to give them more time? A bit, maybe.
For the second one?
For the second one.
I think they'll need it.
Yeah?
Yes.
How much are we looking at here? They have 90 seconds. Do you want to add a full minute?
Yes, I will do a full
okay.
minute. Yes.
All right, production, we're going to add a full minute to this one. We're going to check the scores if they're ready, maybe?
Yeah, if we have the
them?
score. I am curious about the score, yes. Maybe in a little bit.
You need to give the scores.
Do I have to do the scores?
Yeah.
Sure. So, we definitely have to get a point for the little love triangle. That's definitely at least 1 point. Because, again, the priorities are correct, sure.
I thought that would be 10, but all right, I'll take 1.
And I would say that's where we stop. Yeah, sure. Now, I do appreciate that there is a vague connection between the Baron and the Ornn, because technically, Ornn... I will give you a point for that, because technically, let's be all canonically accurate. Ornn did build the bridge over the big Void Rift in the Freljord, which totally makes sense. I have nothing to argue against there. And Illaoi and Gangplank were lovers, so in fact that is 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2 points.
Not bad, not bad.
All right, among the Chaos, immediately Sentinels of Light. That's 1 point, definitely. I will give you a point for Ornn and Braum, because of course Ornn forged Braum's door, everyone knows that. And I will give you a point for Ornn and Baron, because yes, Ornn did craft the bridge over the Void, so that is 3 points.
So we have 3, 2, and 1 point?
Yes.
Over here?
That's correct.
There you go. You can still come back. There's going to be another round, but for us to... Yeah, there you go.
There's the official scoreboard, yes.
We're going to reset. We're going to give you new boards. In the meantime, I want to go back to the audience, actually.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun with board.
I want to fact check you. All right. First row, here. Français, English? Français. Quel champion?
Lucian.
Lucian.
Ooh, oh. This is like PG. What rating are we at? How many of you know the story about Lucian and his guns and how he fires them?
We don't. I don't.
Oh, you don't know how Lucian fires his guns, huh? Okay, so if you have a look at Lucian's guns, you'll notice that the guns do not have triggers, which is how you may be wondering, like, how is he actually firing bullets, right? Well, when he was training with Senna, and Senna, of course, knows how to handle the guns,
she told him, you have to will it to fire, because it is a magical runestone. To which Lucian raised his eyebrow, and he said, do I have to will it with every fiber of my body? To which he hinted that yes, he is technically firing his gun with...
Okay. Not PG indeed. I really like it. You guys have some. Okay. First row. I love the hoodie. First, amazing. French, English.
English.
All right. Which champion do you want to know something about?
The troll champion would be Shaco, but my favorite champion is Kaisa.
Kaisa, the Void daughter.
You see, Kaisa is an interesting one, because Kaisa kind of like defies the odds, because when she fell into the Void Rift, where literally no one can survive. There's no way. If you fall into the Void Rift, especially in a place where like Malzahar opens it up and there's like creatures everywhere, there is a really small chance that you survive. Kaisa, somehow, nah. As a small child at the age of 6, she kind of like roamed around and she was like, this place is weird. And then she found like a little Voidling and she like poked it. And she got lucky because instead of the Voidling eating her, it kind of like merged with its body because it was weak. And so Kaisa is just an odd being because she merged with one of the Voidlings just by pure luck. That's kind of how she survived. You know what? If you play Kaisa, you're just a lucky man.
I'm learning weird stuff today, but I
Oh
really
my
like
god,
it.
the lore is
Thank you.
full of weird stuff.
All right, we have the second round already here.
Right?
Even more confusing than the first one, but I think you guys and girls guessed it. This time, we give you the connections. We give you a bunch of champions, and you're gonna have to put the champions to fill the connections here on the board. Rules are simple enough.
Yep.
Looks really difficult what you built here, though.
It does look like a wall of like a psycho. Or a detective dealing with a psycho. Right.
You want to start it?
I think we are ready, right?
All right.
So everyone get ready. And with that, 3, 2, 1, go!
So which champions do we have? Let me check.
I do have my answer card, just
The
in
Tryndamere,
case.
Tryndamere, Silas,
To be very accurate. Don't read it aloud.
There's a couple
They'll
obvious ones.
Yes, like some connections are obvious, yes,
I'm
sure.
talking as a noob here. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
okay.
I see similarity. Yeah.
No, but we're staying in the relationship theme, from what I see here. Connecting Ashe and Tryndamere together. I think this one we all know about it. They're married, of course. The next one is
Sejuani. They're all from like Freljord, and they're like a tribe.
I love it. Saint Vicious, are you doing better for this one? It's going faster.
Maybe it's right. Maybe.
Maybe it's right. Okay, I'm gonna let you focus. And Sonny, what do you have? Okay.
Blue line
the
for the blue
Freljord triangle.
champions. Yeah.
Okay, okay, so we're color coding everything. Love it. What are you going with next?
It's Jarvan. I think he should be connected to Silas somehow. Something like that.
Do we like it, Necrit?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay, no help at all. How much time do we have for them production? Okay, just over a minute.
You do have a
complete
minute.
connections.
There you go. Contestant number 2 already done.
You're done?
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably wrong.
Wait, hold on. Let me come to you. All right, anything you want to elaborate on?
Well, then they're gonna hear, and then they're gonna take my answer.
That is
That's
true.
true.
That is
They're
true.
gonna be cheating. Come on.
That is true.
Okay, second one is done here. You're taking your time.
Yeah.
How confident do you feel in what you have?
Like 50%.
Okay.
Some of them are not too, yeah.
Do you think color influenced you here?
Well, I mean, the color on this stuff. Like,
Yeah,
I think
this
one's
one
pretty
we
obvious,
know.
but some of these other ones I don't really.
All right.
Like Briar and Aatrox, I don't really know their lore that well. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so you're done, and you're done. With
There
time
we
to
go.
spare, actually.
C
All right.
Production nailed it.
And they nailed it this time around.
Yeah. Yeah, big applause for production, yes.
Was it easier than the first one?
To be honest,
No,
yeah.
I just tried to go faster.
Okay.
Without knowing the answers.
And time is officially up. All right, Necrit, I wanted
right.
to have a first look before.
Okay,
moving
before we
forward.
reveal the answer, I'll just have a look. Is it? Yeah, I mean,
I want to apologize in advance.
I like that you paid attention to colors. If you were colorblind, that would be harder. I guess. We did not do a background check on like colorblindness. Yes, that's right. I'm not sure if this game is very accessible. Yeah. But overall, you know what? I don't have a bad feeling here.
Okay. Can you make sense of what you did here?
Me?
Yeah. You.
Well, these are blue champions, so a blue line. These are white. Well, these are red.
Reddish. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What do we think about like Aatrox and like Silas and like?
That was kind of because I ran out of time.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's a
right.
5.
Yeah, it's a vibe approach.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it. Saint Vicious,
right.
what do you have? Now that we have revealed everything, what's the reasoning?
I mean, they're lovers.
Yeah.
And that they're sisters. And I think Sion killed Jarvan's parents or his dad or something. And then this guy like hates Demacia because he was in prison. I don't know.
He's taking a step back. So
oh,
we can
sorry.
No, that's all right.
And then I don't really know Briar and Aatrox's lore that much. Besides, he's like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had 2 left, so
yeah.
have
I
to
just
fill
put
the
him
blank.
wherever.
No,
all
it
right.
still looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
My
Yeah.
dear, what do you have?
So same situation here, lovers, sisters, and then I got confused, but these guys have beef, and then I felt like everyone hates Aatrox because dark and bad, so I put him here.
I like
and
it.
then I had no idea, I have not read Briar's lore, and I felt like maybe she has a connection to Sion, because they're both red, you know. And yeah, that's it.
I like it.
You know what? Surprisingly, they were not that far away. And I don't know if like Tryndamere or Ashe saved them because like, you know, everyone has their priorities, sure. But for that, once again, the grand reveal of the answers, huzzah! So, you guys were, you know, except like, sure, the triangles are in different places, but for the most part, yes, you were right. Tryndamere and Ashe are married. Of course, while these two guys are together, they are rivals with the Wintersclaw clan on the other side. So like there is like a triangle potentially happening there. You're right at like Silas and Jarvan. Of course, Silas hates Demacia, so and Jarvan is like the prince or potentially king of Demacia. So that makes sense. This one is interesting because does anyone know what's the connection between Briar, Sion, and Silas? Does anyone have any idea?
Sion hates Briar, is what I'm hearing?
Technically not wrong.
Okay.
So the answer is you are right. There is connection between Briar and Sion because they were imprisoned together, and Briar really doesn't like Sion as a cellmate. However, Silas was also imprisoned in Demacia. These 3 are technically former prisoners. And of course, Aatrox is here because Briar, Sion, and Aatrox all share blood magic. That's right. We got someone really clever in the audience.
Nice.
There you go. And so let's have a look at what is happening here. So you absolutely do get a point for our little Freljordian triangle. You did connect Jarvan and Silas together. That's a second point. While you did, okay, you know, you do need a third point because while you did connect Briar, Sion, and Tryndamere, Tryndamere is also using technically blood magic because he did get corrupted by Aatrox, so there is 3 points. I'll see if there's anything else, but I do believe we are sitting at 3 points right here.
More than last. Can I just ask that guy to play the next round for me?
Nah, no substitution, no. All right, so once again, amazing work on Freljord. There is 1 point for that. There is Sion actually did kill Jarvan's great father, Jarvan the First, so there is a point for that. There is a connection between Silas and Jarvan, that is another point for that. And technically, I'm looking for the third point if there is one, because that's 2. There is Briar. Briar is not connected to Sion, that is a shame. Because if Briar was connected to Sion and Aatrox, that would be a point. But I think that's 2 points.
Okay.
All right, and here, that does look very good because you do. Okay, so you do have a point for Freljord. There is a point for. There is Jarvan and Silas. That is a second point. There is blood magic is all looped, or at least connected to Sion. So like they do make a connection there. There is a point. What was your justification for Ashe and Briar? Just out of curiosity.
Honestly, I got kind of baited by the colors of the.
Okay.
I ended up deciding. I have no idea where she goes, and yeah.
Yeah.
Gets to hang out with Ash. Maybe they're, you know, best buddies somehow.
I am looking for a third
Maybe
point.
she ulted to
I'm
like Freljord, you know.
No, hold on, I'm crazy. Yeah, because it's one point Demacia, 1 point Freljord, it's one point Blood Magic. You know what that is? 3 points, yes.
All right. Do we have a check on all the points so far?
Yeah, there will be a little
Between
scoreboard
round
coming
one
out in a moment.
She got 3 points. You got 3 points, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but this round was very plentiful. I did not expect like that. That was a good point collection from all contestants. Yes.
A good comeback.
Yeah,
From
that was a
round
very good
one
comeback. Yes.
As well. Who's taking the lead so far?
I think there's gonna be a tie. No, there's
Yeah.
not. Unless our contestant number 3 is gonna be ahead.
Do you think they did good so far?
On this round, yes.
Overall. We
On
don't
this
talk
round,
about
yes.
we don't talk about the past. When you built all this, were you thinking that you were going to quiz people who don't know anything about the lore? Or were you like, no, I'm going to make it hard for everybody?
making this was challenging. We do have a scoreboard, but making
Nice.
this was challenging because I was like, you know what? Let's do lore facts, but let's only use the units from TFT specifically. And that was the real challenge. But we do have a score point now, and Paper did indeed come up ahead.
Paper in
There
the
you go.
lead for now, and our two boys are even.
Yep.
Let's see what happens during the third round. Are we going to explain the rules now, or can I just go back in the audience and check with my lovely people? Yay! Okay, all right.
More lore.
I saw you first, so I'm going to come to you first. You're really far, so I'm going to have to run.
There's some nice cardio, yes.
Hello. Bonjour. Hi. Which champion do you want to know something about?
Rengar.
Rengar.
So Rengar is, of course, from the Kilash tribe of little forest near Ishtal. We, of course, all know that. See, Kilash are really interesting because they are like the predator hunters who are really just targeting anything that is worth a trophy, and so that's why Rengar has like all the bones on him, and he has like weapons that are specifically designed for like carving up monsters, because whenever he finds something good that is worthy of a kill from him, he will carve a little piece of. So like, whenever you have the little skin where he has like the giant skull on his shoulder, that is technically a reference to Rengar, just liking to collect trophies.
Amazing. Another one? Okay, another one.
Here is your answer.
With the Pengu. Hi.
I'm going to set right here if you want to.
Hi, bonjour. How are you doing?
Got it.
Necrit, I'd like to know about Babbling Bjerg, and please don't make it a 15-minute video.
Oh, Babbling Bjerg, my favorite side character from Freljord. So in case you don't know, Babbling Bjerg is a little old man in a hut in the Freljord who, sure, maybe he likes to drink a little bit of beer, maybe he likes alcohol, but he's not that drunk to remember that when he went out there into the Freljord, he saw Yetis, and no one believed him. No one believed him that he saw Yetis, and so when the Yetis come for the village, you know what? It was Babbling Bjerg who knew about it. But no one warned the villagers. There's quite a bit of development with that character, and who knows, maybe that character will come back in the future as a unit in TFT totally, right?
I think they're about ready. We see them
Right.
arranging champions on the table. So as you guys cannot see right now, but they have how many? 20, 50 champions on their table. The next and last round, to prove it all, will be about guessing a champion.
Yes.
You're gonna have 10 hints, if I'm not mistaken.
There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hints.
6 hints.
From
They
10
have
to
to
1.
guess, you have to guess as fast as possible. And the hints are gonna get easier the more he reveals. If you guess on the first hint, that's 10 points. Second hint, 8, and then 6, 4, you got it.
Yes.
So you want to guess in early to score a maximum amount of points. I'm gonna let you guys finish. How easy is this one to guess?
So I knew that some contestants would know something about the lore, so I was paying attention to like who's gonna be around. So just for comedic purposes, we're gonna have fun.
Okay, I want you guys to play as well in the audience. See how fast you guys can guess.
Yeah, you know what? Sure, if the audience wants to shout a name,
Yeah.
and if anyone wants to listen, sure.
They should be able to help. Are you ready with your champions?
Yeah, get your
It's fine,
envelopes
take
ready.
your time. Get your system ready.
Get your envelopes ready in case you want to shove it in.
I want to see what you did
to the
here.
envelope.
Did you organize them in a special way, or like, is that a flip? That's good. That's good. We like this. Okay, do you have a color code here? No?
I just tried to fit them on the table. I don't
Okay,
know.
making sure that you could see all of them.
Yeah.
And paper, what do we have here? Oh, okay.
I tried sorting them by region, but there's not enough room.
You organized them by region? You actually did?
Yeah.
And color as well?
Yeah.
Okay, she's organized. She wants to take it home.
She is ready, yeah.
Necrit, I'm gonna let you go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 with the first hint on the champion. Once you have it, put it in the envelope and bring it to us. Let's go.
So for 10 points, all right, this champion canonically fought Draven. If anyone wants to guess a champion, they can do it now. It will be for 10 points. If not, we can wait for the next hint.
I want to see what they're doing.
They are thinking.
They're
People
shuffling
are
champions.
thinking, just in case they want to give it a go.
No, I'm passing.
Not yet.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you're passing
Sunny
this
is
one.
passing.
Okay.
Contestant number 3 also passing. Do we have a guess from Saint, or is he gonna be passing?
I don't see the person.
Okay, okay, okay. It is possible. If they are not there, then they are not the answer.
Probably just like this one, I think.
If you don't see them, there is a good chance they are not the answer.
Who's this supposed to be?
That is Aphelios.
That's Aphelios,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Never mind then. Move on.
Who's this? Is this Hecarim?
That is Hecarim.
Oh, really? Oh.
That is our censored Hecarim. Because localization in League of Legends is a thing. Yes.
Next up?
All right, next up. For 8 points. They did once find an interest in a soul-devouring sea worm. An interest in a soul-devouring sea worm.
What's the last word you said?
A sea worm.
Sea worm.
Oh.
I do believe it's WYRM. Worm. If it's you,
Anyone?
it's possible.
You have it? You don't have it.
Oh, okay.
But good
okay,
guess,
okay,
good
okay.
guess.
Good guess. It was a good guess, right? All right, so everyone's passing? It looks like that. All right, so for 6 points. On their journeys, they are accompanied by a flying companion. A flying companion. All right, we do have a first lock-in.
The audience has it.
We have a first lock-in, yes.
We have a first guess.
I mean, Sunny did have to lock in to win the
Oh.
game. He had to go in head, so like, so
All
he
right,
did. We do have
all
our
right.
first answer, yes.
First answer.
Yes.
Okay, do we want to keep on going?
All right. Theoretically, Paper can play it safe. She can go later because
That's
she
true.
is ahead. All right. So now, for 4 points, one of their important missions was to safeguard a rock.
Anyone else has it around here? Yeah.
It was, yeah, it was a very,
okay,
very important
nice.
mission. There was a rock that needed to be defended. All right, we do have 2 passes. Okay. So now, for 2 points, their favorite bonking weapon is indeed a staff.
Oh.
All right, we gotta submit something. No matter what.
Sunny is laughing. I don't know what to
Yeah,
think about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Is there a little bit of toxicity in our
I
environment?
think it's confidence.
I think it is,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure I got
it's never
it.
toxicity, right? All right?
Wait, hold on.
I will lay down my staff.
Where'd it go?
The bonking staff?
The bonking staff, yes. I'm gonna bonk the loser.
No, this is the dog, right?
Yes, that is
Okay.
indeed. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Paper is looking for someone.
I was gonna say Jax, but then I remembered he has a lantern and not a staff.
That's true.
Ah, it's potato, potato.
You know what? Screw it.
Okay.
All right, and we do have
Too
all
many
of our
points, she can
answers.
flip it.
So let's go. Let's go one by one.
Do you want to give the last clue?
I should.
You
You know what? Let's give you the one last. No, you know what? No, let's pass on it because it's gonna be way too obvious. If I give you the last clue, like everyone will know.
Your game, your rules.
Yeah. So first, I will, if I may, just for everyone to see, I will pin it on the wall so we all know the answer that our contestants got. I hope. I hope the pinning is gonna be easy and my weakness it will not be visible. So we do have. Actually, let's start with Sunny because Sunny goes first. How confident are you in your answer?
Like at least a 10 out of 10.
Our first answer is indeed from Sunny, a Lulu. There you go.
Solid.
That sounds
very solid. She has a staff.
She does have a staff. Does she bonk or does she cast spells?
That's
though?
true.
We do have from Sane, we do have the dog indeed, Nafiri. How do you feel about this
I
answer?
thought that was Nasus.
Oh.
You know what? Now let's pretend it is Nasus then, okay?
Okay.
We'll pretend because technically Nasus also a dog. Let's. You know what? Sure.
Okay, there you go.
Get out of here. No one likes you anyway.
Yeah. Whoops.
There you go. There you go. And for our third one, Paper. How do you feel about this?
I mean, if a lantern is a bonky staff, I don't know, maybe.
Technically, you can bonk people.
Yeah.
Technically, you can bonk people. And so, of course, now, with our answers locked in...
Before they reveal, I want to ask them a couple of questions.
Sure.
Why? Okay, so why Jax? Because the staff that is in fact a lamp.
Yeah, he bonks people, you know.
Okay, okay, he does.
What about
Great
what about like fighting Draven?
Oh my god, no.
And what about finding an interest in a sea worm?
Saints,
I would put it past him.
What was your reasoning here?
I mean, he hits people
The
with staff.
staff?
I thought it was Riven when you said Draven, but I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't find Riven. So.
And Sunny?
No, but like Riven and Draven technically in the same arena canonically.
That's true. Why Lulu?
I had a feeling it was Lulu on the second hint, but I couldn't find her picture, so I was like, I'll pass another round. And then when the flying companion hint, I was like, yeah, it's gotta be Lulu.
You just knew it.
Because of pigs. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, and with that, I think I should reveal that the last hint was, of course, they do like the taste of purple, because it is indeed Lulu. Now, a little bit of context. Lulu did actually end up in a fight with Draven during one of their little missions from the Bandle City. They were hopping in between portals. They ended up in a forest where the Noxian army happened to be, and as they were sneaking around, they found Draven.
How did that go?
Draven found Lulu, picked it up, had no idea what the heck that thing was, after which they cast a Yordle magic and escaped. But Draven was very confused in that encounter.
Right.
Of course, the soul-devouring sea worm, the second hint, is of course from the cinematic connected to Legends of Runeterra, where a bunch of Yordles went into Bilgewater and kinda kicked butts of Twisted Fate and Graves. There was Teemo, because Teemo canonically adopted a soul-devouring sea worm. So I was waiting if someone would pick up Teemo. But indeed, Lulu is the one who was interested in the pet that Teemo had. Now, of course, the Flying Companion is Pix, we all know that. She was sent onto a mission to safeguard a rock because Tristana was just really sick of Lulu and she just wanted her to be away. So we were like, sit here, protect the rock. And then she does have a staff for bonking. She did canonically bonk, I believe, Graves, you know, in the same cinematic. And she does like the taste of purple. So indeed, that was Lulu, which means now it's going to be time to see the final score.
Do you think Sunny came back?
And Sunny, indeed, while starting behind and being on a tie in the second round, the Lulu Mastery brought it back.
Love it. Scaling.
And for that, of course, the greatest prize you can have is to be second in command when it comes to the lore knowledge. And so I shall now crown you
Thank you.
the lore knower.
The lore knower.
The lore knower.
Thank
Amazing
you.
title. Guys, thank you so much. Congratulations, Sunny.
Thank you.
Necrit,
Thank you.
Thank you for making them suffer.
It
And
was a
think-
pleasure.
And the audience as well. You guys did really good. Thank you all so much. I want to leave you the closing thoughts here. This is your game, this is your stage.
I would like
The floor
to
is yours.
thank all of you guys for not only knowing lore, because we knew they were shouting right answers, of course, but also for enjoying this set, for this set is indeed canonical. And I believe that everyone appreciates when TFT brings in a little piece of Runeterra for the third time now, because there was the first set, then there was Arcane, now for the third set. And so far, every single time there was something canonical. That set did amazingly well, and I really like this set.
Necrit, thank you so much for educating us. Thank you all for joining us today on stage. And we'll come back here a bit later. That's all for us now. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to Lore and Necrit for the lore check featuring Necrit. That was really fun to be able to have Necrit come out, of course, so deep in the lore, and really cool to see him flex that knowledge and give us a great show.
Not surprised at all with Sunny being the victor, considering he comes from lore, Legends of Runeterra. As a creator back in the day, I was also casting that before TFT, so we go way back. Really cool and positive guy in the community, so happy to see him here as well and having fun with the lore, the different lore.
I was not surprised that Necrit knew so much of the lore. I was surprised that Necra back here knew so much. She was waiting in the wings of the answer to the last question. What did you say Alawi said when you have Kog'Maw on the board?
Oh, Alawi goes, "You are a vile creature."
And then what does Kog'Maw say?
The Murloc noise.
But as soon as they said the thing about the last question with the staff and the sea worm, Nick was like, oh, it's a Yordle. It's a Yordle.
Because there's a voice line when you put Teemo and Kog'Maw on the board together, and Teemo goes, "Hey, you look like my pet sea worm," or like something like that. It was great.
Any lore question that had anything to do with a Yordle, like 1 degree of proximity, Necra knew about it.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I don't have all of the lore knowledge, but I do love when we get those little Easter eggs that our TFT team puts in. Keep an ear out for those voice lines when you are playing, and maybe you will also find out some of that lore. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have more action here at the TFT Paris Open as we get started with our round of 64 checkmate.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
TFT Paris Open. We are well underway with day 2 of our competition. We had some really fun show matches and game shows to bring you, but now it is time for us to really get seated and settled into the action that we have here for our top 64. My name is Necro, and I'm joined here with Panda and Clement, actually, and we are so excited to be here to start out with our first set of Checkmate. Now let's talk about this. We had our round of 128 conclude, and only the top 4 from each of those lobbies move forward to our round of 64, where they will be split up into lobbies of 8, and it will only be the winner of those lobbies that will make it forward to the grand finals tomorrow. So you have to accumulate a certain number of points and then get a first place to actually win it. That's going to be a really interesting challenge, I think, for a lot of our players, especially if they're unfamiliar with that format.
Biggest distinction is that the game count is capped at 6, which means that we can't go to the usual 8 games that we've seen sometimes in TAC Crown. And that means that at 6 games, if no one has reached Checkmate, able to win that last game, it will just be a normal point total that's added up, and that first place player will be advancing.
And you really have to decide on your game plan pretty early on. There's fairly limited Fast 9 lines that you can go for, and unfortunately, a lot of the forecast lines just don't have the same cap to kind of win out in a Checkmate scenario. So those lines that can actually win are very important, and you have to plan to aim for them early on.
Talking to a lot of the field, it's Void. Vertical Void, definitely on the menu for a lot of our players to try to claim that first place. Do you both agree that that's going to be a main strategy for our players to go for to get first?
I think it's the main one, but not the only one. I think even something like 3-star forecast could be a viable strategy. We saw Skara performing that to a great success
Diana 3.
in the DSG versus Koi show match yesterday.
There's still tears in your eyes.
I think there's certain augments as well that could enable some crazy strategies. I think a lot of prismatics, like Win Out, for example, and Growth Mindset are just insane from the econ standpoint of making it to 10 with Void or just with legendaries and kind of the Fast 9 5-cost soup as well. So I'm excited to see what that top end looks like in this set.
Yeah, and for me, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's really about early econ augments. If you get those, then you have a much easier path to actually play towards those Fast 9 compositions. A lot of it is going to come down to kind of the Yordle transition play, or either just playing the standard kind of mix of comp where you have the Vi and the Nico, and kind of like the Shyvana plus the Swain.
I can't wait to see how our players are going to approach this. Obviously, there's only a couple of games you're going to have to accumulate the points you need to reach the check threshold. And then from there, it is about getting that first place, but let's say it takes 3 or 4 games to actually hit that point. And then that's really when you got to turn on the jets. So 6 games actually doesn't feel like a lot of game time to work with for a format like this.
We've had many TAC rounds finish on 4. It's a possibility.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the average is somewhere between 5 and 6, so I think that's going to be most of the cases in these 8 lobbies. The one distinction I think we also have to make note of is the fact that you're not playing for first from the very beginning. The first 3 to 4 games are about being consistent, about trying to play for top 4s mostly, slowly get closer and closer to that 20-point mark. Even sometimes we see on the 3rd game, there's someone at 19 points. He can take his hands off the wheel, just play full contest, try and grief other players who are trying to get 20 points themselves because he has it locked in and guaranteed, even with an 8th place. So the dynamics in each individual lobby will be very different as well.
And I just want to point out, in our most recent TAC rounds, it wasn't the front runners in the first 2 games that actually ended up winning it. In set 14, it was Summertimer, who came back from 12 points to win the championship. And then without, you had a very different strategy. He didn't go for first places in his first 3 games whatsoever. He said, I'm just not going to go 7 and 8th. And then he won the final one. That's the one that counts.
It is. And so that's another thing to keep in mind, is that it doesn't really matter how you get there. You just have to get there at the end of the day, reach the point threshold, and then get that first place. And so it could take 4 games, it could take all 6, but it doesn't really matter how many games it takes, except maybe if you want to get to dinner.
It could even be a bad thing to sprint ahead of everyone else, because the moment you're the only player in check on game 4, game 5, for example, there's a huge target on your back. Every single player, if you try and play reroll, I mean, good luck, because they will all try and hold and contest your units. Even if you're playing for 4 cost, maybe not the unlockable ones, but a normal 4 cost, you'll be contested, it'll be held to make sure you can't succeed in your strategy.
Well, there is one player that we have here in our field of competition that is very used to playing the Checkmate format. That is Dish Soap, and he is here with his dad. So let's go ahead and hear from the 2 of them.
We're on the Paris Open floor with Dish Soap and his own buff Dish Soap dad here. You just advanced after game 3. Can you walk us through how that happened?
I went 3-3-2 played a couple of Void games, played Diana, just like standard stuff. Feel like I played well though. Might have to learn how to get it first though.
Congrats on getting through. You brought your own buff toward the venue. How does that affect your gameplay?
I don't know if it affects, but it's really nice, like, because I can just hear them rooting for me in the back. It's really cool that they like wanted to come out, and hope I can make them proud.
For sure. You must be so proud to have a GOAT son in TFT. One question we wanted to ask you is Kevin Parker was so happy that you watched his stream. Are there any other streams that you would recommend for TFT?
Yeah, I probably follow like about 40 streamers, or at least have watched them and have them on my saved list. Kevin Parker and probably Solo Gassane are the two EU players that I watch. I ran into Jose Paulo, and I remember maybe 2 years ago, Joseph rated him, and so I've just been following since then. And so it's kind of fun. I watch mostly NA. When I looked at my watch hours, obviously Dish Soap was #1, Frodan #2, Kurum #3. But I kind of watch them all. I'm really, ever since the summit back in 2022, I've been really following the scene. So proud of Joseph. It's been kind of fun here. I've turned into sort of like a minor celebrity just being his father. And so it's been a blast. And this community is great. I've been able to see these players, like you said, recognize them, introduce myself, and they've been all very welcoming, and even had some people want to take pictures with me, and it's kind of strange. It happens to Joseph all the time, but for me, it's been exciting. We're really excited about Paris and having some fun next week. He'll be able to carry around the belt with him, so that'll be great.
We heard it here. The GOAT TFT player and his GOAT father will be seeing you with the belt soon.
Well, very nice to see that support for Dish Soap. Dish Soap's dad is such a treat to have here at the Paris Open. Unfortunately, Dish Soap actually got knocked out in our round of 128, but like kind of understandably, that lobby was so unbelievably stacked. It had Hwamye in it, Chaos, top players from, of course, in like CN and APAC. And then we also have Toddy, that's here from Brazil. And so you look at the rest of like the giants that are in that lobby, it's like someone has to fall.
The lobbies only get more and more stacked as we progress through the tournament. I think in the case of that lobby in particular, Hwamye as well started off with a 7th and then went back-to-back first places to reach the 18 points to make it into this final checkmate round that we have today. So I think players are really looking for that clutch factor in terms of finding success in these later stages of the tournament.
Hwamye is going to be a player that I really want to keep my eyes on, because every time it's at the start of the set, he's always one of the first players to actually hit Masters. He's very creative, very original, and he loves to play Ixtal, the high risk, high reward type of traits. Perfect for checkmate.
That's true. I mean, talk us through that a little bit though, because maybe we'll actually save that, because we have another feature that we want to show you, and that is with Nibs, one of the artists that has actually worked with us before on our Tactician's crown sets.
I'm here at the Artist Gallery with Nips, and this is the most exciting stall I've seen here. Can you walk us quickly through the game?
Yes, so we love card games, we love TFT. Card game TFT was the natural progression, and balancing is hard, so there was a lot of things that we had to do, but we basically, as you can see in our display, we turned basically all of my products into tiers. Basically 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, you got everything. And entering, you get an exclusive Pengu pin. And then, of course, we had to make the 5 cost something really juicy. So we made it a custom drawing by me, yes. And we turned it into a 60-card deck. And we've got a pool size and everything. You got to tell the card gamers the odds, gambling, got to scratch the itch. There's only 3 5 costs in the pool, so you really got to hit every single one. We have a pile of 12 augments that you get to pick. You get to re-roll them, just like in TFT. And oh my goodness, the augments have been the craziest part of the event, because we've got our safe augments, okay? We've got our RNG augments, okay? We've got the nerfed augments. We literally had to remove an entire one because 2 people won the grand prize off it alone. So go ahead.
We have to see the grand prize. What is the best thing you can get here?
Okay, so I have an example of it on display over here. We've got an RE drawing. and I'm working on some right now. If you guys may know Alan, our resident TFT, he was the first one to win the grand prize. And of course, he asked for Kaisa. So this is a sketch so far. It's not done yet, so I have to go in with the pen and everything, but I'm really excited to see how this turns out.
Can we actually get custom drawings from you in this stall?
No, that's the fun part. You can only get it through the game, so if you guys want to come play and get Mort Dogged. We have a little extra one if you want to pass me that paper right there. Just in case you don't go even, we even made a Mort Dogged rerun. So basically to compensate, you can go again, and you have little berry power-ups to kind of compensate for the lost run. So, you know.
You'll always get something here.
You always get something. Listen, the house here talks to you. You can't do that in TFT. So sometimes you tug our heartstrings, and we'll give you some compensate, cut the deck. So yes, come play.
This is absolutely amazing. You've got to see it. You've got to try it out. There's been lines so far at this station, so come on out and get some art from Nips.
We promise.
All right, thank you. See you back at the desk.
I love all the artists that we have here at Artist Alley. It's been so cool to see how they have sold out. Some of them are almost completely out of merchandise. So if you are here and you want to go check it out, please go check it out now. That side game that Nips has created for her art looks so fun. So now I'm missing out on the opportunity.
Personally, I feel like it's so cool to see TFT bringing all of the Legends of Runeterra community from a few years back. Alan ZQ is here as well, of course, as a competitor. Nips is here. We saw Sunny, of course, in the Lord check. So I'm happy to see so many familiar faces still succeeding in what they love to do. In this case, the art from Nips here.
If you love TFT esports, a lot of the artists at the art stations actually have participated in our previous TAC rounds. They've participated in a lot of the TFT compete side as well. So their art style is not going to be unfamiliar. They know what TFT esports players love. Go check it out.
I am excited to get a check-in on how Wanda is doing at that mural as well. I've been walking past it. Chonk, I think, is done and all painted, and now it's really just about the center. I feel like we're saving the best for last. Maybe in the center we put the champion of this event. I don't know, but really excited to be able to see that. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of highlights, though, that we have had from our round of 128. As we check in on this lobby that includes Tidal.
And it includes Zahen unlocked, one of the harder to unlock champions. You need a hero augment, you need things to go really, really well as well. I personally have not unlocked him yet, although that's been mostly my decision. But we'll see how it goes for 60-second here.
No, it was not a low roll. You just have decided not to take Trials of Twilight.
I had it offered, but I had better spots, just say that.
It has been buffed recently, so everyone wants to see how.
Oh, so clutch!
I mean, it looks good from that clip.
Oh, but he's still in 5th. Okay, so we're moving on to other highlights here. We have the Baron 2.
And this is Stormy, one of the players from the UK as well, a very, very strong player who's done well in the past in the Opens, has made it to the top 64 as well, so big congrats to him. And a huge win with that Void board.
Oh, Double as well. Double actually did make it out of his lobby. And so really big congratulations to him. He's been crushing it all day long. I remember following what happened in the round of 256. Double going 6th, 2nd, and finishing out that round with a 1st place. And so clearly really in top form here heading into the rest of it. And you can see Cambiz right now on your screen, his cousin competing in a different lobby.
The Carmine Core cousins cannot be stopped when playing on home ground here in Paris.
Oh, the Annie!
Well,
so
maybe
close.
it can be stopped. There is the Archangel scaling. Still alive, though, at the very end there. Maybe did end up clutching out that win.
All right, we're back over to Doubles Lobby, AQ1H, also kind of one of the heavy hitters that we have that we've been following. Well, I think we also saw the end of this one with Jose Paulo. And then in this lobby, we've got Tidal that was really trying to claw back, but I don't know how that finished. Oh, Tidal barely snuck in through tiebreakers, actually. He tied with Junction with 12 points. And because I think Tidal ended up finishing on a 2nd, Title made it through.
Wow, I was on the floor and a lot of fans were like, oh, Title is out, we're saved, France is okay. And then he still makes it back on tiebreaker. Wow.
I think so.
He's the most dangerous checkmate player for sure.
Especially in a set like this one, I think there are certain sets where players like Title and Setsuko are going to be so much better in terms of their motivation because it just fits their playstyle so much more in terms of playing flexibly and adapting to what they're given.
But Setsuko is actually not going to make it to our round of 64. Unfortunately, went out in the bottom 4 there. Huey, Dewey, Louie, Sugar, 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 and Ralphie. I think some big surprises there coming out of that lobby.
This cash out was crazy. I was there in doubles corner watching, and the French crowd was going mad. He could have cashed out on 500. He went all the way to 700.
What?
Look at this Brock. Horizons, Focus, Radiant Hodge, and IE, and he lost.
No, no.
He still made it through, though. The good news is it was good enough.
Yeah, oh, that's wild, though. I mean, it already feels so hard to unlock the Brock and then to unleash the Brock and actually make it do well. Hopefully you all saw the Brock versus 28 Little Malzahars. That was a really fun fight.
That was also a very, very close fight.
Yeah, it actually was really close, but this one maybe a little less so. Anyways, we're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we will be looking forward to our round of 64, so don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Paris Open. We are nearing the last round of the day. Checkmate has finally arrived. Only 64 players remained. I'm Panda, joined by Clemens still, and we have a very special guest, Huainan, joining us on the broadcast. Huainan, you're essentially our mirrored version, but in CN, one of the casters for the TOC and all the different tournaments and competitions in the CN circuit. Welcome to the broadcast.
Hello everyone, and hope CN can get some more top 8s in this round.
We'll have our biases on the EMEA side, on the APAC side, on CN, and on America's
Yay!
perfect balance.
Oh, but it's so good to have you. How are you feeling knowing, like, especially like Huanmie has made it into the top 64? Are there any other players that you're keeping your eyes on?
Yeah, Huanmie and Snowy, these are the two players that I really keep my eyes on, and they are now both top 64. They are shining together, and they maybe only one of them can get into the top 8. That is quite frustrated if they can.
No, wait, are they both in the
In
same lobby?
They are in the same lobby in this round.
Oh, that is tough, actually. Wow, it's too bad. We wish everybody could make it through, but only 8. What do you think will happen with the checkmate format now? What do you feel like is going to be the best read to get first place?
I think any Arcanist flags can be the best comp to play in the checkmate format, and I believe in CM players because they play checkmate format every week. You know, every week in CM we have leagues, and they play the checkmate format every week for 2 days.
Wow. All right, so you all might have more experience than us, I think, because we get to play checkmate pretty infrequently. Now that we have the TFT Pro circuit, I think all of our regions have had a little bit more experience, but it's still something, especially with more casual fans, if they have not experienced TFT esports at the highest level, they might not have played this yet.
We usually only had one chance in the West to play checkmate in the TAC round itself, but last set we had a rule change in regionals where if everyone in the top 8 was already qualified at TAC round, which happened in many regions, it was checkmate instead. So we doubled our chances of preparing for this format, maybe with eyes set on Paris.
And there are players that are definitely familiar with checkmate, and those are going to be our TAC round winners themselves, Huanmie and Double, both in the lobby that we're about to cast here together. I want you to kind of explain, Huainan, how important has Huanmie been to the CN region? I've seen a lot of talk that he's basically the heart of that region.
Of course, because Huanmie just kind of represents the style of CN region because he is really like to play some high-risk comps. He just got the block in the last game and get advanced to this round. So Huanmie just love to like sell his board, get so much gold, and try to make his best to the max cap.
There's a lot of ways to do that this set, too.
Yeah.
I want to give a slight preview, but Huainan is actually the hype man on the TOC cast. So if Huanmie is doing well, I want you to go all out. Okay. No problem.
Definitely.
No, we got it. We got it. You're fully, no censor. Just you can cheer as much as you want. You can be biased as much as you want as well. I heard from Clemens that Huanmie is the Ishtal master this set, that he loves playing Ishtal and loves going for the big cash out. So I hope that in checkmate we see it at least once, maybe in like game 4, game 5.
Yeah, and Huanmie loves to play Extal. Huanmie loves to play the Arcanist, and also like the Fragile Yunara. Those are his favorites in this Paris Open and in this set.
Cool.
We don't have to tell them all the tech. It's okay.
It's okay.
We can save some.
Well,
it doesn't matter because they just don't hear it. Okay.
That is true, actually. The players cannot hear us. But maybe, Huainan, can you share with us a little bit of insight on how the Ishtal trait works? Especially for people like myself who don't like to touch the risky traits. How do you actually use Ishtal to get these big cash outs and build your best boards?
Just to get the 1 win and one loss, 1 win, 1 loss. That quest is so good, and Huanmie just got that quest last game and get 280 sound shards, and then he just overcome that game.
And I guess for that setup, he's obviously like removing items and making sure he's losing as if you were playing Crystal Gambit last set, for example.
Of course.
I do also think with Ishtal, a lot of players have this misconception that you can only play it like from 2-1 start, like Fortune in the past and other cash out traits, but you can just play it from high HP. In stage 3, you have 100 HP. Even if you're win streaking, you have the Ishtal opportunity. Hey, I'll play Ishtal, I'll sack all of stage 3 and 4 and come back with a huge Brock in stage 5.
There is another key, because he got a 3-star bar, and that bar just gave him 2 more blocks after he unlocked the first one, and then he got a 2-star block at level 8, and that was so strong.
Wow, level 8.
Yep.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's wild. That does feel like that would just kind of take over a game, but you also have to make sure you have items for Brock, right? You just can't just like put him on your board.
That's one of the key things about the Bard Ixtal line is you don't actually have to level up much. You want to save all your gold. Leveling often is a waste. And Bard is kind of tailored to your board. If you're winning, he can sometimes just pop the 7-cost Brock up onto your board. You can get it even on level 7. So it's a huge win-out condition just going for a win streak afterwards.
It's also, I think, an info check of knowing that, hey, maybe my next quest will be having to buy X amount of XP or having to use this amount of gold for rolls as well. So you have to kind of remove your habits. Sometimes in TFT, you just pre-level beforehand. Now you have to think, okay, I have Ixtal, I have to wait, I have to be patient, I have to not press any buttons, and then you see the quest, and then you react to
I'm horrible at that.
Yeah, still I'm still taking the last game from Hwamie as an example. He got the 500 sound shreds, and it gave him just 3 complete items, and then he just buffed his block.
I see. Okay, so that's the ticket
how you get
then.
items.
Yeah, just get the completed item anvils from the cash outs, and then just get the tailored items for Brock. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a couple key points for the Ixtal cash outs. One of them is obviously 500, you get the Brock, but a lot of times you want to go a little bit further. On 550, you have a 50% chance to get double duplicators. So that just procs Brock 2 onto your board immediately, and you can go a little bit further than 500. Don't stop there.
Actually, I feel quite shocked when I come to Paris and when I come into this Open, because they're really rare to see the Ixtal bar here, but on the CN server, like every 2 games there is an extra bar.
Oh.
I think we've seen this a lot in TFT, where even coming to TAC round, different regions have very different reads, and it comes down to not just what you think is better or worse in the stats or how it performs, but just the playstyle, how much you want to risk as a region. I think CN has always been very happy to take bigger swings, and they end up on very cool boards, very capped out boards because they take those swings as well.
For the past Tactician's crowns, we always get the most 1s and the most 8s.
Exactly.
Okay, well, hopefully 1s maybe for this
but
next
that is
round.
quite cool in the checkmate format, because maybe after you get some 8s, you can get some 1s to get that win in the checkmate format.
I will say, in this specific version of Checkmate, it's 6 games only. So if on 6 games you don't have a winner yet, it goes down to normal points. So there, the 8s might hurt a lot more. It's going to be slightly different to, I would say, TAC round Checkmate.
I am marveling at your jacket. It looks so cool.
Wow. It's an TOC jersey.
I know, it's awesome. I see the Cruel Pact on the arm.
Oh,
and
the
then
augment
the
as well.
Endless Hordes, I think, right?
Those are the augments, and it was in like TOC 7 for the set 10.
Yes.
Set 10 is a hot steel. You
Yeah,
can say that.
oh, nice.
Wow.
I see the recombobulator.
You have all the first or 8th augments on the jacket. You were not lying, actually, about this.
I love it. A lot of heart there. Well, what has been kind of the other most exciting thing that you feel like players have wanted to go for outside of Ixtal? Are there any other traits that you feel like have been very first or 8th?
First or 8s, I think besides Ixtal bar, there are Arcanist. Yoder fast 9 and then go Arcanist. That is the fast 1 or fast 8 after the level, like after the stage 4-2, like that.
Yeah, I
will
think you're
say,
right.
This last week, I've had a little CN in me because I was doing a lot of Yordle Fast 9 and sometimes going first place, sometimes going 8th.
There is a joke in CN server, like 6 Yordles on the board, 2 Jarvan off the board.
Yeah, true. You just got to get it ready to sell the Jarvan and then hopefully get the Silas unlocked. Well, we do have an interview with Double 61, who is about to take the stage for this round of 64. So let's hear from him and how he's feeling ahead of this next hurdle.
We're here with the home crowd favorite Double that just narrowly been able to advance. Can I ask what happened in that game where you were stabilizing on only 5 HP?
I mean, the game was crazy. I think I gridded like a 700. I don't know why I did this. I think I could have take just the 500, and I think I would have won the game, but I don't know, like I just clicked on the lose 4-player combat, and it was very close. I was close to dying, but in the end, I made it, so I'm happy.
The entire crowd just sighed a sigh of relief right there when you finally did make it through. I want to ask, what's the best way to play Ixtal? Because the quests are just so hard.
Yeah, I think one of the best way to play Ixtal is win as much as possible and never XP, never waste your gold on dumb things, and most of the time you can do a big cash. So you need to play a little bit smart, yeah.
My final question for you is, what would it mean to you to win another champion in front of the Parisian crowd?
I mean, of course, it would be insane. I am here to win for sure because in America, America won, in China, China won, and here in France, I hope that I can bring the trophy.
Thank you so much, Double. Best of luck on your future rounds.
We are going to see Double 61 later, as he will be our first round featured for the round of 64. But you kind of heard it there. He hopes to bring it home for France. We already saw a winner there from CN as well as from the Americas. So I think maybe it is time for France to take this one.
If we follow the very small sample size of 2 tournaments, then the trend indicates that an EMEA player and hopefully a French player will be winning this one. I'm sure Clement and Juanan, you guys are trying to have your own champions come up ahead in this lobby, but it will be a close one. I think the lobby is so stacked in what's coming up, and with only one player advancing, it's just so hard to predict. The names are all just so great.
The Double versus CN saga continues, because Double actually went over to CN and won their MSI. And so,
of course. Oh my God.
The impression of Potty Bowl and Double might be better in CN than in North America, even though the regions might know each other a little bit better in the West.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
For me, it's always surprising how Potable is in such a high pedestal in the CN region. He is a great player, of course, in EMEA, but specifically because he did so well in some of the international MSI tournaments that were held between the different regions, he's always so well regarded in CN from what I've heard.
And I'm so happy to see Double is still on the stage playing so well after so many years. And like CN, we still have some rookies in this year or in last year, and they can shine as well.
It'll be so cool to be able to see Huamie and Double 61 battle it out against each other. But we also have YBY1, who is going to be also in our round of 64. And I believe, Clement, you actually got a chance to speak with him. So let's hear what he had to say.
We're on the floor here with YBY1 that just advanced and our lovely translator, Phoebe. The first question I have for you is, you started off really, really dominant, but then closed out with an 8th. It looked really close. What happened there?
Em đã start cái vòng này với trạng thái gần như chiếm lợi thế rất lớn khi đạt được top 1 và top 2. Tuy nhiên vòng cuối thì em lại đạt được một cái top 8. Thì không biết là điều gì đã xảy ra trong lúc đấy?
Em nghĩ là kiểu cái map 3 ấn ấy thì thường em chơi cái map 3 ấn nó khó chơi, thì lên này em kiểu nghĩ là bị an toàn quá, tại vì mình có nhiều điểm mà thì mình sẽ đánh an toàn hơn là mọi khi, thì thay vì cái an toàn đấy thì nó lại dẫn đến em top 8.
So basically, I just play my most hated map in TFT right now, the 3 stamp. So, but I already have a lot of points in the top 1 and the 2 before. So I want to play safe in this round. So, but unfortunately, playing safe in this round is not like a really super way since I landed in top 8. Unfortunately for that. So thank you.
A lot of players will remember of how many 3-star, 5, and 4 costs you were able to get in the previous TAC round. Are there any tips on how to find those?
Em là một trong những người mà có nhiều 3 sao và 4 sao nhất. Thì em có cái tips nào mà em có thể có số đấy nhiều đến như vậy hay không? Kiểu là sao là người đỏ nhất để có thể số lượng 3 sao và 4 sao nhiều tới có thể á?
Thì thật ra thì em khá là thích role nên là em cảm giác là mình đỏ hơn mọi người, tại vì mình sẽ zone ra bài. Em nghĩ là kiểu mọi người nên nghĩ mọi người zone ra bài, mọi người không nên nghĩ là mọi người không nên ra bài đâu. Cứ nghĩ là ra bài là sẽ lên là 3 sao và 4 sao khá là dễ thôi.
So basically, I'm playing in style reroll style, and apparently, if you always think that you will get that in next round, you turn, and you're definitely gonna get that. So just think like that, and you will get that.
Think about it. Okay. Final question. What are your plans to break the curse of 3s?
Em đã đạt rất nhiều top 3 trong chung kết thế giới rồi, tổng lại là 3 lần. Vậy thì plan của em trong đợt giải TFT Paris Open là như thế nào để không để lên top 3 nữa?
Chắc chắn là chức vô địch rồi, tại vì em khá là thiếu những cái chức vô địch, gọi là những cái ở giải đấu lớn như chung kết thế giới với cả giải đấu offline. Thì em nghĩ là hôm nay em có thể vào chung kết checkmate ngày mai và vô địch.
So basically, I land in a lot of top 3 in Tactician's crown and the offline event like this. So for this tournament, I'm planned to being the champion of this, and definitely I will be in the checkmate a lot spot for this match and also tomorrow match.
Thank you so much, YBY1. Best of luck in your future rounds.
Clement, you just had to bring it up. YBY1 is forever cursed to get 3rd place at our big international tournament.
I only mention it because he also posted it that himself on socials, basically crowning himself the king of bronze, basically. But he is going to break it this time. He did talk about that.
There's a big difference between a 3rd place in this heat and a 3rd place tomorrow. Hopefully, at the very least, the curse is only for the actual final lobby in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, what is YBY1's legacy? Like, how is he regarded across the way?
That question for me?
Yeah. What do you think of YBY1?
YBY1, I think I got the first impression with him like for set 8, and that was the impression for me. He got the last chance qualifier getting into the Tactician's crown in that set, and because it was the last chance qualifier, I thought he just made it so good because he beat so many CM players that time.
There were 7 CM players, and YBOI was so far ahead, he didn't even need to play the last game to advance.
Oh!
So
he had how many wins in a row? Was it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you guys stop, shocking white man here?
We didn't mean to bully you.
I got shocked that time. So that is the first impression and the last impression for me on this player. Oh, he was so good.
Yeah, I mean, YBY1, when it comes to playing checkmate format, I think you all touch on the fact that he's so good at getting 1st place.
Yeah, a really interesting thing that Without You told me was that he felt that YBY1 should have won the championship in set 15. The only reason he didn't was because he had so many 3-star 4 and 5 costs before the event that players remembered that he was going to go for the roll down on the Rise and the Akali.
Yeah,
that's why they stopped him.
Wow. Okay, well, maybe YBY1 will be able to break the curse, make it into the final lobby, and actually win it all. But before that, YBY1 is going to have to go up against other very strong opponents like Yatsuhashi. We got a chance to get a word with him before this round of 64.
Hi guys, I'm here with none other than Yatsuhashi, and of course, first and foremost, a huge congratulations for moving on to our top 64. Of course, I want to know what he thinks about being led into checkmate now already and what his feelings are about that.
そうですね、チェックメイト方式の試合をやるのが結構久しぶりなので、そこはすごいなんでしょう、新鮮な気持ちで臨んでいます。で、なかなかちょっと1位を狙ってるのが難しいメダルだと思うんですけれども、そこはしっかりと用意してきたものをぶつけて、勝ち切りたいなと思っています。
Okay, since checkmate format is quite, last time he played since a long time ago, so it's a bit of nervous, but he seems like, he can manage to surviving. So it's like, maybe it's difficult to take a 1st place, but at least checkmates can still have a chance to, keep on winning, to keep the same, good performance. Will be have a high chances to, winning the next game as checkmate.
Yeah, so once you're in, you're primed for that checkmate. Hopefully that, of course, is waiting in the top 8. I want to know one more thing, and that's, of course, a lot of the players really love set 16. How are your feelings on the new set?
So そうですね、何でしょう、今までのセットに比べるとかなり派手というか大味な戦いが多いなっていう印象があって、そこにすごい慣れるのが難しい部分はあったんですけれども、今のところやっててすごく楽しいです。
Okay, compared to the previous set, set 16 is a bit of the, how can I say, it's a very chunky, it is very showy, so it's maybe we need a different strategy to winning, so that's he thinks about how feeling for set 16.
a lot to figure out for sure. Thank you so much, Yatsuhashi. Arigatou gozaimashite, and back to you guys. Thank you so much for that interview, Makes. It's really great to hear from our competitors before they really get settled in for our round of 64. And Yatsuhashi is another one of those players that really has created such a legacy for himself.
Yeah, Yatsuhashi is just absolutely a pinnacle of longevity. He was able to reach the finals in Fates. That was back in set 4. And then he came back with the EWC team for Zeta. He was one of the first picks for title because they actually ran an entire 4v4 tournament. And Yatsuhashi's team was called the Old Man Group. And they were still able to get through. That's his introduction back into the TPC. I'm pretty sure Summertimer and Title will also be helping him on his journey.
Yeah, it's part of the Zeta huddle we've been talking about, where they all seem to be moving as a group on the venue floor. It's hard to find a Zeta player by himself. I think that's also a part of their history in TFT, where they're all helping each other out, trying to reach those new heights together.
Yeah, it's been really great to be able to see how they've all performed. I mean, the Zeta division, also includes Title, I think Summertimer. Like,
they used to include all of the APAC TAC round wins. Used to.
Oh, okay,
Until last time.
Yeah.
But it's just insane because the Japanese community is actually very, very small. It's actually even smaller than the TW community. But if you look at just their final appearances, they are within the top 3 best regions right there. They're right behind Americas, China, and then it's Japan.
Yeah, as you talk about Zeta, I thought like on the Cyber City, when Yatsuhashi won the Tactician's crown, Summertimer won the Tactician's crown, Yatsuhashi I can see his tears in that venue. Yeah.
Oh, it's a cool background story. We didn't know
I didn't know that. Yeah, so he was really excited for his teammate.
He was so excited for him, even more excited than Summertimer himself.
Yes, I
think I remember this clip now. Yeah, I do remember. Where Summertimer was so chilled and like so just alpha on camera, and then Yatsuhashi was like, "I'll cry for you, brother."
Yeah.
All the work we put in to get here.
Aw, it's really true teammates, and we've seen that across the board with a lot of our study groups that have come in before this tournament, or the 4v4 teammates that actually come in and prep together. We saw Vitality go through that boot camp before as well. So it's been fun to be able to see everyone kind of work together for the common goal of just being able to put their team even further.
And hopefully at least every single study group has like one champion in this round to all, get behind and feed all the information and stats and the mindset and the game plan to try and have one of those players make it to the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to shout out the French study groups. They have RCS and Aegis. They both have 3 players that made it into day 2. So hopefully they're still with us right here. We're not sure. Kenobi, obviously a big part of the MEA broadcast. It was one of them that made it all the way to day 2. Another one of the really strong teams, I would say, is Flash Wolves. They still have 2 members remaining right here. Both AQ1H and Haru are still fighting for their chance at the final stage.
Yeah, and for CN Alpha Gaming, like Hwami and Snowy, they are teammates as well.
Oh.
They are in the same study group.
So it's a really spicy lobby that's coming up for like 5 different reasons.
I do want to ask a little bit about Snowy. We've sung a lot of praise of Hwami, but Snowy is also a very reputable, very strong player in the region. How is he viewed?
He is quite like he is just Hwami and Snowy is just like Summertimer and Yatsuhashi.
Okay.
You can see that.
Okay.
I met Snowy in the first ever EWC. I think he was the coach for Twisted Minds, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And he seemed like a really important part of that team in terms of the game plan, in terms of the mental fortitude, in terms of keeping everyone kind of focused and on the right page when it comes to 4v4 as a format.
Yeah, actually when they were playing for EWC, when they were playing the 4v4 format, he was the one that got blamed most.
Oh no.
Was blamed most. Like the other 3 were always standing at the back of Snowy and telling him, "Oh, you shouldn't do that. You should do that. You shouldn't do that. You should do that."
But coaches usually have the last call,
Yeah.
So they also take sometimes the brunt of all the backlash and all the positives as well sometimes for the team, which it happens in most sports.
Unless you have players that commit anarchy and they actually go against the team's coach's choices, right?
That's a whole different ballpark.
Hopefully not. When I talked to Hwan Mie during the 4v4 events, he said that Snowy was the guy that provided him with a lot of the tech that he used. So he was like kind of like the tech repertoire of the team. Yeah.
Yeah, that was true. Yeah.
Okay. Still getting blamed for providing tech. Wow, what a tough job, man.
That's hard. I mean, there's just so much stuff to keep track of. And so I'm always very impressed with the level of knowledge that the coaches have for TFT as well as just the players. There was a lot of information that you had to get through in order to compete at the Paris Open, especially given we only had 1 week with the live set.
Yeah. And let's be honest, I think
we're still discovering things.
The coach role in TFT is a little bit fake when we have coaches like Marcel P and then coming in and they just smash the rest of the set and make it so far as well in Paris. The same case with Snowy. I think most of the coaches are also players in some regards, depending on where you find them in the set and in their history and the trajectory. So it's really fun to see that symbiotic relationship.
Yeah. Talking about coaches, I think MOGG is one of the most famous coach in now CN community, and he now leads quite a big study group in CN region right now, and he is here as well.
Yep.
I saw him yesterday, but I don't know how far had he made.
He didn't make it that far, and he was turning around and saying, "Hey guys, can we play 4v4?" And then he realized all of his friends made it, so it was like, oh.
Is that
that's
kind of
unfortunate.
fate for coaches?
Yeah.
Well, Snowy's still playing, so let's hope not.
AQ1H is also another big coach.
Exactly,
and, I think the dynamics is really interesting because once you have a coach do really well, the next question that happens is, which of you is going to step off? Because for the organizations, it makes a lot more sense to run the guy that actually was a runner-up in one of the TAC rounds. So there's a lot of interesting things that happen.
Yeah, AQ1H is also the player that really impressed me a lot in the Cyber City.
Yep.
Because he got the most points.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it didn't make it to the crown, but still impressive enough.
Yeah, he was very consistent. Clement actually is our he's the one that gives us
So many APAC players shining.
Well, I think for me, a lot of it is because of MOGG and making the connections with Dunbai and Flancy. Those two just provided so much.
Crazy combination of talent in that group.
All right, well, we do have a player interview with someone else that's also out on the floor, so let's go ahead and hear from them.
Hi friends, I'm here with Jeduso, and of course we want to know from our prestigious French players how it's been to play here at the TFT Paris Open.
I mean, I feel really good to perform here in France, and I mean the set is incredible, and I just want to play games and have fun and go in finals.
Well, you're on your best way there. You made it into the top 64. You now need to win Checkmate to move on to another round of Checkmate. How are your thoughts going into that with needing those first places?
I mean, I feel no pressure because the first goal was to go in semifinal because, I mean, after semifinals, it's Checkmate, so I need to have luck to go in final, so now I have no pressure, and if I'm going to final, I will be really happy, but if I don't, that's the game.
What would it mean to you to win the TFT Paris Open here in Paris with all of your friends here?
I mean, it will be probably the best moment of my career by far, and yes, I will do anything I can to win.
Thank you so much, Jedu, and back to you guys.
Great to hear from Jedusaur, of course, one of the rising stars of EMEA, and very cool to be able to see Jedusaur here, of course, making it so far in some of our previous Opens.
And I think especially in his case, because he's someone who was top 4 in Macau. That was, I think, almost a culmination of his rise as a global star in TFT. But first out of the pro circuit, he had a very poor showing for what's expected from him. He actually got out of the pro circuit, and he came into this tournament, he told me, I want to prove myself again, the same way I did in Macau back then, but for different reasons. And I'm really happy to see him doing so well and advancing, and maybe another top 8, I think, would cement him as one of those global elites.
I think so. I mean, especially making it to a top 8 of any of these enormous international competitions is a very huge achievement. Even making it this far to the round of 64, I think is something that a lot of our players should be very proud of. Before we get into our lobbies, I do have a small update to make. We had a issue in a couple of our lobbies that has affected the seeding for our lobbies as we enter into the round of 64. So we have revisited that issue, we have resolved it, and we have reshuffled our players with an updated seeding. So we will still be following double 61 on our main stage, but there will be some different opponents in this lobby. So maybe, yeah, Huainan, you do get your wish, maybe.
Wow.
We won't see Snowy or Hwanmie facing off against each other.
I feel so excited when I hear the world reshuffle.
Especially with Hwanmie and Snowy being so close on a personal level, not just on a regional level. I think that's going to be great for them to not have to fight their own teammates and friends in this lobby. I'm curious, what's the power of casters when it comes to blessings in the CN region? Because it feels like you're quite powerful coming in here. You make a wish and you get what you want already.
I'm not the one who cursed a lot.
Okay,
so I believe in myself, I believe in my region.
Yeah, some of us do say very positive things about our players, and then they do not do very well. So yeah, we do call that the caster curse on our side, but hopefully you have caster bless them.
I do believe in the curses, and that's why I always hype up the EMEA players.
Thank you.
So far it has worked.
As always, I'm so grateful for your presence in my life.
Oh boy. Well, that's how you know we're about to have fun with this one. We are just waiting for our players to get ready on stage, and of course, as we said, we are remaking some of these lobbies, so it will just take us a couple more moments. So before we get there, I think there are definitely some really fun things that we've had going on here at the Paris Open. Huainan, have you been able to experience anything else around the venue, or has it really just been super locked in on the TFT esports side?
Oh, I was super locked in on the TFT esports side because I was co-streaming yesterday. I was co-streaming today for the top like 256. So quite locked in. I hope I can have some more time to hang around and like get some rift round, get some 2x KO. But the good atmosphere just impressed me so much.
I wanted to ask actually, for the CN region and the general field of pro players that we know in the West, are they also interested in Riftbound? Do any of them feel like they want to play a little bit on the side? Is that an interest for them, competitively speaking?
They are interested in that, but yes, quite a few players love to play those kind of card games.
Card games, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Nice. All right, so we're going to have to get the global gauntlet for Riftbound happening at some point.
Give it like 1 year.
Yeah, okay. We'll give some time for people to actually prep and get those decks together. But when you were co-streaming, was there anything that stood out to you? Maybe like some interesting comps you weren't expecting, or players that did well that surprised you?
Oh, actually, I'm not talking about the in-game issues. I'm going to talk about some experience of co-streaming because I'm co-streaming with Ming. If you know that in League of Legends,
yes, of course.
He was the support for RNG, and last time when he came to Paris, he won the Amateur Champion.
Oh,
yeah. So
good luck here.
Yes, I think for CN region, we got so super lucky in Paris here. We got the Amateur title here, we got the World title here, and hopefully we can get a TFT Open champion back to China.
Another one. Oh, you're asking for too much, I fear.
My God.
You already got one wish granted. That's enough.
That's a blast.
You're so right. Well, hopefully we will be able to see even more of that as our players are getting ready to go. You can see them. They have loaded into the game. They are starting to prepare their strategies as we kick off our round of 64 here at the TFT Paris Open. You see Double 61 getting ready, and we'll also be able to tell you who else is featured in this lobby.
I saw Hwanmie on that stage.
Okay, so maybe no Snowy though,
yeah,
right?
There's no way they all get reseeded back into the same lobby,
We have Zyko
right?
as well, and actually I forgot to mention this. Zyko, like Hwanmie and Snowy,
wow.
He's also one of the best friends of Double and one of his prep partners since all the way back. Zyko has been into 2 TAC rounds as well, and he was there all the way back in set 4. I believe he finished runner-up back then as well, so a lot of experience in this lobby.
They're all ready.
I
so ready to
feel
go.
like I did see Snowy still, though. We're
but
gonna get a
I think
first
we
look
got
at the
Crab
players.
Wraith.
We saw T-Lights there as well, so representative for the Americas region. 8 lobbies left, all of them obviously going to be incredibly stacked when it comes to the field, reducing from 768 players down to just 64 after pretty much 24 hours of competition. That's crazy.
Yeah, the cuts are so incredibly rough here, and you know, I personally am rooting for Hwanmye every time at the start of the set. He is so creative. He is always my player to watch. I want to continue that tradition from EDG to FBX, now to Alpha.
And let's go. You saw the countdown. Let's dive right into it. The first game of the round of 64, where we will see what awaits us. And as you saw the Rift Herald and the pause, we are not the Rift Herald, sorry, you saw Shelly. Well, Shelly is dancing very excitedly for us because we will be getting the Scuttle Puddle.
And to continue talking about some of the players here we haven't mentioned yet, Lalana, a player from the UK, from EMEA, who is an OG player from all the way back in set 1, and for a long time he was considered one of the best early game players in EMEA as a whole in terms of playing out stage 2 almost to perfection. We'll see if he can do the same here.
Oh.
Unfortunately,
That Milio already found.
No. Why not? You have too much power.
One of Hwanmye's favorite comps here, Emilio here, and he is expecting an Iniko.
that would be fun. Yeah, and unfortunately with the lobby shuffle, Snowy and Hwanmye did not separate.
Yeah.
They are still going to play against each other in this game, but for Snowy,
No.
that is also a Kiana and Nico to start.
That is kind of CN tradition.
They'll hold hands, right?
Yeah.
Play the Ishtal.
I think
Do you think one of them gentlemen's though and steps off of the comp? No.
Competition is competition. I think top 64, I mean, everything is on the line here for every single competitor.
I see an early Nautilus, and I immediately think of Bilgewater.
I wonder what the Ionia one is, because unless the Ionia is like Enlightenment or Prosperity, you rarely see the Ionia.
You don't hold the Shen and the Jin. Maybe it was Catapult's a bit different, but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you do have a pretty decent setup for potential Rage Blader Kraken on this Jin as well. I think Jin 2 with 2-3 items in stage 2 is an absolute beast.
Oh, and there's the Gwynsuit, like you mentioned. It's going to be a 4-item start here, so tempo will be higher.
Big decision here for players in Scuttle Puddle and any kind of high econ start if you decide to hold more pairs and have more options overall for your game plans, or want to try and make 10, make 20 in some cases.
Right. Why not? You have to say it with the Ixtal Expedition.
It was Alana. It was Alana.
Yeah.
For Hwanmye. The Expedition has just been, there's so many players just saying that is probably one of the strongest augments you can get early on, and you're starting with Emilio.
Of course, but he loved the Unsealed from Steel, or maybe.
Our most picked augment so far.
Yeah, fun fact, for day 1, Unsealed from Steel was...
Double got the 2-star Leon now.
This is a comp he's played a lot of. It was Jedusor, who we just saw the interview with. He was the player that I think popularized the Diana globally, especially the BT Titans Rageblade build, and Double played a lot of it as well in the end of the EUS ladder race coming into Paris. So he must be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yep.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, but there's a Bard, actually, that Lalana unlocked.
This was actually one of the strongest reroll comps in day 1, and it's going to be Bard with Ari. This is something that 8LJ Walking really popularized in his lobby, nearly won with it, but then because he went for too big of an Ixtal quest, it was actually blocked. And we're seeing that Ionia is going to be Path of the Prosperous. So a lot of people will be potentially using that to get to their Fast 9 spots.
Yeah, and Apok is quite fit Bard because he got the free rolls at the very beginning of the stage 2.
You sacrifice very little to activate that to get the Bard online, and he can just do so much for you in terms of generating value and resources across a game. And we mentioned it, I think the 2 clear paths, last patch in particular for Fast 9, were Yordles and Bilgewater in terms of generating extra resources, but things like the Ionia Gold start as well is a big way to get there.
Ooh, and Zyko just found a Rek'Sai 2, a very, very strong unit if you can get it early. Usually you don't hold on to it, but on stage 2 too, that could set him up very nicely into the void spots.
Yeah, it just does so much damage.
Hustler start for cutting is hard, so I'm going to try and play full tempo here. One of the things with Hustler, obviously you're not getting interest, so you're trying to level up as quickly as possible, playing for almost like prismatic Spoils of War in terms of how much tempo you're adding to the lobby. But the moment you lose that wave of tempo, you might be in big trouble going into stage 3.
Yeah, that's why so many players with this augment would love the 6 Yordles, because that can give him back some free rolls.
Yeah. Going Long and Hustler both were fantastic augments. Last patch when Yordle was so dominant as a way to generate extra golden rolls.
I still think it's pretty powerful.
I agree with you. I think it's definitely playable.
I mean, look at, you're holding on to the pair of Rumble, the pair of Lulu. But there's so many, I think, better units. If you've got the Invoker start too, do you think this is like a spot where Snowy could actually go for Lissandra? Or is that something you're thinking of?
It's definitely viable. I think one of the best things about the Lissandra Yunara flex, it's very consistent, and also it has an avenue for many different items, where you have both an AD and an AP carry, so it can do quite well with balancing variance in TFT with your itemization.
Yeah.
And it's also a really good start for Nivea, right? You're activating so much chill on this board with an early Sejuani and a Nico pair.
Of course, but there is also another way for him, because he got Nico and Vi on his board with another Sarah Fanny. It would be fine with the 2 Piotr.
This looks like a very high tempo lobby. You have someone that's going to get the Diana on level 6 here in double. He's already had the Leona too. And you also have Zyko with the Rek'Sai too. You have Hwanmin that's going to play a reroll composition with the Bard as well. So a lot of players have been saying tempo is king so far in the lobby. If you don't have a good HP total, you can't go to the fast 9s. How are they going to preserve HP is going to be the big question here.
What? Where did Kiting His Heart get this misfortune from? What? Am I seeing that right?
This is one of the benefits of pushing levels with Hustler.
That's a reward for level 5.
Exactly.
Wow!
It's not just that you're playing more units and usually win streaking and snowballing the early game, it's that you have early access and early priority on hitting some of these forecasts, which can shape your game plan and really help you take over the stage.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, talk about tempo. I mean, if this misfortune actually gets items, I feel like that's really good for Kiting.
It's one of the best starts for Bilgewater, because you don't have to hunt for any units to get 7 Bilgewater online. And that's one of our premier Fast 9 compositions. Infinite item printer, 7 Bilgewater composition. One of my favorites.
Sure, but so far, I think he doesn't have the 3 Bilgewater.
True.
But you would think that the Alawi and the Twisted Fate would just, you know, appear, right?
Actually, just 1 TF, and then he got a Graves, and with Misfortune, that would be so strong board.
Yeah.
All right, well, it has a Juggernaut frontline, so that is actually quite nice. You have an upgraded frontline to give time for the Misfortune, but to actually cast, and that is going to be 3 items on her. Although, when I look at those items, I actually think of Bel'Veth. So I wonder if the Misfortune is actually just a item carrier for the Bel'Veth later.
It would make a lot of sense, I think, Void. If you're not forcing yourself into it, if you have a good spot for it naturally in stage 2, is just one of the strongest lines in the game, because you get these little tempo spikes that help you maintain that snowballing effect. With the Rift Herald coming online, with the Kaisa coming online on 8, maybe with Scuttle Puddle in particular, you can also very easily push for that Baron Nashor. So a very strong game plan for Kiting His Heart. A player who's one of the OG names from the Americas. I remember when I first started playing TFT back in set 3 and started casting TFT, he was one of the big names in the streaming space in the Americas region alongside Soju.
Absolutely. That's definitely a name that I remember looking up to when I first started in TFT. And so it's very cool to see Kiting His Heart come out for this. I mean, the Paris Open, or the Opens in general, have always kind of gotten people to come out of the woodworks again to enjoy TFT.
And he has to dodge double, but he runs straight into him. Double is going to slam all of his items. This is going to be the big win streak, and it's really important for Kiting His Heart, because he is angling on the Scuttle lobby to go 10 for the Baron. If he can't get that streak money and he has Hustler, that game plan is going to be a lot less viable.
Oh, I mean, you just cannot get through this Leona. Especially after you saw Double slam the Steadfast, there's just not enough damage to get through that.
And Double made a sacrifice there to win that round. Titan is one of the best items for that Diana, so if he wanted to try and have a 3-item Diana early on, he has delayed it a tiny bit by using the Steadfast instead, but I think he needed it to unlock the Leona as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And you hope that maybe, especially in Scuttle Puddle, you just get extra components too, right?
Besides the level 2, the 2-star Leona, he got a 2-star Aphelios as well. And I'm expecting, if there is a Taric, maybe he will go to the area or also.
Really? We've seen a lot of players actually ignore the Aurelian Soul because they'd rather have the Diana.
But it is very early on.
Yeah, if he got it early on a stage 3, I think Aura is a good one.
You have to remember,
7 cost.
Double's not a CN player. I know in CN, everyone would play for ASO because they want to play for the max cap possible.
Sure.
But maybe, though, you have to consider if there is going to be someone going to level 10 with the Vertical Void board, you have to have extra powerful champions to be able to match that. And I do think that Aurelion Sol fits that bill.
If he naturals it in the next shop, I actually think it's a great spot. You know, you 3-3, you can start playing with the A-Sol. I haven't actually seen anyone play from an early stage 3 A-Sol so far, but this would be the ideal condition for it.
You should hold 3 cost and hope for Recon Bob to try and hit his Eric. That's my strategy.
That would be insane.
Hwamie is in an interesting spot right here. He is getting contested on the Bard line, and one of the things I've seen him play is actually if you don't have any 3 stars while playing Ixtal Bard, the Milio is a better damage carry, so he typically holds the items there, and depending on how good his rerolls go, then he might switch back to the Bard.
Yeah, if he Bard goes level 2-star, and then maybe he will put the items on the Bard again.
It is silvers, but no Recon Bob, unfortunately.
Oh.
No content being farmed here.
Too bad. Well, I think Double's still going to be quite happy. Gets a chance to push to level 7 already. And that's going to be quite nice when the rest of the lobby is kind of still sitting on 6.
Oh. Nice combo for Hwamie, rolling for days alongside hefty rolls, so getting some extra value from his second augment choice. It's a deep roll down here.
Yeah.
And I really want to see if we can get some get some glimpses of his quest choices. This is what makes Hwamie the best Ixtal player ever. He oftentimes ignores his chat and goes for the highest risk ones. So extremely interesting to watch. Okay, this is fairly tame. Just reroll 18 times. That's good. Another great thing about this composition is you don't really care about your overall econ because you can cheat the rocks out with the Bard.
It's a different
so
system,
it's completely okay to stay on level 6 for a very, very long time. You actually want to just stack your quests as soon as possible.
And already got his Orianna unlocked. That is good.
Yeah, it's one of the harder things to do while you're, you have to mostly have all the units ready already for PvE. If not, you're sacrificing usually the Bard slot to do it, so you lose some value there as well.
Yeah, he must have found the Loris already and was able to sell it later after the Orianna was unlocked.
Wow, that's too much for me to do.
Early Wukong for T-Lights, rewarded for playing into this Ionia line. Also has great itemization for Wukong, who I believe can proc the Mogul's Mill twice in both of his versions. Also benefits from aura items as well for that same reason.
Wow, but I mean, like, it's really cool that he could also unlock Set if he gets to level 8 before Wolves.
And with Scuttle, you'll get there quite early.
Like, I think you can actually just, like, pump the
if
levels.
If you wanted to, you could do it on 3-5. I'm not sure
yeah,
that's the game plan.
I don't know if you should do that.
It's not Yordles.
Your interest.
Are you trying to bless the Americas players now?
Listen, I've leveled to 8 too many times with Yordles in this last week.
I have done it also. Ooh, it's down. Diana is down. Wait, no, she's around.
Smart positioning from Double, using both Diana and Caitlyn as backline access, guaranteeing a kill on that corner carry unit.
Now, Diana is still a menace.
Especially when you get her on 3-2.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, no kidding.
That helps. A lot of players have been angling towards this Belveth, so I want to see if there's any pickups here.
I mean, like, Zyko has the Voids.
Yeah, that would be
and when we
huge
were
for
looking at kiting is hard, we did see those items, and we still see a couple of extra Void units to get the Rift Herald unlocked. Not Rift Herald. Yes, wait.
Zyko, most likely, I think the timing would have him give him Rift Herald right now on 3-5, and he just picked up a Belveth from the carousel as well. So really good news for the French player.
Yeah, but we did see a couple of them on bench, so it's going to be tough, I think, for a lot of these players to actually find it. But let's find out.
There it is, 6 Void, I believe. Oh, he's missing the Rek'Sai still, actually.
Sometimes the Rek'Sais just don't want to show up for you.
Yeah, it's going to be playing 4 Void, and this is the other way to play Kai'Sa sometimes. It's you don't actually go for the full 6 Void. You just use kind of a mix of a frontline playing around Cho'Gath with the Juggernaut and then the Bruisers from the Herald.
I love this from Rain, actually. He's keeping the option open to play Diana as well. He's holding onto the Leona pair. He has the Rageblade and the Titans built on the Kog'Maw. So this is one of the key things in this set and just in TFT as a whole. You can't just tunnel onto one plan because some things can go really wrong and it might not pan out. If you get Leona 2, hey, maybe I play Diana instead and I contest double.
I guess once he got the money from the savings account savings, he can make his decision because he got so massive gold.
that'll be coming quite soon, right?
Yeah.
And maybe Rain can be the hero of the lobby if Double tries to go for Diana 3, like Scarra did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, Rain is losing a lot of HP. 27, and we haven't even hit Wolves yet.
Yeah, I don't think he has a very clear Baron angle, so it's most likely you either play for Diana or just play for the Kaisa and do a level 8 thing.
Painan, you mentioned it, your favorite quest.
Alternate winning and losing for 4 rounds.
So there's recently
lot
been
of
a
shards.
Leduc quest video out that has taught a lot of players how to play this, but you do not actually need to alternate the win-losses if you take Ixtal out in between rounds. You just need the last round to be different from the previous round that the Ixtal wasn't in.
What?
So
Yes. But you still need 4 different rounds.
Yes,
with
you
Ixtal
need
in.
4 different
Okay,
rounds.
okay.
Yes, yes. But
Wait, that's such a cheat code.
I don't think it's intended, but currently it is in the game, and it is one of the reasons why Ixtal is very powerful.
You can also, when there's some quests, for example, be below X amount of HP, you can take that quest with Ixtal, take Ixtal out, and then re-put it back onto your board when you're getting to that HP quest.
Wow.
If I'm not
So the
mistaken.
first one is the loss. Oh, he didn't choose that one. I guess.
Oh,
He didn't choose that one.
I think it's harder in a lobby like this compared to like ladder, for example, because
Yeah.
players will read what you're doing and they'll say, okay, I have to be super locked in to try and make this be the different result. Basically.
And as mentioned, as the quick tempo this game, it's hard to get win in stage 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key. You can only really pick that when you're winning. If you're winning, then you can sort of lose a lot easier, just take items off. But if you're in a losing position, then it's not really clickable.
The carousel or the PV item here will have to favor Double. He's looking for a Titans for this Diana as well as a BT. So a bow and a cloak are the real highlights here for Double.
Yeah.
Does he find them?
Does look like with how good his tempo is, it's just going to be a fast 9 angle from this point on.
Titan.
But the Titan
But not
at the very least.
Bloodthirster.
I cursed him again.
Oh, Kaisa got unlocked though, so it's a go time here for
Kaisa too.
Psycho. Wow, that's a Belveth as well, so that is going to be 6 Void.
It's very good items for his carry as well.
Rain, yeah, looks like he will be playing Diana as well. For now, playing that, very good frontline board with Swain, Nico, and the Vi, giving you so many different traits. Diana 2 is found as well. There's a Rage Blade. What are the rest of the items here for Rain? Has to go fast. Can build a lot of, Titans as well. Missing the BT for now.
You did have to commit the duplicator early here, so I feel like in these type of spots, especially when a lot of these top-level players are actually positioning against the Diana, this is still try to scrap for a 5th or 6th spot coming in from Rain.
Well, maybe a little lucky that Rain actually played Hwamie then, because the Diana did get that backline access and was able to snipe out that Melio before he got too many casts off. And the items will be good enough. Now that we've got our next and final augment choice, it will be gold augment to round everything out. And who wants to take Arcane Victory?
Not yet, not yet. Save it for tomorrow.
No.
This is one of those spots is if Double gets something like
took
max
it.
cap.
He went early. He jumped the gun.
Rain took Arcane Victory.
It's just, I think it's strong synergy, right? You're looking for a fairly long fight with so many defensive traits, like Piltover and Defender, and the Diana can still wreak havoc as everything else gets done.
He needs instant combat power, so that's pretty much the only option left here.
Crash test dummies. I love it.
But that augment is just quite weird with the 90 caliber nats because they just stun together.
Yeah. Wait, they stun at the same time?
After 8 seconds, they stun at the same time.
But they can overlap, so you lose some value potentially.
Sure.
Oh. Wow. So maybe you just are going to take out the Piltover later?
Yeah. Or just to not try to make that augment work when you are playing that kind of Piltover.
Yeah, some anti-synergy there. We see T-Lights has found the set that you were mentioning, Necra. So is looking to move into that full Ionia setup for this stage at the very least. I think most of the times with the gold Ionia, you tend to try to play vertical Ionia as long as you can until you feel like you're really losing control of your lobby tempo and then move into one of the stronger fast 9 boards.
Wow, look at this. I mean, Snowy's making a huge adjustment right now. did end up being able to try to get some of these Demacian units in, I think is going for the Arcanist flex.
Going for Silas as well, potentially looking for the Garens and the Luxus to sell and try and find the upgrade onto the Silas, but is missing a few key pieces here.
The star of the show hasn't been found just yet. The Annie is still the anchor to that Fast 9 composition.
Yeah, he just want Annie to make him stage 4 solid. But unluckily, he didn't get it.
Well, Hwamie has got the Bard online and rolling, so maybe this will be a little bit better, but like this damage is going to be tough against this Diana.
The hefty rolls helps a lot, right? All the extra HP onto the Bard will give more survivability against this Diana. We're seeing here how long the Bard has survived compared to most backline carries, but in the end, Diana does scale further ahead.
He should be relatively okay because with 27 HP, he can still make it to stage 5 comfortably. It's just about, can he actually finish the quests? That's the big question right here, and we're not exactly sure which one he picked in the last one.
Yeah. And the only thing Hwamie need to do is to unlock the block.
Yep, that's all you need to do is stabilize. We've seen it from double already, 5 HP, we get the Brock online, we good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And once you got the block, you can make the 5 extra work.
You heal a bit as well.
And heal a bit as well.
Yeah, it really helps with that.
And then you're not afraid of lose 1 round more.
Look at Zyko actually took the Darken weapon for the Belveth, I believe. That's Darken Bow.
It's the most picked augment in day 1 for a reason. I think more towards the Void angle than the Slayer Flex angle, and it just really helps with itemizing multiple carries in the Void line. If you think about it, with the Void mods, this is kind of a 4th item, so when you're able to have 3 items on your carries, on both carries, it's just that much stronger for both the Belveth and the Kaisa.
And the observers are going through the bottom parts of the lobby right now. Snowy rolled down to 0, did not find the Annie. I unfortunately don't think he's going to last here much longer. For T-Lines, I think he's relatively stable. I think he's just 1 tank off, and he should be fine for the rest of the stage.
Oh, but they're facing each other. T-Lights and Snowy are players that are at the bottom of the lobby. You need to watch this Yunara for T-Lights and for Snowy. He has decided to move those AP items over to the Ziggs that he has unlocked. But this Yunara is just able to get so much damage down. The Shyvana 2 really holding out, though, to make sure that Snowy actually has a chance. Oh, my goodness. Wow, the Ziggs is such a big deal with that Shyvana 2.
That 2-star Shyvana just saved him.
Yeah, very resourceful as well. I think I've seen very few players usually playing around Ziggs outside of vertical Yordle, but if you don't hit an Annie, you have to find some kind of backline carry that can carry and do the job in this end of stage 4. So great resourcefulness from Snowy to play around the Ziggs here.
Want to find a carry at the very least, so being conscious to just unlock that through Vi, I think gives you a lot of points later on.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished for Rain. 27 HP and then a 5 win streak in stage 4, so he properly stabilized once he rolled down for Diana 2.
That is the Diana classic for stage 4 win streak. Easy.
Take over. I think it's actually a bad thing that both Double and Rain are playing Diana in this lobby, because if there's only one Diana player, maybe you get lazy and you don't position, but when there's 2 of them, it's like, okay, I have to position every single round.
Snowy's going for even weirder carries here as he's gone for the Rise. I don't think he has 2 Shurima, so there's no way to get the gold back.
Diana's almost down. Diana went down. Ooh. The Rise one do it here. Looks like he can. One more cast comes out. That should be enough to win this fight. Snowy stays alive in this stage 4. How long will he survive in the stage 5? Can he continue swapping out his AP carry
and
until
I
he
just
finds
wonder,
Annie?
how did he make that right unlocked?
Right?
Yeah,
that's crazy. He's playing like 5 games of TFT at once.
Yeah, like I am baffled. That must have been so many actions over the last couple of rounds to actually make that work, but we've got the Brock.
Cash out.
Woo! Very fun to see that.
So this was the immediate cash bout. It's just an extra item plus the Tactician's crown. Or maybe the shield. I'm kind of confused which one.
Isn't it called the cape?
But this is really critical to see what items he gets, because he needs Brock items. You need the Infinity Edge. You need the healing item.
You need the Vi 3 in particular, would help a little bit as well.
Yep. Does he get the correct item drop? So there's no swords there.
I think I'd Hodge QSS potentially. That might be enough.
Yep.
Wow, it still looks like very AP heavy, but yeah, because who? I guess you could put the Rabadons onto the Melio. Or yeah, the Lux is pretty good too, actually, if you can just put that in for additional.
Not sure if he wants to
value.
unlock the Skarner for the 5x stall.
Want Oriana
Yeah, he
free
makes
to
it-
be another carry here.
He makes the stone play so he can unlock the
Yeah.
Skarner for the next turn. And then start healing up a little bit.
Oh, Kinger 2.
T-Lide's last life as well. Can T-Lide stay alive in this lobby? Down to 5 HP and is facing one of the scariest boards after one of the biggest spikes in the game with the Brock coming online here.
And the Nidalee is in the back line. Can they actually take the Nico down before that? Oh, critical ult here. Saves the
Not
Kindred for
enough,
so long.
But not enough.
The Bard is still alive, so healthy. One last cast, the saxophone comes out. And unfortunately, T-Lides will be going out in 8th. Despite the strong tempo game plan with the Ionia, with the path of the Prosperous, not able to survive this stage 5.
Yeah, really too many players on the set 2. We saw Snowy able to hit set 2 before him, so he just couldn't find the front line in the end.
Big upgrades for Zyko. We're seeing here the mirrored void boards here for both of the players from EMEA and from Americas.
Kiting's still on one Belveth, though, has instead decided to prioritize making sure that the Kaisa is fully itemized. I believe I saw Kindred there as well, so flexing in some of those legendary.
2-star Mel for
That is
double,
wild.
60 HP. Maybe he's able to farm a Radiant item as well to potentially have that next power spike to try and win this game later on in stage 6.
Yeah, players in this lobby just try to utilize every unlock. I didn't even imagine about Diana with Mel, but this one maybe worked this time.
Demacian Rise, let's go. If Snowy makes the 1 HP comeback all the way, I have to say this is probably the best comeback game if he does make it. He swapped through 3 AP carries, didn't find the Annie, had to go for Ziggs, then lands on Rise.
Alon out as well, unfortunately, just eliminated on 0 HP. 7th place for the UK player. Oof.
Tried to go for the Arcanist board. It just wasn't strong enough versus some of these other boards that have been stable on these 2-star 4 costs.
And Zyko's on his way to level 8. Or level 10, sorry.
Don't, if he was level 8 at 5-2,
I would not be so hyped. I'm just trying to caster Bless in the reverse way, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to confuse the luck.
All right, this is, for Hwanmi, it's all down to Bard.
5x stalls here, though. If he can survive these last few fights, maybe he'll heal enough to fight back to 2 lives.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to run into Snowy. Snowy probably has the strongest board.
Look at the Rise positioning. So interesting.
Anti-Diana, he knows his matchups really well. And this is why a lot of players that I talk to in APAC actually don't see Diana as that strong of a composition. A lot of them say it's overvalued.
Does this set get aggroed by Diana when he's in the corner doing push-ups? He's untargetable, no?
He's untargetable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Wow, I mean, the set is just so valuable. You can see how much it's able to get into the action, stun that target, and it just buys so much more time for that Rise to actually keep dishing out damage. And so,
Bard, give me a Brock. Give me a Brock. We have to go back to his.
We have enough with Hwanan being the caster blesser. We don't need 2.
Infinity Edge, huge for Hwanmi if he gets it. Brock's damage goes up a lot. Okay, never mind.
Fighting is hard, gets it for himself instead. Probably looking at also the Baron game plan in terms of itemizing this 7-cost unit when it comes online.
I think also quite important for Hwami is to get his Nidalee 2. He didn't get his Nidalee 2 right now.
So some big upgrades needed here as
Level 10 for both of the Void players. But Zyko, or Kiting his heart, is a little bit less money to work with. Is he going to find the Baron? That's the big question.
And maybe they will be competing for a Baron 2.
Just barely has right enough gold to purchase his Baron.
I mean, we're also pretty poor on Zyko's side, so you actually can't get that Baron 2 right away. But, I mean, Kiting already has a 2nd copy in the shop, so that is going to make it just a little bit easier.
Yeah, but only 3 HP.
Oh,
the perfect battle.
They're facing each other. Oh, no. Well, how do these Kaisas actually end up targeting? I mean, the Belveth is going to be down here for Kiting, and so Zyko gets a chance to keep this Kaisa ramping up, and Kiting is taken out. Zyko able to win and be the only Void player left in this lobby. But for our other players over here, Snowy and Rain, has Rain actually done enough here with the Seraphine
Look at
damage?
the set. Look at the set.
But the set is just so tanky. And so Rain is also going to take a huge hit. Snowy still at 1 HP, making that comeback dream.
Oh, someone just went out here. Oh, this is from Rain's angle.
It's
no.
4 players now remain. The 2 best friends from EMEA, top 1 and 2 right now in the HP totals, both above 40 HP. On the flip side, Rain and Snowy down to very much just 1 life now.
Double already hit his Radiant item, so that Diana is hitting like a truck. But I'm just saying I'm a Snowy fan right now. Alpha Gaming, you cannot be mean to Snowy anymore. That's a 3 Demacia Rise board. I've never seen that board. I'm rooting for him.
Such a cool setup. What a comeback as well from Snowy.
And to get there, I want to see if we have logged his perspective for how he actually transitioned through the Ziggs
To study this
to
game.
the Rise.
Put it in the history books.
Absolutely. We need our tactical breakdown.
Pure flex TFT, but can he actually get through the Barons? It's still going to be a Baron 1.
Oh no, I don't think so.
The set's a bit too late. He can't act as the bodyguard for that Rise. Unfortunately, that's going to be end of the road for Snowy.
But getting into the top 4 is quite tough for him.
I'm
in
still
this
very
game.
impressed.
Yes,
Very impressed.
I think it should be points he's really happy with at the end of this game.
Extra aura farming happening for him there. And Diana on Diana action. It will be double that eliminates Rain with his Radiant item, Diana.
You have to be happy if you're Zyko and if you're double. If you're going to be with one of your best friends in the same lobby, at the very least, you hope you end up first and second.
Yeah.
A good start for the French, a good start for EMEA. On the main stage, I think they're really feeling that home crowd energy.
But now, who will win? Is it going to be this vertical void board from Zyko, or is it going to be the Diana with the Radiant items? Does Double actually have enough ammo to maybe even roll for a Diana 3 at this point? Would that be the win condition versus the void board?
I think he has a little bit too little gold, maybe a Scuttle Puddle, and maybe some very, very lucky shops. I think a duplicator would be the one thing that really helps you. He just, oh no, he has a 4th Diana now already, so maybe you're the Prophet, Necra.
In most cases, I would take the Zyko board here, but there are some variants that can happen a lot with the positioning of Mel. Because Mel is a huge AoE, it's a lot of damage on her. If the Bel'Veth somehow just walks into that AoE, that could be kind of the turning point of the fight that swings it in Double's favor.
Zyko just didn't roll for his Nashor 2.
Oh, there he goes.
There you go.
And he finds it. He just has to sell something in order to make it. But
That is a huge upgrade here.
Yeah.
I think I have to imagine Diana's going to have a hard time dealing with the Nashor, no? It's just too bulky, too beefy. The Radiant BT will definitely help her survivability, but not so much her DPS.
They were fighting each other for a little while, but I think also with the positioning, you actually put the Malzahar in the front as just an extra body for the Diana to have to get through. And this Nashor is not going below half HP. This is not close. And Double 61 takes a huge hit.
This is the Bel'Veth. I think once the Bel'Veth targets Diana, she doesn't really let go. She just dashes and follows her around, and then the DPS is too much for the healing and the survivability from the Titans to handle.
Yeah, I think the only way for Double to win this game is to try to chase for the Diana 3.
I mean, he's going there. 5
Yeah.
Dianas already. Maybe he's looking for Skara in the crowd. Skara, how do I do it?
I mean, Double can wait, like get some additional interest. He has 2 lives, right?
Yeah. And denying from Zyko is incredibly hard in this game because of the unlock.
Yeah.
The min-max here is how much of your board can you sell or downgrade with still being confident Diana 3 can win the fight for you against this Void board. That's the Razor's edge there for Double to handle.
I mean, it's tough because it's basically the same fight that happened in the last one. Like the positioning is very similar, but the Diana actually this time around does get on the backline of Zyko.
The Bel'Veth and the Kaisa die instantly to the Diana. She actually found the positioning right there, so Double with a good position, and Baron's down.
Mel just executed Baron.
It helped a lot there.
Oh, but I mean, the Seraphine is still alive. But I don't think that there's anything that you could do against this Diana.
Can we give this Rip
Wow!
Herald a medal for trying so hard?
It's just not enough damage to get through it.
Very surprising to me. So this means that the fights are still within positioning difference. And, you know, double gets to hold on to his gold for a couple more rounds before he has to all in.
Question, do we see Zyko trying to find Leona's in his shop to play her in the PvE round to unlock Diana?
I think if I were Zyko, I would make that play.
Just try and make some interest here,
Sure.
try and buy time. If you lose this next fight in particular, you have HP to work with, and on the PvE round, roll down heavily. You're level 10, so the odds are not the best for 3 cost, but it's a possibility.
I mean, a 20% chance is still a chance.
Is it Diana on the last line?
Ooh, the Diana actually does walk around and gets stunned by
the Baron knocks her up.
Oh!
That's a huge win now, double down to 1 life, 7
He's gonna
HP,
roll.
Carousel.
I still believe in the Diana on the first line because it can access to the Kaiser.
Yeah, I think the first line was a lot better in the previous fight. We saw the assassination happen.
TG.
They both wanted it, but...
Gonna live as well for some extra healing, potentially to
Big
All right,
roll down for
let's
double.
watch the roll. Come on, show us. Diana 3.
Like
30 gold to work with. Only 5 copies for now, just a little bit too far
No,
away
he
in my
hasn't
opinion.
seen any. Oh, no.
6 Dianas for now, but has to position perfectly this next fight. Maybe he has 2 more fights in him until Zyko's eliminated, and that buys him enough time to guarantee it on the 3rd fight after that. But so much to ask of Double 61 here.
Is he trying to unlock set?
Just joking, he just wants to unlock Sat.
Yeah, right? No, this really is just a positioning thing, right, for the Diana?
Yeah.
But hey, it's a fun quest that you get to go on.
But again,
side.
Kaiser is so safe
And
right
this is where
now.
Titans is not the best because you don't have the immunity at the start of the fight, which is where Diana is most vulnerable.
You just cannot ignore that Kaiser.
Wow, and Diana is down. That's going to be it. Zyko with the win in game number 1. What an amazing showcase here that we had for our first round of 64.
Really well positioned from Zyko at the end. He actually did the anti-Diana positioning and it forced KC to kind of gamble on a different type. He won the game where he had Diana in the front row and then there wasn't any gaps in the front line, so the Diana could just go to the back row there. But in the final fight, Zyko had like a gap in between like A5 and A6, and that just meant that you couldn't reach her.
And for Void as a line, Scuttle Puddle in particular, it just buys you so much time, so much of a guarantee to make it to 10, to find your 10 Voids, to find the Baron. That really helps you have that next big spike in stage 5 to take over against those 5-cost legendaries. But Snowy and Hwami, I think they both had excellent and just creative games as well coming out from CN.
I think they are just playing the CM play style. Like Snowy's you're the first knight, and he is just quite confident with himself. Utilize the shop. Whatever he pick, whatever he get from the shop, he just can utilize it. Even it is a Rise, even it is a 6, he unlock it and try to make it his main carry.
It was really,
it was so cool. Yeah, I really believed in the Snowy 1 HP comeback because I just was so impressed with the transition that he ended up doing to actually get to the Rise.
Yes.
A cool combination.
And also for Hwami, I think the way he just missed 2 blocks from Bard.
Yeah, I know. Bard kind of messed with the plans.
You had to bless a little bit harder, Hwanan, to get in those procs.
Next game.
Yes.
Your power is limited, I can see now, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a really great game. I am so excited that we got a chance to have you, Hwainan. Are there any final thoughts that you have before we let you go?
Just get a slot in final for Hwami and in Snowy. That's my last blessing.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Your last wish.
Yes, all right. We will definitely hope for that. Hwainan, thank you so much again for sharing your time with us, and we hope you have a lot of fun with the rest of the weekend.
I'll blast as an audience here.
Thank
It's
you,
going to be
Hwainan.
so fun. All right, we've got a couple of highlights that we want to show you from this first game as we get ready to go for game number 2. And I think there are definitely some key moments to look back on here, and one of which is just, yeah, this cool board from Snowy. We got to the point where we had this as year 2 as a part of the carry, and then we ended up kind of seeing that transition through to the Ziggs, to the Rise, and it was just really great to see that happen.
Yeah, didn't find any Annies on his big level 9 roll down. He spent 14 rolls there. Main carry didn't appear, but still got a top 4. That was definitely the most impressive game plan coming out from me. And for Zyko, I feel like he just showcased how strong tempo is. He naturaled the Rek'Sai 2, on 2-2, and it just seemed like a very clear path towards the Void board.
Well, we are joined by another special guest, Alan. Welcome to the broadcast again. How was your weekend?
Hey guys, I've been enjoying myself quite a bit. Played the day 1, got luckily to day 2, and hang around the rebound booth mainly.
I cannot believe you sometimes. First of all, you told us you had not played many games in set 16. You did so well in day 1 that you had to bow out of the mastermind competition that we had planned.
I have to thank to Travis. He gave me some tech when we were heading to the venue for the badges initially, and used some Mel to the full extent, and that worked out perfectly for day 1. Well, it was not quite good enough for the day 2, unfortunately.
Did he also give you the tech around the Yordle game plan?
Oh, I knew that. Okay, guys, like for a person that didn't have a single game on the set, and not knowing that you need an argument for the 10 Yordles, that doesn't have to be uncommon.
Don't worry, Alan. We live and you learn, and now you're going to just get better and better, especially spectating some of these players that we're going to see now in this game too. Top 64, of course, is just, I mean, I don't know if you caught most of that game, Alan, but Scuttle Puddle, all these extra resources, and the best players in the world can make such good use of that gold. We saw so many cool, creative game plans being executed as well.
Yeah, we did. What did you see the snowy transition?
I wish I did, unfortunately, but I was so busy with the silt at the reef band, I just caught the very end of the game.
Can't stop.
Yeah.
You're so addicted.
Oh, caught.
And for those who don't know, Alan did finish top 8 in the top cuts in the Houston Regional that happened in America last weekend as well. So congrats, Alan, on that one. Really, really impressive. That I think was the first big tournament in Riftbound that happened.
Yes, and the first qualifier for the West, which the circuit will start of the regionals the next year at the December. Now we have the season of the qualifiers.
Hopefully we haven't completely lost you, and you're still going to be playing some TFT.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's lock in for this one, everybody. Game number 2, as we see the countdown and we load into the game, we get a chance to see the encounter, and very excited to, of course, have a previous world champion with us from Legends of Runeterra, just to be able to, get you on the cast here, Alan.
Look what it is, the Nasher coming back from the dead.
Oh, today the Nashor gave me some nightmare. I hit Nasus 3 today on the day 2, and actually the one thing that took me down was actually Baron with the 9 Void.
No.
I was so that actually mattered for me making top 4 because not losing to the Baron.
And Nasus 3 should be one of the stronger 3-star 4-stars, considering he's a Sharima unit, which is kind of like a threat-like unit that by itself should be very, very strong stat-wise. That's impressive. Or scary.
Yeah, but Baron 2 turns out 9 Void with the mutation can be quite potent. But for this type of encounter, you're looking for more like a fast 9 type of comp that can cap out with the 5 or 7 cost, not as much as the reroll lines.
Important points. I think all our players are obviously locked in, considering where we are in this tournament. But you have to not forget what encounter we're playing on, because some people I've seen, definitely not me, on ladder this last week, they load up, the top 2 happens, and suddenly you see this influx of gold. You're like, oh wait, I can go 10, I can go for a 3-star 4 cost, and you just have to react very quickly. So hopefully everyone remembers. I think you should write it down on a piece of paper.
It's a lot of gold.
It's a lot of gold.
So there are 2 different game plans. I believe you can approach it. Either you cap out with the, 5 or 7 costs, or you can lean towards holding the extra copies of the 4 costs that you happen to unlock and that you cannot be griefed. Maybe Diana uncontested. Maybe some, not Tariq, but like some of those 4 costs such as Kaisa. Uncontested, pretty much unmet at this tournament, being probably the most played comp.
I'm ready to see the Veigar uncontested. Veigar 3, yes please. Well, for Snowy, who did actually have a very impressive top 4, we actually saw the Graves unlocked there as a part of this Bilgewater composition, so I kind of wonder if that's something that we will end up seeing Snowy go for. We didn't see anybody in that last game actually go towards the Bilgewater.
Yeah, we see Snowy picking up the Ari from the Slice of Life, having that Ionia sitting on the bench from the Jhin, but leans towards the Bilgewater instead. Maybe it's not an Icon Ionia, so not worth consideration.
And we do have Lada with a Caretaker, so that will shape up how he's going to play around the 2 costs. There are just only a few 2 costs that we really see as the carries right now, but Ashe would be one of the highlight ones to hit.
Double 61 does have quite a few Viegos here, has a Yorick unlocked and has purchased it at the very least. Playing more towards Bilgewater now, which I think makes sense, but how do you guys think about Shadow Owls in the current meta? Did you see it, Alan, in any of your games? Anyone playing for it?
I have not seen a single Shadow Eyes, and I know you'd only unlock them one by one. Not certainly how.
Okay, we're not going to go to Alan for deep information about the sets.
I did see Marcel P play it, I think, 2 times, and he was the most dominant player of his lobby. If you have extra items and you can concentrate power onto the Viego early on, like I think like a component extra start makes it very, very easy to transition with.
Personally, I like it a lot. I think I had like a 90% top 4 rate with Shadow Owls across my ladder grind this last week. I think it's just a high tempo comp if you know how to navigate that tempo and reach that thresh, reach the fiddle, especially Callista, I think with the right Piltover. I think the one that does 100 damage, the true damage plus the percent damage as well, this is one of the best ones for Shadow Owls as a whole.
Yeah, and worth consideration, again, it's a 70 gold for the clutch up players. If you get to the top 2, Kalista free could be your win out.
Yeah.
I think I've heard some rumors there was like some Kalista free hits today.
Whoa. I would, what about, I want to see Thresh 3.
Oh, I think that's too far.
Am I? I mean, with 70 gold? And if you're the final 2 in the lobby, you might actually have high chances to hit it, no?
If it was Huainan asking for a CN player to hit it, maybe, but we don't have that much power, Nick, right?
Well, I don't know. I would like to think that maybe we would be able to.
If we join forces.
Yeah, hey, I'll take it.
Is that as Cog 2 with the spikes? That is quite an opener for the Void.
Whoa.
Probably one of the best openers right now you can hope for.
Why do you like it so much?
I mean, just the raw power that comes of the spike is so strong, and then Cog, it's just for the 1 cost, it's so overstated altogether with the Void buff.
We're seeing the heavy prio on this Void line for, obvious reasons. We understood why that last game, if you had somehow missed the rest of this tournament. We're seeing Zyko being one of the players who once again is going down that line. Lalana I talked about, his reputation in EMEA is as one of the best early game players, at least he was from the very early days of EMEA, and now he's sitting here with a 2-win streak as well.
It's a kind of a crazy, cracked double start right here with Ulrita and Nautilus too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
This is one of the most comfortable positions. If you can find the game plank early on, then you can get the actual buff out of the new patch. There's more serpents that you can collect now on 5 Bilgewater.
Yeah, that Viego complementing the TF with the Quick Striker. Like, Double really want to have the Viego free here, but selling already the extra copies earlier, finding another 2, not gonna be quite Shadow Eyes, just gonna be pure tempo Viego into probably just some flex Porte. I don't know what Double's angles on this patch.
Probably some flex Bilgewater if you can. I think
Yeah.
if you have a great start for it, you're able to farm a lot of Serpents early. You can snowball into all these extra resources
You
as well.
saw the Briar pair hold. I think that's actually more valuable than the Viego. I don't personally find that Twisted Fate does a whole lot for me on my board, but if you get the Gangplank and you're able to put in the Slayer with the Briar, it's actually a lot of damage.
It's actually huge because we have a Bilgewater spat available for double. If
Yep.
no one takes that, that's a very quick 7
Surely,
Bilgewater.
free cost spot last pick, Clement.
Well,
is this
I don't
better?
know.
Alan, is this
a lot of people
if
have
you
been
would have played more,
Wait.
if you would have played more of this set, spatulas have gone very low in priority.
But
Yeah.
Snowy saved the lobby. Snowy saved us. We're good.
Snowy is also playing Bilgewater,
Oh,
has
that's
the Bilgewater start. So if Snowy wants, you could also hope to get a tier in the PvE and then make the Bilgewater spat yourself. So I think that also makes a lot of sense.
Overall, I think because of the verticals are no longer really what they were in the past, with them being so strong, they're more of a tempo option to make it to a stronger 5-cost board on 9. A lot of the spatulas, especially the ones that just feed into a vertical trait, are just not as appealing. Bilgewater is maybe the exception, where it just gets so many extra resources in the early game.
I would have liked to see Alan pick up the spat and make the Yordle spat.
Oh, he did. He made 2. He made 2 yesterday.
Wait, you did?
I mean, I was on my way to 10 Yordle just to learn
Without
that you need an argument.
Oh no! Wait, you actually made spatulas for this?
I got the random emblem from the argument. I'm like, okay, hold up.
Oh,
we can
that's
cook
so
something
bad.
here.
No,
the more questions you ask, the worse it gets.
Oh, that's actually really funny. Wow.
And like, imagine you lose to such a player the spot in the day too. That's even more embarrassing.
You don't have to imagine.
Well, okay, I asked a lot of questions and I got a lot of very funny answers. Now, let's see where the rest of the lobby is. Lalana, Casey Double, they're both hoping to get the win streak, and then Zyko and T-Lides at the bottom. the loss streak for 5 lost through stage 2.
Lanala got the caretakers for Cho'Gath, so he's set on his way, very, very strong position. It's all about the fight between him and Double. Double, of course, does have that Nautilus 2 on his board right now. And a big thing is, can he actually find the 5 build water to kind of round out his composition?
And what a strong early game board, not just for the Void synergies to have that Rift Herald early, but you have the chill from the Nico, you have the attack speed from the Jarvan, you have the stun from the Cho'Gath, so really setting up for this Kog'Maw to carry with these 2 items.
I think Lalana was clearly stronger given how much backlane damage that he had, and Lalana having already strong front just from the upgrades would probably be able to beat Double quite easily, where Double just had only front lane going for him.
Well, I think both of them are going to get their wish, though, as it's going to be Lalana versus Snowy on the left, and Double also going to be able to maintain that win streak.
I think Lalana's wish would be actually to face Double to end his streak. This is going more towards the Double's way.
If he feels that's that strong, yeah. Also, a key note to mention, the synergy between Shojin and Jarvan in the early game in particular, where you get the extra attack speed, you can generate that much more mana. It's very, very strong for the early game fights.
All right, well, T-Lights actually took a win. And some Psycho, actually, probably playing up against Psycho, and Psycho able to keep the loss streak.
Oh,
now what
has
do you
to be
do?
painful
Yeah.
for T-Lights, because he's nowhere near turning the corner into a win streak. And when you're in lose streak positions like this, a lot of times what people actually just go for is hope for a Diana win out. So you want your early Leonas and use Diana to stabilize on stage 4.
I'm sorry, but is Diana really a win out? I've been.
Oh, not a win out.
She
But
was
kind of like a
stabilization
get yourself
point.
out of it.
Yeah.
Kaisa was countering so from what I've seen her pretty well.
It's more so
far.
turning a potential 7th, 8th into a 3rd, 4th.
Yeah.
Where
Okay,
you feel like you
fair
have
enough.
to take a big swing in your potential placements. I think T-Lights maybe also took a direct learning from last game and is now not hard forcing, but definitely trying to angle more aggressively towards the Void line because of how strong it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, it got the Cho'Gath too, so that's actually like a pretty significant upgrade in the front line.
Duplicator for Lalana, that's pretty big news for his stabilization eventually on stage 4.
He's had that for a long time too,
Yeah.
so it'll be really nice to be able to pick like front line or Kaisa.
All I can see here is a Mel game. This is an adaptive Shojin JG. Sign me up, baby.
Linza, for the first time in his career, a one-trick pony in TFT.
I mean, you
for
do.
reasons out of his control.
Listen, you cannot prepare for 2 games at the same time.
Okay, well we do have a Diana, or early Leona, sorry.
I was going to say, Diana already
Whoa,
without
you know what? Listen, all of the Targon units, like Leona and Tarek, I get their names confused all the time, even though they don't look anything alike. But they're both tanks, and I both put them in the front.
And somehow you know every voice line from every character in the game. We have a very different brains, Necker. I'll say that much.
That's actually so impressive.
I know a lot of them. I don't know all, but it's very fun. But I mean, Unsealed from Steel is the clear choice here, right?
Here we go again.
That's another line I know. Velvet,
Skips over it.
Velvet
Wow.
Darkin Bow.
He goes for maybe Exiles instead.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
bronze for life.
This is insane. That's actually for Mel right there.
It might actually, he might be getting out of Void.
Yeah,
Yeah, for
you
sure.
have to get out of
Yeah,
Void.
of course. I mean,
You
it's
can
just-
still do
yeah.
4 Void with the bronze for life with decent value.
I'm really surprised, but also kind of not that much, because when you take a look at the Shojin, it's actually kind of awkward. So what I know, like a lot of people playing Void right now, they really do like the AP items, but Shojin is not one of them.
Mm.
You would not want to put it on the AP version. You would put it on the AD version with things like the like Infinity Edge and like Krakens, I guess,
Yeah.
if you want. But I don't like the AD version of Kaisa very much.
It's, I think, a little bit weaker when it comes to the DPS output compared to AP right now.
But put the Shojin on Mel. That
Yeah.
makes perfect sense.
I
We're
do
all
want to
in.
ask about the Mel tech, because for most of the things I've seen, Annie just clears Mel most of the time.
Oh, it's not.
Okay.
Mel counters both Kaisa and Ani. I don't know if
Oh.
Travis is still in and I can just leak the tech.
Yeah, I,
Yeah, I
think I
wanted
know
to
the
ask
same tech
about
as
the
well.
tech.
I think we can't go into details just yet. Maybe for tomorrow.
Well, if Travis is out, I'm okay
Hold on,
giving
let me
out.
check.
Okay,
Let's check.
let's check if Travis is still
I'll
in.
check the record so you guys keep looking
This
at
is
the
how
game.
desperate Necra is for new tech, that she's going deep into the scoreboard to
What
find
if,
out.
what if she just lies to us and it's
Oh.
out?
No,
I would
Necra would never.
I would not do
maybe
that.
she changed.
Unless.
Never. I'm
Meanwhile, a Darkin
mostly
Bow from Double
admirable.
going towards, I believe Belvet is the default. You can also do Yunara and Raven.
This is the thing. I think Darkened Bow has proven to be a very versatile artifact. It's mostly Belvet. I think that's the best user by far. Just enables her so well, especially when you go into the Slayer flex line and unlocking the
Travis is out.
Aatrox as well.
Okay. So let's hear about the tech then.
Give me the
let's
tech.
go. Let's go.
All right, so basically you play the Bronze for Life board with the standard one, the Swain, the legendaries, but the key is you actually play Ambessa as a secondary carry, sometimes main, where she just, like, sometimes can be just default any bruiser items, and as well as TG together with the Vanquisher. Vanquisher kind of enables her.
Okay, that's not that spicy.
And then having Mel always positioned to snipe backlane. You can pretty much always get there. So getting one item that actually empowers the AP enough to get there, because Draven 3 could be a problem where he actually outscales with HP, but every other 4-cost 2-star just get one-pumped her. Like Blue Buff, Shojin, JG, Death Cap are kind of your items you want to go for. Shojin has extremely good stats, and then just one extra mana gen item, and then you go for the build over mana region on top of that.
Okay, that is spicy. I was like, well, don't you need the Ambessa to unlock the Mel anyway?
Yeah, but it's about itemizing. She's actually better than Diana. You can also play Diana in that call.
I think Ambessa's damage is actually super undervalued.
She's really, really strong. And she just randomly can go to the backline and pretty much take out any backlaner.
Similar to Belvet, one of the key things with Ambessa is that intuitively a lot of players at the start of this set itemize her wrong. You can't itemize her for survivability or Omnivamp. You have to itemize full damage. I think probably the best might be even something like the double Deathblade Hodge or double Deathblade Edge of Night, where you need to get resets and just take over.
I had one of those games yesterday where I had just double IE and BF sword on her, and she was doing 10k every fight.
Wow, okay.
Because I think once she gets the resets, the damage is not nerfed at all for the next attack as well, so the more resets you can get, that's all she wants, just resets. Similar to Darius last set, for example, with the heavyweights.
I have one final question for the composition. How do you always snipe the backline, though?
Oh, it's just on the same side, and make sure, like, people don't know how to position against Mel, and pretty much the orbs, the way they orbit, they always hit the backline if you're on the same side as their carry.
Okay.
Whoa. All right, I'm trying it out. Next game, I've been on a loss streak, so I'm really excited to try this.
It's really fun to play as well. You can play so many flex board from this, like Seraphine, Diana, all of those units use the items pretty well, and you are not on the train of playing the Kai'Sa with half of the lobby.
I like it.
Psycho's also a bit of a loss streak, but now has finally turned that around with that win. I assume that it comes out from the Rift Herald unlock on 3-5, this is one of the key points of Void as a whole. Even if you play it from lose streak, you have these natural spikes that are very consistent when it comes to 3-5, unlocking Rift Herald. Kai'Sa, the moment you go 8, that next turn you have that guarantee of having a strong item carrier, even at 1-star.
Yeah, and I love that Psycho is also playing around the fact that you've got the Briar and the Scion. If you find something else from Noxus that you can put in, then you've got Otacon that can come in and help reinforce the board while you're still waiting to get to level 8. The Psycho has a lot of gold, so I'm not really super worried about Psycho getting there. It's just about going to 4-2 and then rolling.
I think Zyko is pretty locked in on one comp. I think he's not pivoting. This is just Belvet, Kai'Sa duo carry. Sometimes you might be playing 4 Void version with no Belvet, depending on the itemization. But if this is anything but 6 Void, fast 10, I'll be very surprised.
And for anyone who knows the history of Amiya's players and anyone who knows why Zyko regained a lot of fame after his initial start in
Multicaster Zyko.
He was the multicaster one trick that terrorized our region at regionals, that qualified to Tactron off of that. And overall, many players want to forget, but Zyko cannot.
Lilana ending stage number 3 on a 10-win streak. 100 streaking through this is quite insane, honestly. But still, like, has the kind of the hardest road to get through. That will be going to that level 8 and also rolling.
I think he might be considering playing some kind of Demacia flex board as well with these items going on Lux. I know Kai'Sa, Vayne, Lux has been kind of a trio carry backline and has had some success with Demacia not being really filled in as a vertical. I'm not sure, obviously with Bronze for Life, I think there's so many different variations that players are comfortable on, they kind of discovered, and they have as their comfort pick. So we'll see where he goes with this.
This is going to be really important, though. I mean, 4-2 is we're going to see probably like quite a big roll down from double, from Lilana. Wow. Even
Look at the amount of serpents.
He's got so. Why is he not buying? Oh, I know why he's not buying.
Well,
7 build.
it's a different meta.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it now. So, like you won't use them because you want to get the 7 Bilgewater in, and then you buy your first thing, and you start to get like the better shops.
I think your first and your second and maybe almost your third by the time you get there, in terms of how much serpents he has saved up.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, but it makes a lot of sense because like if you have all the upgrades already, or you know that your game plan has been strong enough that you don't actually need to buy the champions to get the upgrades, then why not?
It's actually
save them?
pivotal just to hold those 7 serpents on the bench. Buy the items once you farm enough, swap out to 3 Bilgewater, make the strongest board, and then swap back to 7 once you collect it again. And essentially your bench is half of the bench is just holding the 7 Bilge and swapping back and forth. It's a lot of micro gameplay.
Your early items are a lot cheaper for going. The first items you buy are a lot cheaper, so you want them to be the tier 2 ones. So that's been kind of the gameplay style we've seen, and Snowy already found the Bilgewater emblem, so has 7 much earlier.
Gold augments here for T-Lights, maybe considering the exponential growth to try and make it to 10 with his Void game plan. Maybe needs more power right now. Thinking about Spirit Link, maybe even Portable Forge. There's a lot of good hits, obviously, for Void. But yeah, we'll be going for Spirit Link instead, just trying to find survivability.
Yeah, the icon is the main issue for T-Lights. Like just going to 8 with 17 in the bank is not very ideal.
And he's forced to unlock Kaisa by re-itemizing this Kog'Maw now.
This is hopefully something that does get changed in the future. Kaisa does require a level 8 unlock, so a lot of times you have to spend this extra round just taking damage.
Most other key unlocks you can do on 3-7, so you don't really sacrifice a full round or make yourself much weaker. It's not that as awkward as well. Going to stage 4.
Double's going to start with the Flintlock and the Explosive Cast. This is actually a Fizz item. A lot of players, when they first see this, they say, "Oh, this is
Gangplank."
Yeah, Gangplank. No, like, no,
it explodes.
Does magic damage.
It's the skill test in terms of seeing if a TFT player knows how to read, which is sometimes failed. Even
I don't know. I talked to Roger the other day, and he said actually you'd be very surprised at how many players are reading, especially this set, where you're trying to figure out all the unlocks. I think you actually do have to read the game.
Are we surprised that there's so many players reading, or still no players reading? I'm not sure which direction.
Depends who you ask.
Okay.
Zyko now down to 11 HP halfway through stage 4. This is the player who came out as a victor in game 1 of this lobby. So we could see the points evening out already very quickly in this game 2 if he goes 8th in the end here.
Yeah, London looks like he wants to just go directly 9, given that he's not pushing here level 8. Oh, maybe no, maybe level 8, just roll down next turn.
Yeah, he's so healthy.
Going, yeah.
87 HP, he felt he was strong enough already regardless.
Because if you go directly to 9, you'd be leveling here, losing 1 icon. Yeah. However, if he wants to go 8 and roll down, this way he saves up extra 6 gold by just going next turn. So this should indicate a roll down on 4-5 on 8.
T-Lights here has the Kaisa 2 already, has a set unlocked as well. Mostly I think due to his positioning with the Rift Herald. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, maybe it was. The Kaisa here, we'll see if it's enough. Rain has gone down the Ionia line in this case. I've been a bit surprised how much prio set has had, both in that last lobby, especially with the CN players, it seemed to prio set a lot as an unlock and as a champion to add to their boards, regardless of what they're playing. We saw from Snowy's board, it was just a mashup of different 5 costs, but it worked out really well.
I mean, the utility is crazy, especially if you get like good AP items on him. I feel like he's constantly slamming targets. He's able to regen himself, so he has a lot of longevity in these fights.
He relies a lot on having the actually tank that can take off the aggro of him when after the push-ups. Otherwise, often what just happens, he takes an aggro and he dies mid-cast.
Or he's the last to come out, everyone's dead, and he's like, wait, where's my team?
What happened?
He's like, from the top row, but everyone's already dead.
Late to the party. Oh, wow, that was an instant sell there from Snowy just to get the econ from the Slice of Life. The Bilgewater board is crazy, but I see the Fizz items, and I don't know how much I like them.
This does a lot in stage 4
pretty good.
in particular. I think especially when you have a 1-star carry backliner where you haven't been able to hit your 2 stars just yet. Fizz can come in, a few trident pokes, and all of a sudden your carry is dead.
I was thinking, I'm not doubles. Doubles items look great. I was looking at the Rage Blade and the Adaptive Helm.
Attack speed, I think, scales quite well for Fizz overall.
I like the HP generation, so that's why I like the Omnivamp from things like the Hextech Gunblade.
Necro, if you would see my Yordle games this last week, Fizz has carried every item in the game, essentially. I just give him whatever I have, and I'm like, Fizz,
All right, fair enough.
Oh
no,
Zyko's going down. No Herald 2 the entire time.
Yeah, no Belvet with pretty much Astral beside camps as well. That is brutal for him.
That is very unlucky. Unfortunately for Zyko then, after winning that first game, is only going to have 9 points. T-Lides, of course, is still in a bit of danger, as well as Lalana and Kiting is hard, having taken bottom 4s in the very first game. So all eyes really on T-Lides right now to see if he can kind of start to turn the tables. And Kiting is hard as well, is starting to take a loss streak.
Big find for T-Lides as he finally hits his Herald 2, now with Zyko out of the lobby. And for Hwanmie, it's kind of interesting. He's kind of semi-3-way contested on the Wukong as well. He's looking for the, I wonder how many rolls he still has with the Epic rolls. Probably not much at this point. Looks like he spent the Econ, but didn't really get what he wanted.
Hwanmie could be in trouble here if this Fizz locks onto the Yunara. Yunara is able to target the Fizz in some ways without, even when he's untargetable, because he just ults and just attacks in a certain direction. But in the end there, the Fizz gets taken down. The MF might still be able to take down the Yunara. She's getting quite low. It's going to be a close fight.
With the final cast!
Just barely. Wukong in to win, and he does it. Big win for Hwanmie here.
Wow. I really thought that the Misfortune would be able to get it done, but I mean, that's the difference between having a 1-star versus a 2-star in that situation.
Double might have a Fizz 3 win angle here. If Snowy does go, oh, okay, Snowy's 8 win streak, never mind. But I did see Double with the max cap already, and typically the most common 3-star you're going to find, especially in this map, would be the Fizz 3.
Yeah, Kiting being forced to pull off the reinforcement to pick up looks, I believe, and just making her your item holder is very unideal.
Interesting board here. Has a Zillion 2 already. I mean, it's a very early Zillion on 8 as well.
Going for that Sylas, I believe he's only one of Garen of hitting that.
This could become a very strong board. I'm not sure if Kiting has the time to get there, though. That's the big question. He's on a 5-loss streak now, so he's been bleeding out all of stage 4, sacrificing that HP for maybe those big upgrades.
Too. That's really big. Very little gold to have had to roll through to get that. And so this is where you see that power of the Bilgewater board.
Does Snowy feed the Tahm Kench?
He's actually full greeding 7 Bilge farm. Given how healthy he is. He's not pivoting yet over to the legendary type of the free Bilgewater. He's gonna stay and farm as much the...
And he should, right? 75
yeah,
HP. He has so much HP to work with as a buffer.
I think also, when I look at boards like this, or like when I like to play Bilgewater, I don't like to take out the units until I have like an actually good upgrade. May as well like see if there's something better, like an item in the shop that might actually like fit Tahm Kench.
The Fizz got lost. He started following the Singe.
Oh no!
The counter of all melee carries.
Love to see the Singe being used here by Lalana. I think one of the forecasts that fell a lot out of the meta a little bit, but really cool to see him again.
I wonder what his board was. Does it look like a Void board in the end? Just mixing the Singed in.
Seraphine, that was Seraphine kind of the board.
Oh,
with just the old PvE week 1 type of board.
TFT comes full circle.
Yep.
As we all know.
Nostalgia.
Hwanmie just on the last thread of the HP, trying to do small final upgrades to the board, playing the 7 Ionia.
Getting good use of his final augment as well, the indiscriminate killer here with both the set having double Giant Slayer and the Yunara as well. The sets can pack quite a punch. We'll see who his target will be.
Ooh, the wrong side might actually hurt him. Like the set not being able to do early push-ups kind of hurts.
Yeah, I really would have wanted to slam the Herald.
So weird.
Oh my god, that's a set 1.
Oh, but Singe is chilling.
Yeah.
Come on, Yunara.
Oh no, the Voidling.
No, Hwanmie goes down as well, so unfortunately we won't be seeing that set 2 potentially taking over this lobby. And Zyko also went out earlier on, so already 3 players eliminated, just 5 remain in stage 5.
Wow. I mean, like, look at this, though. The real big winners of this one, it's Double 61 and Snowy. Both of them taking the top 4s in the last game, and Double and Snowy both still very, very healthy. I think this lobby is really going to look quite interesting points-wise, since we did have some of our top performers go out in the bottom 2.
Zyko and Rain just opening up the floor up, and of course Double still holding strong like you mentioned. There's still a lot of ways that Kiting can make his board stronger, but he has to survive here. I don't think he hasn't been able to cash on the Zillion just yet.
He's trying to make it to 9, so trying to greed out a little bit, but is down to potentially his last life here, facing off against Snowy. One of the stronger players in this lobby, taking second place now in the total HP totals. Lux, Laser could come through and save the day, but there's just so much HP still to chew through, and Tahm Kench is coming. Well, that was a magic trick. Lux has been replaced by a Tarek, but he's trapped. He can't get out. Fighting his heart is now also down. Just T-Lies remain as a hope for the Americas in this game too.
Wow, it is so tough to see some of these knockouts so early. But we do have Demacia. Does anyone really want the Demacia emblem?
Probably not, but circling back for a second to the Kiting's board, he had a good plan to just getting to 9 and pivoting the board to the Sylas board, because he already saw the Garen. I believe he had the Jarvan earlier, so if he just got there with the Zilean having packed up XP prior the runs, he could actually make a win out. He just needed to survive one more round there.
You could even play like a Nico, Sylas, Arcanist defender board with Freljord and just play around the Invoker Shell as well, just with high quality units. But I think, yeah, his prio was making it to 9 first and then selling off and trying to transition.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, it is quite the tight race here for the top 4 in our second game of this round 64. T-Lies is kind of really starting to put together all of the right pieces, but will it be like actually enough to deal with this board from Snowy, who is still sitting at this Bilgewater max cap?
Longshot emblem for T-Lies, it's really cool tech here in terms of essentially acting as a RFC kind of for Bel'Veth, which is one of the best items she can go for the artifacts. Gives her survivability with range as well as attack speed, and is able to just maximize DPS uptime. Most of these melee carries, what they really want is to not move. The more range they have, they can just continue attacking and increasing that DPS meter.
I mean, that was like a great targeting onto the Misfortune as well.
Finally, someone is able to break down Snowy's streak right there, and I think a lot of it was the long shot that you mentioned. You know, usually rapid fire cannon is also one of the best artifacts for Bel'Veth, so this fits right into it.
There's also just so much damage coming out on this right side, right? With both the Kai'Sa and the Bel'Veth targeting any amount of clumped units on that side.
Is that right? That Double got the Nautilus 3?
Yep. The shop stays open, so even on level 8, level 9, still get it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just really surprised that we weren't actually seeing Snowy try to chase that as well.
Really heads up play here from T-Lies, realizing there was solo Taric on the right side, which is really hard to take down after he activates his 90% durability effect, pretty much being guaranteed, and just putting everything onto this Nautilus.
Is it enough? Fizz has been taken down. The Rift Herald is holding on for dear life, and once the Bel'Veth is on the backline, it's hard to stop her. Look at the speed at which she attacks and moves. And a big fight win again for T-Lies. Maybe the comeback story is coming together, Necra.
It's very cool. I mean, yeah, I love that like the long shot is activated by the Cogmaw. Long shot 3 is definitely not something that I would have looked at, but I wonder if the stat boost is also something that's very impactful to this outside of just the trait benefit.
It's quite marginal because 2 long shot gives you, I think it's 80% damage, and it's only 23 for 3 long shots. So it is a big boost considering you're giving a boost to both of your carries, but usually not one that you look for by adding another unit. It's just not worth the slot on your board. If you get it for free from a carousel, it's definitely much more appealing.
T-Lies opted to play the GP for the Justice Slayer because Vanquisher is non-existent for the Rek'Sai. Had the Taric in the shop. I would love to see a swap there just for the resist value over the Slayer, only for the Bel'Veth for the whole team.
Wow, I mean, like, Snowy's level 10 though, had so much gold to roll down with. Is it going to end up chasing, I think, the Misfortune 4? But I love he's already thinking about, like, all right, feed the Tahm Kench, get the AP and attack speed, and then there are a couple of things that he can still do to actually get more legendaries on the board.
He had a very good roll with all of his items. This is basically the best items you could get from the 7 Bilgewater here, both tank items onto Tahm Kench. He's been feeding for a very long time at this point. To me, this feels like T-Lies needs to make it to the final round, get all that money, and transition to Baron 2 for something to happen.
Thank you,
Tom
Clement.
Kench ate the Nautilus.
I had already forgotten about Silver Scrapes.
Yep.
So hopefully
Just a reminder.
Hopefully our players have not.
Oh yeah, wow, the extra gold that will be coming in. Oh, and T-Lights is out. No.
Really impressed with Alana.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to say. The Bronze for Life board coming in clutch, playing the old school board with so many trades active, it's really good. Where the Singe normally is not seen, the Bronze for Life is the board you are looking for.
I want to highlight the level up from production. We're seeing these red lights for the eliminations in each game as well. So really upping that production level for all of our viewers here in the Paris Open.
I would be so tilted.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If I'm a player, I just get highlighted. Oh, you out!
That is the IRL finisher that would tilt people the most, according to Cluttered Minds. All right, well, 3 players left now, and it is going to come down to a pretty big showdown between Lalana and Snowy. But for now, Lalana is going to be faced with double 61's board. The Bilgewater board just not, I think, quite as powerful as the one that Snowy's actually been able to put together, especially with the Singed really keeping this Misfortune busy. I don't think that Nautilus 3 has ended up being as worth it, just to stall for enough time for that Misfortune to actually do enough casts. So double 61 right now looks like he's going to be bleeding out into a 3rd place.
And Crown's Will as well, such a great pickup for Lalana here. You're making such good use of both the armor and the AP with this setup, with both the Seraphine, the Singe, and the Malzahar all benefiting here as well. Just a really cool board to have this Blast from the Past from PBE be so strong here.
Yeah, on the back of the Blast Shield, which just keeps the board going, providing that extra sustain for both Singed and Seraphine, who was pressured every pretty much fight at the back and just being able to barely stay alive.
Yeah, helps with the matchup against these Fizzes especially.
This should be double going out here against a much stronger Bilgewater board, and once it falls, Fizz
MF
already onto the
positioning.
back line.
Oh.
And the MF almost went down.
Maybe it's the battle of the Fizzes. There's going to be some fight RNG depending on who Fizz locks onto and who Fizz can take down early.
Oh, but the Nautilus got eaten again.
Senna takes down the MF as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a much stronger board.
This Tom Kench is a thing of nightmares.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Double would like his board look like.
Still, it's going to be 2 top 3s in a row for double 61. So looking at the averages coming into game 3, one of the better players in this lobby.
Absolutely.
And it should be the Herald unlock that Lana has the most chances. Singe or Herald, are those enough for 3-star forecast to flip this?
We'll
That's
have to
kind of
find
the
out.
question.
For the unlockable champions, there is going to be slightly lower odds after you hit your first 2-star copy, I believe is the exact details of it. But it is going to be a lot of gold coming through. So an APM check. We know that CN is always on the high ground when it comes to their APM.
5 Heralds.
Yeah.
Let's go for the Herald 3. That might be the win-out condition here.
Swain also is one that you could chase.
Shyvana 2 has been found as well.
Oh, 6. There's just not enough gold.
Does Lalana still have the duplicator? Or did he use it for tempo? I have to imagine he used it for tempo already.
Yeah. 7?
That's a lot of heralds.
And he still has a lot of HP. He doesn't have to finish the entire roll here.
Meanwhile, Snowy is going for the Kench free instead.
I mean,
I want to see the Kench free.
Yeah, that would be sick.
And
I
has
mean,
some doublons still to farm.
With this, if there's
The
a loss here
100.
for Snowy, this could be the moment to have to go. He's going to be on his last life to try and self-ward for Tom Kench. That's his game plan.
I have to imagine he's favored in these fights, though, with this
yeah,
Senna, too.
I don't think he has
Yeah,
to
the
sell.
shield against Singe is so brutal, but also, like, it looks...
Singe is doing a lot. It's fairly close.
The Kench is so beefy already, though.
Yeah, he swallows the units and like deletes them from the game for like 5 seconds.
I think Lalana hit his spike in stage 4 and stage 5, and now Snowy's he's starting to take over when it comes to scaling more and more with the Bilgewater trait.
Oh, okay. Senelution 2 is actually quite big.
This could be enough for the Lalana, honestly. Looking back how the fight was close.
Do we see an item swap? Maybe the Shojin onto the Senna here?
Take a look at the Fizz positioning. Transitioning over towards the Seraphine on the last hit.
Snowy just used the very last of his doubles, probably getting just an upgrade. The passive upgrade to Porte.
Oh,
The
Seraphine's
Seraphine's
down.
down. That could be a big swing in favor of Snowy here. The Fizz still itemized, is still doing so much, even almost in stage 7. He's still carrying a lot of the load here for the Bilgewater comp. Now onto the Senna. The Senna she's overloaded, it seems like, alive, but not for very long. Snowy Senna takes her down, and just a dominant Bilgewater snowball game from Snowy, taking over in game 2. Comparing and combining both these games, maybe the most impressive player up until now in this lobby with how flexible he's been in his mindset.
I don't think the Rift Herald 3 would be enough, looking how stomp of a fight was it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, like, Rift Herald is nice, but is it actually tanky enough to stall? Because it's not really known for like a huge damage output compared to the 2-star legendaries. The Tom Kench 2 was fed for so long, and so yeah, I think that's going to be a really great win. Snowy already very impressive after 2 games, seeing the AP transition in the first one, and then of course looking at that Bilgewater game for the second one. I think that's where a lot of CN's hopes are going for, but I believe Laura has an interview on stage, so let's see who she's talking to. Where he is.
7, 6, 5, 4, far end, over there. 2, go.
And we're back. I'm gonna go catch up with Double as he is leading his lobby tied with Snowy right now. Je te dérange 2 minutes. I'm bothering you for a short interview. Quick reaction on this game. The spatula is yours.
I mean, it was a good game, I think.
Yeah.
I got Nautilus 2 very early, so I managed to save a lot of HP. And I think Sword is a great placement because the 2 others were really...
Top 3, do you think there's anything you could have done better? Anything you could have done differently here?
No, I don't think so. I think Sword is a great score.
Okay, so right now you are leading your lobby, tied with Snowy. The next game, if you go top 1, could be crucial for the rest of the lobby. How do you feel right now?
I mean, if I get a top 2, I am in checkmate.
Yeah.
I will aim a second, so I hope I can get it. Sometimes it's not better to get it early because people brief you, so even if I don't get it, I will not be mad, so I will just play my game.
Okay, in stressful situations like this, how do you handle your nerves, making sure that you're going to stay calm and collected for the next game?
I just play my gameplay and I don't think about anything else, so...
Okay, do you meditate? Do you do anything between games?
No, I don't.
All right, you seem pretty confident for the rest of the lobby, Double.
Yeah, I mean, I just play my game and I hope that that I can make it to the final.
All right, so keep on doing your thing. Bonne chance. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. That's all for us here. Back to the desk.
Love hearing the confidence from Double 61, especially looking ahead to what could be the game that puts a couple of players at that check point. As a reminder, we are playing the checkmate format in our round of 64, which means that all of our players on stage need to hit a certain number of points, and then after that, get a first place. But it doesn't count if you hit the check threshold with the first to win it. You gotta hit the points first,
first
and
20,
then
the next
so
game.
you might have to go 1-1.
In this case, it would be 20 points. The best of players can hopefully just do it in 3 games. Double, I think, is in contention for it. I think he got 6 and then 7 points, so 13 total right now. Could still make it for that 20 in this game. Would require, obviously, a very, very strong showing. But, I mean, it's Double 61 we're talking about.
We do have a 2-man game kind of forming up here. It's going to be both Snowy and then also Double, both on 13. Those are the 2 with the chances to check next round.
I mean, to be fair, my heart has to go with the Double. However, looking at the Snowy, my brain goes with this guy. It looks like a beast performance. He's locked in for sure for this one.
We have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where we are going to showcase one of the boards and fights that we saw, break it down just a little bit further. Thank you so much to HyperX for sponsoring our broadcasts. We love being able to give you these team fights. And now, taking a look at this one in particular, this is actually from one of the lobbies that we saw off stage. So what is standing out to the 2 of you? I see Alessandra on both sides,
a lot of
but a
icicles.
Yunara difference.
And there's a volley bear coming in. Maybe this match will be able to take it, but no, it's going to be the Darken Ball on this Yunara that looks like it's taking over the fight there with a perfect angle, right, onto pretty much the entirety of the team comp from his opponent here.
Oh, but Braum with the shield being able to just stall
And Lissandra, a lot of her damage, because she splits her damage between multiple units, if it's an AoE with multiple units in front of her, it gets dispersed and doesn't have that one-hit KO potential. But when there's only one unit left alive, she pops that unit like a balloon and she wins so many clutch fights that way.
I mean, we cannot let the Brown be left behind. He tanked so long with Yunara with a bow, which is pretty much Astral beside them.
Yeah, it's the meme with the guy shielding against all the arrows.
Well, Alan, thank you so much for joining us on our broadcast. We hope you enjoyed yourself, and it was really great to be able to see you compete this weekend. Any final thoughts from you before we say goodbye?
Absolutely, I endorse you being here and loved being on the cast with you guys once again, and hope to see you on the next one.
Yes, we hope to also see you crushing it at the Riftbound tournaments in the near future. But that's going to do it for us for now. We're going to take a short break as I take you through a tour of the art gallery here at the TFT Paris Open before we come back for game number 3.
Is this thing on? All right, well, we are here at the Galerie, where we have some beautiful, exquisite pieces of art we would like to show you. One is the River Sprite Battle for France, maybe, I think, but it's exquisite nonetheless. So we will like that. We will move on. There is also this beautiful farmer chunk. I don't remember the actual name of the artwork that this is supposed to be interpreting, so yes, but he looks great. Look at that. Chunk looks amazing. And then, of course, we have the fancy Pengu. So dapper. And this is the greatest relic of all time. I'm sure you have remembered it from, you know, the Lore and Legends teaser. Yeah, that was great. I don't know what secrets it holds, but someone should tell me. I'm very interested and need to know. There's a couple more pieces of art this way, and we've got, first of all, the whiskers making, wait, something. Fruit? Is that fruit? Maybe. We have the River Sprite Jinx, and someone else that is holding a toy gun. And of course, up here we have a lovely extra French Pengu. I don't know, guys. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I do know this one actually for sure is Chibi Devil Teemo. Look at them. Ha 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 ha. Oh, look at all the river sprites. They look so evil. And then, you know, up here we've got the Pengu in a top hat, which is also very French. And last but not least, the Frenchest of them all. No words, just beautiful. So art.
Oh, that was really fun. I had such a great time. I've loved being able to just explore the venue and look at all of the cool little things that we've put together at the Paris Open. So hopefully you have all enjoyed them as well. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the TFT Paris Open. We're in the round of 64, and we're about to get started with our third game following the adventures of Double 61 and Huamie, two of our previous Tactician's Crown winners that are battling against each other right now. One of them is definitely out on top of the competition so far, and that is Double 61. He's had some really great games back-to-back, but Cien is not hopeless. They do have Snowy that has been leading the charge over there for them.
Yeah, just really impressive games for him. He was able to secure an early spat, was denied on the carousel, but was not denied in the PvE round. So very early 7 Bilgewater game, and what I liked about it is he actually went for the win more malicious monetization. You usually see that as just a, I need to get something going now, but he knew he was in such a strong spot, he didn't need any combat power from Augment, went for the highest cap possible.
A lot of that augment is knowing that you're going to guarantee the value, you're going to win those next 3 rounds. You can print as much as possible to either stabilize on 8 with your rolls or just push levels, go to 9, and then continue taking over the game in stage 5 as well. Really strong showing from these two players. It is checkmate. It is 6 games total here, so very possible that even if Double and Snowy find a way to reach check in this game 3, they might not win game 4, they might not win game 5, and more players can join them in check, and it can be a very tight race at the very end as well.
I love that, though. That's the comeback potential of having the checkmate format, is that anyone can win as long as they actually get to that threshold and they can have enough points at the end of the 6 games, or they just win it all to be able to make it through that way. And I would love to be able to check in on actually how some of the other lobbies are going. Of course, we are only following one lobby that is set on our main stage, but there are 7 other lobbies that have been going in the process. And so I hope we can get like the ticker to come back up or something, or we can show the lobby graphics. But it's been really cool to see this. And of course, I think everybody getting dinner, but still cheering on our players that are on the stage.
There's at least a few Spanish players left alive in top 64, so I'm begging for any updates for all of our players. 7 other lobbies, as you're mentioning, Necra, that are playing at the same time. And just so many different stories, right? So many players coming to this tournament with different parts of their career flourishing. It could be a comeback, like we've seen from someone like Hiding Is Hard in a tournament like this one. It could be someone trying to cement his status as an elite player, for example, as well.
Well, I have a couple of updates that I can personally share from looking at the scoreboards. In lobby letter A, I don't know how you would actually say that, whatever. 1v9 Peter has 15 points.
Wow.
And it's going to be Tidal and Xiao Lilo that are both trailing behind at 11 and 10 points apiece.
It should be 1v7 Peter then, no?
That's true, actually. We're going to have to tell him to change his
Tidal
name.
and Charlie Law each count as 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they are
math.
very, they are top competitors, so I think that makes a lot of sense. Lobby B, we have a very tight race over there. Leo Fleur is at 12 points to lead
Mexican
the
player.
charge, but Marcel P, Rebanov, and Milk all have 10 points apiece. So they're going to be battling it out over there to see if they can make it into check. But back to our lobby we have on the main stage. There's no encounter. How boring.
It was a little bit too crazy in those last 2 games. This is maybe the calm before the storm, the potential checkmate on the line in game 4. So I'm down with it.
So boring. Snowy's bored. You saw that. He put his hand over his mouth. He wasn't actually yawning, but I'm going to say he was.
I'm pretty sure he's kind of chilling. There's only 2 players that can actually check in this game anyway. And I actually think it's useful to start slowing down some of the momentum. If you have a spot where you can start denying them, if you're not going to take the first place, just take something that Snowy wants.
All right, so you're all ships behind Snowy right now, huh?
Oh no, I'm saying to grief him. That's what I'm asking the other players to do.
Oh, okay,
I think they're on a roll right now, so you want to slow them down.
Yeah, it is a rough. I mean, I think in all of our lobbies, right? When I also want to give a couple more updates around there. Of course, like Double and Snowy right now are leading our lobby here in lobby D. But for lobby E, it's going to be Zoro at 14 points, Toddy at 16 points here for lobby 6. Lobby 7, it is Reddy, who's kind of been a new player that has come in. I think for me, it's the first time I'm seeing them. They started with a first place in their lobby. It's station number 8, Noel, one of our top 8 competitors at the Vegas Open, leading with 16 points, heading into our 3rd game. First for Noel over there.
A little bit unfair from Noel, who has somehow managed to find a way to extend his wife buff across 4 different sets of TFT, always finding success again and again.
Hey, listen, all the players that have gotten their IRL duos figured out, we'll have to see how Mochichi does now next set, huh?
As a married man, let me tell you, the wife buff is permanent. Find the one for you.
Wow, Clement, that was
Wow,
a beautiful
that was the
moment.
perfect example of
While he
happy
looked
wife,
into my
happy
eyes.
life for Clement. All right, first augment here is going to be silver as well. So with no encounter, it's also going to be pretty low power level to have the silver augment first.
And this is one of the things you have to think about. I'm wondering if this is going to be the path of the prosperous yet again for Ionia. Most of these traits that are able to give you extra resources, things like Yordle, Bilgewater, Ionia, they benefit even more from low resource augment starts because in comparison to other players, you get so much more value from this extra bit of gold, these extra items, compared to if it were prismatic start, for example. So really heads up. We'll see what players end up committing to in stage 2.
Especially in
Draven
these
as well.
maps that don't give you anything, then the
Exactly.
econ augments are just like top of the tier list for most of these players here.
Seems like there is quite a bit of Ionia holes happening here, so I think players probably are opting to play around either the Enlightenment or the Prosperous, the Gold, or the XP Ionias.
We'll find out on this Ari kill. I really like Ahri as a transition unit. She's one of the most underrated units, but from what we've been seeing in CN, when Annie and Mela have been the go-tos, there's usually been 2 or 3 players going through Ahri as a transition point.
Wait, did everybody take Slice of Life to hope to like high roll a 3 cost?
It's econ. It's good
That's
econ.
That's true too, yeah.
It was recently nerfed to only get you 1 5 cost, but still just playing with an econ silver or not, it's such a huge difference in the current meta when win out is fast 9.
I think it's also a much stronger augment in this set because even in last set, imagine I'm playing into Vertical Battle Academia with Yumi carry. You can really play around the Slice of Life champion you're getting. I think the trait tree was a lot more locked in. Whereas this set, flexibility is enabled for almost any path you're taking in your game. So any key unit you're picking up in terms of the 4 and 5 cost, you can switch your entire game plan and pivot into it and utilize it much better as well. It's not just 4 or 5 gold.
I mean, the 5 costs, I feel like all of them are quite playable, especially when you itemize them as carries. May as well go ahead and put them in your board. Even Shyvana, even if you're you don't might want to put items on her, but she can still activate the Juggernaut trait and give you that extra boost there.
Yeah, there's so many characters like Shyvana that give you an extra passive. When she actually goes to the dragon form, your entire team takes 10% less damage from abilities, which is absolutely massive. Same with Taric, same with the thing like something like Skarner as well.
I like it. Yeah, I love the 5 costs in this set. I feel like all of them are so unique in their own way, but also still so valuable. I have still yet to unlock the Brock. I think that's the only 5 cost I am missing outside of Zahen.
I'm also missing Yone for reasons that
I'm
I
also
will
missing
not go
Yone,
into.
actually. Yeah.
Maybe soon. I have high hopes.
I mean, yeah, Yasuo reroll maybe could work. No,
They're gonna
Panda is.
They're gonna buff this patch, but
I mean, maybe.
I'm hoping for a second one.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think with the Slayers, I think if you were to just natural into a bunch of copies of Yasuo, maybe you just go Slayer 6.
I played a lot of Slayers, and still, that hasn't been enough to sway me in that favor. So.
All right, I do actually listen to our Slayers expert over here. Wonder if anybody's actually going to go for that right now. I feel like it's kind of like standard, but how do you both like Vayne reroll?
I think it's incredibly strong. You can play it as just a 2-star and then fit in more units onto your board later on. If you get the 3-star, then you actually have a really high chance of just winning out entirely. So probably our premier reroll comp. I'm really worried about Snowy since he's already on a 3-win streak and heading towards a check. So I wonder if some people will try to slow him down a little bit. He has great Bel'Veth items built.
There's a Vayne with a bow on this carousel that can be extremely interesting for any player trying to play around that Vayne.
I saw the Vayne on one board.
It was on Zyko's board, yeah.
Yeah, so that does get denied by Rain.
And I think Vayne's really good because, as you're mentioning, Clement, she can really carry a lot of that DPS load in Stage 3, coming to Stage 4 as well. The moment Vayne starts falling off a tiny bit, Kai'Sa is unlocked. You can play her alongside even a Vertical Demacia. The moment Kai'Sa starts falling off a bit, Sylas might be unlocked, and then you have that 5-cost carry as well to take over in Stage 5. So it can be a very clean game plan if you have enough items to itemize both Vayne and Kai'Sa and Sylas, which all use very different item archetypes.
Oh, and this is a really cool build that we've been seeing across the lobbies, which is a Loose Streak Bard build. So Lana already has the Bard unlocked, and what we've seen from players, they try to go for the Diana there. Such a strong stabilization point later on to the game. You're losing a lot, but you're accumulating a ton of rolls that you can use after the unlock.
I hate loose streaking in this set.
It feels so bad.
It feels awful. So talk me through it a little bit. Like, you might want to just like go for it because you don't have a choice. Like, you might just actually get to a point where you are so weak compared to the rest of the lobby, you may as well opt into the last streak. But how do you get out of this now? Like, what are you looking for if you're Lalana to get to the Diana and stabilize?
The key thing is if you're loose streaking, you want to have econ traits in. So he has both the Ionia path of Enlightenment and also with the Bard that gives him essentially 2 gold every round. And if you know you just don't have a good enough board, you use that econ, you can build towards a fast level 8 and try to stabilize around there. You're not really expected to win the entire way through, but it's one of the better options when you're losing.
Jinx pair for Snowy here. I wonder if he's going to consider opting to play a Jinx carry in stage 3 if he finds the upgrade. Jinx is one of the, I think, more polarizing units right now in the set in terms of how her damage is dished out. You need a lot of frontline, you have to buy a lot of time. He does have great scaling items with both the QSS and the Krakens for now. And getting some bonus from the Ionia trait for the XP here.
I feel like Jinx has been such a menace. Whenever I've played it, it does not feel good. But when I've played against it, it feels like it absolutely wrecks my board.
She's very inconsistent due to bugs. We've heard Mortdog talking about this. This is something that they're going to look into further down into the set. But because of that issue, I don't think anyone's main carrying her for now.
I'll just say I played a lot of Warwick, and Jinx was not on my board despite playing Warwick. So
what about family?
Family
had a really
is there
cool
for my
board.
normal games, but for ranked games, there is no F in family. It's only flex.
Okay.
Gangly can't come fight me on this one, but I'll actually gas him up for a second because he played a Jinx reroll board that had fish bones, and there was another artifact on it, but essentially like it looks good. So maybe that's the power to make Jinx really good, is to actually give it the artifacts.
If the Jinx had really 2 artifacts and a Radiant item, then yes, maybe it looked good because of that.
I don't know. I'll give him a little bit of credit there. Maybe he can explain himself when he joins us a little bit later.
This is looking a little bit terrifying for the rest of the lobby. This is Snowy, 5 win streak with an econ trait. He's really free to play anything. Kraken is one of the most open lines that we have. You can go with the Draven reroll. You can also just wait and play with the Kindred as well.
So many pairs as well here. Would he ever roll in a situation?
I guess if you think your combat pool, you need it to keep the streak, I think it's valuable.
If he had maybe a Yasuo pair as well, that would be a better consideration. But with only 3 pairs, maybe not quite enough. Depends how weak he sees the rest of his opponents.
I mean, this is a board I think he can beat, you know, but he slams the items in the tank spot just to ensure it. And I actually don't hate it because, like, the open chain can still make the Titans if you want it for something like the Belveth.
Whenever you see someone expend a tier, it usually means that they're not confident they're going to win the entire fight. Tiers are very valuable in late game AP compositions, but he just wanted to make sure that he gets the streak, gets the 6, gets the 3 extra interest there.
Oh, the dudes!
You would love a perfect loss streak here for Lalana. Caitlyn, does she have it in her? It's going to be close, but Bard does. Yeah, it doesn't make it in time,
Whoa.
so 6 loss streak for Lalana. I'm curious to see if he has any consideration to play. Reroll is one way to, convert a loss streak into a win streak in stage 3, but
take fire sale.
There just aren't that many great rerolls right now in the 2-cost space. I think the one discovery recently has been Tryndamere Ashe. I think this is one comp you can play from a lose streak.
Yeah, I was really surprised about lose streak Ashe Tryndamere because they actually stack attack damage. He's going for it.
We spoke it into existence. Yasuo reroll is on the line.
Let's go!
5 Yasuos already.
Yeah!
Bard giving you extra rolls. Yone will come out to play later into the game as well. We have best friends to give Yasuo some more survivability. I'm very interested in which direction this game will go.
Let's go!
I'm very concerned, to be honest, because Yasuo, even with perfect items, does not perform very well. What we've typically seen is him just holding on to Yone items and then full transitioning afterwards. Just not really a carry that's strong enough to invest in right now.
But you have to invest in him to unlock Yone in the first place, so the 3-star is a guarantee, a necessity in any version of this game plan.
I'm hyped. I get my wish.
You do.
The bucket list is alive.
And
the dream is here.
Free learning for me, so I'm down to do that as well.
Hey, wins this one. I'm just saying.
Against Zyko, who has, I think, double econ offense.
I'm just saying.
Wamne looks like he's going to be going for the just the Kaisa game plan here. Already has the Gwynsuits built.
Interesting positioning here from Double. He's also picked up a Leona too.
He's actually... Is this the Mortdog build? Because he's going Piltover items. That's
He has
perfect.
a Seraphine already, yeah. He's going for the T-Hex, I think so.
I mean, this would be awesome. Something that Mort talked about, and I wonder if this is actually going to play a role here, is how big is it going to be to get something like a Caitlyn 3 online for this? But you've
Only
got,
missing the Loris too.
yeah.
And he has 9 star levels of Piltover.
Oh, I guess, yeah. So you don't even need to go for the Caitlyn.
There's
creep.
there's no level requirement, right, for TX?
No,
It's just
no,
9
you
star
can get out
levels.
on level
Yeah.
6.
That's insane.
That would be cool to see on the main stage here from Double, really showcasing one of the most underplayed, maybe underrated lines in TFT right now when it comes to Piltover. I think there's still so many things players have to figure out yet, with not just the mods themselves in the 4 and 6 Piltover space, but how to best utilize the T-Hex, how to best, what to feed him.
No way.
There's an Annie.
No way.
Snowy.
Snowy? What? You can't. Okay, he's going to
unfair.
check. He's going to check. The 1% Annie.
Yeah, but it didn't win in that round, so I don't know. Like, an Annie without items?
I think he'll pivot his item strategy very quickly to try and...
It's 3-3, so he still has a lot of time.
All right, well, I can't wait to see how that goes. That'll be very fun to watch, and obviously we're looking at some boards that are already going to be hitting quite high caps once they get there. But I see early Yunara for T-Lides.
Also a natural just from the shop there. So he's cutting off some of Snowy's potential outs for the Krakens.
Really cool game plans being developed. Zyko's also playing around the Demacia, on the Vayne. I think Zyko's a player who, when it has been strong, he has loved playing around 3-cross reroll.
I also think that there might be a 3-cross reroll from Rain.
Rain actually, he restarted mission into a Draven too.
What?
I mean, why aren't
With
my
these items as well?
That's
my
crazy.
gosh.
That's a very high roll.
Yeah, because I mean, may as well keep them because you have the ability to have. Well, you already have 4 copies. You got the Bilgewater in, so you can actually help to get some of those little Bilgewater duplicators for the other parts of this that are really necessary, which are the Gangplank and the Nautilus.
7 Leonas for double 61.
What?
So he rolled down the entire way on level 7. Okay, it's really interesting. So he's planning to stabilize on just TX1. He thinks it's enough for stage 4. And this is the thing that I've actually seen a specific few players, they love TX, without you and Title specifically, have been spamming the entire start of the set with TX. And the way they talk about the comp is like, sure, you're not going to get a TX2, but you don't even need it to go through stage 4.
Let's find out.
We'll see if Double wants to continue rolling here. Level 7, making 30 right now. He is still missing 2 copies of Loris. I'm not sure. I think he's a bit torn between rolling on 7, trying to push 8.
I don't think he can do that. Like, I don't want to see him roll further than this because I think that with everybody getting early, like, big hits like the Yunara as well as like the Annie, I don't think you want to neuter yourself like so hard with the gold generation. I don't think you can roll further than this.
And he can roll on PvE, especially just play all
Yeah.
the Piltover units and then sell whichever ones he thinks he needs to if he doesn't want to play the vertical, just to play the T-Hex later on.
So where do you go from that? Because like I've also seen a couple of builds where you get the T-Hex in and you go for Gunslinger. Is that the vision?
Freljord is the most common pairing, just because it pairs well, not so much with the T-Hex, but more so with the shell of Braum and Sejuani alongside Loris and Vi for Defender and for Warden. Obviously, I think he's going to be playing around the Leona, so maybe we just see a flex front line alongside T-Hex and maybe a Misfortune and some kind of Bilgewater variant instead. It's double 61. If you ask me to predict his game plan, well, I'm going to have a hard time doing so.
Fair enough. It is something that is just quite unique. Like I've seen a lot of people just go the vertical Piltover, but from there, I think I want to see the Master Double 61 show us how it's done.
Yeah, I think ideally he really wanted to hit Loris 2, get the unlock here onto 3-7, and actually be able to drop a couple of his Piltover units. His Piltover are fine. Blast Shield is probably the best, but the second one is not really known to be a great one, especially when you're playing T-Hex. It only buffs your Piltover units specifically, and that just usually isn't enough strength. Perfect T-Hex items. It's going to go for the full 6, though, so instead of choosing to drop the 4s, goes all the way.
Using the Caitlyn for now for the extra mana regen on
Well, he's
the
got a
T-Hex.
Seraphine 2 already. What?
He is on 4 gold, so I think some sacrifices were made. to
Okay,
get to this
but
point.
like that's a crazy hit.
2 off Leona, 3 as well, so maybe a big spike coming through as well. Really curious to see where this board goes for double in these first few fights. Snowy already has a set unlocked as well, so really trying to skip an entire stage of TFT, get only the 5 cost now on his board for stage 4. And Zyko's on 6 veins, so just a really unique game of TFT being created here by our competitors.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is just the fact we don't have an encounter.
Yep.
And we have double silver augments.
Low econ means that a lot of times you have to go for the rerolls. You have to find ways to pivot out of your original game plans. So we're having a Yasuo, we're having a Vayne reroll. This is, I think this is probably the best game.
Gangplank reroll as well.
Yep, Gangplank and Draven.
So cool.
It's a loss for double, still making 10 here. This augment could be huge, especially if you see gold, because you could potentially get duplicators for the Leona, if that's a possibility.
Zyko going for a big grab back, still does not have the Yone unlocked, but he's only missing on 1 Yasuo.
There it is, Lana has found it. Does have now the Yone the next turn.
But he will be stuck on Yasuo for a very long time because these items are not exactly the perfect items for Yone. You typically do want the Guinsus. He's very much an attack speed based melee carry.
I think his best in slot is something like Rage Blade, Titans, Edge of Nights, something like this, where he just attacks very, very often and has some element of survivability to not get CC'd, and yeah, to have an aggro drop as well, ideally.
Well, we'll see the power of the Yasuo 3 versus the T-Hex.
How many rounds in this set do you think a T-Hex has faced the Yasuo 3?
Probably not very many. Like
In this tournament, I think it might be the first.
Maybe. Would not be the first of many things. I mean, we had 768 competitors, and we've had so many games between day 1 and 2, so maybe it's not out of the realm of possibility. But this is the first time I'm seeing Yone. I'm not gonna lie, I have not gone for this. I have not tried it, so we'll see. Yeah, huh.
I'm not sure he can survive to 8, to be honest. I think he has to be pretty lucky with the Yone 2 in this spot. He's very far away from level 8. Of course, it costs 60 gold in the current patch.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
And Double is not able to find this last copy of the Leona. He's really counting on this Leona to be the main tank to buy all the time he needs for the T-Hex. The items on T-Hex are perfect. I would say this is the best in slot, where you have the IE and the QSS in particular, I think, are the most important items for him, with the mana regen coming off of the pilot that's coming in, which is the Caitlyn.
Yeah, but like this Leona is just not buying enough time. You see all of the additional bilge water damage coming through. I mean, look at all the barrels of explosives that are actually coming out from that Misfortune 2. And T-Hex 1 just isn't able to stand up to a lot of the boards that we've seen so far.
Even if he just hits another T-Hex, I think that's a huge improvement. You can just run double T-Hexes, and that's usually a very strong stabilization point, especially if you're playing around the Freljords.
The positioning is also very unique, where he's clumping on one side, seemingly trying to make it so that when the T-Hex does his big beam, it's targeting and hitting as many units as possible. Really interesting. I'm learning a lot when it comes to this optimization.
I'm just taking stock of the rest of the lobby. We got a lot of combat power that's come through from the gold augments. I'm looking at T-Lights and Rain specifically with the Know Your Enemy and Mess Hall taken. But yeah, I think Double so poor now.
2 copies off for Zyko, 1 copy off for Double, but both are, despite both playing into 3 costs and in theory making the pool slightly better for each other, not able to find the big hits they need to stabilize in the stage 4.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got Zyko with a Galio.
And a Darken Bow on the Vayne as well, I just noticed. So it's a really strong setup once he hits that Vayne 3, but the longer you take to hit, that window where it would really take over the lobby gets shorter and shorter as we move into stage 5.
Rain hit the Draven 3, so that's going to be huge. And Lalana really hoping that, like, you can actually stabilize this. Yasuo needs to actually get to that Misfortune in the background.
I had forgotten about the Draven and the GP and Nautilus as well, so many players playing for 3-cost rerolls, helping each other out in some ways in terms of making that pool smaller. It's really cool to see in this set, where we've seen mostly fast line, mostly 5-cost being the big stars of the show.
And the thing to remember is that 3-cost reroll, even if there's more players playing it, because they have their own exclusive pools with the unlocks, it still feels a lot harder to hit than previous sets. There is a bit of a slowdown.
I mean, but that's the thing. It's like Leona is, okay, found by Double 61, but it's not an unlocked unit. Neither is the Gangplank or the Draven.
Lana actually able to hit Yone too. He was very, very poor on gold, and I'm surprised he could find that before the PvE round.
Did have the extra rolls from the Bard that was on his board as well, so that could be a big help, especially when the rolls are scaling per stage, right? Where you lose, but there's a silver lining of, you know what, you did lose, but here are some extra free rolls to try and maybe stabilize for the next round.
Okay, Yunara 2 also found here for
Perfect
T-Lights.
angle.
So it's kind of interesting because T-Lights has sort of set himself on a path of going for just those 4 costs.
You're talking about the set, and that T-Hax was a little bit lucky, able to dodge out on the suplex because of the Quicksilver, but still goes down. Yunara 2, too strong for double right now.
Yeah, but he's now starting to kind of bleed out. 3 losses strung together in a row. Maybe PvE will give him some time to actually figure it out.
I have to say, I feel like it's a bit too much gold spent on the Leona.
He's so poor.
The window in which Leona is strong is similar to Vayne as well. It's not really as strong in stage 5 because she has the flat DR on the hits, which is a huge percentage of the damage in stage 2 and even in stage 3, but in stage 4 and 5 when the DPS keeps increasing with 5 costs with full item builds already on your units, she starts getting bursted down quicker and quicker. So not going to be as impactful as she would have been if she was hit at the start of stage 4.
And it's tough too because players like Snowy, look at this, the pair of Annie, the pair of Fiddlesticks. This is, oh, actually, sorry, that's a Fiddle too. I mean, never mind. That was a pair of Fiddles to go towards the upgrade. But can roll now. I think the problem though is like you're really missing out on the Annie. He sold them.
Yeah, he sold the Annie because he doesn't have the items for her. Annie is a very strong unit, but you have to have the right itemization. Mostly that's going to be 2 mana generating items like Shojin, Adaptive, Blue Buff, even Nashers and Razed Blade can suffice in cyber cases.
Kiting also hitting that max cap of the Bilgewater that we've looked at, looking to slot in some of these legendary units. Got the Zillion 2. Of course, the Senna and the Lucian is going to give that Gunslinger bonus over to the Misfortune while also giving over the extra shields. And then the Tom Kench being hit as well. You can really start to put that together if you can.
We have a big test for the Vayne here. What can this Vayne 3 with the Dark Bow do? Can she battle it out against this stacked Bilgewater comp? And looks like for now, she is going to be strong enough. Just barely able to clutch it up against the MF and against the Zillion 2 from Kiting as well here. Every time we see reinforcement, there's a Zillion 2 on the board. Is there something I don't know?
I think it's like, honestly, for me, like I feel like Zillion is one of those champions that is just like the first 5 cost I see. I don't know why.
And it also helps you snowball a lot the earlier you find him, because you can maybe make it to 10, maybe make him your main carry with the extra damage.
Oh, look at this. Hwamye, though, off of the Kaisa. 1 off of Kaisa, but still pretty healthy, I think, all things considered for the rest of the lobby. Everybody's very, very close together, but Lana on last life. So maybe there is some time here for Hwamye to get that final 4 cost carry in, but Lana, this Zonia 2, just not it. Not working.
Yeah, he's running 2 Yones right now, so I wonder if Yasuo actually helps out both of them. It's a small mechanic I haven't really checked on. Or is it just the strongest one? Well, the small Yone is dead, so yeah, we're not going to be able to know.
Wow, I mean, but this Vayne, this is where you really start to see it kind of keep up. Hold on, though. Can the Yone actually get access back there?
Oh, the stun was so big there.
No, Lalana out in 8th place. That's going to be 2 quite low placements there for Lalana.
And he was actually quite lucky in this instance as well, hitting the Yone too. This was not a terrible scenario regarding his rolls, so that just further depreciates my expectations for the Yone comp.
He did have 5 Yasuos on 3-2, so he was on pace to have a very strong Yasuo 3 spike, but it took a little bit longer. We saw him in stage 4. He was still rolling for that last copy. Double as well. I mean, this game is all about bravery, I think. We've seen some pretty unique lines, some of them backfiring, not quite the meta lines and not quite succeeding. I think in some cases, they tunnel vision a bit hard on certain lines and then they just weren't rewarded with a natural shop. So Leona 3 came out very late for double here as well.
I mean, this is tough too because we're definitely going to go to 5 games. if the pace keeps up the way that it is in terms of these point
Snowy
totals.
might have something to say about it.
That is
pointing
true.
that out.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, 13 points for both Snowy and Double. This does look like it's probably going to be a knockout here. This Vayne is just too powerful, and Double gets taken out in 7th place. Let's see how Snowy is doing. Now the lowest on the points total in terms of the rest of the players in this lobby. There's a Void Spat. Oh my gosh. Is Hwanmye going to take it?
There's a Disruptor Spat here as well for Snowy. It's not interested in it, it seems like.
No,
Maybe he's taking the long route.
Or the Gunslinger. He's choosing between both. I guess now he has only one choice after Hwanmye has picked up a Disruptor, making that choice much easier for Snowy.
True. Oh, I like it though. I mean, Hwanmye could go for the Void Spat. That's not really helpful when you're trying to get to level 10. But I like the Disruptor to actually unlock the Disruptor trait from the Malzahar. Yeah.
And it gives you, I think, 30% AP. I'm not sure the exact extra bonus you get every cast or something like this.
Yeah.
For Disruptor?
It's a bit of an AP item.
Yeah. You get some extra bonus as well.
I just know that it helps to keep your board alive longer.
I wonder if it would be better on the Kaisa over the Rabadon, for example. Nope.
I feel like
go on the Baron for now.
hard. Yeah. You want something with AoE so you can get the Disruptor to minimize the damage.
The dazzle effect on more units.
Yep. And once you get Baron over, I believe, 8 seconds, he starts to damage the entire board. We're seeing getting into the void right now. The animation hits 10 times, and that's why you also want the Infinity Edge on the Baron. Very, very skill reliant as a carry.
Big win here for Hwanmye, able to stay fairly healthy coming into almost the end of stage 5 now.
Snowy down to his last life. This could save the lobby here. Critical roll downs for Snowy.
And Snowy would need a second in this game number 3 to try and fight for that check early on, although it would be so hard if he's the sole player in check going to game 4, because obviously huge target on his back from everyone else in this lobby.
I don't even know what type of gameplay you would go for if you're 1v7, right? Because a lot of the 5 costs are fairly easy to deny. Like Fast 9 is a very common.
I mean, I wonder if you just double econ, go Void 10.
Yeah, that could be probably a harder one to deny, especially with Kaisa being an unlockable as well.
Is the Senna 2 Azir 2 enough for Snowy to go over his teammate in Hwanmye? Hwanmye still doesn't have the Baron 2.
T-Lights as well, relying a lot on the 4-cost line to Nara in this case yet again for T-Lights. We'll see if he can stay alive. He's also on 9 HP, so both players here on their last life, facing strong opponents.
No, Snowy is out. So we will not have anybody in check at the end of this game. We will be going to at least 5 games here on the main stage.
And this is where it feels like this format will move very easily back to just who has the most points.
Wow, look at these artifacts on the Ornn.
Yeah. One of the great, actually these are actually good tank artifacts as well, so double dipping, but one of the good things with Ornn you have to take advantage of is the fact that any artifact onto him, even, I don't know, Luden's Tempest, Wit's End, are going to be very strong because they give him so much more effective HP, especially once you reach that 2 to 3 artifact threshold. He can get so much value from these artifacts. There's no low roll, right? This is one of the best things about Ornn, where you have these artifacts that don't work for your comp, you don't have a Reforger. What can I do to squeeze value out of them? Just play an Ornn.
You get 1350 HP off every single artifact, a huge amount. And very easily leads you to unlocking the Volibear as well. That's one of the primary ways you can play around with the Bilgewater Fast 9.
Yeah, that Tahm Kench is looking mighty good with this board.
Really like the extra mana on him on Tahm Kench. You get the first spit out. So there's a lot of fun things you can do with it. If you don't have a lot of AP, you can actually spit their tank into the back line, and suddenly the door is wide open.
Oh, that's funny. Well, as we pay attention to this fight, it does look like the Garen is going to be the unfortunate target of this Tahm Kench. So got a chance to show that. Oh, but look at this too. The Swain is actually going to body block the Vayne.
Not just that, but will stun the Vayne as well, where she's trying to ramp up with the Darken, but ramp up with the Krakens as well. So that could be crucial for this fight win. For kiting his heart, who's now also down to 1 life, but the MF can't quite do enough. It's a close fight. The Vayne does win it in the end. Zyko stays alive in this game number 3. Only 3 players now remain. 3 regions represented as well with CN, Americas, and EMEA.
I think Hwanmye is making an epic comeback here. This is, only 7 points in these first 2 games in a Baron 2 with the Disruptor emblem.
There's a lot of counter logic going on from Hwamye's game plan. He actually started with no econ. Usually players aren't willing to all in on the void line if there's no econ start.
But then Firestone, I think a big win streak later on helped him reach to this point with the 10. Yep, level 10 as well. Unfortunately for T-Lides, if he would have gone out, won that last fight and gone out 1 placement higher, he would have at 12 points, so with a chance to make check in game 4. Now sitting only on 11.
Oh
so
my god.
Will be a much lengthier path to try and reach check for himself.
I mean, the Baron is just nuts, right? And I think what's actually really cool about it too is, we talk about the dazzle effect, but we also, I don't know if we touched on the fact that the dazzled, the dazzlers, like the disruptors, will do extra damage to the dazzled units. And so the fact that you have that disruptor emblem on the Herald and you're going to be doing, the spread cast, that is a lot stacked up.
Yeah, the Baron's very impactful in these fights. Ever since Alan told me that his Nasus 3 lost to Baron, now I am scared for my life.
It's so fun. I love playing Vertical Void.
They need a buff Nasus 3. That's what I'm hearing right here.
Well, Alan didn't tell us all the details. Maybe the Baron had like 3 artifacts or something.
Yeah, true. The Guardian of the Sands does not
He
get the
did build 2
respect.
Yordle spats, so I don't know.
Maybe the Baron had a Yordle spat. That's what we were missing.
All right, down to 3 final players left in this lobby, and the Baron is, I think, going to absolutely crush them.
Yeah, I think it's between, Zyko and Rain to see who can clinch out a 2nd place.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that. Like, if the Baron gets access to Draven like that, Hwamye is playing the Ghost. So Zyko actually does get eliminated on the true fight versus Rain. And so it does come down to Rain with this Draven and Darius and Gangplank and Nautilus 3-cost reroll versus this level 10 Void board.
Oh, good items for both of these players. TG for Rain, but Hwamye, more importantly, does get a source of HP regeneration for his Baron.
You can add the second Sterax to the Belveth as well for some survivability, so really strong pickup.
Oh, he's actually going to, remake the items for the Baron.
Yeah, 2 and 2. Last few rolls coming through. I think the Draven just gonna have a very hard time. This is one of the downsides of Draven. He's best when there's 7, 8 units on the board because he has a chance to really just take down 1 by 1 and clutch up the fight. The more units you add to this, the slower Draven is at killing everyone 1 by 1. He kind of overkills in many cases quite a bit as well with his axes.
I mean, well, this is good though. I think that the fact that the Draven is not stuck on the Baron and the Baron's not on the same side, but the problem is this Baron is still just going to teleport into the main mass of Rain's board, and with the stun onto the Draven as well. This is an easy team fight win.
Almost a knockout from so much HP.
Put Rain out of his misery at this point. Like, I don't think there's anything that Rain can do to upgrade the board to beat the Baron.
There could be some magic that we see from the Scarecrow. Fiddlesticks. I suddenly forgot his name for some reason, but
the Scarecrow is
really
fine. This is the one champion that I think everyone will know who you're talking about.
Want to see him trying to shift it to the same side, but in the meantime, Belveth is also CC immune. Baron as well, actually, so never mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
You only can get the Kaisa. That's like the only silver lining.
I mean, I would like to see the outcome of this because, like, now that you do have the Draven on the same side, I wonder if we can learn something.
GP doesn't want to win. GP stole an Archangels, so we're going home. Blame it on GP.
There's so many carries to play around here as well with both the Baron, but also the Kaisa and the Belveth putting in work to take down this board. We're seeing the dash there from the Belveth. The big win from Hwamye, taking over with this Void Board. Baron once again on top.
Wow, that was super cool to watch. I mean, we will see this a lot throughout the weekend. Everybody has figured out the secret sauce is going to be getting to level 10, getting that vertical void board in, and going from there. It is going to be really cool to kind of see how the rest of this lobby continues to play out, but it will take several games to get there. Only game number 3, we can go up to a maximum of 6 games, and based on how this lobby's going and how the points are shaking out, I think we will go all 6.
Round of applause and style points have to be awarded, at least one of the first times we're seeing on main broadcast. Vayne reroll, T-Hex being unlocked and played around from Double 61, Yasuo reroll for the Yone unlock as well from Lana. So a really creative game that we hope to see more of in the rest of the games left in this lobby.
Yeah, but the meta was the meta. Those two unique boards went 7th and 8th, and the more standard boards are still rising to the top. We got a Void win in the end. I think we are going to have a checkmate winner because so many people are on high points. Zyko is over 15. Hwanmi is on 15 points already. Double's at 15. It would be very hard for there not to be someone on Game 6 to just win it out with a first place.
Yeah, it would be really cool to see this come down to an actual checkmate performance. I've been taking a look at some of the other lobbies that have also been playing out. And actually, funny enough, there is only one player in check, and it is Stormy who hit Bilgewater 10 in this game to hit 20 points with a first place. This lobby is now currently playing out their very 4th game. But look at how fast you win. Oh my gosh, does he hit the choke at 3 as well? He hit Senna 3!
Feed the Senna, please.
No, we're gonna keep it. Oh my goodness.
Dispersing the Tom Henry just in case, so the opponent does not notice he has 8 copies.
Gee, I mean, look at...
High-level gameplay.
I mean, look at how much gold you get from every single fight. That is just insane.
And to do it against YBY1, taste of his own medicine when we saw him 3-starring so many units in the tech round.
That's so many chests of gold just waiting to be plundered. I could have enjoyed seeing a Tom Kench 3, but I think I'll take the Senolution 3 and the fact we hit Bilgewater 10 at all, and that was just so cool.
Stormy's saving it for tomorrow. I think he knows he has to scale up the excitement and the rewards coming to day 3 potentially.
Well, in that lobby, Stormy was the only player to actually hit check at 20 points, and so now it is about replicating that first place to get that first and to go from there. But nobody else can catch him at this point. There's no one else that's in check at the same time. Everybody else is at 19 or 18 points. But we do have an interview with Canvas, who is one of our additional competitors competing here alongside Double 61. So let's hear from him.
Hi guys, and welcome from the show floor. I'm here with none other than Canvas himself. Of course, unfortunately not playing anymore. We're very sad about that, but Double is still in. He's playing on the big stage. You're watching here with Kamito. How has it been to have this experience here in Paris, in France, at home?
It's always a pleasure to play in France. It's always a pleasure to play open. And I hope Dub will make it for me, for the fun, for everyone. And yeah, it's cool.
Okay, give me from 0 to 100%. How sure are you that Double will win this?
I mean, it starts with the top 2, and I know it's confident, so I trust him at 100%.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Now, Canvas, of course, we have a lot of people watching at home, fans that couldn't make it here. A lot of French folks are in the co-streams, but in our stream as well. Anything you want to say to all of those fans at Carmine Corps in France, all over the world?
Sure, thank you everyone to watching us. It's amazing to play under K-Corp and represent this structure. It's always a pleasure for us. Thank you for support and keep watching.
Welcome back here after that short little interview. I mean, thank you, Past Makes, for running over. I think I did a really good job at that. But I'm not alone. I'm joined here on the couch by Gangly Mordok and, of course, special guest Hoopa-san. Hoopa, welcome to our desk. It's so good to have you here. How's the competition been treating you?
I mean, I got day 1, so round 1. Players are playing just so good. They're capping boards. I was like, okay, I can play flexible here. I can try to tempo it out. No, perfect boards in the end, but I had fun. I got like 4th in my lobby, so it wasn't that bad, but I mean, day 1 was tough. You had to do like only top 2 and best third.
You played in Macau too, right? So better here or in Macau?
No, Macau, we don't talk about Macau. In Vegas, I was 2nd from Latam, so I did pretty good.
Okay.
Only Michael, that is still alive, did a good run, so I was 2nd Latam, and Macau, we don't talk about.
Okay. Well, I like talking about Macau. I had great fun in Macau, but we won't ask you about it. No worries, Rupe. I know you got a chance to watch a couple of those games, Gangly. We know for sure there's one player that is on check, which is exciting after that Game 3. Stormy running away with it a little bit.
And there's a lot of players who are right on the cusp of it. Players all over the venue are sitting on 19 points, but only Stormy is the one that crossed that threshold. It's possible that that lobby ends in just 4 games.
Yeah, so we're of course going to be sticking with our main lobby here, and we're going to get a nice influx of money for our last 2 players alive. 70 gold are going to come in there. And like you're mentioning, this lobby seems to unfold like one of the ones that will have a lot of players on check.
Well, yeah,
I mean, the fact that we only have one person in check, it'll be pretty easy for everyone to target Grief if they need to, hold their units, try to get them to, you know, not make something like a capped out Baron board. And especially with the this being the encounter, we know that the final board that wins the lobby is going to be very, very powerful. So I expect a lot of people to kind of play for that first place, and it's pretty hard if you're the only one.
Well, I think I baited you.
Yeah.
Stormy's in a different lobby.
See,
yeah, that's my fault. In this lobby, all the points are actually super tight from what I saw.
So then what happens here is really a lot of the people like Snowy are just like going to be able to just kind of play it pretty chill.
Yeah, it's like 10 points being the lowest at Lalana and then 16 being the highest. This actually might be the smallest gap that I've ever seen after 3 games, because it basically means that
they're 4 points away. That's actually pretty wild.
It's super far.
Yeah.
And it means that there's a world. Oh, wait, is there actually a world where nobody gets in a check?
Yes, if Lalana wins.
If Lalana wins, T-Lides go second, Kiting goes third,
Basically
and just completely invert it. Yeah, wow.
We could. And the crazy thing about this format here is that we're only going 6 games, right? Like, this isn't one of those ones you'll go forever. And so at that point, the points are going to matter. It's going to be who can just get the most points. And it would be pretty interesting. I think that would be the first checkmate I've ever seen where we did reach that end point.
Yeah, we have like 3 players with 15, 4, that they will need that 4th place to actually get that check that is so important. I wanted to pick your brain a little more about verticals. Is there any concept that you wanted to go with? Because I feel like it's all around the place right now. Normally, vertical should be like easy for beginners, but also sometimes it's capped prismatic. And now I feel that depending on the vertical, it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some that we're seeing favor, right? I think Ionia has been something that has shifted into the meta. You know, it was meant to be one of those relatively easy to play ones. I think like Demacia is pretty good at playing early, things like that. And then obviously Void has kind of come into its own after the B patch. So there's definitely some verticals that can be good. Others, I think, are a lot more risky. Something like Noxus, you can play pretty tempo.
You played Noxus. You won the tournament with Noxus.
But Noxus falls off a cliff at the end game. And especially in a lobby like this where you've got the Baron giving that 70 gold at the end, it's going to be tough.
So maybe just to give everybody at home a little bit of an update on how our meta is evolving, because previous to this game, our stats, people have been looking at it a little bit and have built some buckets. Now, these are very rough buckets, but just to give you an idea of what has been played a lot, Void has a play rate of 17.3%. Yunara in different compositions is sitting at 10.8, and Arcanist is sitting at 10.7, followed by Diana and Bilgewater both on 9%. Now, of course, those are big buckets, right? Yunara can be played in several compositions. Void can be played in several ways.
Arcanist should be Annie, the Annie board, normally with the big Tivers on the front.
But it's still interesting to see that those are pretty low numbers of play rate, right?
I want to call out a couple augment selections that we got to see there on 2-1. I'm blanking on the name. The Ishtal augment was picked up by Kiting is hard.
Expo Expedition, I believe.
Yeah. And then on Hwanmye's side, he picked Warpath. Warpath is such an interesting pickup here.
I am a big Warpath believer. A lot of people have seen me. Oh, I love Warpath. Because, again, you get that 2-star 2 cost, and you can play really aggressively. But the thing is, at the highest levels of play, it's really risky. Because unlike something like Birthday Surprise, if you start falling off and you don't get those kills, you don't get your reward, right? Whereas like Birthday Surprise, you can start to fall off and then spike at 9, get that 2-star 5 cost. And so that's kind of been the generally easier to play version. But again, if it can work out, and so you can look at Hwanmye's health, and as long as he stays at 100 health, I would expect him to be level 5 at 2-2, play pretty aggressively, and hopefully do well.
Did I bait myself? Is that not Warpath? He does not have
That is Warpath. He may have sold it. That is the Warpath.
That is Warpath, right? I'm not crazy.
Into Jordel economy.
Whoa!
That is a choice. Interesting. I wonder what 2 cost he got that he just felt like, nope, I'm not even going to touch this.
Well, what's interesting, it's like, it's not even that he didn't play it, it's that he sold it, right? It's like, not even does he consider to play it maybe on 5 and play Yordle originally.
Well, for example, like let's say he got Ashe, right? And you have those tank items. An itemless Ashe 2, not going to do a whole lot. That's going to be worth 5 gold. So there are times where that's going to make sense. We just don't know exactly what that 2-star 2 cost he got is. And if that's the case, then Warpath all of a sudden becomes a lot less valuable. And that starts to be where it's like a really not a great augment choice.
I would also say that Warpath becomes a lot less valuable when you just sell your 2-star 2 cost as well, though.
Yeah,
Definitely
generally not considered an econ augment, but,
No,
we
today
can
it
pretend.
is.
Today it is.
We're talking about the Ashe. Lalana had the Ashe with Kraken, also with the Tryndamere. A comp that started popping off right now in the B patch with a little attack speed there on the Tryndamere. A beautiful comp, very stable when you have everything 2-star and you have the possibility of ramping up then in the later game with Bolivar.
I do feel like this composition in particular is extremely item dependent, though. It uses a lot of bows, for instance. You know, you can play something like Rageblade plus Kraken on the Ashe. You can even go Rageblade on the Tryndamere. It's a build I've seen very commonly built around QSS, BT, Rageblade.
I think one of the interesting things that's happened, though, over this tournament is people are realizing that Rageblade isn't as good as they thought it was. And we're seeing a lot more people go with, like, double Kraken or things like that, or even just, like, a red buff to get that initial attack speed, because the initial power matters quite a bit. So we have seen Ginsu's fall a little bit out of favor. Do want to call out that Snowy here has that Rek'Sai 2 that he got from his augment. He leveled to 5 pretty aggressively. And Rek'Sai can be pretty good early as long as it doesn't get targeted quick. If it does, it gets bursted down, and that's going to be unfortunate. And beyond that, using Bilgewater to kind of get that early Bilgewater econ we've seen.
It's an interesting one, the Rek'Sai. Sometimes goes in the back, does everything, and sometimes doesn't do absolutely nothing. And
I feel like it's such a strong carry. We've been seeing a lot of those Rek'Sais, I mean, especially with like 2-3 items early on, do so much heavy lifting if they were upgraded to 2-star. I think it's actually a unit I kind of disrespected coming into this tournament, and I learned that was wrong very fast.
You know, I think it's the story oftentimes of any early game unit that has backline access. I mean, I played a game where I beat a Scion 2 and Bard 2 with a 3-item Briar 1, because sometimes if you can get backline access at the right time, that's all you need to swing a fight.
I mean, those maybe solo leveling champions like Briar that you just mentioned are just so huge. Briar is my favorite from the set. I mean, the fact that it gets speed, it gets attack speed with AP, access to backline is chunky. I mean, great design.
So right now, our 2 China players right now, both 100 streaking here. And Huan Mei, even though he sold his unit, is making Warpath work right now. He's got that really strong rumble that should at least get him through possibly this stage. And we're going to see if these 2 players match up. If they do, I favor the Rek'Sai. They do. And so I favor the Rek'Sai here with the Ginsus. That's going to allow for that scaling and get to the point where it's going to be difficult to deal with. And there's just not enough damage on Huan Mei's side. And even the one thing that could put out a little damage, which is Lulu, is going to get targeted here pretty quick. Already has the burn on it as well. Again, if Rek'Sai gets stuck, but I don't feel like there's enough damage on Huan Mei's side. That's going to be a dead Teemo. And it's, okay, we're getting there though. He's getting auto-attacked.
Yeah.
This is not good. We never got on the Lulu.
So the fact that Lulu
We never got
fell,
on the Lulu.
I think is the big factor here, like you were calling out. I also thought Rek'Sai was going to path over and just finish her, but she survived, and that was the big matchmaker here.
I am blown away by the result of that fight. I actually cannot believe that the Yordle board was able to deal with the Rek'Sai.
One of the things I think people underestimate is that Rumble's damage scales with armor. And so with the Gargoyle going, you got a little bit of that extra damage out there that was popping the Rek'Sai. And that's the thing, Rek'Sai is relatively fragile, does a lot of damage, especially if you can hit like 3 units in that AoE. But the other thing was the positioning, right? Rek'Sai never targeted more than 1 unit at a time. That's when Rek'Sai's at her weakest.
Nice. This is the old Boombot triple Bramble Skarner in action, essentially.
Yes, yes.
We're seeing double now, just trying to go to that fast 9. Good tempo for now. Finds an early Brown that will help him so much in this early game.
And what a beautiful picture it is to see Double 61 in the top 64 in Paris.
On the main stage.
On the main stage. I am not an EMEA fan. I'm not going to pretend to be. But for right now, in this moment, I will say...
you are a double fan.
There is a part of me that would just love to see Double 61 on the main stage tomorrow. Even over Kiting is Hard, who I will say is my biased favorite, potentially, you know,
Of course.
our tri-state rep here on the main stage.
You had to get that tri-state rep in there. No, I agree, and I don't know how much time you had during those first 3 games just to kind of take it in over at the main stage. I mean, it's packed there. The seats are full. Everybody's watching, and every single time Double actually has a tough matchup and wins it, the crowd goes wild. I love that so much about TFT, how you can feel the passion of the crowd for a game that arguably is, you know, not as expressive in direct skill like some other games, but it's just so cool to see them celebrate those wins.
Stage 3, augment round coming up.
All right, looking at these augment choices, Magic Roll is usually a pretty safe choice. It's pretty value. Golden Dragon has kind of fallen out of favor here.
Insta-pick here from
Yeah, and so we see the Magic Roll. We'll have to see what that roll becomes. We're looking at his Ishtal quest here. Lose 4-player combats is generally a pretty safe one. So hopefully he takes that. He's got enough health that that should be pretty easy to do, get him up to about 400. So it shouldn't be too far off.
Did he just pump XP? Did anyone else see that? He is 8 out of 36 right now.
Huh.
It's possible he chose a different quest there, so it's hard to tell from here. Yeah. On the left side, we're getting to look at the augments. T-Lades took the Forever one, the one where you lose all your gold. I'm blanking on the
forward
name.
thinking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Forward thinking. You know, so he's going to try to use that to then get a bunch of gold later, so he'll be a little bit weaker. And the thing is, with a lot of these econ augments being chosen, Hwanmei with his Warpath, that's how you can play the pressure that goes really well. So hopefully he got some good items to allow him to keep that pressure up.
That's actually such a great call out. I think there's something to be said about when a meta indexes so much on Fast 9 that oftentimes people see the combat augments and all they think is, hey, I don't really have a good way to go first here because I didn't hit econ. I'm just going to bleed out. But Warpath does allow you to bridge that gap.
So I have a question. Just because it's an augment, we've of course been seeing a lot the extra Darken weapon coming in here for, I believe Snowy picked it up.
Snowy.
And of course many players kind of like insta-pick that. I want to ask you specifically more. Do you think there's almost like a favorable bias going on right now where everybody's just like, oh yeah, this feels really good on a Belveth, and people wanting to pick that up?
I think a big part of it is the fact that with that one, you always get to see all 4 darkened items. And so it's the one augment in the game that, like, you know exactly what you're getting.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And everyone, I think right now, if you probably were to check the stats, I would guess it's like 98% darkened bow, right? Like, it's just the common choice. Whereas if you take something like Portable Forge, you may end up with something you're a lot less comfortable with. And speaking of which, you look at Rain99 here playing Kappa Juice. And Kappa Juice right now is just a really hard artifact to play. So kind of a position I'm sure he's not super excited to be in. But that's why the Darkened one has been so favorable, is everyone knows around to play it, and AD Flex right now is generally very good.
I'm very curious more to hear from your purview how much of this Kappa Juice artifact is balanced around being able to snowball off of it versus if you are kind of going mixed streak and losing those hats.
Oh no, if you mix streak, it's a terrible artifact. You definitely want to get as many hats quick. So imagine if, like, for example, Hwanmei had Warpath into this, right? Like, that's where you're going to start getting the hats, and that's going to start doing really, really well. Hwanmei, as far as I can tell, by the way, didn't lose a fight yet. So if that is the case, we could see a Warpath cash out as soon as 3-7, and that's when you can really snowball, because you're going to get that 2-star 4 cost. You're just going to get a bunch of extra econ. So we'll have to see how he's doing on that Warpath. Also, KC Double took forward thinking as well. So again, a lot of people kind of open forwarding, but that does mean right around 4-2, 4-3, we're going to see some big spikes on these boards.
I have an eye test for when the hat is good, at least for me. The eye test is when you cannot see the hat in the screen. When it's there, you're good. Okay. You're actually amazing. And it's not that difficult. It's actually pretty fast if you manage to go tempo.
So Hwanmei right now is definitely playing Yordle to the prime. He is 8 Yordle on 3-5. This is best case scenario, because now you're going to start getting those Yordle grab bags. You're going to start getting a bunch of extra econ. The only thing that's a little worrying is he only got Teemo 2 as his DPS, but the fact that he's level 8, while, for example, our forward thinkers are going to be stuck at level 6, should just be enough effective health on the board to allow him to win a lot of fights. And combine that with the health from the Yordle trait, the attack speed, he should be okay.
If Hwanmei is able to continue the streak cash out Warpath while having the 8 Yordle grab bags coming in every single round, the amount that he's going to snowball, it actually feels almost impossible to not go first if he pilots it well. He's going to be so rich.
Yeah, the trick is that sometimes if you get some bad 4 costs and 5 costs, it can bait you into some situations where you maybe aren't going to be as strong. So you have to be really careful there. But you are getting the 2 full items.
Did you guys see that shop? There were like 4 Scions in that shop.
I missed it.
Sorry, I just saw it while we were jumping away. Sorry, Mort.
No, that's fine. So he gets the Kennen 2. That's going to make him a lot stronger here. I can't see his Warpath from here, but the big thing is, if at this rate, usually the next round should be the Warpath cash out, as long as he's been winning by enough units. So we'll definitely want to see what happens after this to see if he gets his Warpath cash out. Story on the other, though, Casey Double, 43 health. Definitely our person at a bit of a low health right now, and we'll get a big string of gold later, but can he survive long enough?
So I will say, this is the double 61 way of playing. This is the one player you probably don't need to worry about being low HP like ever, because he loves to play that way. He loves to use HP as a resource, fall really low, then transform, get that big pivot moment, build a legendary support, and cap out from there. But of course, it all hinges on being able to do that.
I also want to draw attention to kiting his hard spot.
435.
Yep, all the way up to 435, very close to the 500 cash.
And there's the Warpath cash out. So we're seeing a 4-1. We get a Garen 2. It's an okay defender. The early Azir could be a Shurima line. If you could pull off a Shurima line here, 4-1's a little late, but only a little. You could play around the Nasus, the Renekton. Those are really strong. Or even pull off a Xerath. He's got good items that could be used for Xerath.
Early on also as a possibility for the artifacts.
Exactly. So definitely the kind of thing he could scale up. The one thing is he did take Advanced Loan. So that is going to be a slightly weaker augment. And if we see a Prismatic, that will put him at a pretty big disadvantage. A lot of players have been talking about how Advanced Loan, if it rolls Prismatic next, you're at a pretty big disadvantage.
Also, do you want to call out he did sell the Garen?
Yes.
Made Econ. Has a lot of opportunity here because he's so rich. Now that he cashes out, normally you kind of think of the cash out as, okay, I'll use these resources to just streak through. I think he's actually in a position where he can take the resources he's earned from Warpath and actually almost take his foot off the pedal for a moment, because he recognizes he's so close to level 9. I don't think he necessarily needs to push the tempo. And his next step of getting stronger is going to be very expensive. I actually would love to see Hwanmie take a step back, play a Yordle, maybe sack a few rounds. You might win against some of the transitioners and just take it slow.
So generally I would agree with you, but one of the challenges is you have so many people that are really doing the stock up thing, right? Your forward thinkers, your Ishtal cash out. So if you take your foot off the gas, that's just letting them have more room to breathe. And considering Hwanmie is at 15 points, he only needs, a top 4, I believe, top 4. Yep. So I'd be playing super aggressively here in this particular case. But it's one of those things that both can work. It's just you have to think about everything else. Gets the early set unlock as well.
Yeah, does get that. Our augments are coming in, though, so we'll need to check how it works out, the forward thinking being cashed out here as well.
Yeah, he's level 9 right away, so this is that big spike that we're talking about. And the fact that it was a gold augment, by the way, that's good for Hwanmie, right? Because now he's only at a slight disadvantage having that be a silver, as opposed to the prismatic versus gold.
How do you guys feel about the instant decision to go 9 rather than rolling a bit on 8? One of the things that is a little bit scary when you go 9, and we're kind of seeing it here, is you don't actually have enough gold, even with forward thinking, to go level 9, upgrade your 5 costs, and build a strong board. We found a Zilean too, but at the cost of only playing 8 units.
Yeah, didn't find the Annie, trying to go for a double mana generation on the Annie, but finds the Zilean. I mean, he can get additional experience from now on, and there is a chance for him to go something else. So that early Zilean can help, but I mean, it's not the ideal position. He has front line, so that Zilean could have time to ramp up a little more.
That's the big thing, is Zilean with 2 mana items and a good front line can be an insanely good carry. He's just more narrow because he requires a lot more setup than a lot of the other compositions. And this isn't a bad setup here, right? He's got enough front line. I like the crash test dummies as well. And so this Zilean's going to be casting a bit, and this could allow Casey Double to end up going to 10 pretty quickly.
We saw T-Lides on the other side take the opposite route. He was the other forward-thinking player. Instead, is sitting on level 8, sacking a handful of rounds. Also want to call out, kiting is hard past the 500 Sun Shard threshold. I did not see if he actually chose to cash out or if he's just taking the Brock and continues.
It looks like he cashed out.
He did cash out. He got the Radiant Thieves Gloves.
Yeah, that's kind of a bit of a low roll. And one of the things with Ishtal that's really tough is when you hit that 500, you have that instinct that you want to cash out. But 550 is actually when the rewards start to spike pretty hard.
I think he did hit 550.
Okay, if he hit 550, that's good.
I mean, so I would have to say the one time that Radiant Thieves Gloves is really good is if you play it on Brock. But he already had the bruiser items. He found another Brock. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, double Brock can be pretty good. You can get some big AoE. You can do some damage. Right now, his backline's looking a little scary, and honestly, his front line also. So they're going to have to do a lot of tanking. But you get the CC here. We're going to see the Brock at the cast, and there's the knock-up. Here come the rocks, and it's just so much damage.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was worried about for Double, because he, of course, found some good units, which in a different lobby might have been good enough to get some wins in, but with games like this one where you have that Warpath player, you have your Ishtal player, these boards are just getting too chunky, too big, and you're not going to be able to keep up, which is worrying for Double now.
All right, so Hwanmei did just take his first loss, and you know, Gangly, he is going with your school of thought right now. He's just saving up resources. He's deciding, like you said, to take the foot off the gas here and build that up. And so hopefully he can use that to transition. The other nice thing about that strategy here is he's letting other people take some of those 5 costs out of the pool that he's not going to necessarily want, like the Zillions. And then that will allow him to hit maybe the ones that he wants to index on and play around those really well. I am a little sad he decided not to play around the early Azir and Ornn. I felt like that could have been a lot of value, but instead he's choosing to prioritize the grab bags from 8 Yordle.
Also, he's lucky. In my mind, he's going for the Annie Tivers, and Double, that was the one going for that line, only hit the Zillion. So maybe a good out here, and waiting at the end work out for him.
Yeah, he's saving up the rerolls. He's got 10 rerolls saved up. I imagine
still not going to 9.
I think at 5-1 is where we're going to see that transition, and so 5-1 we want to see his board. On the other side, we see T-Lights, who's got that Draven. Unfortunately, trying to play reroll Draven and just not, although he's level 9 now, so I think he's looking for like a Kindred or a Senna, and just not finding it, unfortunately. And so he does have a Kindred, excuse me, but yeah, kind of a rough spot there.
Yeah, and again, we saw T-Lights greeting that gold to give him the highest chance of upgrading his board when he went to 9. Unfortunately, like Mort's saying, he just doesn't seem to have the pieces there. The Mbessa 2 is going to have a lot of damage, and on the other side, Lalana, who is playing around the Tryndamere and Ashe reroll, has all that board completed, so not having upgrades is going to hurt a lot. Double, though, on the brink of defeat. The set's going to come back, have some true damage. Looks like it's going to keep him alive for one more round, though. He found Annie, like Coupe was talking about, though. This is the direction he wanted from the beginning. Maybe he got there. I don't quite know if he's turned a corner yet, though.
I don't
That's
know.
my worry. Yeah, I'm not sure this is good enough. You can see he's selling some of the units off to try and maybe make his board a little bit stronger, but you're sitting on that Garen 2 with 1 item. You're sitting on set 1 with the Thieves Gloves. You have your Annie fully itemized, but she's Annie 1.
Yeah.
Your Zillion 2 only has 1 rod. Like, it's all kind of just jumbled in a really unfortunate way for Double, and depending on who rolls around here, I'm not really confident in his ability to clutch this back up. It's going to be snowy on the other side.
Some legendaries 1-star can do a good work here. For example, the Tivers has to be 2-star. The set also an amazing carry once you get it to 2-star. So difficult position here for Double.
I don't love that he went with the Annie 1 over the Zillion 2, especially against something like this Belveth, which has the Omnivamp. It's just going to be so hard for the Annie to get through that, whereas the Zillion might have been a little bit better. The set does get a big slam, so set being the hero here, so really saving the day and keeping Double alive here. And right now, we're starting to see some of the other people fall. And Hwanmei has gone down to 63 health, but this is that transition stage we talked about here.
Yeah.
He's got 90.
Oh, wow.
He's got 100 gold to work with here, so we're going to see a big transition. And he's buying all those legendary units that he can do here.
I was expecting him to hold on to things like the Kennen and the Kabuko, and maybe just, you know, have some transition units with really good traits, get Ionia in, get an Invoker in, allow yourself to play Bruiser as well. And instead, Hwanmei is challenging himself to play a full legendary board with so much gold. And I guess the nice thing is being able to do this on neutrals. He should be able to secure it. Okay, and I like this decision. Says I'm not just going to, but he is greeting the 50. Honestly, I say you just roll now. You don't need the 5 extra gold. You're so far ahead. You're probably going to hit your board. To me, I really would have loved to see him be a bit more aggressive with his roll there, just to ensure nothing crazy happens. But Hwanmei believes in his ability to do the roll down with enough time left on the board here.
Yeah, you can also see, by the way, he's grabbing the Lux, so hopefully he can maybe work towards that Silas. So definitely playing that
Nico,
Arcanist
very
line.
important.
Yep, Nico's going to provide that. Hits the luck, sells that instantly.
Sold.
Yep. But unfortunately, we know there's a couple Annies out of the pool already, and so this is where he might be pigeonholing himself a little bit too much.
All right, Hornmid does go up against Kiting. We've been seeing the Ishtal board do really well, but we kind of need to lock in and look at double 61. Can he stop?
Tryndamere on the back line. Tryndamere on the back.
This is not looking good, gentlemen. Set will do some sit-ups, but this will not be good enough. He's under fire. Double 61, unfortunately, it takes an 8th place in a game that was so important here.
He needed a 4th for that check, and now he will be at 16. And by the way things are going, probably 1 or 2 players will be on check by the end of this game.
Yeah, Hwanmei definitely looking like the favorite to be in check here. Kiting has that really good board, and if he ever hits Brock 2, that'll be a really scary board to deal with. But even if Kiting wins the lot, and there it is, there's the Brock 2. So that's going to be big for Kiting. Brock 2 really hard to deal with. But even if Kiting wins, that'll be 19. That just won't be enough. So it's really unfortunate. We're starting to see a Void board on the other side with the Senna 2, the Belveth, things like that. Again, Rift Herald has just been such a strong tank throughout the game. So generally good spot here. We're getting a look at the fight here. There's the Brock 2 now, and the Zilean with the Radiant Thieves Gloves. But such good items on this Brock. Every auto attack just doing so much damage. Here comes the spell. Ooh. But unfortunately, Belveth has that Quicksilver, isn't going to be able to get locked down, and Belveth can be pretty good at getting through this.
A lot of damage, though.
Yeah.
Every one of those Brock autos does so much. It does fall, though.
Velvet!
Wow. Unbelievable. And Kiting is going to fall from that, too. The Belveth with the QSS, like you're talking about more, even though the Brock did so much damage, just barely didn't have enough to prevent the Omnivamp to keep the Belveth alive.
And that's double elimination. So T-Lights and Kiting are out. Both of these players were sitting on 11 points, so still far away from the cutoff. But that also means that of our players that are still in there, they're all sitting on 15 points and up. This lobby is going to get dicey next round.
Yeah, Kiting's got to be pretty disappointed with that because he hit the Brock 2, felt like he had it all put together, but unfortunately just couldn't lock down that Belveth. You need something else to get through that. You know, Brock's going to provide a lot of AoE, but now we're looking at Hwanmei's board here, and he's finally put it all together. This is that Arcanist board that is very powerful.
Finding the Annie 2 and the Tivers, most important for me unit in the front line right now, and trying to hold on against Lalana. Wow. Access to backline right now for the Tryndamere, Asir is out.
Tryndamere on the back line is able to chew through, and he's trying to shoot those bolts, but again, the healing is really good here. Gets stuck on the Tivers, though, but you can see the healing from the Tryndamere, who's ramped up on the back line, and this is the power of that re-roll Ashe and Tryndamere comp that we talked about that is starting to spike up, and people are seeing that it can even beat some of these fully legendary boards.
Another elimination has come in, and one that is really tragic. Rain 99 getting eliminated there in 5th place means that he's going to be sitting 1 point away from that checkmate, which will be tragic. However, that also means the players that you're seeing right now have a really good shot at getting into that checkmate. Of course, the pressure on Lalana, the other 3 are kind of chilling.
Yeah, they're all guaranteed check, and except for Lalana, who, yeah, you're at 10 points. You don't have a way to actually reach check, but what Lalana does have the opportunity to do here is to go to 18 points and put yourself in an almost guaranteed position for check. And again, we said it at the top, it's not just about playing for checkmate. You have to play for points, because at the end of 6 games, we will decide based on who has the most points.
For sure here. And so we're getting a Void versus the Tryndamere matchup. And also, by the way, the Sejuani 3 is another champion that doesn't get talked about much, but Sejuani 3, very, very tanky and hard to deal with as well. But the big thing here is Tryndamere starting to get targeted down and is going to get bursted by that Kai'Sa. And usually Ashe can't do it by herself here. And so this is probably going to be a bit of a loss for the Ashe. We've seen this Belveth do so much work before. Belveth is going to chew through. We haven't even gotten through the Rift Herald. That's going to be an Ashe dead, and that is going to be a loss for our Ashe and Tryndamere comp.
Also the importance of chill in the Freljord comp, having that anti-CC there on the Velvet once again making the difference. It's just said that there's so many CCs. You have chill, you have CC from the other side. So actually, I love that this item has gotten so much importance, especially in high elo lobbies.
Snowy took a really big hit there on the other side up against Hwanmei. It's just going to go down to 1 HP. And again, you know, normally in this position, a lot of these players, they have almost no reason to optimize their games because you are just playing to get to check. all these players, though, despite going into check next turn, need to make sure that they're optimizing and getting as many points as possible.
All right, looking on the left again, Belveth being the big story here. Quicksilver is allowing him to go ramped up, get really, really powerful. Is on the main tank now, trying to get through the Tibbers. The Tibber shield pops, but again, Belveth is going to get through, and it's just so much healing. And unfortunately, nope, too much damage there from the Annie and everything else, and the Azir. And so that's going to be a win on that side. And so you can kind of see the difference in Belveth items, by the way. This is the Belveth that has that Edge of Night. Edge of Night not really providing quite as much, whereas the other one has that Darkened Bow, and that Darkened Bow providing the Omnivamp, the AD, the arrows, just so much extra power. It seems to be a little bit more successful.
Also, Belveth is like a ramping carry. You want to have it on the weak side because you get one, you get the takedown, you get the additional speed, and she starts to ramp up. If you get directly to that tank, so probably we'll see a change in positioning now to try to get that ramp and obviously get more value.
Yeah, I agree with that call. Everyone's going to be able to get one more item here. And looking at Lalana's board, one of the challenges here is that this extra item's not really providing a ton of value. You'd be looking for something like a Thieves' Gloves, but okay, Deathblade on Draven, not that helpful, or a tank item on Swain. Yeah, adaptive Swain, but again, not a huge swing. Whereas something like Snowy's board on the right here, that's another item for your Senna that can be pretty valuable. So a lot more options here, and that can make a lot of difference if your comp's not ready for another item slot.
Lalana's able to level up to 8 here. Gets the Taric. It's going to give you a little bit of MR, allow you to get a little bit stronger, but I don't know if it's actually going to...
Yeah, Taric has that effect where when he gets low, can block things for 2 seconds. That's usually pretty valuable on any board, but the Magic Resist Aura, really only good against the Annie board of Juanmei, but that board's so far ahead, I'm not sure that'll make a difference.
Also the shields, I mean, it's so good. You don't think about the Magic Resist, I think it's a great unit. Support overall.
Yeah, and sure enough, Annie gets the cast, and look at that, Ashe is already about to die, and the burn is going to take down the Ashe. And Lalana right now just looking like the weakest in the lobby, and on the other side, there's that Darkened Belveth doing so much work.
This lobby is incredibly close. Look at that. 1 HP, 1 HP, 6 HP, and then Juan is kind of like, what are you guys doing down there? 33 has a little bit to fall back onto, but like you mentioned, for Lalana, this is the most important step up. Every single point he can secure here, there is a chance he can bring this lobby even further into the next round. Keep in mind, checkmate is in place, but if no one takes that win that is on check, the lobbies are going to end after 6 rounds, and then points will matter again.
Zyku versus Lalana there on the right-hand side is going to be the fight to watch. 2 players at just 1 HP. It's all about whether or not the damage from the Tryndamere and the Ashe is able to break through the front line. We're seeing the Rift Herald hold up for quite a bit, and the Belveth is ramping up a lot.
It's ramping, yeah.
It's a 3-star Sedge, though, so it's not going to fall too easily, but yeah, the Tryndamere is going to finally break through. It's going on to the Belveth now, but the Belveth breaks through everything. Okay. Not enough. Lalana is going to fall there.
So this is important. Watch Zyko's board here, because it's down to top 2.
That's right.
And that means he's going to be able to get to Baron. And so as much as Juanmei was in a really good position, Zyko, who's been playing a lot of Baron, has now got a lot of
Is it on purpose? Because the Baron encounter gives you so many gold? It is actually to help you get the Baron to level 10?
It is on purpose. So we do see 4 Xeraths on the other side here. There is a lot of damage on Juanmei's board, so if anything can beat the Baron comp, it is this. And the question will be, does Zyko hit that Baron 2, right? Because Baron 1 I don't think necessarily wins this.
Yeah.
But as we're going to see these boards here, did he ever hit the Baron 2? It is a Baron 2. Wow. Okay, so this is going to be a very close fight here. There's so many legendaries on the side of Juanmei, but we have that Baron 2 that can provide so much damage, and the Edge of Night to keep it alive. The Annie does get the cast off. The board is on fire, but the front line's starting to fall.
Great access from backline from Xerath.
That pass is huge there. The Baron
and there it is.
Huge win. Juanmei with the Warpath, despite selling the 2 cost immediately, is going to take that win.
And it's going to be a back-to-back win at that. Already won game number 3. Has maybe found the access to power, found a way to outplay the rest of this lobby here. And just look at our gorgeous stage that this lobby has the pleasure to play on. You can see in the background, all those huddles are where the other competitors are. So many people trying to see their favorites. I know, Hupe, you were out there watching the LATAM representatives. It's just so cool.
2 left from LATAM, Michael and Leo Flores Discord, and then we have 2 from Brazil also. We have Toshi and Koala Esbelto. So that's the representative that we have so far from them having a pop-off. And Juanmei, once again, masterclass, being very greedy. We saw the 8 Jordal, didn't try to play tempo, just try to make sure he get that top 1, try to get as much points as possible. He already had the check, but he wanted to be as top as possible.
It's a fantastic exploration in this concept called your turn, my turn, right? That's kind of the way that TFT goes. Sometimes it is your turn to be strong, and sometimes if you try to be strong when it's someone else's turn to be strong, you'll grief your own game.
Yeah.
You have to recognize, it's like a dance. You have to recognize the rhythm of the game.
I just enjoy Mort laughing at you while you say
Gander's always so animated. Yeah.
Because
you're not wrong.
There
You're
is
right.
a cadence to the game of TFT, and if you can't recognize it in time, oftentimes you'll end up putting yourself behind rather than giving yourself an advantage.
Well, guys, while we were watching this game number 4, of course, our other 7 lobbies also played game number 4, and I am happy to tell you we have quite an assortment of players that are on check, and one of them is Sappho. So we'll take a look here at his gameplay while I give you the rundown on how we're standing.
That's a Diana 3-on-5-2.
Yep.
That is a very, he used Pandora's Bench. Pandora's Bench is such an interesting augment.
I see.
Yeah, and so Pandora's Bench has fallen out of favor ever since it moved to gold, but he uses that to get that Diana 3 so early. And we talk about how unlocks are harder to get because of the system, but you can use Pandora's to sort of circumvent that, so that's a really good use of that. Also has the Seraphine 3, by the way, and the Tarek 3, so that is 3 3-star forecasts at least that we saw there. That is a great way to end up in check.
That ought to do it.
Flexing that checkmate pin here, absolutely beautiful, representing Spain out there. I'm sure they love that. Jupe, unfortunately, that was it from you for today. You're going to be leaving us in the next break, but it's been an absolute pleasure. How's it been for you? How have you shared this experience with your community, and what do you want to tell the people watching?
I've been making so many contents because everything's beautiful, the art, but the main thing is the community. Having the chance to see people again face-to-face, seeing the players, seeing people not only recognize, I recognize someone recognizes me, taking pictures, and so many also spectators. I didn't expect a spectator from Latam from coming. There's people from Guadalajara, people from Chile, that they say, I just want to come and live the experience. Also, the 2XKO, the Riftbound, I think there's a lot of merge between Riftbound and TFT.
Yeah.
It's a strategy games. It's like we retire from shooting or something fast and go to the couch and now win. So I mean, happy and joyful to be here and hope that we have more years of TFT Opens.
Thank you so much, Rupert. Those were beautiful words. I just can't help laughing. There's this giant chunk just dancing around, hanging around. But let's take a look at our highlights of that last game with Hwanmye taking it all. And we're going to be seeing once more what all led to this beautiful moment as we are looking upon those images.
I loved the idea from Double 61 in that game, indexing so heavily on double econ, playing the late game scaling. Shout out to Dish Soap. I think that's Dish Soaps, right? That's Dish Soaps.
Yeah.
Plus the forward thinking. Unfortunately, didn't go his way, but you know what? It doesn't mean the game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, just came up a little bit short there, but great stuff from Hwanmye. I really do think was a masterclass in understanding the flow of TFT and understanding when he needed to spike in order to take a first.
Well, and while we were watching those highlights, we did a little magic trick because Jupe is no further with us on the stats, but CLE has joined us. Hi, how's it been?
It's been amazing. Thank you for having me. This event is the greatest party of the year, as Sherman likes to say, and it has just been such a joy. Able to compete yesterday. Did get day one, but most people get day one, right?
Yeah, you got day one, but let me just say, I found a line for him to have not gotten day one.
Oh, no.
And I
Here
even sent it to him as homework. He had, I don't know how much time we have, but I'm going to do this quickly. He had I forget what the new trainer golem is called, the emblem.
The Rise encounter.
Yeah, the Rise encounter, where he had Piltover, Arcanist, Quick Striker. I sent him a game 3 days ago of me playing a Jinx reroll T-Hex game.
Oh, no.
And that was the time to play Warwick T-Hex, and I gave it to him on silver platter, and instead, how did you place, Jack? Tell the people.
It probably would have gone the exact way it did, which is last place.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll leave it there, though. It definitely was a better line than what I played, but he even told me after, he's like, hey, you remember this? You remember I told you this? I said, no, not at all, so that's not really that helpful.
Okay, gentlemen, while you're going at it, might I share with the class who all is on check out of the ones that have finished? I think that's probably what we're waiting for. So Lobby A, Shaoli Lo, Darthnub, and 1v9 Peter are on check. Lobby B, Milk and Marshall P have made check.
Wow.
Lobby C, Zoro and Ayao have made check. Lobby F, I'm sure Hupe would have loved to hear that Toddy has made check after Stormy was unable to get check and a win.
Oh, here we
Here
go.
are the lobbies once more as well. So you can see all of those checks as well. Safo there in lobby 7, and then Panda, Haruru, Noel, and Opal on check in lobby 8, which is insane.
Yeah, a lot of big names here have made it to the checkpoint, so it's pretty crazy to see just how many names are in here, and so it's almost a shame we have to go from 64 to 8. It's part of the job here, but you mentioned like Marcel and Milk. I think a lot of the America players are rooting for either one to do well, or you mentioned Toddy, and there's so many names there. So I don't know. I'm excited to see who makes the cut, and that's a big deal. Making it to the final lobby of these opens, right? You get to do that intro, all those interviews, the walk up there. That's a lot of fun. So I think players are going to be fighting really hard in these lobbies.
Do you guys see the badges that you can get if you make it into the top 8, if you get the champion title, there's so many cool things for players.
I really wanted to get a first place so bad just to get a baguette pin.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. YBY was in my lobby, so like it's fine.
That's
it's
your
fine.
excuse. Okay.
Well, one of the players that I saw was on check that I'm really excited to see back here is Noel. They're on check. They made it to the final lobby in Vegas, and now are looking to set it up again to do it here in Paris. It's really cool to see these players that show up again and again on LAN.
And I don't think we've ever had a repeat, right, of someone who made top 8 twice.
Nope.
No, I don't think we have at all.
So.
No,
that
would Macau was a whole new top 8.
Yeah, completely new top 8. That would be very cool to see, to have a returning player back in the top 8.
Well, we're essentially putting them through the experience a little bit by making them play Checkmate to get into Checkmate, right? Like it's like the baby version.
Yeah.
So I like that. I think that's cool. I'm training them.
I've been happy that there's been more opportunities for people to experience Checkmate because it lets you experience some of the different strategies and different ways you have to play. I think a lot of players debate, like, are you just supposed to play normally, or are you supposed to change your strategies before you get in check and stuff like that?
And I think one of the most interesting things about this tournament specifically is this is Checkmate 6. So it's very, very hard for some of these players, especially those that are in check right now, to justify, I have to play for first, because they don't. They just need to play to be highest points after 6 games or win. And so it makes it significantly more interesting than Checkmate 8, where they really have to win.
Especially for those players who, after 4 games, are sitting at 19 points. Normally, you are dreading that position. Philip was the player I was looking at, sitting in lobby 5. 19 points after 4 games. Normally, you're like, okay, well, this next game is a wash. I guess I'll just kind of maybe play defense. Instead, though, Philip has an opportunity, and many others who are sitting on 19 right now. Play the game in the most optimized way, min-max your points, play for best placement, and maybe you have to play a little bit of defense, but you actually have an opportunity to focus a little bit more on your game.
It's a little weird, though, because you only have 2 games left. So, like, if someone's already at 25 and you're at 19, playing for a 4th or a 3rd is not really going to do a lot to swing that. So it is kind of weird where it's like you almost do also have to play for a 1st. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, even this dynamic of Checkmate 6, as you're calling it, I don't think we've actually explored that much. And so it'll be interesting to see how these players adapt on the fly. But that's kind of the story of this entire event is, we had the B patch that you've only played on a little bit. How much can you adapt as we head into this Game 5?
Absolutely. Let's take a look on what encounter we're going to be getting at the start of this one. Sometimes they're quite transformative. For this one, it's going to be all golden augments for our players here. And of course, keep in mind on our overlay on the right-hand side, Snowy, Zyko, and Hwanmi are the players who are on check. They have that little crown over there.
Yeah, that's definitely nice to see here. And so with the all gold augments, you're not going to see anything too spiky. With certain players who've been favoring things like Void, this is not really the encounter that necessarily really favors that, unless you get a good augment here. Zyko is going to get that Milio, but Vayne actually kind of being the really good tempo play. We've seen people, you really need the items to support that Vayne, so I think we'll have to wait and see what items he gets if he wants to back with that. Does find the Kiana, though, so could possibly be an Ishtal opener here.
Looks like he's thinking about it. I remember back in set 4 when Zyko made it to the set championship, he was one of the players that played around the what's it called, the econ trade at the time, Fortune to find a lot of success. Now back on the international stage, having the opportunity for an Ishtal opener as well. Kind of calls back some old memories.
Yeah, we call those the high-risk traits now. The high-risk traits.
Thank you.
And this is one of those portals with all gold augments. You can predict a little bit more of what you're going to get. And so Ixtal Expeditionist is something that they can very much play towards. Actually, anyone can play towards, but especially with Emilio drop, able to possibly get that up here early.
Well, we did get to see that in that previous round. Unfortunately, didn't do too well. So ended up being, I believe, a 7th place there for Kiting Is Hard. Definitely one of these risk-reward plays that we're talking about. If you really want to go for that first place, a nice opening into it, definitely not guaranteed.
I mean, he's in check, right? He's one of the players that's in check right now. So I think if you're looking for a game to potentially go for a first, Zaiku is one of the players that's over 20 points.
Kiting played it.
Oh, no, I thought you were saying for Zaiku has the potential to play it right now.
Yeah.
And so he is someone who wants to be able to play for a first place. And so I think having the Ixtal as an opportunity.
3 Darken!
Wait a
3
second.
Darken!
No.
3 Darken! Come on! You can do it!
I think we're going to see a Gold Destiny or reigning gold here.
Yep.
This goes with Gold Destiny and gets a combat augment, so not necessarily something he's looking for. On the other side, though, if you look at the augments being chosen so far, we have 2 Warpaths, and Kiting Is Hard, also getting the 2 Terror, whatever it's called, that gives you the 2 stars. KC Double is going to be able to get that Darken item. T-Lade's going to get Pilfer, use that for Econ. Rain going to get the extra red buff there, so doing some extra burn damage. And Hwanmei going with the 2-1 to give you the extra rerolls.
Also was the last person to pick.
Yep.
One of the players that's in check right now. I think it's a really heads-up play from Hwanmei, making sure he totally understands the lobby dynamic before locking in an augment.
Oh, and this is one of those things I was just learning about before this event that I didn't have the opportunity to try, but too much value Echo reroll is something that is developing. I saw an Echo on his board. I saw a bunch of 2 costs. We'll see. Maybe if the items are right.
Yeah, one of the things to note here is Kiting Is Hard does have the Scion 2 and the Briar 2. So it has an interesting Noxus start. And we talk about how Noxus can be played for tempo, but there were so many other people that took things like Warpath that you're going to have a lot to contend with here. And we can see Snowy here, who got the Warpath on the Twisted Fate, does finally find the Alawi, so that's going to allow him to get 3 Bilge in early. Has that Sunfire, so a decent board to get Bilge going, maybe a round later than he would have liked. And again, not necessarily great for Warpath, but is going to be that kind of comp we have seen do decently well throughout the tournament.
Going to be seeing who of our players is able to build out those streaks. Always a very important factor, especially in a full gold lobby where you know you're not going to be tousled up by prismatics.
So Lalana also taking Warpath here, but getting the Yasuo. And Yasuo is a champion that did get a buff in the B patch, but unfortunately it doesn't feel like it was enough. The one thing that can lead to is the Yone. Yone is pretty powerful, but unfortunately you have this really awkward mid-game where you're stuck playing around this Yasuo that just really hasn't been able to perform well, and you need an augment to help you get that Yasuo 3 quickly. Yep. Otherwise you're just going to bleed out in the mid-game.
I'm trying to think if there's a very clear option. The one that immediately came to mind would be something like Prismatic Ticket, but we're in all gold, right? So is there a gold augment on 3-2?
Heroic Grab Bag.
Okay. Yeah, I could see Heroic Grab Bag. Yep. And even then, though, you still have to find quite a few Yasuos in order to really get that online. Because I imagine if you're taking that, you're rolling to 0 on 3-2 and trying to hit Yasuo that turn.
Depends on the Ionia as well, but we are on board with Hwanmei, who is really going towards that Ixtal reroll with a bunch of these 2 costs here. And playing around Bard is just super interesting because it gives you extra rerolls alongside too much value. So it's a little bit of double dipping that way, but if you're winning fights, it'll give you free units. And so a very unique traits, very unique units this set that I've loved playing.
Now, I will call out that Hwanmei did play this, I believe it was game 1, and he went 8th. It was a really rough game, wasn't able to turn it around, and so we'll have to see if he can convert it here. But again, right now this lobby has a lot of really strong boards, and so he's going to have to try to just take as little damage as he can, hopefully get that going. Kiting ends up losing with that Scion 2 up against the Yasuo, so Kiting's going to get his streak broken. And right now, T-Lade's, interestingly enough, streaking with the Pilfer. So of all the people to be at 100 health, that's pretty surprising right now.
Is that double Jarvan 2?
I think so. I was looking at it too. I was like, am I not seeing something, you know? But yeah, I think so. Double Jarvan 2 on the board for T-Lights here as our players are picking their choices.
you go.
I was going to say, it's interesting that I thought he maybe was getting them from Pilfer, but I'm looking at other boards, and
no one has it.
There are no other Jarvans, so
none.
it's like it's not a Pilfer thing.
I am a little surprised that we have 2 Warpath players, and neither one of them was willing to level to 5 when you have both the 2-trick and the Pilfer player in the lobby.
Yeah. It's a very interesting choice if you don't scout the lobby. And somebody taking 2-trick as well means that a lot of people are going to be very, very strong, making your Warpath even weaker. They just probably loaded in expecting people to play first or 8th. And so they're like, well, I can just tempo it. Maybe not the case in this lobby.
So we're checking in with T-Lights. He just sold off that second Jarvan, but I can assure everybody here it was there. I saw it with my own eyes. Has been put on bench and then sold off. And of course, the one thing for T-Lights to keep in mind here that we're also seeing on Rain is Econ, of course, right now is standing on that bench, but not generating interest.
Yeah, for sure here. Goes up against the Vayne on the other side. So again, Zyko really sticking with his plan. He is playing Void no matter what, right? Doesn't matter the encounter, doesn't matter the items. He has a plan here, and so we'll have to see how much it works. Goes up against this Ambessa, though. Unfortunately, the Ambessa didn't have any items, and so isn't able to do a ton of damage here. The Ginsu's is ramped up. Can the 2 units take down the Ginsu Vayne? And the answer might be no.
Wow.
And that is going to be a loss. So that means nobody is going to be at 100 health, which is pretty uncommon nowadays.
No Tristana cast there was the difference. Kwame has a bunch of rerolls. Can't quite tell how many he has banked up now, but isn't playing Istal yet. Does have it. Oh no, we don't. We're missing the Kiana.
We're missing Kiana. Yeah. I mean, I think it's not the end of the world if you don't actually get Ishtal online until 3-2. If you are indexing a little bit more on trying to win streak through stage 3. I've seen plenty of players not actually reach the 500 cash and still be able to scrap out a top 4. It's not necessarily like a doom spot. The problem is like Wanmie wants it first. That is his goal for this game, is to be able to end the series right now.
I want to call out here that we're looking at Snowy, who took Warpath and has been on a bit of a loss streak here. Thankfully is able to win this fight, but again, with Warpath, this is not the start you're looking for. So that's going to be pretty rough. Snowy, again, also one of our players in check, is going to deal some damage. Juanmei down to 25. And on the other side, we see, this Anivia, very powerful items here, is going to do some extra damage to T-Lades. And this is actually one of the, least healthy lobbies I think I've seen, where it's like no one's really win streaking or off to a great start.
Juanmei, the only person who is able to fully secure a streak of any sort, and that is the loss streak, which is a little bit easier to secure. He's also going to be unlocking the Orianna. This is what's so nice about having too much value, is that when you play the Ishtal reroll, you are playing for 2 costs anyway. It's just what you want to play, because you're trying to get the Invoker in with the Orianna. You have the Nico, you have the Vi. Everything fits perfectly into place.
Yeah, for sure. And the big thing's going to be, what items do we get, right? Do we get the 2-star Nico early and start getting our tank items? Do we get the Bard items? Oftentimes, Milio 3 is how you really cap this board. And then the other part of it is, can you actually get some rewards out of your Ishtal, right? Because a lot of these boards will use the fact that you've got all these 3 stars early and then be able to hit the Brock on 6-1 even, pretty late. But we haven't even started it going yet, so that's a little worrisome.
Yeah, we'll need to keep an eye on that for Juanmie, of course. But I kind of also want to look towards the top, because, of course, if none of our checkmate players are able to convert this into a win, which is still very open as we see Juanmie roll down and not find...
There it is.
There we go, finally.
It took a long time to find that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So we kind of need to take stock of the rest of the lobby as well and see how they're doing.
It is very interesting to see what he's playing for, because starting this on stage 3 means Brock is a little bit more out of the picture. It's going to be very hard to get to 500 of these shards in this game, but that is the win condition of this composition. If you can get up in those X-style numbers, if you can get a huge cash out, you can win these games, and that's what his game plan is. It's just a little bit late.
Yeah, goes up against the Yasuo here. Morello Yasuo, definitely best in slot, common build, oh wait, no it's not. But definitely interesting though, just providing that extra utility right now. It's a good item holder for now. And I'll be curious to see if he decides to pursue the Yone. I'm guessing no, and again, just using the power as much as he can. Kiting there, playing around that Noxus that we've seen and starting to get that online. Found an early Swain. That should have given him 5 Noxus, which will be pretty strong here.
I'm just going to say it was Sensao Hero Augment, but we're going to be seeing our second round of augments right now roll around for our players. Heroic Grab Back being picked up instantly by Hwanmi on the left-hand side, Double taking a little bit of a longer time to think about it.
Yeah, Double going with double combat here. It's pretty interesting. I think convention right now says, you know, you need some econ here to get going, but instead has that Darken artifact and the extra burn. So deciding to go with double combat is a really interesting choice here from KC Double.
It's a hard spot from Double, to be honest. It's one of those positions where you're not naturally upgrading your units, and so it makes it hard to be able to go level 8 and be healthy, but at the same time, you can't really afford to roll because you don't have econ. So if you roll, you're so far behind that there's almost no way that you're going to be able to get to level 8 and have enough gold to upgrade your board. But you know what? Double 61, he's a world champ. If anyone can do it, he can do it. I can't.
He is one of the most consistent players also. He constantly is at the top of almost every competition he enters. Now, hasn't reached the same heights as he has since set 3, but it's definitely someone that everyone looks at in their lobby and they say, oh boy, I don't want to play against this guy. But I think one of these characters, and I'm not sure how much you guys have dove into who Rain99 is, but the answer is, we're not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't. I got nothing.
I was trying to look him up earlier, and he doesn't have a Wikipedia profile.
Oh, wow.
He's someone that we don't really know too much about, and that's the glory of TFT and competitions just like this.
I mean, I think back to Vegas, right? And we saw Humbug, who of course was a good player, but certainly not a known player. Even Ashmu. These players are suddenly put on a platform where they can make a name for themselves, even if they don't necessarily have a huge name. Maybe Rain99 is the next Ashmu incarnate.
So looking at the 3 boards of our Czech players right now, we're looking at the Zyko board, and again, clearly going around Void, but we know if anything is going to win a checkmate kind of format, it could be that Baron, it could be that Void. Unfortunately, the augments didn't really support that, at least got Slammin to allow him to move up a bit. The Kai'Sa items are looking pretty solid once you get that Kai'Sa, but right now of those boards, that's certainly the one that is most favored to possibly take this. And I think part of that will also depend on how well Hwanmi is able to convert this into some of those 3 stars, right? Like we see 7 bards on his bench, I believe, here. So getting really close to that bard 3, which will be a pretty big spike in the mid game.
Yeah, it's super interesting coming back to your point of like the player making tournament almost. Even in our top 64, we have players that are Grandmaster, Master in their regular seasons, and they're sitting in lobbies together with people like Tidal.
Yep.
So it's just so cool to see how that all comes together and how some of them are really clutching up as we move. But we have a carousel in front of us. There's Yunara, there's Belveth, 2 units that are quite popular in the current meta.
We're getting a chance to look at our augments, by the way, and Kiting his Hard is going to take Indecision. That's going to allow him to pick another one, Snowy as well. So 2 people taking that Indecision gives them 8 gold now, and they'll get to pick their augment in 3 stages a little later. Everyone else generally getting some item value. We're seeing a lot more combat this time. Even T-Lades took Pandora's items, allowing him to refresh his items, and that's an augment that I think Challenger players would generally call pretty weak, but it's going to allow him to get what he needs.
I am extremely surprised by Snowy's decision to take Indecision there. Playing Warpath, generally, if you think of the power curve of the way you want this board to look, you really want to hit this precipice of board strength on stage 3 so that you can win as many rounds as possible. And instead, Snowy is essentially sacking the opportunity to get stronger on stage 3 in order to get a little bit of econ and then figure it out later. I'm not exactly sure I understand this decision.
It seems pretty clear to me that they're really playing for that win out. They're saying, hey, Warpath exists. Yes, I could cash it out early, but if I build enough strength up through getting all these Bilgewater emblems, all these Bilgewater items and all the serpents and all these things, and as well as get some extra gold, then maybe, hey, I'm going to dominate stage 4, stage 5, get the Warpath, and then that's what's going to propel me to the first.
Very scary.
Sure is.
And I would actually call this, like, if you look at Warpath as an augment, there really are 2 types of experiences, right? There's last game Hwanmi, which is the I'm going to cash it out on 4-1 and dominate.
Yep.
And then there's this, which I think is most players' experience with it, which is I took it, faced some tough opponents, and wasn't able to convert that.
Those were like negative HP.
Insane
Those were crazy.
win, yeah, like 2 sub 100 HP units. All comes down to Snowy using the gold that he got to level to 7 there. And now he's going to be able to use that Indecision to gain 21 gold.
My favorite augment.
What's it do?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
Someone could look
it's
it
really
up.
hard to know.
Yeah, but yeah, gain 21 gold, pretty big here. And so has 82 Silver Serpents saved up, generally looking pretty good here. And so we'll look around at some of the other boards, but overall looking good.
So I don't know if you can hear this in the background, but the Korean co-streamers are not far from our desk, and they're currently flipping out. So I assume Haru must be doing good. We'll need to check in with him after this game. But I love that experience. You know, you can hear them yelling over there. I know they're watching Haru.
Running. Everyone is running.
People are running. What is happening? What is going on? I love the LAN environment. It's so fun to hear people yelling, oh, they're popping off once again. Oh, wait, are they disappointed now? I can't tell.
I don't know. There's hands on the head. People are shocked. We'll need to get a debrief on what exactly is happening here. But let's focus back on our game, as our players are going to be moving into PvE rounds, a chance to upgrade those boards. And for some of them, that'll need to happen. Looking at our lower position players right now, Double 61, Kiting his Heart, T-Lights, they need to turn those boards into strength sooner than later if they want to stop that train.
Zyko has that Rift Herald unlocked. Also already has his Belveth to unlock as soon as we can get to that 6 Void, which is a big power spike. Often you can play around that 4 or 6 Void. 4 Void with a lot of the legendaries is probably the best cap. But, you know, if you can make your way and stabilize and get your way to 10, obviously that's the way you can possibly win games. And when you're in check, that's what you got to do.
I think, though, if you look at this Void board right now, this is not a Void board I'd feel that confident with. You have decent Kai'Sa items, that's true, but you don't really have any Belveth items to support that. You don't have great items on your Rift Herald, right? Rift Herald can be an insane tank, but a bad Thieves' Gloves roll here, that's not going to be a scary Rift Herald. And if Zyko's win condition is that Baron, this does not look like the kind of spot that's going to like confidently hit that Baron. We're going to have to see what augment he can get to hopefully spike him up there. But that's definitely not like an amazing Baron position right now.
We are seeing Snowy leverage that additional goal to be able to go 8 on 4-1 up against Lalana, though. 2 Warpath players facing up against one another. Neither one of them has been able to cash out yet.
So big thing to call out here is that Snowy was able to get the Citrus Fruit. That is a very powerful Bilgewater item, because every time you also get 20 Serpents, as long as that thing lives for 15 seconds, that's going to fuel your Bilgewater even more. Has got the 7 Bilgewater in to get those items, so should be pretty spiking. The only thing right now is your carry is a Graves 2, so definitely need to get that Misfortune going. Hopefully can find that Misfortune 2 and give yourself some extra power as we go into our final augment here. And again, every player looking for something different. Zyko right now could take Reinforcement to get the Kai'Sa 2. That is really big for Zyko. That was best case scenario. Gives him that 12 gold and the Kai'Sa 2 right away. So just a great augment using the unlock system there.
It is absolutely one of my favorite augments this set because of the unlock condition. If you're able to do that, you can stabilize immediately. And so this gives the option to possibly go towards that high cap, but we do need Rift Herald 2, especially to solidify this front line. I'm curious to see what Hwame took on this augment choice, because we have stabilized here, 5 wins in a row. We're continuing to roll and looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is actually a tough spot. He took the augment that gives
what's
you a bunch
happening
of
top left?
All right, we're getting an update, and as you can see on the top left there, we do
Toddy?
get our first couple of players that are making it in. Toddy, who was on check, making it into the top 8.
Wow.
What is so cool.
Insane run for one of the heroes of Brazil. We've seen him come so close to making it to the finals of the international stage before, or at least making it to the international stage. And Toddy this time crossing the finish line. You know, all the Brazilian fans at home are freaking out right now.
Guaranteed America's in the final lobby. Woo, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Listen, this is EMEA home turf. I'm
now.
glad you guys get to play, but that's not where that belt is going to go.
One more day till it's ours, baby.
Awesome. Lalana's going to unlock set here, and big thing I want to do is I want to look at this Hwame board, because he had to take an Econ augment for his 3rd augment, which generally isn't really favorable. That means he's going to need to spend a lot of rolls here, and he's still a ways off, right? We've only got 7 Nikos. We've got the Bard 3 at least, but that's the only 3-star. And for this, oh, there we go. We get the Nico. That's going to be a big upgrade. But also, I noticed didn't buy the Nidalee. So choosing not to play around that, we've seen that be another way to cap this out. But now you should be able to start leveling up. You're not going to hit the Orianna 3. Actually, you're only 1 off the Orianna.
You can, yeah.
You're 1 off the Orianna. That's not bad, because Bard scales with the number of 3-stars you have, so you definitely want to get those early. We need a 3rd item on this Bard. We need a 3rd item on this Nico. going up against the Kaisa 2, but again, Rift Herald 1, as you said, and just rough items on this Belveth. This next cast should do a lot of damage, but Kaisa is ramped up. Kaisa's ramped up and didn't get on it, so yep, that's going to be a loss for Hwanmei. And so Zyko is able to stabilize a little bit.
Having adrenaline on that Kaisa 2 is just going to be something that can absolutely carry you through this stage 4. And I'm just curious about the decisions he will make later on in this stage of, hey, do I need to continue to roll? Can I get to that level 10? It's hard to get there, but if you do, that's where you can win.
Let's kind of focus a little bit on T-Lights. He is up first in this carousel. We were talking about that Pandora's pick earlier and how that's not generally where you want to be. He's playing around the Freljord, is still missing the upgrade on that Lissandra, as you can see by our beautiful lower third. He needs to make something happen right here, right now. Those 15 HP are not going to hold.
That Wukong he picks up might be Wukong 2. It is on the board right now, and so I'm not sure if that does upgrade it. He could use a rod, but based on the items he has right now, it doesn't look like he's in dire need of a rod item.
I actually really like this Pandora's Bench choice, not Pandora's Bench, Pandora's items from T-Lights, because I think it really allows him to play what's uncontested in this lobby. And I know, Mort, you're a huge fan of playing uncontested, and if your items aren't aligned with what you need to play in order to get away from some of these other lines, it's a great selection.
Yeah, it can work out, but unfortunately without the Lissandra 2, we've seen so many of these boards at least spike right now off that 4-2 spike. We've got Kaisa 2s, Bard 3s, things like that. You know, if your Yunara 2s are out there, so you really need that Lissandra 2.
This is a very interesting turn from Hwanmei, and it brings me back to what we saw him do last game, where Hwanmei seems to be very patient in trying to understand when the proper time to spike is. He has 5 free rerolls right now. He has multiple units sitting on his bench that he can upgrade, including the Orianna, only 3 away from the Melio as well. Knowing that there's a decent chance he doesn't win, he ends up winning this fight, but he chooses to save the rerolls. And it brings me back to this idea of your turn, my turn. I think he recognizes I don't need to be the strongest person in the lobby right now, because I believe that my cap can be higher than most people here.
All right, we get a Warpath cash out here, finds a Belveth, instantly sells it. You know, and so isn't going to get a lot from it, but did get a Tahm Kench out of it. So gets some gold here, gets 2 items, is going to be able to use those, but not really the strongest position. That Warpath just not really paying off here for Snowy. Definitely is in high health, though. If he can get the Tahm Kench too, that's how he can run away with this board, but he's got to get that in there pretty quick. He's going to go and play the Orange right now, try to maybe farm 1 artifact since he's got 58 health, and that artifact could be the difference in the late game.
Going to be seeing if T-Lights has anything to give, sitting on those 2 HP, lost the previous round. Next up would be Rain99, who we were just talking about, had such a good early game. But between the 2 players here, Double and Snowy, it's of course not decided at all yet. Both of them have a lot of health to give.
This is Snowy's plan coming to fruition here. We're seeing him scale up around that MF2, able to stabilize quite well. T-Lights, though, 1 more Lissandra cast will get a win. Very, very needed win. We do have Lissandra 2, which we've seen be very, very important and to do that single target damage. It's a board we've seen go top 4, but he just needs a few more points to get in check. It's not very inspiring.
The big story right now is that our 3 players that are in check are currently in the top 4. Yep. So right now it's looking like this could be the end. Looking at these boards, again, the big story is Zyko right now is halfway to level 9, so definitely making progress, has enough gold. Zyko is looking pretty favorable here. As long as he doesn't take any big losses in the next 2 or 3 rounds, I think could hit that level 10 Baron. It's just a question of will anybody else spike harder, and can he hit that Baron too?
Yeah, we're going to be needing to wait until we see that happen, but like you're saying, great position to play that out. At the same time, so are checkmate players. So we're getting those first couple ahs and ohs and people running across the venue, so you can kind of feel the tension in the air come closer as some of these lobbies are already ending. And of course, our main stage lobby is no different here. They would like to close that gap.
Kiting is hard, hitting the Draven 3, so at least a contender in the lobby now. That Draven can do a lot of damage. We're going to see the fight here with the Misfortune. We've got the Tahm Kench on the board at least, so yeah, perfect. Going against the Draven 3 with decent items. Not an amazing front line, though.
Immediately on the Yunara, and the Yunara's going to fall. It's going to be just up to the Draven now.
Yeah, the big story is where the next Fizz cast goes. It's going to go right on the Draven.
Oh my goodness.
And this is some big damage, and Doesn't quite, yeah, but it's just not enough from everything else, and Kiting is going to lose this fight by quite a bit here, and so T-Lade's out, Kiting out, and so the two NA players kind of not making it here, going to be pretty far away from Czech, unfortunately, for both of them.
Yeah, NA's hope in this lobby might be Rain 99, but I do think as we look across our lobby, these are our 3 players in Czech. And it's very interesting. We now have Hwame playing around Italy in the top left of our screen. Did take out the Kiana instead, and now is pushing some levels. 65 gold, still a few rerolls left, still waiting for that Vi 3.
I think we can see a common trend here, right? We saw the slow play from Hwame earlier. We're seeing Zaiku sitting at 40 gold on level 9 right now. We can even see Snowy on the right-hand side of the board there, sitting at 230 Serpent. All of these players holding on to their resources, because the only way they end the tournament right now and make it into the final lobby is by going first.
Yeah, the scary thing about that right now is 2 of them are heading to big caps, right? We've got Zyko heading towards the Baron, and we've got Hwanmei heading towards the Brock. And that's going to come to a clash. The biggest thing that scares me right now is Hwanmei's board is pretty strong, but he only has 2 items on a bunch of key units. And so if he can get a cash out that's going to give him some extra items to spread that power out, that might be a good spot to be in. So Hwanmei right now at 56 health, Zyko at 42. Zyko right now, because he's at 42, is looking pretty good to possibly go 10 at 5-5, get that Baron, or he could try to greed it to 6-1 and get that Baron too, because if you go at 5-5, you may not have enough gold to hit that Baron too.
It's a really interesting story to see, you know, a powerhouse like double 61 in this lobby, and then one of the newer French players in Zico, who we've seen perform well time and time again, but not at that same consistency as someone as double 61, of course. So the chance for him to maybe step up to the plate and represent France's hopes in this tournament is definitely something that has to be on his mind right now as he moves closer and closer to that target of maybe getting the Void board to its full power cap.
The Nidalee save from death by the Tahm Kench won him this fight. Nidalee went inside Tahm Kench. Not dying there means Nidalee's untargetable still, and Nidalee's just bouncing around doing all this damage. It was crazy.
That was a close fight between Draven and Vayne, and unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Kiting. All right, looking at a carousel for items, and again, for Hwanmei especially, who has those empty item slots, this is going to be big. For Zyko, a little less so. Zyko was able to finally hit the Rift Herald too, though, so that's a big spike. And you can see, look at Zyko's board. There's a lot of these 1-star units. He's getting ready to try to sell those units down, power them down so that he can get that Baron in pretty quick. So this might be an important transition. And then the other story is Hwanmei. Where's his cash out at? We saw last we looked, it was around 355. He needs to get up to that 500 mark if he wants Brock, 550 for some bigger cash outs. Yeah, still 335, so he's still a ways. Kind of struggling to turn that into
Level
that Brock.
10, there's Baron unlocked.
Yep, there's the Baron. Only has 11 gold left, though, so needs to be the strongest in the lobby for a while. And I think right now he has some decent items for Baron, but it is only a 2-item Baron.
Yeah.
So
Baron.
A second Baron, that's a big roll. If he can get one more, Zyko could be our favorite to necessarily close this out.
3 players are on check alive. 3 players are not, and so it's up to those 3 to see if we can extend this to a game 6. But a Baron is in the way, and a lot of golden units for Hwanmei, as we see on our left side. They are facing off against one another. This Baron, without being Baron 2, with no IE, is going to make this do significantly less damage and a lot of HP to get through for the side of Hwanmei.
Backline has been able to clear all of Zyku's board there. Hwanmei going to continue his win streak as Lalana. Going to take a loss there. It looks like never able to cash out the Warpath, and unfortunately will go out in 6th.
I mean, unless I'm wrong here, I see 3 crowns.
Oh, in
1,
rain.
2, 3.
That's the double.
Yeah, so I mean, this is looking pretty over, actually, right? Is
somebody here.
Somebody check on double. Does he have anything that could contend with those 3 crowns? That has to be the question.
There's one player I would trust to do this. It would be double. This is something that I saw YBY playing a lot. Vayne, specifically with 7 Demacia, is quite good, but it does struggle to win games. But this Darkened Bow is what does take it to the next level.
Yeah, the problem is the Ginsu's, like I said, talked about, isn't really the best item for it. It's okay, You know, you look at these Lux items, that's also not something that's particularly strong. And I think Hwanmei in particular is going to be able to, I think, do a lot of damage to this board. The combination of that Bard and that Milio should be able to take down the Garen. Galio comes in, and really it's the story of can Garen stay alive? Garen is in the spin, that's going to give him high amounts of DR, but it's just not quite enough. Everyone's going to be on the vein here.
Wait a second.
And that's the burst, doubles down, and so no matter what, this is going to end. Our 3 players in check.
Psycho down.
Psycho falls too.
It will be a CN player advancing to the finals.
Despite hitting the Baron, that just wasn't enough. We didn't have the Baron 2, we didn't have the IE.
Exactly.
And so now it's going to be Bilge versus Hwanmei. And right now, Hwanmei kind of looking like clear, although we do see the Tahm Kench 2 here. The Tahm Kench 2 with amazing items. If it can get fed, can get really out of control, has the Kindred 2. So this is a very powerful Bilge board versus that reroll Ishtal that has kind of fallen out of favor, but Hwanmei has put it together.
Can you imagine that storyline of not only making checkmate on the main stage lobby to get into day 3, but do it in a back-to-back-to-back win? That is what Hwanmei is looking at. That is domination at its essence, at its core. And I think we'll need to put a little respect on that as we're looking at the rest of the competition.
There's a reason that Hwanmei is a world champ. This is a player who has been able to show up on the international stage before, and it's no surprise that they're able to do it again here.
I want to see him take the Bramble Vest here, knowing against all the physical damage up against. Doesn't end up taking that, though. Goes with the Giant Slayer. This could actually be good, too, though, because if you move another AP item onto Nidalee, Nidalee can do a lot of work. Is going to put the Void Staff on Nidalee. I don't love
Positioning's a little weird. Look, there's no tank next to the... Oh, she can't get targeted. Okay, never mind. We're okay there. I got baited.
And also, it makes the Fizz do some weird things. Now onto the back line, though, the Fizz does get deleted by the Nidalee, bouncing around. And once again, this Tahm Kench, now sucking up, get one of the carries here. Is going to be very interesting, but the Nidalee is onto the back line.
Yeah, Nidalee is a champion that a lot of people haven't quite figured out how strong he is, but it's just not enough. There's just so much effective AP
500
to get through the other side. And there is the
we
Brock.
cash out now.
No,
I don't think he has to.
Let's find out what it is. He
Okay.
doesn't even think about it.
Yeah.
And look at this, items. Items pretty good. You have a lot of 2-star units here.
All
of which you do not have items on. You have a 2-star Tarek, 2-star Fiddlesticks, 3-star Vi, 3-star Orianna.
This is absolutely a big spike. I almost think it might be, well,
Brock.
if you hit the Brock, I was going to say, if you hit the Brock 2, that'll certainly be big. Finds the Senna, and it's really going to come down to what he decides to get items for. Does he put him on the Brock? Does he put him on the Senna? I think there's even an argument to put him on the Fiddlesticks here, because right now your biggest threat is this Tahm Kench. You need things that can get through this Tahm Kench. I like the red buff on Brock. That's going to apply the anti-heal to the whole board. But right now, the Fizz is the big story. And look, they're already on the back line here. Tahm Kench is going to be able to walk up and eat the Bard.
That is huge.
That is going to be really scary. Eats the Bard, farms an item.
Fizz is on the Milio. And Milio dies. The Nidalee is still alive, but because the Nico survived long enough, we're able to get a couple more kills. I do think that this game can change when we get a Brock 2.
I'm kind of with Mort's reaction initially, to be honest, because I think with 41 HP, Hwanmei had enough room to maybe extend that Ishtal just a little bit to try and get to the 550, but in comes Brock 2. If you can't win from here on out, I think this is Snowy's game.
And I think he's just been lacking a little bit on positioning here for Hwanmei. He's kind of been rolling in, doing a lot of actions on a turn, getting a lot of items, but not positioning quite good enough.
Item shift coming through here.
I like this item shift. Make the Nidalee stronger. I think that's correct. Stop investing in the Milio, who's kind of fallen off here. Put extra items on the Brock to get that big damage. But again, the story is the Tahm Kench. You have to watch the Tahm Kench. It has a lot of effective health. It can shut things down pretty quick, right? There just eats the Nico 3. The Nico 3 is out of the way now.
The Nidalee! Wow. That Nidalee does so much damage with the new itemization. This Tahm Kench has just been destroyed.
Wow. There it is.
You can see the way that Hwanmei changed the itemization to index so heavily on the crit of this Nidalee, going with the Arcanist Spat and the Jeweled Gauntlet and the Striker's Flail, and now this Nidalee is an assassin.
A lot of people don't remember that the Arcanist emblem is going to give you extra AP every time you cast, and so as Nidalee is casting repeatedly, you're getting more and more AP, you're doing more damage, and the resets count. So anytime you get a reset, that's even more AP. And so this is where Nidalee can just be a terror. You have the Nico 3 that's so hard to kill, and even if you get through it, that's Brock applying that red buff, that tank buster damage. This is so good. This is a capped version of the board. This is what a lot of people like to see, and the Tahm Kench is strong, but I don't think it's going to be able to beat the Nidalee.
I want to watch the positioning from Snowy here to see what he does with his Misfortune and the Kindred, to see if he can get them away from the Kindred long enough.
Again, the stories are the Tahm Kench and the Nidalee. Pay attention to the Nidalee.
Big swap.
Oh. Uh-oh.
We're on the other board.
Is it good though? We
Get
gotta
there.
follow.
We're stuck.
Okay,
Ah.
there we go.
Stuck in time.
Tahm
All
Kench on
right.
the left.
Keeping an eye on the Fizz though. The Fiddlesticks falls down really early and the Brock cast comes through and the board is basically gone.
Oh,
we
big
do have that
Kindred
Kindred cast coming through. Misfortune, one more
Did
cast.
we
Doesn't
take
quite
that
enough.
Kindred?
Everything is dead.
And
Juanye is going to the top 8 championship Sunday for the world champ.
What a fantastic showing. Playing a more unique line from what we've seen throughout the tournament. We've seen a lot of builds, a lot of Void, win a lot of games, but too much value and Bard coming through. Juanye going back to the top, just where he belongs.
Oh my goodness, what a showing here. On his way there, defeats so many prestigious players, so many powerhouses of our regions all across the globe. Radiant, you see them just bump fists here, say thank you guys, amazing. Sorry you couldn't make it, but I'm happy to get into that day 3, you know.
I mean, it's a pretty exciting experience, right? So the fact that everyone was able to get here and be able to play it, so.
Welcome back to the stage as we have Juanye making it to the final 8. He will be on stage tomorrow here in Paris. Il sera sur scène demain à Paris parmi les 8 joueurs finalistes de ce Paris TFT Open. Thank you so much for joining me, Ni Hao. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had an amazing set of games today. The first question that I have for you is, you went back to back to back top 1 in the last 3 games, and the last one you got was against your teammate. How do you feel right now?
首先第一个问题，我想问一下，因为你刚刚是3连击成功的赢下这一个拉比，然后你的对手还是你自己的一个队友这样子，你目前赢下来有什么样的感想？
首先最后一把打到大概5阶段的时候，其实就已经很明确的，就是我们3个有登顶资格的，很明确的要杀死比赛了，所以能侥幸赢下来还是比较开心的。
It was very clear to everyone that the 3 players in Czech were going to finish the game then and there, but to be able to be the one that finally wins out, it still makes me very happy.
Selon lui, c'était sûr que les 3 players qui étaient in Czech au début de cette game allaient être ceux qui allaient se qualifier. En tout cas, ça allait être un de ceux qui allaient se qualifier. Donc pour lui, aucune surprise de ce côté-là. La deuxième question que je vais avoir pour lui, c'est par rapport à Ishtal, qui est une line sur laquelle il a eu énormément de succès. J'aimerais savoir qu'est-ce qui fait qu'il vibe vraiment avec ce genre de composition. You seem to have a lot of success with Ishtal as a line. What makes you vibe so much with this type of composition?
画面你看起来似乎对伊须塔尔这一个阵容的话玩起来非常非常的厉害。那想问一下是什么样的为什么你好像玩这个阵容这么厉害？
其实 PBE 的时候打了太多把这个阵容了，在没削过的时候，以至于削弱之后其实玩的也是很多。然后这套阵容其实就是一个上下限都是差距非常大的嘛，比较适合在赛点局拿出来使用。
I've just played so much of Ishtal in PBE when it wasn't nerfed, and even when it was nerfed, I still kept on playing it over and over again. I feel like this is a composition that has really high highs and also really low lows, so it's particularly useful in a match point situation like this.
Beaucoup d'avantages et d'inconvénients sur cette line, mais quand on a envie d'atteindre un point clutch de la partie, généralement c'est le genre de line qui peut t'apporter la victoire, et il l'a joué beaucoup durant le PBE, avant les nerfs, après les nerfs, et ça fait qu'il est très très à l'aise sur ce genre de composition. Ma question suivante va être sur la domination qu'il a eue aujourd'hui sur scène. J'aimerais savoir s'il a un message à adresser à ses futurs adversaires de demain. You had an absolutely dominant run today on stage. Do you have any message to your future opponents for tomorrow?
你今天的比赛打得非常非常的有宰制力，对于明天的对手，你有什么话想对他们说吗？
由于 这次公开赛是第一次尝试这种8桌都是8进1登顶的，所以进入决赛之后可能是非常残酷的登顶，就是抢击大战，因为大家都很有终结比赛能力。
This is the first time that we had at the Opens a format where even the penultimate lobbies all had to have checkmates to go into the final lobby. So I think it is going to be a brutal clash in the finals because everyone can already win out.
Il est d'accord sur le fait que les lobbies ont été très serrés et donc il a vraiment hâte justement d'atteindre ce Final 8 pour voir qui justement va remporter cette victoire. Dernière question évidemment, l'an dernier c'est une équipe CN qui a gagné à Macao. Qu'est-ce que ça représenterait pour lui d'avoir une fois de plus une équipe CN avoir le back-to-back pour l'Open? Last question for you. Last year in Macao it was a CN team grabbing the victory. What is your resolution to make that a back-to-back tomorrow?
上次澳门公开赛的时候，也是 CN 的选手夺冠。那你有什么你会做什么样的事情，让这一个连续夺冠成为可能？
我觉得就是我会尽自己所能，奔着冠军去打吧。可能奔着冠军的途中会失去什么。
I will try my best to win the championship. And maybe in the process, I will lose some of myself.
Je vais faire tout ce que je peux pour gagner le championnat et peut-être qu'à l'issue de cette victoire, je me perdrai un petit peu moi-même. Un message profond sur lequel on va réfléchir jusqu'à demain. Merci beaucoup à tous. Xie xie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on making top 8. Clemens, thank you so much for your help on translation. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much, Clement. And of course, thank you so much to Juanmi. We'll see more of all of them tomorrow, but the action has not stopped yet. You can see the pulk, the huddle, the cuddle around the remaining stations that are still there where action is still ongoing. And we're going to join right into this game where they're still fighting for who is going to get that crown. Let me just give you a little bit of an update. Who in this lobby is on check, although it might be easier to tell you who's not, because only Leo Flores and Tartman were unable to get that checkmate crown. So if one of the two of them get that first place, that means we're going to go into another game. But if any of the other players make it, that is their qualification for this tournament.
So this is, I was say, this is game 6. So I think really it's come down to the points. So if somebody gets first, this is the last game. It's going to be pretty hype. Marcel right now was kind of the favorite, I think. He had pretty high on the points, but is in 7th place. So that's going to make it pretty tight. He's got a 3-point lead over Asa, but Asa right now in first place, 91 health win streaking here with this Quicksilver board that he's put together, or Quick Striker board, excuse me.
And this is the lobby I look at with a lot of the players from the Americas that many might be rooting for. Asa, a very well-known coach. Milk, a longtime player, has reached the Tactician's crown multiple times. And Marcel Pete, one of the fastest rising stocks in all of the Americas, also in check.
The one that's actually most interesting to me personally is Asa.
Yeah.
Asa is a player who people know him as a coach. People know him for his content.
The caster.
When I think back to set 7, though, Asa was regarded by some as the best player in North America, despite not making it to the set championship that set. He's someone who has never really made it to the international stage to the same capacity that people know he's capable of. To me, I think we've seen Marcel make it to the international stage. We've seen Milk top 8 at the international stage. Asa making it to Championship Sunday would say so much and do so much for his TFT career. I would love to see it.
There's a lot of things going on here, and we'll try to pick up what everyone board they're playing, things like that. So again, we've seen this Quick Striker board from Asa, but it is a Draven right now. It's starting to fall off. You know, he's got those items that look really good, Kindred items. He's got a lot of gold as well, 88 gold here, so he can definitely transition that as he goes. You know, so we'll have to see a pretty big transition, I imagine, on 5-1. So he'll have a lot of gold to work with. He's got decent combat power. I wonder if this is a game, by the way, you look at the augments where you had the heroic grab bag, that this was a Draven 2 on 2-1, like. And that is a powerful start. That is one of the best 2-star 3 costs you can start with. Goes up against Marcel P here, who's got that Void board we've seen time and time again. And you can tell, by the way, based on the positioning of this Kai'Sa, there's probably a Diana in the lobby. This has become that common convention Diana positioning, which means somewhere out there is that. And up against this board here, he's going to lose, so.
Yeah, LeFlores was the guy who had the Diana too. It was very interesting. But we talked about how that Draven is not only good combat power, but also an econ engine, being able to use his passive from League of Legends, get that fame, cash it in for some gold.
Okay, from what I'm hearing, I think we're going to be changing lobbies over to Station 5, where also 6 of our 8 players are on check. So we're going to be seeing whether or not that
that happens.
I'm sorry, I'm just calling it like I hear.
It might be a little bit further in the game. Might be able to crown the finalist at that point.
In the meantime, I want to draw attention to Marcel P's augment options here. Taking the calculated loss when you're in first already.
All right. There we are. That's Station 5. So Futime and Huey Dewey Louie were the 2 players that were not unchecked. Futime is still in there, although on 14 HP, but Jedu has a chance to run away with it.
Yeah, and also I believe this is game 6 also.
This is game 6 also.
So Jedusor right now is up 4 points, but again, so many people are in check, so.
So Zoro is currently sitting at 30 points going into this game. That's a 4-point lead over Philip, and then 5 points over Ayao, right? And so what that means is that in order for Ayao to beat Zoro, he needs to go first, and then we go to tiebreakers. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, the checkmate win would take priority over points.
Of course,
Okay.
yes.
So what we're looking for right now is for a first place from this board that is one off of Belveth 3.
Well, this or Jedu. Both of them could take a first place here.
To win checkmate.
To win checkmate. The only player that is in that is not on check is Futime. So if Futime manages to run away with this win, that means we go to points. I'm sorry, it's very confusing, but you could see Jedu up there, top left corner. He's locked in. I got a chance to talk to him earlier. He said, it's checkmate. I'll just do my best. I'm not stressed at all.
And looking at this board, one of the things that's interesting, not just the possible Belveth 3, but also Darken Bow on this Belveth is one of the best items for this composition.
Yeah, right now looking at, in fact, there it is. So that's it. So one of these 2 are going to win, and right now Ao has been winning every fight and is 1 away from this.
Oh, so much gold!
Just a little extra gold, just a little. But again, can you hit the Belveth?
He's not going to roll. He's going to greed a little bit.
He's got the time. He's healthy enough, and he's winning the fights right now.
Or is Jedu holding?
That's
we know if Jedu's holding, because if Jedu gets that gold as well, and if Jedu rolled there and then found it.
He looks so comfortable, by the way.
Oh, there's a lot of cheering behind him.
That might be a Belveth found.
Yeah, probably just cheering for a Belveth found in shop.
Let's see. Look at the.
Yes, Belveth on the other side. So.
That's a Belveth. Is that Belveth 2? No.
Just one Belveth.
Still 1.
There.
Well, 1 is better than none. At least you slow down that dooming potential on the side of Ayao, but that doesn't mean you win those rounds. He still needs to find an answer to what he's been served after Ayao's 3-win streak here.
Oh! The Volibear, it is on the Belveth now.
Uh-oh.
There. Looks like we don't even need the Belveth 3 to win this game, though. Jedu's going to take another loss to Ayao.
Yeah, it's looking pretty unlikely to come back here. We just hasn't had an answer for this Belveth. Unfortunately, the Zilean needs to get that cast off on the Belveth pretty quickly, and Volibear's not really itemized to take him down. He's got a little bit more of a spread, and so Belveth single target damage is doing a lot of work here. And so right now, Io looking to be the kind of favorite here in what could be our final fight here. Also, that Aatrox providing a lot of extra value as well here. So a nice 4 Juggernaut, 4 Slayer board here. Pretty creative board that we haven't seen a ton of. But for this to be the board that ends up winning it, that's going to be pretty neat to see.
And I think for a player like Ayao, who is someone that I just looked up on Wikipedia, the only results they have are from the Paris Open. There's so many people.
It's an APEC player, so
yes,
we know this much. But that
good.
said, they came here. That means they're on their game. They coming all across the globe to say, I'll play in the Open. Listen, I respect that, and obviously it seems to be working out here.
One thing that did change here is it looks like an Ornn artifact came through on the other side here. So that's a bit of extra health. But again, if there's one champion that's good at taking it down, it's the single target Belveth here. Ornn now at about half health here. Zilean Bomb hasn't landed on Belveth.
Volibear. Can the Volibear take down the
Belveth?
Wait, does the Ornn ever actually ascend here?
There you go. Belveth is down.
Right away! He ascended!
Finds that win so important for Jedu on those 12 HP to maybe turn this around, maybe find an answer to this board.
Yeah, I mean, we sold the Belveth, so we gave up on that option here. So now the question is, how do you get stronger? You can find the Senna too, possibly move the items onto the Senna would be an angle you could go here. But without that, that's going to be rough. And I believe Jetasaur was also holding Sennas. So that might be a counter option here. And again, now there's just so much health. Part of this is going to be the positioning, though, right? We saw that time the Zilean was on the right side. The Volibear was able to get on that Belveth. We do see a side swap here, and so will the side swap make a difference? Jetasaur down to his last life. AO has an extra life to go, so we'll have to see. They're on the wrong side now. Volibear is on the other side. That's going to give Belveth time to ramp up. And so this is going to be really scary. Again, also the Ornn. Will the Ornn ascend like we saw last time? Volibear's getting his big cast here. Is on the Belveth. Belveth is going to drop right there. Wow. And so Volibear doing big work here. Goodness. And we are going to go down to the final fight as we head to stage 6-7 to get your extra item.
The effective HP on that Ornn seems to actually be the difference maker. And despite AO being able to go level 10, get some additional units in there, I don't know if he actually has the firepower to break through this. Might need to do some other positioning thing to maybe try and force some sort of wrap.
And was that artifact coming through that really seemed to turn this board around. Obviously, there's some upgrades that are yet to be found for both of these boards, but the heads-up matchup, it will be going to 7-1, and it will end there. We will see our finalists.
Yeah. This is also really cool to see, by the way. We see another board where it's a new comp, right? Like 4 Invoker with some Volibear. That's pretty neat to see. This Ornn's got a ton of extra health. We're going to look for an
Lucian
item.
2.
Okay, Lucian and Senna 2 on the other side. We'll have to see if the items move. We're looking for a
Fiddle 2.
I don't think it's gold.
Yeah, he doesn't have the gold for it. We're looking for a Lissandra item here, but unfortunately not great choices. Probably could go with the Hand of Justice. Instead, it's going to go with the tank item. Could put that on the Braum, provide just extra, try to stop that Belveth from getting some extra stacks. And again, the positioning is going to make all the difference here. What side is the Belveth on, and can that Ornn survive? We're on the left side this time, same side as the Belveth here, so we'll see what can happen.
Lucian and Senna 2 for IO on the other side. It looks like we have a takedown already. The backline is just disappearing. The Belveth is ramping up extremely fast, but here comes the Volibear jumping in and ramping up, but the Kraken Slayer is not quite stacked yet. It's going to slow. Jetasaur will fall down and out of the Paris Open.
Wow, Ayao coming in with basically no historical data on competition, says, I will take this lobby. Look at this celebration here jumping up. Basically not even downloading that information yet, as unfortunately Jetu is eliminated. The rest of his lobby was looking to maybe get this to a point win, but that hope has fallen long ago. So more and more players are joining our top 8. Together with Ayao, it will be Toddy, who we saw earlier, Hwanmi, who we saw on the main stage, Haruru, as well as Ripple Overdrive. Those are the players we know for now, but some of the games are still going on, so we'll need to see how they unfold.
Well, it looks like there's a game. If this is one of the games for Top 64, it looks like they're just actually getting started. And it is. I think I see Raiko Mastery in there. Yep. So that is a Top 64 game that's just now getting started.
This might have been B-roll. We're going to be going back to Station 2 and check in with how this is going. Milk, Isaiah, and Just Feel Alive, the remaining players in this lobby, all of them are on check.
Yeah, and right now, just looking at this, we know that Baron 2 caps out really, really high. It is 3 Econ augments, so it can be beat, but the fact that you have that Baron 2 with very good items here, and you can see Milk already on a win streak. Milk looking like the favorite, and since he was in check, if he wins this, that will be Milk in the top 8 of the Paris Open, which I think would be wild, because I think he's kind of fallen out of favor in recent years, but this might be a way to bring him sort of back into that spotlight.
There's the legend of Milk. It's Milk, when he tries, is the best player in North America, and we're seeing it here. Boot camping with the Vitality team all week long, and it seems to be paying dividends. Asa, though, we saw earlier, was playing around the Quick Striker, going around, going for a fast 9 into Legendary. We just saw Nazir and a Shyvana upgraded on Asa's side.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what he hits here. But again, this Milk board has been a board that we've seen constantly do well all tournament. Great items on the Rift Herald. The only thing is you don't have much on the Belveth. But again, it's really all about the Baron. how much can the Baron do? And so we're going to go up against Asa, and so this will give us an idea of who is likely to win here.
Oh, whoa, that is a strong board on the other side too.
Yeah, the classic level 9 flex board. Ace is pulling off here, something that he would definitely pull off super well. But this is a Baron 2 for Milk on the other side.
Look at the Baron 2's health. It's down. That's really bad. The fact that the backline is still alive, and so Asa may have pulled off an upset here, is able to get through it here. It's not going to kill Milk. Milk's not going to die. So he's still got another life, but now Asa looking like the favorite, and Just Feel Alive also lost to a Ghost. So Asa's looking really good here with this really strong legendary board. The fact that he hit the Shyvana 2, keeping that extra powerful, the Swain providing the extra CC, hits the Fiddle 2 as well, so that's going to be really good.
Now Just Feel Alive has hit the Senna Lucian upgrade on his board, and even though he did lose to the Ghost, there is always a chance that something happens in this fight to keep him alive.
So right now we've got Asa fighting the Ghost, and it looks like Just Feel Alive and Milk are going to face each other. If Milk dies, that's going to knock him out. If Just Feel Alive, it's going to be close. It'll depend on how big a swing it is. The Tahm Kench positioning is going to matter here, where it is in relation to the Baron. It is right next to the Baron, so this is going to be a close fight here. He's going to get some big bites. Got to watch him Misfortune. Look, the Baron's already low. That's why I'm saying the Tahm Kench can eat this really quick. Next cap will do it. And that's the thing. Tahm Kench can eat that Baron, and Milk is going to be knocked out. That is not going to be Milk in the top 8, and so we are down to Asa and Just Feel Alive. Asa win streaking. It is looking really good. Asa is in check.
Just Feel Alive started this lobby, started this the round of 64 with an 8th, and now it's come all the way back at 21 points. This is the Checkmate legend.
Just Feel Alive is one of the players I've heard whispers about all weekend long. One of the best players from Japan competing. Maybe not one of the international renowned players that Japan has had, but certainly making a name for himself today.
Yeah, so the big story here is Tahm Kench. It feels like the Tahm Kench has the bigger front line, so Asa is on the win streak and did fight last time when they won, but we've seen some spikes. We saw the Senna 2 come online, the Kindred 2 come online, so now it's a question of how this fight plays out. We're going to see here again, watch the Tahm Kench. The Shyvana is going to crash in, get through. Tahm Kench is about 60% health here. Kindred is ramping up. Misfortune moves forward here, and we do see some Nautilus on the back line. But unfortunately, the Swain is about to die. The Kindred cast is going to save here, and Asa is going to lose, and this is going to be the last fight.
This is so important for our Japanese co-streamers as well. Tidal, unfortunately, is not in those top 8. That lobby has also shaken out to come down to points, actually, with Xiao Liu Luo took. So they're having their hope on Just Feel Alive right now, hoping he can clutch up. But of course, Americas, what are you saying? Asa.
Asa picked up the Kraken Slayer there, which I thought was pretty interesting. So clearly he's saying what my board is missing the most is the ability to break through the front line. We saw an interesting situation there where the Nautilus did wrap around the back line.
The other thing I'll call out here that a lot of people skip this item is the Captain's Brew on the Misfortune. This is an item that provides chill, and a lot of people sleep on that chill effect and how much that can slow down the enemy generation here. And so right now, again, the Tahm Kench combined with the same carries, it just feels like Just Alive's front line is a little bit better. And here we go into the final fight. The positioning is all on the other side here. We're not going to see a wrap, but the Tahm Kench now moving forward here. We haven't got through that. It's still at almost full health here.
Everything's inside the Kindred right now. That's so big, but the front line's going to start to crumble here. The damage is ramping up from the Kindred, though.
Yeah, the Kindred on the left side of the top left of your screen is ramping up so much damage.
Double
Kraken.
No!
Not quite getting it done. Just Feel Alive advancing to the finals.
And again, that chill made such a big difference, and that's going to be huge. Congratulations to Just Feel Alive, and we can see the power of that Tahm Kench. Once he came online, was able to eat delicious Barons, was able to eat through the Swains, and again, just the heartbreak of getting second, I'm sure, for Asa there, but again, you have to be proud of how well he played here, and Tahm Kench just eating his way to a top 8.
And the crazy part about these lobbies is that not only is there spot on the finals in line, but so much prize money from this event. And so Asa will top that group as far as points go, but with the Checkmate format not moving on to the final lobby. But what a great comeback from him.
So that also means there's only one station remaining that's going to determine our very last player. That's the station you're looking at right now. Safo, Reti, Sugar, Shiro, Patable, Flames, Raiko Mastery, as well as Ralphie are in this lobby, out of which only 5 players are on check. So Safo, Reti, Sugar, Shiro, and Patable are the ones who could clutch up with a win here. Safo is leading on points.
All right, we're looking at the board here, and we still have a ways to go on this game, actually. So it looks like it may have started a little late or had some long games run, but we'll get to go here. And so who's in first on the points on this one?
That is Safo with 34 points, followed by Reti with 27, so quite a big gap.
Oh, that's a huge gap. Yeah. So basically, if somebody not in check wins, Safo's looking so far ahead that he should be really strong. So yeah, if you're a Safo fan, you're rooting for Flames or Raiko or Ralphie.
Yep.
Otherwise, Sako's got so many points, and it'll be a checkmate thing.
And that would be huge for the French community here. I don't think we have any French players in the final lobby yet, and MKOI, obviously, a big org.
So Safo is Spanish.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, well,
Patable is French. He can clutch up here.
True.
But in general, looking at her names for the top 8, I just like an EMEA player to be in there. So at this point, I don't need them to be French. Just one EMEA player, maybe, yes?
I mean, I'll root for Raiko, but he can't get in.
So
that's messed up.
One thing to note here is this is a silver game, and so generally not as many resources are going to be available in this game, which means you're not going to see as high of capped board, unless we see something like a Prismatic on 3-2 or things like that. But overall, it's kind of a light start here. Looking at this board, we see some of that Bard Ishtal board we've seen before, but no Ishtal in quite yet. Still missing, actually got the Milio, so he's just not running it right now.
Is everyone's heart rate, we calming down a little bit?
Yeah.
Take a break.
It's stage 2.
Enjoy this game.
Let's chill a little bit. Maybe no crazy Ishtal Void for now. At least give us a couple of rounds to take some deep breaths.
It looks like Reddy might wait. Is Reddy actually trying to play around the Ash Tournament, or it looks like the setup?
No, that's
right?
that's a Diana
That's
setup.
a Diana.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
Diana just has a big sword right now.
Yeah.
Not the scythe.
Yeah, it certainly feels like a Diana setup. I don't think you're locking a blue buff in on the Ash or anything like that. Looking at this board, we've got a Leona, we've got a Jeweled Gauntlet here, so some good tank items, but nothing too crazy on this board. Using Slice of Life here to get some extra resources, some extra units, hopefully power that up a bit.
Wait, did Slice of Life got nerfed on B-Patch, right?
Correct. It now gives 1 less 5 cost, so you only get 1 5 cost. It still looks pretty good in the data, though, so generally just having those extra resources to get you there seems to be pretty valuable.
Oh, didn't I say no Ishtal? Patable, what are we doing here?
I mean, Potable, since he's one of the players in check, I think going for that big win, see if he can convert that. He's only getting it in now, but again, we saw Hwanmei also get it in pretty late, and that converted into a win. So seeing people go with this high-risk trait in Ishtal, and we've seen the reroll version, that Bard version, kind of be the popular version. Can he convert that much like Hwanmei did, or will he crash and burn and not quite hit the Brock? All right, silver.
Okay.
So again, very low inflation lobby, very low. That actually is going to be good for the Ishtal player, although you don't have something to generate those rerolls like Hwanmei did, so you might not be able to hit your cap. So that'll be a big challenge there.
One of the things that high-risk traits really love is when other players in the lobby don't have the opportunity to get to some of these higher caps that they can generate through playing this high-risk trait and risking it all for that. So for Potable and for all of EMEA's hopes, this is a good sign.
Yeah, certainly. And right now, Sugar is at this 100 health win streak right now, so we'll have to see their board, but they're looking pretty strong as well. And again, the favorite right now still was Safo? Safo, yeah. So
we're going to be seeing how they all pair up, of course, but like we mentioned, a little bit of room. The one thing I want to pick up on more is you were mentioning Hwanmei also getting that Ishtal online rather late. He did have a little bit more HP to work with, though. So Potable already down to 60 makes me a little bit suspicious, makes me a little bit worried. We're going to be seeing if it pays out for him.
Well, he did get the first cash out there with 120, so accelerated up pretty quick. But yeah, generally I agree. And the other thing Hwanmei had was he had too much value. It was giving him extra rerolls, which was allowing him to get that Bard pretty quick. I don't see a ton of resources here, so how do you convert that into a win? That's going to be the trick, So we see the missions he's offered here.
Ooh,
the
alternate is pretty interesting.
Now, there's new tech with the alternating win-loss that came out from Leduc that people have been using to reduce the risk. And a couple people were like, "Was this an exploit? Can you do it?" And it's not an exploit. You can do it because it still costs extra turns. But generally, the idea is, let's say you need to win, but you lost your last one. You can take out Ishtal until you win, and then lose, and that counts as alternating, and it increments the count.
Yeah.
So you can reduce the risk.
So
you could
only counts as long as you have Ishtal active,
Correct.
essentially. So
And as
can
long as you
jiggle them.
iterated from whatever happened last time.
Yeah.
So it's a way
I
to, but it
see.
still
I
costs
understand.
extra turns.
Yeah.
So it is a cool strategy you can do if you do it, but it still has risk, and you still have to be able to do the first 2 parts of that anyway, which can be pretty tough.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out what he did choose. I guess we don't know right now.
Yeah,
Find
but I
out
mean-
maybe if he wins the next one. we'll know.
But the thing I'll call out is, regardless of what he chose, he's at 38 health. That is really low. You do
Right?
not want to be at 38 health on 3-3. That
4 stage 3 carousel. That is a
that is
brutal.
brutal.
In a silver lobby, too.
Yep.
Yeah, and so we're seeing some of that extra pressure from the stage 3 damage that this set provided, just doing a little bit of extra work there to punish. Safo as well, 52. Again, if he goes 8th, that would be one way for this to also kind of get thrown a little bit. He has that 7-point lead, but you know, if whoever's right behind him goes first and he goes 8th,
That would be Retty.
yeah, that would hurt pretty bad. Although, granted, if they go first, they win anyway because checkmate.
That's
That's
right.
how that works.
Yep.
And I knew that, but you know, it's getting late, so.
It is. It's her last game as well for today, so I think a lot of people are just kind of waiting to see how this one shakes out. Of course, a lot of EMEA spectators here in Paris as well that have traveled out have taken the benefit of having a little bit of lower travel costs as it is in Paris, and they would love to see a representative, I'm sure, as well, so I can imagine a crowd that is building right now.
I imagine Safo in particular has to have a significant crowd, even if not here, but behind him at large, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Spain has never had a representative at the Tactician's crown and has never had a player in the top 8 of an Open.
Yeah, so Spain historically is one of our regions that somehow manages to unclutch, if
Yeah.
that is a word.
But they're
Where,
great.
like,
They are good.
other regions clutch up. They just seem to do the opposite despite being good. We have some players in there like Dalasam, like Safo, even like Aka Wonder, who was
Yep.
playing in one of her top 64, or
Snooty
Snooty.
Boo, yep.
Like, you see them a lot and they do well, but then somehow in tournaments, it just doesn't work out.
I mean, it's a little rude for you to leave out Impetuous Panda. But
no.
Well, listen,
That's okay.
that's Mr. International. He identifies as many, many nationalities.
All right,
That's fair.
So whatever Potable chose, by the way, he only got 30 points. So we're getting another choice here. So it wasn't a ton of progress. And I think right now what he's going to have to do is pick a lot of these missions that you can just win streak off of like do damage, be tanky, stuff like that. Because with this low of a health, you're just not in a great spot to pick some of those like lost streak ones that can give you 200 points, you know?
I think the good news for Safo in this lobby is that he's kind of not alone. He can root for 3 other players in this lobby too.
Yep.
It's to his advantage to, obviously for himself to win this lobby, but to stop everyone else besides Flames, Ralphie, and was it Raiko?
Raiko, yeah.
Yeah. They can win, and he can win, but the other 4 cannot.
Yeah.
4v4.
Kind of, but
a little
not,
bit,
not at
except
all.
they're not engaging in this
That's right.
tomfoolery.
It's good. The Milio's barely need another cast. Not quite enough.
Oh,
so close.
So does get up. He does get his next proc though. He's at 200. So was able to make some progress there, but now down to 30 health, unfortunately, here. We get a look at Safo's board here. We have a Void board. Now, double silver feels like not the lobby to play Void, right? Like,
I
Void
agree.
is the kind of thing that you really want to get capped out pretty quick.
Really aggressive level 8.
No, this is to get the Kaisa.
Yep.
The big thing here is the Kaisa unlock. Now, one of the things I favored, though, and we saw Zyko do this, is I like doing it on 4-1 so that when you have that reinforcements, you can make that decision. So I
Yeah.
kind of like that better. But doing it here is going to allow you to get that Kaisa on the turn, have a nice transition, get your items in the right place.
And they're on a 3 streak. So being able to continue that win streak, almost for sure, being able to put this Kaisa on your board makes it a lot better. We do have great items coming through now, too. Able to complete our last damage item, as well as leave some flex options. And now we have a Rift Herald pair as well.
Yeah, finds a Belveth in that shop
Wow,
as well,
that's a
so
great
that's
shop.
a big pickup. Nice little sleight of hands here coming on through, but our other players are of course also trying to build out those boards. It's not only Sappho who would like that win. We're seeing some upgrades fly in for Potable. A lot of 2 stars. Would love some 3 stars to turn those Ishtals into some big old meanies. Can he find that Bard 3 at least? But the round does start and it's not going to roll around.
So close too. You can see that's 7 Melios, 8 Bards. 7 buys as well, and
7
unfortunately,
Nico.
and one
we're bench locked.
Yeah, we're bench locked too.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate too, because you really need both the Nico and the Bard especially to kind of stabilize. They get that extra front line, and so not seeing that come in here, he's going to lose another fight. That's going to be really rough here, and so Potable, I think right now would kind of need a miracle to really turn this around. And we talked about this with the double silver gold. So this really is about as low as it gets. I'm surprised it doesn't take the heroic grab bag. That would have been
his bench, right? Like it is.
Yeah, you could kind of just fix the problem, but instead decides to go with a combat augment. So
well, the shop giveth and the shop taketh. At
right.
least your bench is in a little bit of a better spot right now. Finds that Bard on that first roll, but will need to dig deeper as those rolls are not benefiting him.
no.
One Nico, can he find the rest of them? Answer is yes. I do understand why we went for that grab bag. I mean,
yeah, I feel like the heroic grab bag was the better choice, but we'll see here. He's going to put some items on Bard. We've got Bard 3, Nico 3. We could really use that third item. The other thing is these Bard items, you don't have a lot of mana generation. Mana generation's been pretty popular. So, I don't know. It feels like it's not quite enough here. He might win a couple fights, but overall still feels like not the best position to be in.
Far away from Melio 3 as well, so that secondary carry is not quite where it needs to be. We did obviously see that Nidalee from Hwame do a lot of work in that matchup. This will be a win here for Potable, which is a good sign because he doesn't have much HP to work with, so has to stabilize here and move on in this game.
speaking of moving on in this game, Sappho is on fire. 5 wins since that huge shot pickup that we saw in the PvE round, so is able to keep that momentum going and looking pretty threatening for the rest of the lobby. They will need to find an answer as that Kaisa 2 comes online as well.
I love the little buddies pickup.
I was going to say, the little buddies pickup here is really nice here. You've got the Rek'Sai, the Cho'Gath, and the Kog'Maw all providing that little buddies value, and that's going to be given to the Rift Herald, the Kaisa, the Swain, the Bel'Veth.
Everything.
So, yeah, you're getting a lot, because you don't have any 3 costs really in the comp.
You're either giving or you're taking.
Yep, so it's a really good combination here, decent augment, and that Kaisa with 3 items, hit the Kaisa 2, really just need the Rift Herald 2 to be in a solid position. But let's be clear, this is not a Baron game, right? Like, you're level 8, 3 gold, the odds that you ever hit 10 are just so far away.
Ralphie, the other Kaisa player in the lobby, is going to take a hit there from Sappho. See on this board, Raiko is playing around the Bilgewater. Flames going to have enough juice on the board playing the 8 Yordle to be able to take a win over Raiko, though. And it looks like Flames actually is going to have significantly more resources than a lot of the players in this lobby, right? Being able to play 8 Yordle when it is silver, silver, gold, it's the same reason, Mort, that you were talking about Ishtal being so powerful when it is a low resource game. Because you're getting the, on average, 5 gold per turn of Yordle, that means way more when the average amount of resources that the other players in the lobby have received is lower.
Yeah, the fact that it's essentially a percentage difference between the other opponents, and that percentage ends up being quite a bit higher here. So interestingly enough, we look at Reddy, who's level 6 right now. So definitely the fact that we're on these low econ boards means no one's like, we're not seeing the level 9 on 4-2s or anything like that. We're not seeing anything crazy here. And so
it actually was a blue buff.
Yeah,
blue buff Ash.
it was a blue buff Ash,
Yeah.
which, you know, you have tiers. I guess that's what you play. You slam what you got. Has 6 Tryndamirs, so still a ways off here. But depends on how many stacks he got. It could be a very powerful version.
So keep in mind, Reti is one of the players that is also playing for that checkmate win, right? Sits on the checkmate and really wants to supersede over Sappho in points, so cannot let anyone else get that. With that in mind, I love the board a little bit less. I'm not really sure it has the power to really get that first place potential, especially with some of the other lobbies. In this lobby.
I will say, if there's one kind of game where that Ash board can do well, it is one of these low inflation ones. Depending upon how early you got it and how many stacks you got, not to, if you go back to like my Mastermind game,
Yes.
the board that did well was the Ashe Tryndamere board because I hit it early and was able to generate a lot of stacks.
That's true.
Now, we can't really check how many stacks he has, but those Tryndamere items were pretty solid. So if he can hit that Tryndamere 3 quick, the problem is this is about the point where that Tryndamere 3 really starts to fall off. And the items are something that were like good in the mid game. They're not something that you can like drop aggro and get to the back line that consistently. So that'll be the big challenge here. And we're at 8 Tryndameres here. I feel like when you're at 8, you've just got to go the whole way. You've got to try to hit it. He's holding all the 2 costs, really seeing if he can hit this Tryndamere. And this has been the problem with reroll, I think, this patch, is you get into situations like this where it feels like you just need to hit that one more copy. Finally hits it, but it was such a deep roll down.
Basically last shot,
Yeah,
right?
at what cost, right? Like, that's just really not what you want to hit.
Another upgrade has come in, and that was from Potable, who, as you can see, also digged pretty deep to get it. It's 1 copy off of the Vi as well, but at least Emilio 3 now online to try and help preserve that win streak as he rolls into none other than Sappho, who has also been streaking and notably has a pretty scary board.
He does. It also has the Rift Herald upgraded now alongside the Belveth and the Kaisa. I will say, for a lobby that seems to have few resources in it, Sappho is playing a board that looks like we're playing on Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah, I mean, Potable was able to get up to 325 there, but I think he's going to have to cash out and try to use those resources to stay alive. I don't think we're going to see him push to get, the Brock, and we'll have to see what but again, my instinct is he's going to try to cash out here.
Reroll.
Yeah, and there you go.
You really don't have a choice, right? 10 HP, you just were beaten. There are other scary boards in this lobby. I don't think he had a chance to go further.
Yeah, at least he found the Nidalee, but the problem is he didn't get any items out of that. You really wanted some items to try to 3-item this Milio, possibly get that Nico going. And so that's going to be pretty rough here. Hopefully we get a lot of item drops. Okay, it's only a little bit. You can run, you could go Thieves Gloves and...
Yeah, you go like...
Nashers? Thieves Gloves, Nashers? Sure. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So, and this choice shouldn't matter too much. You can probably just take the first one, get the 50 points, and put the Thieves Gloves on Nidalee. We really want to see the Nidalee get hit here. There's the Vi. You could also Thieves Gloves the Vi.
Oh,
there we go.
nice.
That's big.
Wow.
The fact that we're able to hit the Nidalee on 7, that should be pretty solid.
Now, do you roll here to find the Orianna 3 just for the increase in damage on the Bard, or do you just sack the next few rounds, pray that you're able to go 8?
If you're really going for the first place, I think you have to sack the rounds.
I think the main factor is you just faced Sappho. That is the scariest board in that lobby. So being able to say, okay, maybe the other ones aren't getting those peaks just yet, I can save some of this econ to try and make it further.
Yeah, because the thing, if you roll, let's say you roll down to 0 and you hit the Orianna, how do you ever go any higher, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're never hitting 8, whereas at least here you can go 8, try to get something like a Taric even just for some extra MR, and then try to hit the Orianna.
Also, Flames is still on 8 Yordle, going down to 21 HP. I didn't get a chance to see how much gold he had banked up, but I imagine there might be a big transition coming in from Flames soon.
Yeah, for sure. Now, looking at this board, by the way.
There it is, level 9.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to see the transition, see what he can roll down
There's
for.
a lot to do on 5.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
this is a big
my
turn.
goodness.
Someone that's made a regional finals before, but has played a lot in the Tier 2 scene, and so excited to see them here in the round of 64. This is a huge transition and doing quite well.
That's big. Being able to find the Annie and has really good items here. Nasher, Shojin, JG should be pretty solid here. So all of a sudden, that's a really high cap board.
Flames is also on Team Sappho here. So if Flames wins this game, Sappho wins the lobby. But for someone like Flames, this is a huge thing. Able to get one of those baguette pins here in the round of 64.
I love the stakes here. One goes to top 8, one gets a pin.
They're about the same.
Well, somebody that won't go there is Sugar. Being eliminated here was on
3
check.
knockouts.
Actually,
Wow.
Yeah, so Raiko is out. He was, as you guys have been calling it, Team Sappho. He didn't have check. Flames is still in there and fighting, and so is Ralphie. But Shiro and Sugar,
Okay.
2 of the checkmate players
So
are out.
this is an interesting choice here. One of the choices that was offered here was win 2 fights with exactly 1 unit left. because the other cash outs aren't going to matter too much, you almost take that and see if you get lucky just to get the 500 stack out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what he took. That's something that I would take in this situation because the other ones aren't going to make that big a difference.
I believe he did take buy 48 XP because he just bought a bunch of XP instead of 3-level days.
Coward.
Quick maths, you know.
I like yours better, Mort.
Yeah. Is going to be able to do pretty well this fight. You can see that Nidalee on the back line. The Thieves Gloves rolled a death cap, which was really good for that Nidalee. So much damage here. And Potable kind of making a statement here, trying to come back.
Uh-oh, Flames losing to Safo here. Will fall out in fifth.
You know what this is? Fine. I'll do it myself.
That's right.
I mean, you got to admit, if Safo wins this game, he's already up 7 points.
Yes.
And then to solidify with a first would be a pretty solid mic drop of like, look, I earned this.
Yeah.
I dominated this, and that would be quite the statement.
To just give you an overview of his scores, he took a third, a second, a first, a third, a second, and in that arithmetic order, a first is due.
Yep.
True. Yeah, looking at this board, we see the Tryndamere 3, the Ashe 3, but again, we're still level 7. We don't have like
Safo
the
level
said
10.
23.
Wow.
Safo's level 10? Okay, yeah, this is looking... Okay, the fact that we have the Baron here...
And spikes.
That is crazy.
Great items.
Listen, guys, I'm all for the drama, but it might be a wrap.
This might be over.
I mean, the one thing is we got to keep an eye on Potable. He does have that solid... We've seen it burst down. It is a Baron 1. We've seen Baron fall, right? Milk's Baron 2 wasn't even able to survive. So, and Nidalee does a lot of damage.
Well, we're getting a preview of it right now as Potable is on the other side of this board. He will need to take down Safo's board right now to have a chance to take it down in the end and finally. So let's see if
Baron's
he's able
down.
to convert that. Baron has fallen, but the Kaisa in the background is ramping as well.
This double Spirit Visage on the Rift Herald is so hard to take down, but it falls down because the Giant Slayer is so much. Ian Mie's hopes down with Potable.
Safo is also EMEA.
Okay, yes, true. Sorry. Sorry. Francis hopes. Sorry.
Yes, I will take that.
Spain's hopes stay alive to have a representative in Championship Sunday. Ralphie does find...
So they're cheering. Are the other two in check?
No, Reddy is.
Reddy
okay.
is.
Ralphie
Reddy
is not.
is, Ralphie is not.
Okay, so it really comes down to Reddy and Safo.
Yep.
Yep.
Got it.
And this board versus Safo's board, there's a little bit of a difference between the two.
Yeah, one
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah,
No?
it looks the
Okay.
same to me. They're
I
the
just see
same
purple.
picture.
No purple worm, maybe?
Nope, same picture.
Okay.
That purple worm is purple worm 1. Okay, that doesn't count.
Yeah, the Kaisa items are a lot better also. I don't know. This is looking pretty over, which again, dominating performance. Good for him. Like, that's just congratulations.
Okay, let's not jinx him, okay?
No.
We'll
Reddy
block
was
this,
not close.
But Reddy
Reddy
has lost. Ralphie is in 3rd place, so he's
Oh.
all down. As we get a bunch of gold.
Wait, is this
Now-
good for Safo?
Yeah, I actually...
Yes.
I
Roll
mean,
down,
it's
find
good for
Baron,
Safo
win.
'cause
Baron has been found. Boom.
He's going to be able to get Baron 2, but that is kind of the end of his spike until he 3 stars a 4 cost. I do wonder...
So, go ahead.
No, you go.
One of the things that we've seen from some of the really high-end cap boards is when you get to this point, you drop out of Void. You stick with, you go 6 Void, and you start trading your Kog'Maws and stuff for actual legendaries. And the fact that he's level 10 with 60 gold, we can get a lot of legendaries on this board.
We're also little buddies, so we need to keep those 1 and 2 star costs.
Almost not even worth it.
Really?
Considering, again, like for something like a 2-star Fiddlesticks, a 2-star Senna with those auras they provide, it looks like he's deciding to instead just use it to try to go for the Rift Herald and keep that gold up. The thing is, he's got so much health also that winning with 50 gold, that's also a statement, right? Do you want to just mic drop with level 10, 50 gold? That's a great way to do it.
Definitely has enough HP to fall back on as he goes up against Reddy in what could be the final round here to determine our final top 8 contestant. Can Reddy stop the bleeding?
The Baron cast comes through. It does
Baron's
fall down quite quickly here, but the Rift Herald is still incredibly healthy. And the Kaisa firing a ton means it will be Safo. Not quite.
One more.
1 HP in a drain.
1 HP in a dream and a plan, hopefully, to turn this one around. Sappho is still kind of chilling, you know?
I must say, I love the
50 gold.
patience. I love the patience of just like, look, just in case something weird happens, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to be patient, get the win here. And yeah, the Baron did get taken down pretty quick. So there is a little bit of hope, but that Rift Herald was so healthy.
I'm here for Rift Herald 3. That's what I want.
I think that would be really cool, but I'm not sure we're going to seeing it as we go into what once more could be last round. Ready on 1 HP. You can see the positioning similar to that previous one, but hoping to maybe reach the backline with that Tryndamere.
Tryndamere on the opposite side this time to make sure he doesn't get hit by the Baron Nashor, like you're calling out. Makes the wrap though, and everything's going to fall. Sappho finds a representative for Spain in the top 8 of the Paris Open.
Thank you, Sappho. From the heart of all in EMEA, we take this one.
And I love the crowd behind him. There's so much hype from all of his friends. Look at it. Look at the F-Boys team around him. There we go.
Raven coming in here to celebrate with him. Look at
Picking
that.
him up. That's
We love
awesome.
it.
They got the sign Spanish flag.
I was like, don't follow the computers.
He's got one more day.
He
got one
hasn't
more
even
day.
processed yet.
Wow.
Put me down, man.
That is so, so cool. Amazing to see them rally.
Just, you know, obviously,
He's just like,
you can see the excitement starting to come through right now, but I feel like for the first 30 seconds of that, it's almost just disbelief,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You're seeing this of like, whoa, I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. The Spanish players celebrating. Oh, they're so happy to see another Spanish player in the top 8, making such a huge statement for the region. And EMEA is going to be able to defend the home turf, having multiple players there in the top 8.
You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see the passion. You love to see the teams come together. And that was great. That was a lot of really cool checkmate lobbies.
yeah, I mean, and we're getting more. We're getting more checkmate tomorrow. The action has essentially just started. When you think of it, we have our top 8 determined, but we have more TFT to come. So I'm quite excited to look at our top 8 shortly. But I believe we do have an interview coming up with some of our players that have managed to qualify, which I'm really eager to hear what they have to say as we will be talking to them. Just a quick reminder of our top 8 as we are looking at them. So Toddy, Ripple Overdrive, Hwanmye, Haruru, Ayao, Xiaoli Lu, Just Feel Alive, and Staffo are our top 8 players. Why are you giggling?
Is that an even split between all the regions? Actually, is that 2-2-2-2? I think it
might be.
We have to see the actual breakdown of it, but I know America's has
I think
2.
it's 2-2-1-3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
there's 3 CN.
Yeah, so we do have our interview with Toddy ready, so let's hear what he had to say after being one of the first to make it.
I am so excited to be here with the first grand finalist at the TFT Paris Open. It is Toddy from Brazil. Everybody make some noise for Toddy! What does it feel like to have this whole community supporting you to cheer you on tomorrow?
Well, last year in Macau, Sidereira made it to the finals, and we are the same guys here cheering for him, and we made all this noise for him too. And we look at him, imagine, whoa, I hope it was me one day, and here I am.
It is so cool to see you. You got top 75 at Macau last year, and now you yourself are in the final 8. Tell me about that last game, because we saw Rift Herald 3 so early on in the game. So how did you get that?
Well, it was loot subscription, so I was in check, so I got 2 arguments that give me economy. So I was thinking about to do Rift Herald 3 stars, and I was rolling 5, and then I just dropped a full 2-star Herald, and I was on left and had champion duplicator, and I made it in 5-1. So it was a big high roll. Thanks, Mart. You're the guy.
Well, you were the chosen one, Toddy. And what's been so amazing is to see all of Brazil just continue to get better and better. I mean, last set we had so many Brazilians at the set championship, and you yourself have been a top competitor for so long. And so now, what would it mean to you to win tomorrow? Are you thinking about that?
Well, I have to talk about this. I had some really tough troubles in my flight, and I made it to Paris like 8:30, and my game started on 12. So I just arrived, took a shower, and came here to play. And I lost my luggage in my travel, so I'm without luggage. And I was thinking about it. I doesn't deserve these troubles, like. But I know God has a purpose for everything, and I know what is now, because I was so nervous about my luggage and got to the airport. I stayed at the airport until 2 a.m. last night, and so I didn't rest well. But I think that luggage troubles and these things made me feel so nervous about that I forgot to be nervous about the gameplay. And I used it to be nervous when I was playing, and now I had no time to be nervous about the gameplay. So I just tried to have fun, because it was the only time I was really having fun here in Paris was when I was playing, because the troubles of the flights. So I think I'm really about to say the chosen one, because I really deserved one good thing here in Paris, and I will play to win tomorrow, because I think it's not finished yet.
Absolutely not. I mean, Toddy, you might have low-rolled a little bit on your time here, but you high-rolled in that final game. And we can't even just fully call it a high roll, because in the round of 64, you went 1-1, 1-1. You got 4 first, so that's got to feel pretty good. Toddy, any final thoughts to the people supporting you?
Yeah. Thank you, guys, for supporting me every time I play. We're streaming for ourselves on my POV. I don't know if you saw our setup, but I got no co-stream booth. I have to tell this. We are one of the biggest co-streams in the world, and I was saying I brought these guys to co-stream with me, and we got no space, and we are streaming for ourselves on my POV, and I'm so glad we at least made it to you to support me, and thank you for all support, and that's it.
Well, guess what? We're going to be showing you tomorrow, so make sure to tune in then. And congratulations once again to Toddy!
What a beautiful win. And I mean, you heard it here first. Next time you travel to an open, just get your luggage lost. I'm sure you can ask the airline for something like that.
Not worth it.
Apparently that's the hack. I learned that. I wrote it down right here.
I'm just so impressed that you can have that happen, because I know how tilting that can be and have like bad luck. To then come in and go 1-1-1-1, that is wild.
Well, we have more interviews ready, so let's hear from Ripple Overdrive, who I'm sure you guys are really excited to hear from. We're going to go to a quick interview.
Hey everyone, Panda here with one of our finalists for this day 3 at the Paris Open, representing the Americas region. It's Ripple Overdrive. Ripple, how does it feel to have bested a format as crazy as this one and make it to day 3?
It feels unreal. It hasn't really hit me. I've been, the format going into the whole tournament, I was like, I don't know when I'm gonna get out. I'm ready to get out and hang out whenever, you know, and then I was surprised I got this far.
The prismatic approach, but I mean, you can be a dreamer now. You're in the day 3. The hardest part, I think, has already been done. How did it go in the last game? What did you end up playing? What were the feelings like, knowing you were in check, knowing you had a chance to make day 3?
Yeah, I mean, being in check is kind of simple. All I need to do is play for first. I don't have to think about anything else. The best winning rate comp is Void. 2-1, I got Void. I was praying for it, and then I clicked quadruple econ, like cluttered mind, indecision, forward thinking, explosive growth, and I was 1 life, Baron 2 on 5-1.
All you need to make 10, and I guess you accomplished that with that quadruple econ strategy, so congrats on that one. Coming into this day 3, and looking back at the first 2 days in particular, what do you feel was your edge to best a field of 700 plus players that were not able to accomplish the same thing you have?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to my group a lot. I practiced a lot, heading into here. I got in here early. I think there's some comps that might be underplayed, but I think the main things that my group talks about is just playing the game, figuring out
where your tempo is in the lobby, what placement you're playing for. I feel like in some lobbies, like everyone feels like they're kind of playing for first when you don't really have to. And I was kind of playing for top 4 a lot of games. I went like 2-2-2 in one of my lobbies. And I think that's how I really just got through, every round until the last round in Checkmate.
You mentioned your study group. Is there anyone you want to shout out in terms of helping you, supporting you in your journey to make it now to the day 3 tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, there's so many people. Wage and Iverson, Darth Nub, Malala, Philip, Fossil Skills, Stellar Minhee, Offma, Degree, Deepay, too many people.
This is an all-star list of America's players. You have a good support crew, I'll give you that much, Ripple, but huge congrats yet again to make it to that day 3. I think you've had a lengthy career in TFT and the Americas region as a whole, and glad to see you getting recognition globally as well. Congrats, man.
Well, that was a beautiful interview. I just love hearing from our players.
Ripple is such an incredible story too, because he's one of those players that doesn't quite have the accolades behind him that really represent how good we know he is. When he first broke out back in set 8, everyone saw this player make it really far into the regional finals, narrowly miss going to the Tactician's crown, and everyone's thinking, wait a second, is this guy for real? And we saw the uprising of a study group, Wage and Iverson kind of taking the spotlight, but everybody has known that Ripple Overdrive is right behind him and capable of making a run like this.
You know who actually reminds me a little bit of? Malala.
Yeah, in a way,
that same kind of underdog. So not to jinx it, but we saw how Malala turned out at the Open, so maybe Ripple will have similar.
Stellar Minhee, also in that group.
Yeah, wow.
That in the final at Macau too.
That is the most blessed study group of all time.
Especially at the Opens. And he understands he just needs to play for first and same game plan tomorrow, so we'll see if we can do it.
I mean, you guys make it sound easy. It's very hard, okay? Let me just say.
Just do it.
Just go first.
Well, let's take a look once more at our final lobby for tomorrow. The 8 players we're all looking forward to dish it out in Checkmate on our main stage. Here are your top 8. Sappho, Toddy, Xiaolilu, Ayao, Huanye, Ripple Overdrive, Harubu, and Just Feel Alive. And yeah, unfortunately, this split doesn't favor EMEA. I'm just gonna say I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, I'm actually a little disappointed for you too. Again, I'm not a EMEA fan. Even I feel bad for you, Makes. I'm sorry.
That was messed up.
Well, APAC does not have an Open Championship belt to their name yet, and so having 3 players in the final lobby from APAC, that's a great showing from them. They're looking to take a belt home back to APAC region.
I mean, APAC has been playing really, really well recently, so that is not a surprise to see 3 of them. I'll also call out with Huanmei, we have a chance for a Prismatic Augment if he wins, so that's definitely an option because he's a previous winner before.
Works.
Yep, so that'll be a second one.
What
so that'd be
when you win 3?
That's cool.
Silver.
That's a problem for the future.
Silver is reserved for 3.
Oh yeah, you're not game director anymore, right?
Yeah, I lost that to Tim earlier, right?
So Tim will need to figure that out.
True.
Not your problem.
We're gonna have to invent a new tier of augments.
Something like that.
Set 17.
But yeah, so I mean, if Huanmei wins, that'll be pretty cool. That'll certainly raise him up in the accolades of that, best player of all time. But again, APAC, I think right now with 3 players, and generally just APAC has been playing out of their minds lately. So I could imagine them also coming out on top. I actually feel like NA and EMEA are kind of the underdogs.
I completely agree. And the thing about APAC that stands out the most to me is how much depth that region has, even when they don't have their favorites. They don't have their YBY or their Iron Bogs or what have you. You cannot discount any player that comes to the Open from APAC.
Well, as we summarize our second day here at the TFT Paris Open, I want to go to you first, CLE, because thank you so much for joining us, first of all. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been electric.
What is your summary been, your verdict been of that day 2?
Listen, day 2 is full of heartbreak, right? We're going from 256 all the way down to 8. And I think this last round, the checkmate is so incredibly hyped, but you forget all the players that we lost along the way, especially those that, especially round 1, lose out in that round 1, and they lose out on the money. And then we get to the next round, and there's 128, and top 4 advance to 64, and then checkmate time. And it is electric, Gangly. It was such a fun day. Lots and lots of emotions flying high.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like I said, getting to talk to all the fans around here and all the players, everyone seems excited. Even the players who got like day one were generally just pretty hype. Seeing all the games today, finally getting to sit down and cast some games has been really great as well. And so I think tomorrow's going to be pretty exciting to see that top tier of play, see all the different compositions and who can pull off, you know, the Barons or the Brocks or things like that. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
We got to see all of this high-level play. I don't want to take away, though, from the fact that this is a convention to a certain degree, right?
Yeah, that's right, TFT Con.
Something I loved about
TN.
this whole day was being able to check in on all of my homies playing in 4v4 throughout the day. I know Jack got to play Sealed Riftbound throughout the day. Obviously, I'm hyped for tomorrow. Tomorrow's where all the action gets placed. We get to crown another king of an open TFT. But I'm telling you right now, if you are watching this stream, it's because you are at home right now. Next time, don't watch the stream. Just come here. This place is the place to be. You do not want to miss it.
Listen, I am personally appreciative of you guys watching at home with, for whatever reason, you weren't able to attend, although we'd love to see you here in person, of course, as well. Vegas is going to be the next one in case you haven't heard yet, but make sure you don't miss the action tomorrow as well. We're going to be starting at 12 p.m. CET, that's noon, so make sure you have that in your calendar. It's a little bit earlier than today, but it's the same time as we were starting on day one. We have a carousel of chaos ready for you, and then we're going to be going into our top 8 checkmate. That's been it from us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
suffira pas et c'est finalement Robbie, le champion du monde. On préfère avoir une amie qui va pouvoir faire des dégâts un petit peu plus rapides.
The next ultimate challenge for the world's best tacticians is waiting. Precision, dominance, unrivaled consistency.
And it's one shot at this glorious trophy.
我觉得这个 MVP 属于我们 WBE 的所有人。
It's time to play for ultimate glory.